In the apocalyptic year of 2072, following the outbreak of nuclear war, the Earth's surface is marred by radiation, and hordes of zombies roam freely, while the remaining humans survivors huddle amidst the ruins. The protagonist, Jiang Chen, unexpectedly acquires the ability to traverse between the present world and this desolate future, uncovering a landscape littered with abandoned mansions, luxury cars, gold, and futuristic technology. In contrast, the present is steeped in the tranquility of the early 21st century, revealing a stark disparity in resources between the two realms. Chapter 1. A kidnapping triggered by a can of cola. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Jiang Chen's forehead as he struggled to swallow, his gaze fixed on the menacing weapon before him. At least a 36 deep beneath elegantly arched brows, a pair of striking phoenix eyes gleamed with an air of authority. The high-bridged nose and cherry-red lips, though marred by a scowl, hinted at an undeniable beauty. The obsidian handgun and the chilling leather whip in her grasp only added to the intensity of the moment. With the surroundings adorned with suggestive decor, one could hardly imagine a man unmoved by the tantalizing implications of the scene. What a foolish notion! At this moment, Jiang Chen felt nothing but regret and fear, devoid of any physiological excitement. Wait, why did his trousers feel a tad snug? It must be an illusion. Surely, he could not be a submissive. Let be clear, Jiang Chen harbored no peculiar inclinations. His current predicament, firmly bound to a chair by this whip-wielding beauty, was purely a matter of unfortunate circumstance. What is her name? Demanded the voluptuous woman clad in a black leather jacket and worn, faded jeans, as she carelessly tossed aside her slightly disheveled hair, placing a foot assertively on the armrest of the chair. Jiang Chen. After swallowing hard, Jiang Chen obediently revealed his name as a civilized individual. He had never encountered such a savage beauty. The woman arched her brows. Why is your name so effeminate? You should ask my mother. Damn it. Of course, such thoughts remained unvoiced. He feared that uttering them would result in a bullet hole in his head from the gun she wielded. Indeed, this enchanting creature held a firearm. The atmosphere had swiftly soured. Why mother gave birth to me in the morning, Jiang Chen muttered. Honestly, the name wasn't particularly feminine. It was merely that his appearance leaned towards the delicate side. Even a more masculine name would likely seem incongruous. Don't change the subject. The beauty cracked her whip menacingly against the leather sofa beside them, the sharp sound causing Jiang Chen to instinctively shrink back. I have no interest in your mother. Damn it, you were the one who asked. Jiang Chen's face turned a deep shade of crimson. How does it feel like I'm about to be assaulted by this woman? Where are you from? The beauty squinted, her voice low and probing. I am from the north. Jiang Chen fabricated a lie. He was certain she could not discern the secrets that lay within him. Was this Wanghai City? Here, in this dilapidated place? Where did you get this can of cola? The woman's pronunciation was awkward, as if she had never heard of cola before. Jiang Chen perceived the urgency intensifying in the woman's tone, which seemed to brim with insatiable greed. Coke, a type of carbonated beverage. Nonsense. Of course, I know it's a carbonated drink. What I'm asking is, where did it come from? The woman, exuding an air of authority, took a vigorous gulp from the can of Coke, savoring it before exhaling contentedly and discarding the empty can onto the floor. She then seized the whip and struck it fiercely against the sofa. Jiang Chen felt the peculiar-shaped gun pressed against his forehead. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow as he endeavored to steady his agitated breathing, striving to maintain his composure. I cannot explain. Do you wish to die? The woman fell into silence after a moment. She sighed, holstering the gun at her waist and discarding the whip she had carelessly picked up. Very well. Perhaps I have indeed gone a bit too far. Though she uttered these words, she made no move to release Jiang Chen from his bindings. Her earlier strikes against the sofa suggested that her nature might not be that of a villain. Jiang Chen dared to speculate. Trust me, I act out of benevolence. Jiang Chen was uncertain how long his conscience would sway this venomous beauty. Thus he resorted to fabricating a lie. Benevolence? Just as if I were saving you from starvation. If I were to speak my mind today, I fear our future days would be fraught with turmoil. Jiang Chen continued in an enigmatic tone, leaving her ample room for imagination. Huh. The beautiful woman chuckled with a hint of disdain, yet the flicker of hesitation in her eyes was unmistakably evident. Perhaps we could collaborate. I have just arrived here. How shall I put it? Everything is utterly dire. I am in need of a guide, and I am willing to offer you a handsome reward for your services." Jiang Chen spoke with measured cadence, slowly casting a tantalizing carrot. "Oh, you hail from the northern United Territories?" The woman raised an eyebrow in intrigue. In this desolate wasteland, if there existed even a semblance of order, it would likely be found in the distant northern United Territories, established upon the remote grasslands. This region had scarcely endured nuclear strikes or outbreaks of infection, allowing for a semblance of stable governance. However, stability was a relative term. Slavery, exploitation, and chaos still reigned, rendering it no better than the lawless city of Shanghai, save for a slightly higher yield of food. "No, I merely come from a somewhat affluent area. Gathering certain useful items for someone, additionally offloading some surplus goods, such as that can of soda you drank and those 3 cans you licked clean." Jiang Chen was careful not to claim any affiliation with the United Territories, for he had never set foot there, and the risk of being exposed was far too great. At that moment, the most prudent course of action was to assert that he hailed from a unique locale, one that no one had ever visited, allowing him the freedom to weave whatever towel he desired. Upon hearing the phrase "lick it clean," a flush of crimson immediately graced the lovely lattice visage, as if she had become acutely aware of her less graceful man of eating. Consequently, she shot a fierce glare at Jiang Chen. He merely smiled, indicating his indifference, for he understood that their negotiation had largely succeeded. "I am at a loss as to what could possibly entice you in this area. The supermarkets, grain depots, and even the refrigerators of private residences throughout Shanghai City have been completely stripped bare. Not even a crumb of bread remains for you to find. Beautiful miss, may I inquire as to your esteemed surname?" Jiang Chen inquired with a gentle shake of his head and a smile. "Sun Jiao," she replied, her brows arching with significance as she offered a knowing smile. "Let me state for the record that if this so-called cooperation entails any rather unsavory services, I may very well be inclined to." "You are overthinking this, Miss Sun Jiao," Jiang Chen sighed, resolutely dismissing the notion of seeking a woman who might readily sever his most vital appendage. "All I require is a season guide. And do you truly believe I am in want of sustenance? Then what is it that you seek? Could it be a slave?" Suddenly, Sun Jiao's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze towards Jiang Chen growing decidedly hostile. "Indeed, if there is an abundance of food, it naturally implies the existence of farms or plantations as relevant production facilities." Sun Jiao's immediate reaction was to suspect that this individual might be a human trafficker, as slaves represent the most efficient labor force in the wasteland. The trade of human beings has become a commonplace occurrence in such desolation, however. Sun Jiao felt a deep revulsion towards this practice, for her sister had likely fallen victim to traffickers, sold to an unknown fate. If she had been sold to a factory, it would be bearable, but the thought of her being relegated to a brothel or a cannibalistic tribe, it was nothing short of a nightmare. And "oh no, you misunderstand," Jiang Chen hurriedly clarified. "We do not require slaves. What I need is technology." "Technology?" Sun Jiao paused, taken aback. "Precisely. Just like the laser gun in your hand and the computer on your arm? Although we possess these items, we lack the capability to produce them independently. Thus, we have decided to venture into this abandoned city in search of the technological remnants of the old order." "Those things?" Sun Jiao appeared momentarily stunned, then regarded Jiang Chen with a hint of skepticism. "Isn't it difficult to create such devices? Many people in Looting Town can assemble them." This was a misstep. Jiang Chen silently cursed, though his expression remained impassive. "I was merely offering an example. Our technology is relatively advanced in food production and logistics, but, general technology might be somewhat lacking, which is precisely why I have come here." He spoke the lie with an unflinching demeanor. Beginning to admire his own theatrical prowess, he had observed that although this world once boasted advanced technology, civilization had deteriorated following a nuclear war, subsequently plagued by a zombie virus. The fact that humanity as a whole had not been utterly annihilated is nothing short of a miracle that a single phrase encapsulates the current state of this wasteland, a medley of excellence and mediocrity. The coexistence of high-tech hover cars and traditional combustion engine vehicles on the streets serves as a testament to this disparity. "Suit yourself," Sun Jiao conceded, abandoning her line of questioning. She shifted her focus, gazing intently at Jiang Chen for a prolonged moment before speaking. Shall we discuss them? Why compensation? What would you like to use for payment? Jiang Chen inquired after a brief pause of contemplation. He was uncertain about the currency circulating in this world. Type batteries, food, or subcrystals would suffice, however. I personally lean towards food, Sun Jiao replied, her tongue lightly flicking over her red lips as she hesitated before. Recontinuing, by the way, do you still have any of those? Curry chicken canned goods? You've consumed them all, Jiang Chen sighed, feigning distress. He had never encountered batteries or subcrystals, making food the most suitable form of compensation. My apologies, Sun Jiao said, scratching her head awkwardly, but her fierce demeanor quickly returned. She stepped onto the armrest without hesitation, firmly asserting compensation, 10 cans per month, and make sure to provide meals. Agreed. Jiang Chen's unreserved demeanor unexpectedly instilled a sense of unnatural guilt in the fiercely approaching Sun Jiao. Although in this desolate wasteland, only the wood possess a conscience, it must be acknowledged that a semblance of it still lingers deep within the human soul. Ferocity merely serves as a protective facade. That I shall ensure your safety, Sun Jiao coughed, adding with a hint of guilt. What nonsense! If I perish, who will compensate you? Jiang Chen silently cursed, realizing that while this price was trivial for him, it still amounted to a considerable expense. Then, my beautiful bodyguard, might I request that you untie the ropes binding me? With the crisis finally averted, Jiang Chen exhaled in relief, as his limbs had begun to lose sensation for being restrained for so long. Sun Jiao skillfully retrieved a dagger from her waist and swiftly severed the coarse ropes that held Jiang Chen captive. As he gently moved his limbs, regaining their feeling, Jiang Chen cast a mildly reproachful glance at Sun Jiao before picking up his thoroughly ransacked backpack. Sun Jiao, slightly embarrassed, chuckled softly and whistled, dismissing the earlier incident from her mind. What comes next? Shall we depart from this place? Depart? Why would we? For now, this is our gathering point. Outside the window, the once vibrant metropolis, dominated by steel and concrete, has long since lost its former vitality. The streets that should have been bustling with life are now devoid of pedestrians, replaced instead by an endless swarm of the undead. Occasionally, nameless aberrations emerge, tearing into the lifeless corpses and emitting howls reminiscent of a lord's command. In the distance, faint gunfire echoes, and within this city steeped in death, familiar battles unfold each day, humans against monsters, humans against each other. Through the grimy, stained glass window, Jiang Chen beheld the specters of danger and death, and a ground strewn with gold. Chapter 2. The Quantum Leap Bracelet. The cosmos exists as a multitude of realities. The inconsequential flutter of a butterfly's wings in the Amazon rainforest could, conceivably, instigate a tornado in Texas a fortnight hence. Ergo, any minute alteration possesses the potential to amplify exponentially, culminating in an impact potent enough to reshape the trajectory of the future. Consequently, our perception of the future is inherently precarious, despite being cognizant that reality might prove disillusioning. He succumbed to inebriation that evening, his inaugural solitary indulgence in spirits to the point of oblivion since graduation. In the throes of venting his pent-up frustrations, he experienced a sensation akin to a forceful blow to the cranium, precipitating his lapse into unconsciousness. The enigmatic metallic object, upon impacting his wrist, seemingly integrated with his being, vanishing without a trace. Subsequently, he acquired an extraordinary ability, translocation. The revelation of this peculiar faculty, however, transpired several months later. Bizarre striations, resembling a wristwatch, encircled his right wrist. Even upon meticulous scrutiny, one could only deduce it to be an unusual form of tattooing. The conundrum lies in the fact that Jiang Chen had never undergone the procedure of tattooing. He remains uncertain as to why he was chosen. Yet he intuits that his opportunity to ascend to the zenith of his existence may have arrived. Jiang Chen harbors a premonition that the energy reservoir is susceptible to augmentation, including the storage dimension, which likely possesses further potential for expansion, albeit he has yet to ascertain the method of upgrading. As for the means of energizing the device, the method is straightforward. Simply insert your right-hand fingers into the electrical outlet. While crude, this approach proves remarkably effective. As for how Jiang Chen discovered this method, As previously mentioned, it was entirely due to an accidental electrocution. His initial transmigration occurred within a dilapidated dwelling, evident from the dust-laden bed and decaying wooden window frames. The abode had been devoid of visitors for an extended duration. After meticulously assessing his surroundings, Jiang Chen commenced exploring the decrepit residence. From the partially damaged radio with storage capabilities and the antiquated newspapers, Jiang Chen managed to glean some intelligence regarding this world. Here existed a parallel world akin to Earth, albeit with technology demonstrably more advanced than that of Jiang Chen's own. Skyscrapers abounded, yet a semblance of civilization was conspicuously absent. The streets teemed with zombies and aberrant creatures. And Jiang Chen, lacking any reliable weaponry, naturally dared not venture out with ease. The year was 2190, and the location remained the People's Republic of China's Wanghai City. However, this Wanghai City bore scant resemblance to the Wanghai City of Jiang Chen's origin. In 2150, global warming ensued, and various resources became critically strained due to excessive exploitation, precipitating an economic crisis. In 2164, the Polish political crisis ignited the tinderbox of Central Europe, and the Red regime commenced its westward advance. Consequently, global tensions escalated to an extreme state. Of note, in this parallel world, the dissolution of the Soviet Union did not transpire in 1991. Consequently, the global geopolitical landscape was partitioned into a tripolar world. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, led by the United States and its allies, the Eurasian Central Red Regime, CCCP, dominated by the Soviet Union, and the Pan-Asian Cooperative Organization, PCA, comprising the People's Republic of China and South Asian nations, alongside a number of peripheral countries maintaining neutrality. In 2171, tensions escalated in Central Europe as the Red regime declared war on the Blue regime, with each accusing the other of initiating hostilities, thus igniting the Third World War. In the same year, the South China Sea incident erupted, with naval warfare between China and Japan in the South China Sea, and NATO declaring war on the Pan-Asian Cooperative, inaugurating the Asian theater of conflict. Concurrently, Mongolia experienced a political crisis, and military clashes between the Red regime and the People's Republic of China compelled both nations to amass substantial military forces along their borders. By 2172, the Red regime detonated the first nuclear weapon in Paris, heralding the nuclear phase of the Third World War. In 2173, the modern conflict unexpectedly devolved into a stalemate. The entire world suffered the consequences of nuclear fallout, with the ecological environment enduring near-catastrophic and irreversible damage. Nuclear winter blanketed 80% of the Earth's landmass in ice and snow, ending global warming in a twist of cruel irony. Strife, famine, disease. This modern world war, in a mere 2 years, nearly exhausted the vitality of human civilization, resulting in economic devastation far surpassing the combined losses of the First and Second World Wars. Therefore, peace arrived without a decisive victor, as all parties recognized that further conflict would likely lead to universal annihilation. On New Year's Day of 2174, the peace treaty officially came into effect. The Biosphere Reconstruction Project was formally initiated, with all nations collectively funding the radiation cleansing initiative. By autumn of 2174, the International United Organization announced the failure of the Biosphere Reconstruction Project, as the developing purification radiation bacteria underwent uncontrollable mutations due to radiation exposure. Concurrently, an attack by unidentified armed forces caused the mutated bacteria to spread rampantly throughout the cities. Those infected by the mutated bacteria exhibited zombie-like characteristics, leading to a global biochemical crisis. Consequently, all institutions fell into paralysis, and societal order crumbled overnight. In 2176, the World United Organization launched 6 colonization ships towards the planet Captain B in the Centaurus constellation. These vessels carried the hopes of human civilization, embarking on a journey into space under the banner of siege ships in search of a new home. However, this endeavor had little relevance to the people still struggling on the ground. That same year, the World United Organization declared its dissolution. The information recorded in newspapers ceased in 2176, with the remaining details primarily gleaned from a yellowing diary. From the still-functioning electronic clock in a drawer, it can be concluded that the current date is June 2190. Coincidentally, the present world is also in June. In just 5 short years, humanity in this timeline has effectively buried its own civilization. Returning to the present, Jiang Chen rested for 2 days before purchasing a case of canned goods, a case of ham, and a case of instant noodles from a nearby supermarket. Out of caution, he prepared 3 days' worth of provisions, despite having no intention of spending the night in that perilous location. The diurnal attenuation of the zombie's strength greatly facilitated Jiang Chen's exploration of the area. He cautiously traversed the thoroughfare, circumventing areas teeming with the undead, until he located a villa. The towering perimeter wall and iron gate exuded a sense of security, while the withered vegetation within the courtyard evoked a desolate atmosphere. The relief carvings on the marble columns flanking the main entrance had been effaced by acid rain, indicative of the severe pollution afflicting this world. The stone architectural style, devoid of any futuristic elements, suggested that the villa's former occupant was an affluent individual with a penchant for the finer things in life. The rationale behind selecting this particular villa for exploration was self-evident. The abode of a wealthy person would invariably contain valuable possessions. However, instead of material wealth, Jiang Chen encountered a damsel on the verge of starvation. Perhaps his vigilance was compromised by her beauty, or perhaps Jiang Chen, hailing from a civilized society, did not contemplate the potential dangers. In any event, upon seeing the beautiful woman, whose breathing was barely perceptible, gaze at him imploringly, he generously retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his rucksack and tenderly offered it to her lips. Saving her life was paramount. Heh. Would she pledge herself to him in gratitude? Ahem. Subsequently, Jiang Chen produced a tin of curried chicken. Upon inhaling the aroma of the canned food, the woman continued to gaze at Jiang Chen with beseeching eyes, her orbs brimming with supplication. Gazed upon by such a captivating beauty, for the still innocent Jiang Chen, it was an ineffable pleasure both mentally and physically. Thus, with great enthusiasm, Jiang Chen retrieved a spoon and began to feed the alluring long-legged woman the delectable contents of the can, morsel by morsel. However, there was no further development. Instead, he found himself regretting his actions, wishing he could strike his own face in self-reproach. The lady's subsequent actions perfectly illustrated the tale of the farmer and the snake. After consuming a can of food and a few steamed buns, she drew a handgun from her waist without uttering a word, pressing it against Jiang Chen's forehead. As Jiang Chen stood there, utterly bewildered and unable to react, she expertly bound him to a chair and, utilizing materials readily available in the villa, produced what could only be described as a rather unconventional implement of pleasure. With fervor, she commenced her interrogation of Jiang Chen. At this moment, he began to comprehend the implications of carrying a backpack full of provisions while wandering the streets. Fortunately, he had encountered Miss Sun Jiao, who possessed at least a modicum of conscience. Had he encountered a cannibal or a slave trader, he feared he would have already been bound into a parcel, destined to be treated as mere sustenance or merchandise. He was unwilling to relinquish this valuable opportunity. Moreover, activating the traversal function required time. Should this deranged woman sense anything amiss, it was likely she would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Jiang Chen was reluctant to take such a risk, but thankfully he had now established a cooperative relationship with her. Say, he inquired, how do you intend to transport the supplies here? As Sun Jiao reinforced the villa's vulnerable defenses, she voiced her confusion. My associate is resourceful. You need not concern yourself with that matter, Jiang Chen dissembled. The villa indeed contained a considerable sum of currency. However, the banknotes of this world differed markedly from those of Jiang Chen's original reality. Jiang Chen had considered seeking out valuable commodities such as gold, but the villa's proprietor had evidently not stored such precious items on the premises. The murals adorning the walls might have possessed considerable worth, but the esteemed artists were likely non-existent in Jiang Chen's world. Consequently, converting these artistic creations into currency was unfeasible. Jiang Chen manifested a pronounced interest in the villa's advanced domestic amenities. Nevertheless, upon discovering that the holographic televisions and automated cooking appliances were inoperable, Sun Jiao succinctly elucidated the reason. Those devices. Subsequent to the nuclear detonation, the majority of electronic equipment became defunct. Nonetheless, disassembling the critical components and repurposing them as spare parts could yield a modicum of valuable resources at various survivor enclaves. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen sighed, reluctantly abandoning his aspiration to transport these devices to the modern era for sale. However, given their prior existence, it implied that individuals were capable of recreating them. Jiang Chen surmised that, in exchange for sustenance, numerous eminent individuals in this world would eagerly vie for the opportunity to work for him. After all, in this post-apocalyptic epoch, Such extravagant civilian technologies were exceedingly undervalued. A frail technician, unless possessing expertise in the creation of armaments or other advanced technologies, is often relegated to eking out a meager existence in the slums. Sun Jiao was uncertain as to what aspects of the villa had captivated Jiang Chen's interest, but as her employer had tasked her with a job, she would not demur. To be frank, fortifying this structure is rather pointless. So long as one avoids creating excessive commotion, those witless zombies are unlikely to find their way inside. There are no formidable mutated creatures in this vicinity, so your efforts are purely. Very well, boss. Sun Jiao rolled her eyes, driving the final nail into the plank. In truth, she wished to retort. No one in their right mind would bother entering such an obviously ransacked building. As for her reasons for being here, that remained her secret. Do you have a map of the area? Jiang Chen, lounging on the somewhat mildewed sofa with his legs crossed, felt no remorse in assigning this beautiful woman manual labor. She had nearly subjected him to a session of carnal interrogation earlier, and the sensation of being held at gunpoint was far from pleasant. Sun Jiao was evidently quite adept at this type of work, swiftly reinforcing the ground floor of the villa entirely. The materials for the modifications were, of course, all locally sourced. Do you have an e-pad? I can transmit it to you directly. An e-pad? Jiang Chen paused, perplexed. Yes, this thing. Sun Jiao tapped the wrist-mounted computer strap to her arm, a wry grin spreading across her lips as if she had heard a rather amusing jest. Surely you have one, don't you? I can purchase one. Jiang Chen offered a sheepish grin, scratching the bridge of his nose, feeling like a troglodyte in the presence of this young woman. It's quite astonishing. Venturing into the city without an EP. Aren't you concerned about exceeding the permissible radiation levels? Sun Jiao sighed, retrieving an object resembling an oversized digital watch from her portable rucksack and tossing it to Jiang Chen. Try this on. It seems to fit rather well. Where did you procure this? Jiang Chen inquired, marveling at the technological sophistication of this world as he fiddled with the device. This so-called EP was remarkably lightweight and unobtrusive when worn on the wrist. The pale yellow screen displayed Jiang Chen's various physiological metrics, suggesting it was a health monitoring apparatus. I salvaged it from the remains of an unfortunate soul. Sun Jiao's lips curled into a grin, a smile that, despite its apparent radiance, sent a shiver down Jiang Chen's spine. Username: Jiang Chen. Physical condition: muscle strength, 12 bone density, 10 reflexes, 11 brain cell activity, 14. Radiation level: 11. Safe. Abnormal condition: none. Upon noticing the radiation level, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Jiang Chen's forehead. He had almost forgotten that this world was saturated with radiation, and prolonged exposure would inevitably lead to his demise. He was uncertain what a radiation level of 11 signified, but he knew that prior to his arrival in this infernal place, he had never been exposed to radiation. Oh, none of your abilities exceed 20. Tell me, are you truly a man? Sun Jiao cast a mischievous glance towards Jiang Chen's nether regions. Would you care to give it a try? Jiang Chen said fiercely. I am standing right here. Why don't you come and try? Sun Jiao, exuding an air of authority, boldly placed a boot on the armrest of the sofa. Her gaze filled with provocation as she looked at Jiang Chen. How can one endure this? At that moment, if not now, then when? Jiang Chen decisively chose to concede. It was a jest, regardless of whether he could contend with this savage. Even if he could, which was improbable, he would still have to be wary of this woman potentially inflicting harm upon him. Jiang Chen was convinced that Sun Jiao was indeed capable of such an act. For some unknown reason, he suddenly thought of a woman, the one who had dismissed him, the one who had nearly stripped him of his livelihood, the one who had almost rendered him unable to survive in Wahai City, the woman who perpetually wore a disdainful expression. What's the matter, my little boss? Why have you suddenly fallen silent? Sun Jiao emphasized the word little, her gaze playfully scrutinizing Jiang Chen's eyes. It's nothing, just reminiscing about the past. Sun Jiao momentarily paused, and that seemingly casual tone sent a shiver down her spine. Although she did not believe that this man, whose combat abilities barely registered above 20, posed any real threat to her, her instincts honed from years of flirting with danger seldom misled her. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Sun Jiao wisely chose to remain silent. There was no need to offend a source of free meals. Being able to eat her fill every day was something Miss Sun Jiao had never contemplated before. The flavor of the curry chicken nuggets was simply exquisite. It was her first revelation of such delectable cuisine existing in this world. In this desolate wasteland, even a meager piece of bread is a luxury. Indeed, most subsist on nutrient paste, a substance that neither satisfies nor starves. Furthermore, this somewhat naive proprietor seems to be a benevolent soul. However, let there be no misunderstanding, the term benevolent is pejorative in this world. Yet, inexplicably, despite this understanding, she prefers the company of this incorrigible do-gooder to the typical inhabitants of the wasteland. At least, she need not awaken to find herself trussed up like a fowl. Reflecting on this, Sun Jiao's parched lips curved into a subtle smile. Must you smile so eerily? For reasons unknown, Sun Jiao's smile, though beautiful, sent a shiver down Jiang Chen's spine. Is that so? I didn't realize my smile was so charming. Chapter 3. My need for gold. I require the gold that resides there. This world teems with treasures. Even the commonplace civilian technology would likely surpass the devices still confined to laboratories in my own time. However, directly selling these advanced technological products in my world is untenable. Thus, the only recourse lies in gold, a commodity of high value and easy liquidation. Jiang Chen surmised that, in this anarchic post-apocalyptic world, gold would be rendered worthless. In a world where sustenance is scarce, no one would exchange their rations for mere glittering trinkets. Evidently, his conjecture was accurate. Although Sun Jiao was eager to ascertain the utility of the gold, Jiang Chen evidently harbored no intention of divulging such information, and thus she relinquished her inquiry. An amusing incident transpired in the forenoon. Upon awakening, when Jiang Chen proffered a loaf of bread to Sun Jiao, she swiftly seized it, fixing Jiang Chen with a wary gaze. Speak your intentions, she demanded. What's the catch? Sustenance. Sun Jiao was initially uncomprehending, but after a moment's reflection, she recalled the remuneration agreed upon the previous day. Breakfast. 3 meals a day, though you will likely have to forage for your midday meal. I shall procure a tin for you. Although the woman had ransacked his rucksack, he still possessed some provisions in his storage space, with sufficient energy to extract a tin or two. Grasping the tin, Sun Jiao's eyes flickered to the side, betraying a hint of unease. In truth, she had even contemplated plundering him entirely and holding him hostage, with the intent of bartering him for sustenance from his associates. Though the notion was fleeting, its mere existence engendered a profound sense of guilt. Breakfast. What manner of thing is that? Sun Jiao mumbled through the bread, her enunciation somewhat muddled. Her manners were undeniably uncouth, yet witnessing the comely woman devour her meal with such gusto possessed a certain peculiar charm. Neglecting breakfast can predispose one to gastric ailments, Jiang Chen remarked under his breath, momentarily forgetting that this was the apocalypse, an era in which most individuals subsisted on a precarious, meal-to-meal basis. Ahem, in any case, consuming something in the morning will invigorate you. Pardon me? Jiang Chen inquired, as her voice was barely audible. It was nothing, Sun Jiao responded, having polished off the bread. She wistfully licked her crimson lips, speckled with crumbs. She glanced at her hand, lightly soiled with grease, and for some inexplicable reason, she restrained the urge to lick her fingers. In all her years, she was experiencing this peculiar sensation of self-consciousness for the first time. How to articulate it? An aversion to being seen in an unrefined manner by a certain someone? Yet, even that didn't quite capture the essence of it. I will endeavor to locate the gold within the bank vault. However, the transportation of said gold may prove more arduous than its discovery. Indeed, this desolate metropolis was replete with abandoned vehicles. Alas, the electromagnetic pulse, a consequence of the aerial nuclear detonation, had rendered most electronic devices inoperable. Technological advancement had, paradoxically, become an impediment to the survivors' existence. The vehicles strewn across the streets were invariably products of advanced engineering, even those with internal combustion engines, which were typically outfitted with sophisticated components. It was precisely this technological complexity that had rendered them utterly useless. Barring the intervention of a skilled technician, the prospect of finding a functional vehicle in this wasteland was akin to chasing a chimera. Yes, I am quite aware, Sun Jiao interjected, waving her hand dismissively. She conducted a final inspection of her equipment. The nights in Wanghai were fraught with peril, teeming with zombies, who exhibited a marked increase in cunning after nightfall. By the way, might I have a look at your EP status? Just as Sun Jiao was about to depart, Jiang Chen inquired. His curiosity piqued as to the extraordinary attributes of the woman who had subdued him with a single move. Sun Jiao paused, then readily brandished her EP, leaving Jiang Chen in stunned silence. User, Sun Jiao muscle strength, 44, bone density, 61, reflexes, 40, cerebral activity, 13, notes, grade C tissue regeneration vaccine, T-virus vaccine. Regardless, Jiang Chen could scarcely fathom that the power emanating from those slender arms was more than triple his own. Was this still within the realm of humanity? The temporal flow between the two worlds was synchronous, with no disparity in the rate of passage, affording Jiang Chen ample time. Surreptitiously, he pried open an electrical box in a neighboring residential complex and, fraught with guilt, used a knife to score the insulation of the power distribution cables. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply and grasped the wire with his right hand. A surge of electricity crackled and sparked, rapidly replenishing the energy reservoir in his wrist. In consequence, the entire building was plunged into darkness. An irate bellow resounded from above. "Son of a gun, you doggone electric company. Why the heck is there a power outage again? My ranked match, damn it. Appa, why the power outage?" Numerous residents flung open their windows, peering at the adjacent apartment building, leaving the cover ajar. Jiang Chen slunk away in disgrace. Opting for this particular residential complex for charging was a deliberate choice, predicated on the absence of surveillance cameras in this antiquated neighborhood. Alas, devising a prompt solution to the charging predicament is imperative. Enlisting someone to modify the electrical circuitry? Such a proposition would be difficult to elucidate, given the substantial energy consumption. Should an official inquiry be initiated, complications would inevitably ensue. Relocating to a different abode? Alternatively, securing a commercial warehouse capable of accommodating high-wattage current output? Confound it all. If only an alternative energy source could supplant electricity. To facilitate the precise measurement of remaining energy, Jiang Chen employed a ruler, meticulously marking minute gradations alongside the energy reservoir with an oil-based pen. While humming a Johnny tune and indulging in reveries of future felicity, Jiang Chen methodically packed provisions into his rucksack. Concurrently, he procured several cases of canned goods, instant noodles, and bread from online retailers. Despite the dwindling balance in his account, Jiang Chen remained undeterred, for he was acutely aware that the modest sum he was presently expending would soon pale in comparison to the astronomical figures adorning his future accounts. The entire gold reserve of a bank vault. Such an immense windfall. Even though this fortune had yet to materialize, instantaneous enrichment, verily. Only this term could adequately encapsulate his current sentiment. Igniting a cigarette and inserting his fingers into the electrical outlet, Jiang Chen patiently awaited the replenishment of his energy reserves. After all, with a mere 10 kilowatt-hours required, pilfering electricity from external sources would prove imprudent. Such an act would be both detrimental and perilous. To while away the time, Jiang Chen commenced tinkering with the wrist-mounted computer affixed to his left arm. The radiation levels, however, continued to elicit a modicum of concern in Jiang Chen. He was not keen on suffering from any ailments due to radiation exposure. Gently, he clicked on the help option regarding radiation levels, and, after a careful perusal, a wave of joy surged within him. When the radiation level reaches the threshold of 50, it may adversely affect the user's health. It is earnestly advised to store a certain amount of iodine in the EP to manage the user's internal radiation levels. Swallowing hard, he pressed the button to extract iodine, and a slender syringe sprang forth from the side of the EP. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved some iodine tincture from the coffee table and cautiously inserted the syringe into the tincture. The color of the iodine began to gradually lighten until it turned clear. Watching the steadily filling iodine progress bar and the slowly decreasing radiation level, a wave of exhilaration washed over Jiang Chen. The issue that had troubled him was so effortlessly resolved. This meant that purchasing some iodine tablets from the pharmacy would suffice to address the radiation concerns. After recharging, Jiang Chen stretched languidly and then proceeded to the kitchen, retrieving ingredients from the refrigerator to prepare a fragrant dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried bell peppers with pork. Once he set the meal on the dining table, he also took out a can of beer from the fridge. As he quietly savored this simple yet delightful lunch, a sip of icy beer prompted a contemplative sigh. This meal, in a post-apocalyptic context, could perhaps be exchanged for countless pounds of gold, or even tons. After all, in that chaotic world, gold held no more value than mere stones. As Sun Jiao savored that frigid canned food, her countenance radiating unparalleled bliss and contentment, Jiang Chen had already surmised the immense value of sustenance in that world. Jiang Chen even believed that were he to produce a can in that so-called looting town, countless women of considerable allure would willingly share his bed. After conveying the final grain of rice to his mouth, Jiang Chen meticulously masticated, his thoughts drifting into the distance. If, in the not-so-distant future, a third world war were to erupt in this world, and everything that transpired in the apocalypse were to replay here, Jiang Chen shuddered, hesitant to dwell further on the matter. Haha, why am I pondering such absurdities? I should focus on my own well-being first. Jiang Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly and shook his head, tossing the empty beer can into the trash bin. First, I need to acquire a villa and a car as well. A girlfriend? With wealth, is there any need to fret over that? Jiang Chen washed the dishes, placed them neatly, and then proceeded to the living room, hoisting his heavy backpack. Time travel, hold on. As if recalling something, Jiang Chen hesitated, halting his impending journey. Time travel commencing. Chapter 4. Bank gold bars. The instant his feet touched the dust-laden, exquisite wooden floor, it was but a fleeting moment for Jiang Chen. Inspecting the energy bar on his wrist, Jiang Chen was taken aback. This time, the journey had only consumed 40 of his energy. Does the capacity of the energy bar increase with each charge? Jiang Chen shook his head. This was undoubtedly good news. But his knowledge was certainly insufficient to elucidate such a phenomenon. Let's just accept it as it is. Seated serenely on the plush sofa, Jiang Chen luxuriated in the opulence that was scarce in this world, igniting a cigarette as he awaited the passage of time. Through the dilapidated wooden window, he discerned the silhouette of Sun Jiao approaching from the street. After confirming her identity with a pair of binoculars, Jiang Chen arose and descended the stairs to open the villa door, ushering Sun Jiao inside. The gold you requested, Sun Jiao said, tossing him a bag. Jiang Chen's hands felt a slight heaviness as he caught it, and he was inwardly delighted. The weight was considerable, likely several kilograms. Yet, this woman had casually tossed the gold as if it were a mere paper ball, a testament to her formidable strength. Jiang Chen glanced at her arms, noting the slender contours that barely hinted at muscularity. It nearly exhausted me, Sun Jiao said. The bank lobby was teeming with zombies. I nearly depleted 2 batteries worth of ammunition to clear those repulsive creatures. The vault was sealed with thick steel, and I couldn't breach it. These gold bars were recovered from a room marked VIP. Sun Jiao wiped the perspiration from her brow and casually discarded her backpack. Despite the seemingly modest quantity of gold, it weighed several kilograms, and coupled with her weaponry and supplies, Sun Jiao had traversed a considerable distance burdened with approximately 20 kilograms. The bank was quite a distance from here. Here, Jiang Chen said, tossing her a cola. What's this? Sun Jiao said, catching the cola and staring at it in surprise. I noticed you have a predilection for it, Jiang Chen said, a smile spreading across his face as he felt a tinge of embarrassment at being watched by the beautiful woman. Her lips subtly pursed, yet Sun Jiao remained silent, pausing only briefly before reverting to her characteristically bold demeanor, cracking open a can of soda and taking a hearty swig. Glug, glug. Refreshing. This infernal weather, tasking me with hauling gold outside, is simply sweltering. It's still chilled? Sun Jiao cast a dubious glance at Jiang Chen. The refrigerator in the kitchen remained functional. The villa's solar power system surprisingly intact. Jiang Chen hadn't been mendacious about that detail, although most appliances had been ravaged by the EMP. The solar array atop the villa had miraculously survived. The refrigerator, too, was operational. Perhaps the residence had once been inhabited, and some of the more useful appliances had been repaired. However, judging by the thickness of the dust on the floor, that had been ages ago. Never mind. I suppose you wouldn't divulge where you procured it anyway, Sun Jiao conceded with a dismissive wave, tossing the empty can carelessly onto the ground. So what's the next step? To breach the vault and transport the gold here will likely require the assistance of professionals. At the very least, we'll need potent explosives or a skilled hacker to decipher the electronic locks. Where might we procure such assets? The matter of explosives was problematic. Procuring sustenance was facile enough in this harmonious society, but acquiring such contraband was virtually impossible, especially considering Jiang Chen's current status as a mere ordinary citizen. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chen inquired. Numerous survivor bases exist, such as Luding Town, where Sun Jiao displayed a nostalgic expression, her gaze drifting towards the window, which revealed a rather intriguing locale amidst this desolate wasteland. Is it far from here? Not excessively so, yet somewhat costly. Sun Jiao narrowed her beautiful eyes. Aside from the property owners, the locals, and the laborers stripped of their freedom, visitors must pay 1 energy unit of yajing to gain entry, or an equivalent value. 1 yajing? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows in confusion. Indeed, this substance. Sun Jiao casually extracted a dark green crystal from her pocket, which contained approximately 37 units of yajing, detectable via e-paid. This substance is quite elusive. Only formidable mutated creatures condense such biological crystals at the base of their skulls. If possible, I sincerely wish to avoid encountering those beings. Creatures that instill fear even in this individual? The mere thought sent a chill through Jiang Chen. Upon receiving the dark crystal, a faint sensation of energy tugged at his right hand. Jiang Chen was astounded. This substance could actually recharge his wristband. However, he maintained an indifferent facade, merely toying with the yajing in his hand before returning it to Sun Jiao. What might one yajing procure? Perhaps 1/10 of a tin of meat, or half a tin of inferior quality, 10 nutritional supplements, 1 C-type battery, or 3 energy weapon magazines. The possibilities are abundant. This energy substance is often utilized as currency in numerous survivor bases. One could even find a woman to spend the night with in looting town. Sun Jiao cast a teasing glance at Jiang Chen, relishing the inexplicable thrill of provoking this diminutive man. Ahem. How about I trade you 4 cans for 37 points of crystal? Oh. Jiang Chen shrugged nonchalantly, his indifference to the trifling 3 points of crystal evident. Although 10 points of crystal indeed equated to 1 can, the nature of the can was of utmost importance. Most cans in looting town contained the flesh of mutated fish, many laced with sand. Yet, this was the best of circumstances. One must be aware that some cans might even contain human flesh. The sense of helplessness and numbness imbued in her words left Jiang Chen breathless. He swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. Curry chicken, braised beef. These delicacies, I have savored for the very first time, Sun Jiao continued, her eyes lingering meaningfully on Jiang Chen before she averted her gaze. In the wasteland, itinerant merchants typically transported goods using mutated cattle. I was fortunate enough to have dined once on mutated beef. The dry texture alone had satisfied me immensely. I believe you, Jiang Chen murmured softly. A sudden wave of fear washed over him. In Sun Jiao's eyes, he was nothing more than a mere trifle. Should she covet his wealth, she could effortlessly dispose of him in an instant. At this moment, he comprehended that he had grossly underestimated the complexities of this world. Yet, perhaps it was greed. Or perhaps an inexplicable arrogance that clouded his judgment. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Jiang Chen ultimately calmed himself, suppressing the urge to flee deep within his heart. He maintained a composed expression, striving to appear less fearful. Trust? Miss Sun Jiao scoffed, yet the fleeting glimmer of indescribable emotion nestled beneath her brow could not be concealed. Alas, such a distant concept had long vanished amidst the desolation of hunger and death, although Jiang Chen dared to utter this enchanting word. Sun Jiao's facial muscles merely reacted with instinctive disdain. With a sigh, she turned toward the kitchen. Your naivety has truly reached a perplexing level, yet I do not despise it. Upon hearing Sun Jiao's words, Jiang Chen gradually exhaled, easing the tension that had coiled tightly within him. Perhaps he had wagered correctly. Sun Jiao did not harbor ulterior motives against him. Otherwise, she had ample opportunities to eliminate him and no reason to prolong the situation until now. The heavy burden weighing on Jiang Chen's heart had finally been lifted. Since you are my employer, apart from ensuring your safety, I believe it is also my duty to protect you from those with ulterior motives. How shall I put it? If anyone covets your possessions, it poses a dilemma for me as well. In the future, when engaging in transactions, it would be prudent to involve me. Could it be a hint of tsundere? Do not regard me with such eyes. I was deeply moved. Clearing her throat, Sun Jiao averted Jiang Chen's gaze, hastily retreating into the kitchen. Shortly after, a startled shriek echoed. Ah, how? How is it possible? The refrigerator. Pretexts, beliefs, and even the majority of Jiang Chen's phrasing were fabricated, solely to circumvent unnecessary complications and perils. Yet, the momentary sentiment of being touched was genuine. In that fleeting instance, Jiang Chen unexpectedly discerned that this audacious woman was not entirely disagreeable, rather, somewhat endearing. Cease consuming canned goods. Tonight, we shall dine on fresh produce. In celebration of the inauguration of my premier employee, as if to vent the elation within his heart, Jiang Chen erupted in hearty laughter and dashed into the kitchen. Sun Jiao, transfixed before the refrigerator, even forgot to retort to labels such as employee, merely staring blankly at the tomatoes and eggs within the refrigerator. You. Sun Jiao stiffly turned her head, uttering in a listless tone, trembling. Refrain from inquiry for the moment. I am aware that you harbor numerous uncertainties. We shall deliberate on this matter during supper, for now. Are you adept at slicing tomatoes? Leaving the stupefied Sun Jiao in her place, Jiang Chen, wearing a triumphant smile, approached the refrigerator, extracting several tomatoes and eggs. This evening, we shall feast on scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Chapter 5. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The rationale behind opting for scrambled eggs with tomatoes lay solely in Jiang Chen's culinary limitations. The only dish he could confidently prepare was this constantly made dish. Having acquired wealth, perhaps it was time to consider hiring a maid? Yet, Jiang Chen subtly shook his head, recognizing that the secrets he harbored were too shocking for the mundane world. Engaging a maid to care for him would indeed be rather inconvenient. Perhaps seeking a girlfriend would be a more prudent choice. The mere thought of the several kilograms of gold bars casually discarded in the living room brought a proud smile to Jiang Chen's face. Sun Jiao, feigning a belly full of questions, awkwardly sliced the tomatoes, her gaze fixed on the enticing red juice that wafted an alluring aroma. She had lost count of how many times she had swallowed in anticipation. Since Jiang Chen had promised to reveal everything at the dining table, there was no need to rush. Sun Jiao continued to slice the tomatoes, subconsciously stealing glances at Jiang Chen, who was whisking eggs nearby. That faint, elusive smile of happiness on his face inexplicably stirred a flutter of unease within her. Oh! Jiang Chen's voice startled Sun Jiao, causing her to hastily divert her gaze. Upon realizing her unusual behavior, a surge of anger and shame welled up within her. Yet, beneath this anger and embarrassment, there lingered a hint of happiness. Happiness? Such a distant concept. It seemed to hark back to the days spent in the shelter. Sun Jiao vaguely recalled her early childhood when the doors of the shelter had yet to be unlocked. In retrospect, it was akin to paradise. Indeed, compared to the harsh wasteland, Shelter 071 was nothing short of heaven. At that time, both her parents were alive, and she had a delightful younger sister, merely a year her junior. After the threshold for reaching the sanctuary was crossed, they together witnessed the first beam of sunlight piercing through the cold steel door. Then, they became separated. It was later that she learned of numerous mercenary groups that specifically targeted those poorly defended, recently opened shelters. They exploited the remnants of conscience in the hearts of those emerging from the shelters to plunder their survival resources and abduct their inhabitants. It was amidst that chaos that she lost her loved ones. From that moment on, she relinquished all remnants of kindness within her heart, transforming into a competent survivor of the wasteland. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, at this moment, her frozen heart began to thaw ever so slightly. Home. In a moment of disorientation, Sun Jiao found herself experiencing such an illusion. Upon realizing her thoughts, she felt an inexplicable warmth creeping onto her cheeks. These past 2 days have perhaps been the most emotionally charged of my years, Sun Jiao chuckled wryly, shaking her head as she placed the tomatoes, sliced as per Jiang Chen's request, into a bowl. To quell the restless emotions, a simple deep breath would suffice. However, the poignant feelings that touched the softest corners of her heart were undeniable and could not be buried. Perhaps Sun Jiao herself had not fully realized that the man beside her, cracking eggs, had begun to occupy an extraordinary place in her heart. Observing Sun Jiao devouring her meal with such enthusiasm, a smile involuntarily crept onto Jiang Chen's face. It was the first time he had witnessed someone so creatively relish scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I know you have many questions in your heart, such as why I possess so much food. Jiang Chen set down his bowl and chopsticks, gazing quietly at Sun Jiao. I cannot quite articulate this feeling, he remarked. Gradually, Sun Jiao ceased her eating, placing her chopsticks aside, her eyes filled with a dreamy gaze as she looked at Jiang Chen. You evoke in me a sensation akin to that of someone who has stepped out from a fairy tale. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Fairy tale? He echoed. In the context of the pre-war literature we encountered in the shelter, we referred to such tales as fairy tales. Sun Jiao sighed, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. Everyone seems to lead a blissful existence, surrounded by family, friends, and even lovers. Yet, one cannot help but perceive it all as a fairy tale, can they? After all, the first time I ever felt the warmth of sunlight was at the tender age of 7. In our place, when one felt weary, a refreshing drink would suffice. With that, Sun Jiao seized a beer, tilting her head back to take a hearty gulp, a satisfied sound escaping her throat. Burp. This lacks the delightful sweetness of cola. Yet it serves as a fine outlet for one's frustrations. Overall, it is quite a splendid thing. Jiang Chen too indulged in a generous swig of beer. How long had it been since he drowned his sorrows in alcohol? It felt as though it had begun right after graduation. Arriving alone in an unfamiliar city, entering a foreign company, and enduring the pressures of work alongside the burdens of life, only to face dismissal now. He had dreamt countless dreams within the ivory tower, all of which had been ruthlessly shattered by the harshness of reality. To be candid, the moment he received the notice of his dismissal, A profound sadness enveloped him. At least, in this apocalyptic world, there was someone to share a drink with. Perhaps this world was not entirely bleak. After conversing for a while, the two forged a deep friendship, their hands intertwining. Chapter 6. The meat mountain. The gray concrete road was riddled with cracks, while nameless plants stubbornly thrived in the crevices, bathed in the unhealthy hue of sunlight. The surrounding buildings were devoid of intact windows. The glass had long since shattered in the wake of a nuclear explosion. Abandoned cars littered the streets, and through the cracked yet unbroken windows, it appeared that the glass used for the vehicles was of slightly superior quality compared to that of the building windows. Occasionally, one could glimpse streamlined iron boxes along the street. According to Sun Jiao, these were the descent devices employed by NATO's airborne troops. However, when the history of the city's invasion was mentioned, Sun Jiao displayed little emotional response. Perhaps this was due to her being born in a shelter, leaving her with scant concept of what a nation truly represented. Nevertheless, when the subject of the past wars arose, her face betrayed an unmistakable disdain. In her view, both sides of the conflict were utterly foolish. Is it going to rain? Jiang Chen looked up at the sky, where thick clouds loomed in dense formations. It seemed that the sunlight only appeared unnatural after filtering through these clouds. The light bore a stifling yellow-green tinge, leaving one to ponder how these plants managed to flourish. Those were not mere clouds, they were radioactive dust. Sun Jiao couldn't help but find it amusing. Jiang Chen resembled her when she first emerged from Shelter 071. Though it was an act of ignorance, one could easily imagine the terror that radiation represented to those dwelling in a harmonious society. However, Sun Jiao appeared rather unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the metaphorical sword of Damocles that hung above her. Despite having experienced a night of fervor, she displayed not a hint of discomfort. Whereas Jiang Chen found his calves somewhat weakened. This was not to imply that Jiang Chen was lacking. Rather, no matter how robust his stamina, as a modern individual accustomed to a life of comfort, he could hardly surpass the physical prowess of a seasoned warrior accustomed to traversing desolate wastelands. The terrifying metrics of her muscular strength were beyond his imagination. It was difficult for him to fathom that this woman, who appeared devoid of pronounced muscle definition, could possess greater strength than he, a man who at least bore some semblance of muscle. Their excursion had been entirely Sun Jiao's initiative. Since you've offered to assist me, you must acquire some knowledge of combat. Tomorrow, accompany me. At the very least, you must learn to shoot and defend yourself. Actually, I believe I could serve as logistical support or something of the sort. Enough of that. Tomorrow we are heading to the survivor camp in Sector 6. You haven't even received your infection vaccine. It's far too perilous. That is something you must attend to yourself. Thus, Jiang Chen reluctantly accepted the rifle that Sun Jiao tossed to him and set off alongside her. Throughout their journey, they engaged in sporadic conversation, yet for some inexplicable reason, Sun Jiao refrained from inquiring further about the secrets Jiang Chen harbored. Since she did not ask, Jiang Chen naturally chose not to volunteer any information. However, he could discern that her silence did not stem from a lack of curiosity, but rather from an inexplicable trust. The unspoken words, "You will one day confide in me," I can already perceive. For that very reason, Jiang Chen refrained from inquiring about the task Sun Jiao alluded to. Ahead lies a zombie-infested zone, the most conducive environment for honing marksmanship. Familiarize yourself with the weapon, but refrain from indiscriminate firing, Sun Jiao instructed, producing a streamlined rifle from her back. Meeting Jiang Chen's inquisitive gaze, she elucidated with a smile. This is the SK-10 Sirius, a medium short-range laser rifle. Laser weaponry is the optimal choice for dispatching creatures like zombies, owing to its low acoustic signature and high precision. However, for the sake of familiarizing yourself with shooting, it's advisable to commence with kinetic weaponry. Pointing to the rifle Jiang Chen held, Sun Jiao continued. This is the PK-200 assault rifle, chambered in 7.62 mm. While its accuracy may not rival that of laser weapons, its superior power and reliability are unmatched. You could even bludgeon someone with the stock without necessitating repairs. The safety is located above the grip on the right side. Ensure it remains engaged when not in use. The streamlined, compact frame of the rifle exuded a futuristic aura. On the grip, Jiang Chen noticed a small insignia, PAC, Pan-Asian Cooperative Organization. They proceeded down the deserted street in single file. The occasional rat, as tall as a person, scurrying along the roadside startled him at first, but he soon grew accustomed to the sight. These aberrant organisms were ubiquitous. Jiang Chen even observed a cockroach the size of a wolfhound brandishing its meter-long antennae before darting into the shadows of the street. The dense cilia were truly nauseating. Not all creatures were aggressive. Rats, for instance, though massive, physiologically retained their fear of humans. Cockroaches, despite their repulsive appearance, would not actively attack living beings due to their dietary habits. As they neared the street entrance, Sun Jiao gradually raised her weapon, maintaining vigilance. Zombies ceased activity during the day, as the mutated fungal species attached to their hindbrains required a stable environment for photosynthesis. Astonishing, isn't it? This was the reason these zombies had not starved to death over the years. Rumor had it that some zombies in the urban area had even evolved asexual reproduction capabilities. Sun Jiao chuckled mirthlessly, maintaining her vigilant stance, and continued, "We need to be wary of carnivorous creatures. They typically feed on zombies or other lower-level mutated organisms, but they will certainly not be picky if they encounter humans. Also, if someone aims at your head, do not hesitate. Open fire immediately." Sun Jiao's resolute tone sent a chill down Jiang Chen's spine. Astonished by the cruelty of this wasteland, Jiang Chen also marveled at how the city had evolved into a complex and peculiar ecosystem. Nature was indeed a wondrous entity, regardless of what you gave it. It could make it stable and allow the fittest to survive in a logical manner. Beneath the towering edifices, the essence of civilization has vanished, leaving only savagery in its wake. Although holding the fruits of technological advancement, Jiang Chen finds himself devoid of any sense of security. "Hush!" Sun Jiao suddenly halted, raising her right fist to signal Jiang Chen to cease his advance. "Do not point the gun at me, you fool. Keep your attention on what lies behind us," she whispered, casting a furtive reprimand in his direction. Jiang Chen managed a wry smile, inhaling deeply before disengaging the safety and aiming his weapon toward the tranquil street behind them. Something feels amiss. The mutated creatures nearby have vanished. They must have sensed the approach of their nemesis. Sun Jiao's voice took on a hint of anxiety, causing Jiang Chen's heart, which had only just begun to steady, to race once more. A nemesis? Perhaps a carnivorous predator. Let us hope it is not the Death Claw. Though oblivious to the meaning of Sun Jiao's words, Jiang Chen gleaned an unsettling foreboding from her tone. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from the far end of the street, accompanied by a cacophony of violent gunfire echoing through the air. "Combat is occurring ahead. Follow me," Sun Jiao commanded, undeterred by the distant commotion as she moved toward the battlefield, rifle in hand. "I implore you, are you heading in the wrong direction?" The grotesque and menacing visage of a creature contorted, saliva cascading from its maw like rain, while it brandished a severed streetlight, its corpulent form nearly bursting with excess. "Maintain fire. Hurl the explosives. Quickly. Ammunition. I require ammunition. Ah, my hand." The roaring car door severed the arm of an unfortunate soul, forcefully embedding it into the wall behind. The beast unleashed its might, roaring as it advanced towards the human defenses. Soldiers, clad in a hodgepodge of equipment, unleashed a torrent of firepower upon the creature, striving to subdue the rampaging mass of flesh. A few soldiers, heads down, swiftly dashed through the barrage of their comrades' gunfire, dodging the debris hurled by the monster, desperately tossing explosives at the grotesque mound of flesh. It was indeed a mountain of meat. Turning the corner, shock was etched on Sun Jiao's face. How could this monstrosity appear here? Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's expression was even more spectacular, his mouth agape, utterly entranced in a stupor. "What in the world is this? A butcher from the mountains? But it's far too colossal." The meat mountain surged forward, impervious to the hail of bullets, and the soldier's situation appeared dire. Although the overwhelming barrage had some effect on the mountain, it was far from sufficient to halt its advance. The thick layers of fat, akin to gelatin, ensnared the bullets that penetrated its surface, rendering the kinetic weaponry of the soldiers almost futile. While the leader of the group decisively commanded some to approach and hurl explosives at the meat mountain, the protective properties of its substantial fat clearly extended beyond mere bullet resistance. Yet, despite the attacks yielding no tangible results, they were not entirely in vain. At the very least, the relentless barrage of firepower kept the meat mountain at bay, preventing it from advancing a single step towards the human position. Just then, a piercing sound sliced through the air above the human line, as shells, trailing yellow tracer fire, thunderously soared towards the mountain of flesh. The projectile, regrettably, failed to find its mark on the Roshan, merely glancing past its corpulent visage before detonating against the edifice behind it. The resulting explosion was cataclysmic, pulverizing the reinforced concrete and leaving behind a gaping cavity. As though cognizant of the peril, the Roshan's blubber quivered violently, its power escalating into a frenzied state. Its maw agape as if to unleash another furious bellow. Yet, the roar never materialized. Another shell traversed the battlefield, and with the trajectory corrected by the initial tracer round. This projectile slammed directly into the beast's cavernous mouth. The outcome was inevitable. Crimson blood, viridescent brain matter, and yellowish-white fat splattered across the avenue. The now decapitated Roshan collapsed to the earth amidst the victorious jubilation, its fall producing a resounding thud. Soldiers emerged from their cover, embracing their comrades, assisting the wounded, all with remarkable coordination. The Type 99 anti-tank gun, it seems only something of that caliber could fell the Roshan, someone remarked. Its blubber is so dense that it renders most small arms ineffective, and its habit of hurling debris makes it a veritable nightmare. Sun Jiao seemed relieved. What are they doing? Jiang Chen inquired, fighting back nausea as he observed the figures busying themselves around the Roshan's carcass, gathering white crystals. Additionally, the Roshan's fat can be utilized as fertilizer or as a source of organic matter and phospholipids in nutritional supplements. Oh, and I recall that its blood cells are also a component in several vaccines. Nutritional supplements? How does it sound like food? Jiang Chen shuddered, silently vowing never to touch that so-called nutrient mixture in his lifetime. Wasn't that akin to consuming the flesh of a mountain of meat? Seemingly sensing Jiang Chen's disgust, Sun Jiao flashed a smile and then led him towards the soldiers. Noticing their approach, a soldier stepped forward, inspecting the two with his rifle in hand, before speaking in a professional manner. Welcome to Sector 6, comrades. As per protocol, I need to check your genetic codes. The genetic code, a compilation of gene sequences processed through a specific algorithm, serves as the username for the EP system. Due to the widespread use of EP and the uniqueness of genetic codes, it is typically employed like an identification number. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, there is no civil registry. To prove your identity, you must rely on DNA. Many orderly survivor camps inspect genetic codes before granting entry, primarily to apprehend individuals who have previously violated the law within the camp. After presenting the EP on their arms, the militia politely allowed the two to pass. I always thought this wasteland was rife with savagery. I never expected to witness civilization. The soldiers, armed yet not overly intrusive, gradually eased Jiang Chen's anxious heart. However, in response to Jiang Chen's remark, Sun Jiao merely smiled with intrigue. Oh, my perspective stands in stark contrast to yours. I believe that civilization is indeed pervasive in this wasteland, albeit in a rather unique form. The steel gate gradually creaked open, and the camp's vigilance was lifted with the collapse of the flesh mountain. Behind the sandbags at the entrance, Jiang Chen beheld the anti-tank cannon that had obliterated the monstrous mass. The menacing barrel exuded an eerie chill, while the ground was strewn with metallic shells as thick as a thigh. As the trucks made way to enter the camp, Jiang Chen followed Sun Jiao into the inner sanctum. This 6th district, a semblance of order amidst chaos, welcomed the wayfarers of the wasteland like a harbor. However, to consider it an embodiment of justice would be overly naive. Chapter 7. 6th District Civilization is a reservoir of historical sedimentation, enhancing humanity's adaptation to and comprehension of the objective world. It aligns with the spiritual pursuits of humankind, representing a wealth of intellectual and creative contributions acknowledged and accepted by the vast majority. In this light, one can indeed discern the presence of civilization here, albeit in a rather deformed state. If one were to encapsulate the technological level of the 6th district in a single phrase, it would be a mixed bag. One might encounter mercenaries nonchalantly smoking at recruitment points with rifles slung at their sides, while traders utilize holographic computers to tally their merchandise. It is not uncommon to see individuals missing limbs. Some rely on canes, while others boast mechanical prosthetics more agile than natural limbs. If one were to summarize the living standards of the 6th district, it would also be a mixed bag. Emaciated men and women roam the streets, their hunger rendering them too weak even to wail. Groups of soldiers in uniforms patrol the streets, rifles in hand, turning a blind eye to the starving populace and the streetwalkers soliciting customers. Like automatons, their visages remained inscrutable behind obsidian shades. Unwavering impartiality forms the bedrock of the 6th district's existence in this desolate wasteland. The tenets of their law are simple. Homicide and larceny are met with summary execution. Tax evasion results in expulsion, and malicious assault incurs imprisonment. The precepts are quite straightforward, Sun Jiao elucidated to Jiang Chen, who was still acclimating to the locale. Then, why was that individual not terminated? Jiang Chen inquired, his voice tinged with incredulity as he beheld a uniformed man bludgeoning a defenseless woman to death with a cudgel. The perpetrator, as if cognizant of Jiang Chen's gaze, even flashed a cordial smile. That woman was clearly alive. The inner sanctum of the 6th district is somewhat more pristine, though entry necessitates the payment of a modicum of a crystal. Our purpose here is merely to procure some useful commodities, so the outer market will suffice, Sun Jiao interjected, deftly diverting the conversation. Jiang Chen nodded in taciturn agreement, his mind grappling with this perverted semblance of civilization. Though squalid and chaotic, the outer market presented a marginal improvement over the abject conditions of the slums. The corpses of thieves and other ill-fated transgressors were summarily discarded amidst heaps of refuse, only to be dragged to the farms by patrolmen under the cloak of night. There, they would be commingled with the day's yield of fats to concoct a fertilizer designed to accelerate crop growth. Certain notorious malefactors were embalmed in formaldehyde and affixed to wooden placards. Rob Jelson, alias Clawwolf, perpetrated 3 homicides within the 6th district, neutralized by the constabulary in the sewers. Upon closer inspection, the deceased's identity was meticulously inscribed on the plaque. The name appears to belong to a foreigner. Yet this is hardly surprising. NATO forces once landed in this city, and many chose to remain. At the market entrance, 2 relatively well-dressed merchants engaged in a fervent negotiation, seemingly reaching a consensus at last, as they inscribed their names on an agreement. Under the notarization of the market administrators, one party produced a crystal of Yajing and placed it on an energy counter, while the other extracted 10 scantily clad women from a rented tent. Indeed, they were extracted. Around their slender, fair necks were electronic collars, their vacant gazes submissively following the tugging. The women possessed commendable beauty, their alabaster skin akin to mutton-fat jade. The only blemish being the barcodes tattooed on their cheeks, reminiscent of supermarket goods. Seemingly satisfied with the transaction, the merchant who paid in Yajing directed his subordinates to load the women onto a truck, which then departed the market. At the New Wave Hotel, squinting towards the direction the truck had vanished, Sun Jiao slowly spoke. Jiang Chen noticed that her hands had unknowingly clenched into fists. A hotel? Merely a den of vice. Sun Jiao spat lightly, remarking on the comprehensive services provided to its patrons, services that one can easily discern. There, female slaves are regarded as consumables, for there exists a spectrum of perverse desires. I once overheard a rather dim-witted fellow in a tavern in Luding Town boast about how tender the flesh of the young women at the New Wave Hotel was. In a culinary sense, Jiang Chen shuddered, as he could almost envision the hell that those expressionless young girls would face. The human trafficker likely belonged to the faction that occupied Shelter 101, utilizing cloning technology and nurturing solutions to cultivate low-cost clones. These creations were less akin to humans and more like commodities. Thus, what exactly is a shelter? Jiang Chen incredulously turned to Sun Jiao, gazing into her emotionless eyes, and struggled to inquire. It's quite a fascinating concept, she replied. Each shelter is designed with a unique philosophy, aiming to maximize survival efficiency. Sun Jiao shrugged. I was born in Shelter 071, and in retrospect, I consider myself relatively fortunate. Their design philosophy adheres to fixed protocols that regulate personality, leading to a somewhat rigid lifestyle. Yet it remains bearable and even happy. Unfortunately, some shelters are not so lucky. As she spoke, a cruel smile, incongruous with her age, appeared on her beautiful face. I once heard that Shelter 070's design philosophy revolved around governance by individuals, creating a figure akin to a spiritual leader to motivate survival. How naive the pre-war designers must have been. It is said that within just a decade of the shelter's establishment, it devolved into a hellish realm. That moral exemplar soon forgot the restraint of civilized beings after merely a few years of enacting justice, assuming the role of a tribal chief. It is said that he absurdly exploited the privileges of the security program to eradicate all males, leaving only females as his instruments of indulgence. As for the 101 shelter, it is likely to be a deserted refuge. Shocked by this brutal reality, Jiang Chen found it somewhat difficult to swallow. However, he was still puzzled by Sun Jiao's words. A deserted shelter? Does anyone still require refuge? Of course, by storing the DNA data of elites from various fields and, upon reaching the designated shelter period, activating the embryo cultivation tanks to automatically produce those flawless bodies, and then integrating them with a virtual reality system to enable them to acquire decades of memories in a short time. One wonders what significance those commodities emerging from the cultivation tanks truly hold. Did the designers from before the war foresee that these products would be in high demand in the wasteland post-war? Sun Jiao's words dripped with unmasked sarcasm. Jiang Chen, standing by as a listener, could not help but fall silent. Is this the culmination of civilization? We have arrived. Sun Jiao's succinct remark interrupted Jiang Chen's contemplation as she led him to the entrance of a shop. This was the official procurement station at the periphery of the 6th District's market, responsible for appraising and acquiring goods needed by the camp. Although items like canned food and batteries could serve as currency in certain survivor camps, such trading customs evidently did not apply to the thriving 6th District. Thus, a credible organization was required to implement a unified currency system, which would also facilitate taxation, as a primary energy source for high-power devices. Yajing is an essential requirement for any survivor base. Its portability also fulfills the necessary characteristics of a circulating currency. Although establishing a shop to sell canned goods would yield greater profits, the affluent Jiang Chen naturally opted for the most convenient route, selling those expensive cans to the most impartial officials of the 6th District. Sun Jiao did not discourage him, seemingly reluctant to linger there for too long. Noticing Sun Jiao's signal, Jiang Chen retrieved his backpack and removed an item, placing it on the table. A sharp intake of breath escaped the trader at the window. Jiang Chen finally detected a hint of incredulous astonishment in the tone, accompanied by several unabashedly greedy gazes fixated upon him. He involuntarily shivered. Casting a questioning glance at Sun Jiao, she smiled reassuringly, indicating that he need not concern himself, for no one dared to breach the rules here. At least until they departed from the 6th District, they were assuredly safe. Do you still have the goods, sir? The voice carried a note of respect. Fresh meat canned. Even the nobles residing in the inner circle primarily consumed mutated beef and hastily ripened vegetables. The front desk trader even questioned whether his scanner had malfunctioned. As the screen displayed, fresh beef, with a storage period of 127 days, and harmful substances far below the threshold of edibility. The quality of the ingredients was impeccable. The consumption of meat itself has become a symbol of luxury, yet the fresh beef this individual has presented could rightfully be deemed the epitome of extravagance. Such a delicacy has virtually vanished in this post-apocalyptic world. It is likely that not a single unmutated cow can be found across the entire globe. Even if one exists, it is probably situated in the distant north, where radiation levels are relatively low. In the 6th District, or rather across the desolate wasteland, most individuals are deprived of the opportunity to consume wholesome food. Typically, survivors resort to nutritional supplements to stave off hunger. These concoctions, derived from the protein tissues of mutated organisms, are understandably far from palatable, barely sufficient to be swallowed. The privilege of enjoying organic sustenance is a luxury that, in this barren expanse, seems to belong solely to Jiang Chen. Even more outrageous is the fact that this fellow finds canned goods inferior to fresh food. And there is much more. Please proceed to the VIP room for settlement. A dedicated trader will assist you. The front desk attendant flashed a brief smile at Jiang Chen, swiftly completing the necessary formalities. Shortly thereafter, a lady of pleasing appearance approached Jiang Chen. Esteemed sir, please follow me. The female trader smiled mysteriously at Jiang Chen before turning gracefully, leading them toward the VIP room with an elegant stride. The decision to conduct transactions in the VIP room is a measure aimed at safeguarding client confidentiality. Should one display a plethora of valuable items in the main hall, it is likely that they would not have the chance to escape even 100 meters beyond the 6th District. As the wooden door creaked open, a subtle aroma of tea wafted through the air. The antiquated wooden table and genuine leather sofa, with an incense burner gracing the center of the tea table, and the precious Zisha teapot tea set revealing an extraordinary elegance. This VIP room exudes the ambience of a contemporary tea room. Please, sir, the fair-featured female trader said, slightly lowering her gaze and bowing, a tantalizing glimpse of her bosom becoming visible. Miss Sun Jiao, standing beside her, narrowed her eyes, and a playful smile tugged at the corners of her lips. For some reason, the female trader's gaze made him uneasy, as if she wanted to devour him. However, Jiang Chen didn't dwell on it, stepping into the VIP room, just as the female trader was about to enter. Closing the door behind her, Sun Jiao casually walked in as well. Jiang Chen was, of course, oblivious to the silent exchange that had transpired in those few moments. Transactions exceeding 100 crystals were conducted in the VIP room for two reasons: caution and to cultivate major clients. The association of VIP rooms with special services was common knowledge in the sixth block. Professional female traders earned tips through these services, while the sixth block exchange's management garnered favorable reviews from their big spenders, a mutually beneficial arrangement in a way. However, with Miss Sun Jiao present, the female trader's tip was undoubtedly out of the question. After a thorough inventory, the transaction was swiftly settled. The exchange fairly priced the 20 perfectly graded cans at 50 crystals each. Indeed, these canned goods have transcended mere sustenance, verging on veritable luxuries. I dare say, were these provisions presented to the affluent denizens of the inner sectors, they would fetch double their price with nary a batted eye. Such is the essence of rarity's allure. To this end, Sun Jiao has voiced her grievances to Jiang Chen countless times, yet he remains unperturbed, secretly reveling in his good fortune. What value can be ascribed to a mere can of food? And yet, a single unit of crystal can replenish the warp band's energy reserves by a full 10%. Thus, he need no longer court danger by pilfering electricity. By any measure, this transaction is advantageous. Pray tell, are you acquainted with the nature of the VIP chambers? Sun Jiao inquired, her voice cutting through the cacophony of the bustling marketplace. A venue for the exchange of substantial commodities? Jiang Chen responded, perplexed by her query. Sun Jiao erupted in mirth, her laughter unrestrained and somewhat unrefined. Indeed, you are unenlightened. I fail to perceive the humor, Jiang Chen retorted, regarding Sun Jiao with a hint of exasperation. With a playful glint in her eyes, Sun Jiao leaned in close, her lips nearly brushing his ear. It is an establishment that caters to specialized predilections. Jiang Chen felt a gentle puff of air caress his ear, sending a pleasant shiver down his spine. Accustomed to Sun Jiao's occasional flirtations, he refrained from blushing and recoiling as he once might have, instead adopting an expression of unabashed enjoyment. Do you lament my interruption of your potential escapade? Sun Jiao teased. Had I remained outside, she might have extended a special service to you. Perish the thought, Jiang Chen demurred. My affections are already engaged. Furthermore, there was a particular word that he pronounced with remarkable emphasis. Sun Jiao's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. Ultimately, she was still a young maiden, newly acquainted with the complexities of human interactions. Although she often referred to herself as an elder sister, her actual age was not significantly greater than that of Jiang Chen. Suddenly, Sun Jiao's enchanting eyes narrowed slightly. They were being followed. As a result of this unwelcome attention, the pace of their subsequent journey quickened considerably. Sun Jiao led Jiang Chen directly to a facility resembling a hospital. Upon entering, he discovered that this establishment was dedicated to the sale of various vaccines and genetic serums. After paying a total of 55 Jiang, a masked physician administered an injection to each of Jiang Chen's arms. One of the injections was a T-type vaccine, designed to prevent infection from the zombie bacteria, while the other was a C-level genetic enhancement serum. According to the physician's explanation, its effects could potentially augment muscle strength, reflexes, and bone density by an impressive 10 to 25 points. The physical enhancement would gradually take effect over the course of 3 days. Within the pharmacy, Jiang Chen selectively acquired a few useful potions, all aimed at improving physical attributes. After all, strength was the cornerstone of wealth. He could not forever remain in Sun Jiao's shadow, even though he found the idea rather appealing. The notion of hiring someone to fight on his behalf certainly seemed more dignified than engaging in battle himself. Ahem. Subsequently, the duo visited an arms shop to replenish their ammunition. Sun Jiao's serious assault rifle utilized C-type batteries as its ammunition, and it only required the expenditure of 1 unit of Jiang to charge 5 magazines. As for the PK-200 assault rifle in Jiang Chen's possession, it utilizes 7.62mm ammunition, which is somewhat more expensive, costing a total of 4 Jiang points for 360 rounds. While Sun Jiao appeared pained by the expenditure, Jiang Chen, with a generous spirit, paid the sum without hesitation. Trading canned goods for weaponry certainly seemed a lucrative deal. Naturally, the savages in this wasteland would not comprehend such logic. In this desolate expanse, laser weaponry undoubtedly stands as an environmentally friendly and economical choice. Standard mid-range laser rifles are sufficient for most urban combat terrains. As long as one avoids high-power long-range laser rifles, energy consumption remains remarkably low. Take Sun Jiao's Sirius rifle, for instance. Its effective range barely exceeds 400 meters, beyond which the energy of the beam diminishes significantly. However, a single C-type battery can sustain the firing of 200 beam rounds. Were it not for concerns regarding weapon overheating, this firearm could unleash a rate of fire comparable to that of a machine gun at close range. In contrast, kinetic weapons boast the advantages of extended effective range, minimal bullet power degradation, and immunity from energy shields. Regarding the standard PCA weapon, the PK-200 assault rifle, equipping it with an 8x scope allows it to function as a sniper rifle. Although using such a weapon may seem wasteful in Jiang Chen's hands, it undoubtedly suits him best. The reliability of kinetic weapons far surpasses that of laser counterparts. An EMP grenade can incapacitate a laser rifle, yet the kinetic rifle would continue to fire unabated. Should any malfunction arise, Sun Jiao could address the various issues associated with laser weaponry, whereas Jiang Chen would be left helpless, merely watching. Let us rest here for the night. Sun Jiao cast a glance at the descending sun, casually surveying her pursuer with the corner of her eye. However, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling discomfort at being followed. The night is perilous, Sun Jiao remarked, a faint smile gracing her lips, imbued with both a chill and a sense of opportunity. It seemed that this evening, misfortune awaited certain individuals. Chapter 8. The Grey Goo mercenary group. The Tulip Inn, situated at the confluence of the outer and inner circles, lies near the bustling market of the 6th district. Alongside the fortified militia's stronghold, the 50 caliber anti-aircraft machine gun perched atop the roof, exuding an aura of foreboding, somewhat clashed with the opulent decor, yet undeniably showcased the establishment's formidable power. In the chaotic wasteland, safety is paramount. The presence of such weaponry atop the building clearly indicates the backing of the 6th district's authorities. Those who reside here are either affluent or noble. Thus, security is of utmost importance. According to Sun Jiao, should anyone intrude upon your room uninvited, you possess the right to eliminate them without question. The choice to stay here was undoubtedly made to facilitate the handling of that lingering threat. Seated upon a luxurious leather sofa, Jiang Chen cheerfully extracted a slice of orange from a can with a toothpick, savoring the sound of his swallowing. In times past, he would have scorned such canned goods, questioning the myriad artificial sweeteners and preservatives that might lurk within. However, having indulged in junk food for the past few days, Jiang Chen felt compelled to consider supplementing his vitamin intake with canned fruit for the sake of his health. Don't look at me like that. I will leave some for you, he retorted, rolling his eyes at Sun Jiao's unabashed gaze, while subtly nodding towards the man on the ground who was similarly struggling to swallow. Shall we resolve this matter promptly, and then enjoy dinner together? Hu Lei, bound like a rice dumpling and thrown to the ground, sensed a murderous glare directed at him from behind, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Gazing at the man on the sofa who was smiling at him, he felt a deep-rooted fear welling up within. A gun pressed against the back of his head, and beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. I truly, you must have the wrong person. I really didn't. Without a hint of mercy, Sun Jiao struck him across the face with the butt of her gun, then stepped on his head, her voice laced with menace. I am not inquiring whether you have been following. Rather, I wish to know, she said, narrowing her eyes and slowing her tone. As she gently flicked the charging switch of Sirius, a faint hum emanating from the chamber. Who sent you? Her voice was as serpentine as it was intimidating. Even Jiang Chen, who sat composed on the sofa, instinctively recoiled. This was perhaps the first time he had witnessed her in such a domineering light. Or perhaps not the first. I truly know nothing. Hu Lei shouted frantically, his eyes wide with panic, even naively attempting to threaten Jiang Chen. Such naivety was both foolish and misguided. If it were not for Jiang Chen's trust in Sun Jiao's capabilities, he might have been convinced that he was an ordinary person. You have 10 seconds to ponder. Of course, to urge you to recall something, I shall shatter one of your precious eggs every 10 seconds, Sun Jiao stated coldly, simultaneously kicking Hu Lei, who was lying on the ground, onto his back. Please no, don't. Hu Lei screamed in agony, akin to a slaughtered pig, his eyes wide with terror as he attempted to retreat from her. I truly know nothing. Sister, please spare me, he pleaded desperately. Yet he could not detect even a hint of sympathy in the eyes of that demonic woman. Without hesitation, Sun Jiao seized a steel rod. I. Sun Jiao raised her hand. Wait. Jiang Chen suddenly interjected. Upon hearing him, Sun Jiao halted her movement, though the steel rod remained poised in the air. A pungent odor permeated the room, and Jiang Chen wrinkled his nose, casting a disdainful glance at the convulsing who lay on the floor. Even before being struck, he has already soiled himself. If one wishes to emulate others in remaining unyielding to the end, must one not maintain their resolve? Nevertheless, when Sun Jiao mentioned shattering his eggs, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of pain below. Indeed, this tactic possessed a rather terrifying potency against men. I do not particularly favor resolving issues through violence, Jiang Chen remarked, biting on a toothpick, while smiling at Hu Lei, seemingly seeing a glimmer of hope. Hu Lei scrambled to Jiang Chen's side, desperately bowing his head. Thank you, big brother. I truly. But if you persist in this charade, I wouldn't mind offering my assistant some ideas, such as pinning a famished, mutated hound to your groin. I imagine it would gnaw quite delightfully. Jiang Chen's chilling words caused Hu Lei's smile to freeze upon his face, transforming it into a countenance more grotesque than tears. As those words escaped his lips, Jiang Chen instinctively shook his legs. Curse his mother. It inflicts pain upon me as well. Jiang Chen silently cursed, yet his face betrayed no emotion. Of course, I prefer negotiation to violence. After all, I am fundamentally a merchant. Should you be willing to collaborate, this treasure shall be yours. A crystal fragment, emanating a faint purple luminescence, lay before Hu Lei, whose eyes, once filled with dread, gradually shifted to reveal avarice. This subcrystal, containing 100 energy points, was undeniably a fortune in this wasteland. Naturally, you could resort to deception, perhaps concocting some fabricated tales to mislead me. However, if I were in your position, I would refrain from such folly. Can your superior offer you as much? I can, provided you agree to work for me in the future. Jiang Chen observed with satisfaction the transformation of Hu Lei's expression, realizing that the strategy of carrots and sticks had borne fruit. The ensuing conversation proved significantly easier, as Jiang Chen effortlessly extracted the desired intelligence from him. The Grey Goo Mercenary Corps primarily engages in human trafficking and the plundering of survivors, occasionally providing protective services to select clientele. The mercenary group's headquarters is stationed at the experimental primary school in Songjiang, utilizing the school's walls to establish a relatively robust defense. It was merely by chance that Jiang Chen caught their eye. As the Grey Goo mercenaries trade caravan arrived in the 6th Street District for Commerce, Zhou Guoping, the captain leading the convoy, vaguely noticed Jiang Chen retrieving a tin from his backpack. Subsequently, he observed Jiang Chen being ushered into the VIP lounge, which ignited his avarice. Of course, Zhou Guoping, entrusted with the weighty responsibility of leading the trade caravan, was not an imprudent simpleton. Taking action within the 6th Street District was out of the question. Violating the established protocols would have dire consequences, as the pile of formaldehyde-embalmed corpses outside the market made abundantly clear. Moreover, the Grey Goo Mercenary Corps relied on the 6th Street District to exchange essential commodities, and no one dared to offend such a powerful entity. However, taking action outside the district was a viable option. The 6th Street District's ordinances did not extend beyond the iron gates, which was the established custom. Observing the bulging backpacks carried by Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao, Zhou Guoping's heart burned with avarice, but he proceeded with caution. Numerous factions engaged in trade within the 6th Street District, and he couldn't afford to antagonize a formidable power, as even his superior might be unable to save him. Aware of the treacherous nature of the place, Zhou Guoping refrained from hastily devising an ambush. Instead, he dispatched a subordinate to tail the couple, both to prevent their escape and to assess their capabilities, as well as to determine if they were associated with any influential entities that would be unwise to offend. Upon learning that Jiang Chen had first received a vaccination and then replenished his ammunition and explosives at the weapons store, Zhou Guoping was elated. It appeared that the pair were merely solitary wanderers, a common sight in the wasteland. If a moderately capable organization were to exist, it would hardly resort to exchanging precious energy crystals for ammunition. Typically, they would possess either sophisticated or rudimentary production lines to manufacture such consumables. Take the 6th District as an example. That vast slum is not merely a haven for waste. Adjacent to the impoverished area lies a factory occupying a quarter of the 6th District's expanse, equipped with production lines scavenged from various locales, some of which have been enhanced to efficiently utilize the new energy crystals. They refine scrap metal into bullets, decompose the proteins and fats from mutated creatures to create nutritional supplements, and cultivate luxurious produce through CNC-controlled vertical farms. To survive in the wasteland, resuming production is imperative, a fact not lost on the leadership of the 6th District. Over a decade ago, The supermarkets of the entire Wanghai city had been stripped bare. Once it was established that the two individuals were mere lone travelers, Zhou Guoping initiated contact with the headquarters of the Grey Goo Poison Mercenary Group while intensifying his surveillance of the pair. This plump target was far more lucrative than any he had encountered before. Although the woman instilled a sense of danger in Zhou Guoping, he was resolutely determined to claim the vast fortune they possessed. After quietly listening to Hu Lei's confession, curled up on the ground, Jiang Chen stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. Hey, boss, Hu Lei said, a sheepish grin on his face, his gaze greedily fixated on the energy crystal. Don't you think it's time to consider that energy crystal? 100 energy points. That would suffice for him for a lifetime. A single unit of subcrystal energy could be exchanged for 10 vials of nutrient solution. No, scratch that. Who needs nutrient solution? Haraha. Even a month of extravagant living at the New Edge Hotel, the most renowned den of luxury in this wasteland, would be more than possible. An irrepressible elation surged within Hu Lei, even though the subcrystal was still held in Jiang Chen's hand. As long as that man still needed me, I wouldn't die, and he would shower me with benefits. Hu Lei fantasized about a blissful future, reclining in the arms of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed maid, sipping. His small eyes gradually focused, meeting the dark, gaping muzzle of the gun. Ah, idiot. Jiang Chen sighed and pulled the trigger. Bang. Blood splattered everywhere, mixed with white fragments. Watching the smoke rise from the barrel, Jiang Chen's hand trembled slightly, although he had prepared himself, and the deceased was a man with countless lives on his hands. He couldn't help but feel a violent tremor in his heart as he watched the man's skull crack open at the end of his gun. The reason Hu Lei had remained silent, insisting he knew nothing, wasn't out of fear of the Grey Goo Mercenary Corps. After all, if he wanted to disappear, no one could find him. Even a behemoth like 6th Street would struggle to hunt down an enemy in this wasteland, let alone some mercenary group. Once he left this area, he wouldn't have to worry about being hunted down as a traitor. He had remained tight-lipped simply because life was so cheap. He feared that confessing would lead to his execution. In a state of profound terror, upon hearing the almost heavenly terms proposed by Jiang Chen, he clutched at the opportunity as if it were a lifeline, divulging everything he knew. The petty thug named Hu Lei foolishly believed he could indeed strike a deal with Jiang Chen, aspiring to become a spy within the ranks of the Grey Goo Mercenary Corps, hoping to seize some advantage for himself. What a jest! What is loyalty, after all? Absolute loyalty does not exist in the wasteland. Everyone has succumbed to madness in their struggle for survival, let alone a rogue like him. Yet, ultimately, his calculations were in vain. The moment he disclosed the intelligence, his worth dissipated. What could Jiang Chen possibly gain from that so-called mercenary group? Would it afford him greater benefits? Hence, executing this observer was the most prudent course of action. Jiang Chen need not fear that those individuals would track him down. Blood naturally splattered onto Sun Jiao. Momentarily taken aback, Sun Jiao exhibited little surprise, for she had witnessed such brutality far too often. She merely shrugged and remarked, I must say, blood on clothing is quite a challenge to wash out. Moreover, matters such as this could very well be entrusted to me. The subtle tenderness underlying her latter statement stirred something within Jiang Chen. Taking a deep breath to quell the agitation brought on by the act of killing, he disengaged the safety and tossed the gun aside. One must grow accustomed to such realities. Sun Jiao smiled, setting her weapon aside, as she stepped over the lifeless body to draw closer to Jiang Chen. Straddling Jiang Chen's lap, Sun Jiao embraced him. This audacious action caused Jiang Chen a measure of surprise and a stirring of desire. The softness pressed against his chest, a frontal assault, directly dispelled the inner conflict he was experiencing. You will stay, won't you? A pair of slightly parched yet exquisitely beautiful crimson lips whispered into his ear, her breath warm against his skin. You know? It was Jiang Chen's greatest secret, one he could not bring himself to utter. Enfolding the delicate form before him, Jiang Chen inquired, with complex intonation, knowing full well the answer. Women are quite perceptive, Sun Jiao responded, a hint of amusement in her voice. You don't belong here, but I hope you won't leave me. Absolutely not. Jiang Chen's voice was soft, yet resolute. He had made that decision the moment they first met. But now, it seemed he could no longer claim to be disconnected from this world. Jiang Chen mused with a touch of melancholy. With ties that bind, leaving at what was no longer an option. Perhaps, in the future, there might be a way to bring Sun Jiao to the modern world. After all, this place was truly inhospitable. I believe you as well. These words, too, were heartfelt. If the scent of blood wasn't so strong here, I would devour you right now. Gratitude and joy transformed into a conflagration in his lower abdomen. Jiang Chen growled in Sun Jiao's ear. Indeed, I think I'll take a bath first. But I don't want to let go. Jiang Chen chuckled mischievously as he playfully spanked her supple posterior, relishing the soft moan that followed. Then you shall carry me to the bath, she retorted playfully, nipping at Jiang Chen's earlobe. Her slender, shapely legs tightened around his. In a sultry tone, Sun Jiao breathed. Allow me the pleasure of observing whether the genetic enhancements have augmented your musculature. A guttural roar mingled with a startled gasp. Garments lay strewn across the floor, shirts, jeans, and undergarments. The lavish cascade of water poured down, creating a sparse symphony upon the pristine tiles. Beads of water, mingled with perspiration, traced lascivious paths amidst the sounds of collision and delicate moans. The ensuing myriad of words is left to the fertile imagination, culminating in a protracted, soaring cry and a rough, guttural bellow. Jiang Chen, panting, supported her flush thighs as he gently lowered her to the floor. Imperceptibly, pectoral muscles had begun to form on his once flat chest. However, the genetic serum primarily enhanced muscular strength rather than aesthetics. Thus, despite the lack of significant visual changes, his explosive power and stamina far surpassed those of his former, feeble self. Are you pleased, my princess? Jiang Chen murmured, embracing her slender waist. A mischievous glint in his eyes as he feigned a playful swat at her delectable posterior. Address me as elder sister, my princess, Sun Jiao retorted playfully, evading his grasp. Before draping a towel around herself. It is time to attend to matters of import. A repast together? Jiang Chen responded with a smile, reaching for a towel himself. Indeed. However, prior to that, we must address the unfortunate fellow awaiting us outside. Watching Sun Jiao's retreating figure as she swiftly exited the bathroom, Jiang Chen wryly stroked his nose. Engaging in such intimate moments adjacent to a deceased individual was, to say the least, an act of utter madness. It seemed imperative that he exercise restraint in the future. Chapter 9. Schemes. The matter at hand was not of considerable magnitude, especially given the uncivilized nature of their surroundings. Sun Jiao simply utilized the intercom by the door to summon the custodial staff, informing them of an assassination attempt. Shortly thereafter, a group of individuals arrived to remove the corpse from the premises. Before departing, the custodians diligently applied a blood solvent to the carpet in the living room, effectively eradicating the unsightly stains. Subsequently, the hotel manager himself paid a visit, extending his apologies for the infiltration of a stalker into the establishment. In the post-apocalyptic world, death was a commonplace occurrence. The manager, seemingly no stranger to such situations, handled the matter with practiced ease. As the suite lacked a proper kitchen, it was equipped solely with a microwave oven for reheating purposes and a dusty rice cooker in the dining area. While affluent residents of such accommodations typically refrained from preparing their own meals, there remained the possibility that certain exceptionally wealthy individuals indulged in the luxury of rice. Indeed, rice was a luxury commodity in this era, with even the numerically controlled terraced farmlands of the 6th block producing only limited quantities. The majority of the population subsisted primarily on nutrient solutions, occasionally supplementing their diets with cooked foods as a form of indulgence. However, Jiang Chen evidently belonged to the aforementioned class of affluent individuals. Retrieving a small sack of rice from his storage space, he rinsed it thoroughly before adding it to the rice cooker, along with a measured amount of water. In less than half an hour, the fragrant white rice, which caused Sun Jiao's eyes to gleam with anticipation, was ready. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated to conjure items out of thin air in Sun Jiao's presence, and she refrained from excessive inquiries. He discerned her curiosity and appreciated her discretion. Jiang Chen was confident that he would eventually reveal all his secrets to her, though not imminently, as he himself could not lucidly elucidate the miracle that had befallen him, and ambiguity would only engender superfluous misconceptions. After decanting the canned goods onto a plate, he heated them in the microwave. As the steaming dishes were arranged on the table, this somewhat modest yet extravagant repast commenced. It was modest because Jiang Chen was becoming weary of canned provisions. It was extravagant because Miss Sun Jiao had never before witnessed such an array of dishes: curried chicken, mapo tofu, shredded pork with bamboo shoots, simultaneously adorning the table. Following a rather unrefined consumption, the lavish dinner concluded. Jiang Chen, patting his now flat abdomen and glancing at the emptied rice cooker, was inwardly astonished. It seemed the gene serum had not only fortified his muscles, but also his gastric capacity. He had consumed at least twice his usual intake. Thus, Sun Jiao's hearty appetite was not solely attributable to her being a gourmand. I had deliberately prepared an ample quantity, intending to reserve the remainder for tomorrow's breakfast. But you have consumed it all, Jiang Chen remarked with a smile, observing Sun Jiao's gesture of contentment. Sun Jiao's face flushed crimson as she retorted with a fierce glare. What? Are you frightened? Not at all. I can afford to sustain your appetite, regardless of its magnitude. Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head. Although not laced with sweet nothings, Miss Sun Jiao appeared quite satisfied. One could see this formidable woman wearing a smile that radiated delight. Could you lend me a hand with the tidying up? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at Sun Jiao and rose to his feet, holding a plate. All right then. As Jiang Chen gazed at Sun Jiao's flat abdomen, he found it utterly perplexing where 5 large bowls of rice could possibly have been concealed. The commercial bank building in Qingpu is situated in a bustling area, characterized by a high density of zombies and elevated radiation levels. Furthermore, there are perilous creatures lurking about. Lazily reclining on the bed, Sun Jiao's fingers danced across the screen of her holographic computer, revealing a 3-dimensional image outlined in green lines. It was a map. If we were to acquire the gold within, we must enter from here, traverse the secure passage, and then... I ask you, are you even listening to me? Sun Jiao shot Jiang Chen an exasperated glance. What is this? Jiang Chen swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the high-tech device in Sun Jiao's hand. The physical component was roughly the size of a pen, with a square light screen projected from the side, showcasing a 3-dimensional image created by holographic projection. To encounter such a product, typically found in science fiction films, left Jiang Chen in disbelief. Surely, the value of this device alone must surpass that of all the gold in Wanhai City. Of course, its practicality in the current world would be limited. One could only fear that, should Jiang Chen present it, interested authorities would soon arrive at his doorstep to discuss matters of national contribution. The holographic computer, while not as reliable as wrist-mounted devices, boasts significantly superior performance. I must say, ignorance should have its limits. Sun Jiao shot him another glare, then adjusted her somewhat sore arms and continued to lean over. Well then, what exactly is a dangerous species? Jiang Chen silently glanced at the back of Sun Jiao's head, sighed, and conceded to his own ignorance as he lay beside her, fixated on the computer screen. For instance, the creature we encountered this morning, known as Meat Mountain. And this, Sun Jiao's finger glided across the screen, revealing a creature strikingly reminiscent of the aliens from films above the display, the Dead Claw. With an energy index of 60 to 70, it possesses remarkable agility and an acute sense of smell, with its entire body encased in high-density keratin armor, rendering conventional kinetic bullets nearly ineffective against it. In summary, when faced with such a being, it is best to flee, although escaping is generally a rare feat. A subtle scent of jasmine wafted to Jiang Chen's nostrils, as Sun Jiao emitted an alluring fragrance, courtesy of the shower gel and shampoo she had brought from the modern world. However, as they were engaged in serious matters, Jiang Chen managed to restrain himself. Focusing his mind, he gazed at the image of the dead claw on the screen and inquired, does this creature frequent the vicinity of commercial bank buildings? Dead claws can be found in various locations. Typically, they prefer to inhabit areas near the epicenter of nuclear explosions, though they occasionally wander elsewhere. I cannot say for certain whether they are present, but even in their absence, regions with high zombie density tend to attract other mutated creatures. Zombies are merely sustenance to evolved organisms. Do you have any stratagems in mind? Jiang Chen inquired after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, there are 2 options presently. Firstly, we could infiltrate the underground vault directly via this route and detonate explosives. Secondly, we could proceed to the control room via this path, hack into the mainframe to acquire authorization, and then unlock the vault using the standard passcode. I must ask, where did you obtain this intelligence? Is it reliable? Jiang Chen was visibly moved by the clarity and conciseness of the holographic map. Looting Town possesses the most comprehensive map database, purportedly downloaded from satellites shortly before the war, ensuring its accuracy. What exactly is Looting Town? I keep hearing you mention it. Intrigued by Sun Jiao's explanation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder about this place. Option 1 is excessively perilous. The commotion from detonating the vault would undoubtedly attract attention. If we were to draw the entire street's worth of zombies, our escape would be improbable. That is also my sentiment. Although the notion of attracting the entire street's zombies might be an exaggeration, the zombies within the building would undoubtedly swarm us. Sun Jiao nonchalantly shrugged. Even during daylight hours, zombies are not entirely devoid of aggression. If subjected to intense stimuli, they are still capable of launching attacks. Where would I acquire such expertise? Sun Jiao chuckled, stating that proficiency in marksmanship suffices for survival in this post-apocalyptic world. However, such talents are not scarce, and their living conditions are often quite poor, making their hiring relatively inexpensive. Thus, let us opt for the second plan. Where might one procure individuals skilled in this regard? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen made a deliberate decision. This will suffice, the slums of District 6, where those who lack combat prowess reside. Sun Jiao pouted angrily at the window, switched off the holographic computer, and languidly reclined on the bed. By the way, should we truly not be concerned about the Grey Goo Mercenary Corps? Although they are active in the Songjiang area, we have indeed taken the lives of their members. And to them, you appear as a prime target. You have a point, Jiang Chen mused, stroking his chin. I have a premonition that they will choose to strike when we depart from our base or follow us in search of vulnerabilities. Shall I go out and prepare? Sun Jiao sighed, stretching her slender arms in a languid yawn. In that case, we could proceed as such. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's plan, Sun Jiao's eyes lit up. That sounds rather cunning, even more so than I anticipated. Then you shall venture to the talent market tomorrow, right at the entrance of the slums. The commission is typically 1 Jing, and they will assist you until you find someone satisfactory. Indeed, splitting up could be advantageous. Just ensure you remain discreet when you leave, Jiang Chen cautioned with care. Understood, Sun Jiao waved her hand dismissively. I have already made quite a few enemies. A mere mercenary corps is of little concern. If not for my worry about you, I could leave without anyone stopping me. I can assure you, should I desire to depart, none could impede my passage, Jiang Chen mused inwardly. He casually flicked the switch of the bedside lamp, dimming the warm glow in the bedroom. The night was far advanced, and through the coated, bulletproof glass of the window, no pedestrians were visible on the streets. Ah, straight to slumber then? Sun Jiao turned over, clutching the quilt to her chest, regarding Jiang Chen with an ambiguous smile. You little enchantress. We have serious matters to attend to tomorrow. Hasten to sleep. We've already engaged in a spirited bout. Were we to indulge thus daily, my constitution might falter. Chapter 10. A prolific slum. Boss Jiang. Does this meet your satisfaction? The weather in the wasteland was peculiar. Though it was summer, conditions akin to a late autumn chill occasionally manifested. Dense radioactive dust obstructed the majority of ultraviolet rays, rendering climatic anomalies a common occurrence in this world. Should the cloud-like radioactive dust linger, the temperature here might plummet further, especially in the mornings, when the chill was most pronounced. Donning a windbreaker, Jiang Chen stood with one hand in his pocket, the other holding a resume, which he perused. The portly man beside him, already balding, appeared old enough to be Jiang Chen's father, yet he was currently bowing and scraping obsequiously. In this survivor camp, where absolute freedom and capitalism reigned supreme, those with crystals held sway. Though he knew not Jiang Chen's provenance, offending a customer would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the boss. Moreover, Jiang Chen was a man of considerable status. Upon Sun Jiao's recommendation, Jiang Chen fabricated the identity of the general manager of a fictitious fishbone canned goods production company. In this desolate wasteland, aside from the leaders of the various factions, the two most esteemed individuals were arms dealers and food manufacturers. Both commodities were highly lucrative, given that the majority of the soil was no longer arable. As for the peculiar name of the company, Fishbone, it was chosen for convenience. The canned goods Jiang Chen brought were primarily of the Fishbone brand. He even contemplated acquiring the aforementioned Fishbone Canned Food Company, limited once he had accumulated sufficient capital. This would obviate the cumbersome task of having to erase the production dates with sandpaper each time. Zhang Tianyu, formerly the vice president of Walker Technology, was well versed in economic management and the research and development planning of electronic products, having spearheaded the development of the immensely popular Walker P7 mobile phone that swept across Asia. Jiang Chen grinned wryly. A vice president? The irony was palpable. Ahem, he cleared his throat. Mr. Wang, I require someone with expertise in computer science and the capacity for some manual labor. You've presented me with a vice president? Regrettably, the prospective general manager was rejected, as Jiang Chen had no need for corporate strategies or business plans. For some inexplicable reason, the act of dismissing the so-called general manager was immensely gratifying. Naturally, Jiang Chen betrayed no emotion on his face. My apologies, please wait. The talent market administrator named Wang Yi hastily nodded and smiled obsequiously before scurrying back into the records room, to continue his selection. Sighing, Jiang Chen cast his gaze upon the ragged inhabitants of the slum. Among them are families, with able-bodied young men and even women in reasonable health entering the industrial zone to engage in production, in exchange for a few inexpensive nutritional supplements and a small iodine tablet, struggling to survive alongside their families or on their own. Should illness strike, Jiang Chen glanced at the radiation clouds above, the sunlight filtering through, bearing an unhealthy hue. Soon, the plump Wang Yi hurried out of the information room, clutching a stack of documents which he handed to Jiang Chen, then wiped the sweat from his brow with a cheerful grin. The resumes bore a thin layer of dust, evidence of recent cleaning. In this wasteland, there is no shortage of high-tech talent, even to the point of surplus. After all, producing bullets does not require sophisticated technology, nor is there anyone willing to pay for new computers or smartphones. Jiang Chen meticulously sifted through the materials in his hands, occasionally furrowing his brow. "Boss Jiang, are you dissatisfied?" Wang Yi inquired cautiously. After all, this was tied to his commission and his sole means of livelihood. While a few candidates indeed possessed skills that were hard to critique, however, Jiang Chen pointed to a section at the bottom of the resumes, where it noted criminal records. "Why have you presented me with a lineup of criminals? Lu Haitao, an IT professional, sentenced to 10 years for stealing 15 nutritional supplements, currently engaged in manual labor at an organic synthesis furnace. Li Kaming, former project manager at Fei Sun Technology, sentenced to 17 years for an armed hostage incident, currently laboring at a bullet processing factory." The corpulent flesh of Wang Yi's face coalesced, revealing a bitter smile more unsightly than tears. As he spoke in an almost imploring tone, "Mr. Jiang, I beseech you, there's truly nothing I can do." After hearing Wang Yi's explanation, Jiang Chen finally comprehended the situation. It turned out that not all denizens of the slums possessed autonomy. Those susceptible to being bartered as commodities were invariably the ones deprived of their liberty. Every individual who had availed themselves of welfare in the slums was nominally considered the property of the sixth block, their status akin to serfs of a bygone era. Each able-bodied person was compelled to toil in factories, while those lacking the capacity to work were reserved as a demographic reserve, to be deployed as cannon fodder at the front lines when exigency dictated. As for the free denizens, they were mostly those who, though impoverished, could subsist independently to some extent, thus obviating the need for welfare. However, these were the regulations of a decade past. Presently, Hope Sea City had engendered a stable ecosystem, and aberrations and zombies no longer assailed the survivors' habitat without provocation. With the cessation of external threats, the sixth block's demand for serf-like denizens had markedly diminished. In order to assimilate the surplus population, the sixth block's administration was compelled to partake in the human trade. They furnished the requisite connections to designated agents, who then vended the superfluous denizens of the slums. These denizens were frequently acquired by mercenaries or caravans to be utilized as bait to probe dangers or lure prey. Veritably, the fate of those thus purchased was rarely felicitous. No one would squander nutritional supplements on the unworthy. Thus, those permitted for sale, aside from individuals lacking the capacity for labor, are often criminals who have transgressed the law. Jiang Chen began to feel somewhat troubled, as he had little desire for either of these types. Those with vile temperaments are difficult to control, while the physically frail are hard to sustain. In truth, Jiang, the proprietor, need not fret. These individuals are equipped with electronic collars upon sale. Should they engage in any act that jeopardizes your safety, well, Wang, the rotund fellow, seemed to perceive Jiang Chen's apprehension and cautiously elucidated, even gesturing with his fingers to illustrate the blooming of a flower. In light of this, although some trepidation lingered, there appeared to be no superior alternative. Jiang Chen sighed, preparing to select a somewhat presentable criminal from the lot. Caution would suffice. 010342. Halt immediately, or you shall be terminated. A cold voice resonated from the entrance, causing Jiang Chen to glance aside. A soft impact was felt against his leg, and upon looking down, he was taken aback. "I apologize for eavesdropping on your conversation. I possess computing skills. I implore you, please take me." The girl spoke with remarkable speed, her pupils reflecting a tempest of fear and desperation. As this petite figure clung to his thigh, Jiang Chen instinctively reached for the weapon at his back. However, upon observing the soldier in combat attire signaling him to remain calm while aiming at the girl, he relinquished the notion of drawing his firearm. The soldier, akin to lifting a chick, forcibly separated the frail girl from Jiang Chen. He furrowed his brow, but chose to remain silent. Although sympathetic, he was more concerned about the girl's motives. Could this be a conspiracy orchestrated by the Grey Goo mercenary corps, assigned to a labor camp? Wang Yi shrugged. Such occurrences were commonplace, and he had grown accustomed to them. Is such a young child capable of labor? She's not as young as she appears. Generally, individuals over the age of 16 are fitted with bracelets restricting their departure. That fellow is merely underdeveloped. Wang Yi chuckled. Let's not dwell on that. Mr. Jiang, have you considered making a selection? I'll take that girl. Jiang Chen sighed. Such a frail girl would likely perish within days under the intense labor of the camp. Jiang Chen had witnessed countless corpses and taken lives himself. However, he could not bear to watch a young girl be led into hell, especially since it seemed to be because of him. Perhaps this is conscience? A luxury? Wang Yi paused, casting a peculiar glance at Jiang Chen as he leaned in. Hee, Mr. Jiang, if you have a penchant for this, there are other, more appealing options. Hee, I have connections that could procure even more. You are loquacious. Wang Yi shuddered at the icy expression on Jiang Chen's face. Yes, no problem. Not wanting to offend his benefactor, Wang Yi hastily nodded and bowed. How long will the formalities take? Jiang Chen had no desire to waste words with this individual. Approximately a day has passed. Kindly disclose your address. Although the girl has just committed a serious offense that restricts her from leaving the country, rendering her a criminal in essence, she still technically falls within the bounds of permissible sale. Yet, as there has not been a formal procedure conducted, extricating her directly is not a trivial matter. To Yajing, I shall await your arrival here. Mr. Jiang remarked, after all, this judicial process. 3 Yajing, I am referring to the gratuity. Jiang Chen said impatiently. Why all the fuss? Are you and I really discussing legality in a realm devoid of civility? Despite his rather disheveled appearance, the rotund man exhibited remarkable efficiency, undoubtedly influenced by the prospect of Yajing. Merely half an hour had elapsed when Jiang Chen noticed a bruise forming on the girl's face. Wang Yi observed Jiang Chen's somewhat unnatural expression and, with a sheepish demeanor, approached closer. Hee, Mr. Jiang, the health check took some time, but it was for your safety. I implore your understanding. With a wry smile, Wang Yi leaned in closer and whispered, Rest assured, the quarantine personnel have informed me. She remains entirely authentic. Hee. Jiang Chen subtly shifted his head, perceiving Wang Yi as an incessant source of warmth, accompanied by an unpleasant odor, as he placed a total of 5 Yajing, encompassing both the transfer fee and gratuity. Upon the table, Jiang Chen inscribed his name on the agreement. Thus, the girl identified by the number 010342 was severed from any ties to District 6. What is your name? Glancing at the contusion marring the left side of the girl's face and the bloodstains adorning her arm, Jiang Chen subtly averted his gaze, a sigh escaping his lips. The bruise appeared to be the result of a rifle butt's impact, and though he bore no direct responsibility for the injury, a faint sense of remorse lingered within him. Yao Jieyu, the girl responded meekly, her voice tinged with trepidation, rendering it somewhat rigid. You possess computer skills? I do. The girl's voice suddenly amplified. But seemingly realizing her abruptness, she lowered her head, murmuring, In computer science, I attained AB grade in the virtual education system. I am confident in my ability to excel in both programming and hacking. Is that so? Then why are you in such dire straits? Jiang Chen inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone as he inclined his head to observe the young girl. Achieving such proficiency at the age of 16 or 17 would undoubtedly warrant the appellation of genius in the modern world. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic era, it appeared to be a rather commonplace occurrence. The abridged virtual education system eschewed extraneous liberal arts instruction, instead providing specialized education tailored to each individual's innate talents. By merely spending a few years within a culture medium, one could attain remarkable achievements in a specific field. Virtually everyone raised within a shelter had undergone similar training. Attaining AB grade was considered a commendable accomplishment. This young girl named Yao Jieyu, evidently hailing from a shelter, had likely found herself adrift here due to various circumstances. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Upon the depletion of resources within a shelter, its inhabitants often chose to depart in search of new havens. Most individuals would opt to enter such a survivor's base, a feat achievable by many in the slums. Yao Jieyu felt a slight flush on her cheeks, and, somewhat shyly, lowered her gaze. Yet, as if concerned about Jiang Chen's dissatisfaction, she mustered her courage to lift her head. Although my abilities may not be the most exceptional, my potential will undoubtedly prove advantageous to you. Furthermore, I am quite obedient. Whatever you ask of me, I shall not resist and will be very docile." As she spoke the last words, whether from excitement or embarrassment, the girl's face turned a deep crimson. Observing Yao Jiayu's earnest attempts to promote herself, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. He was indifferent to the meager amount of Yajing spent, like money. It was always meant to be spent. "Relax, you need not be so tense while working for me." As he watched Yao Jiayu tremble and nod, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed her attire. The thin fabric clung tightly to her frail frame, resembling the jumpsuits worn by those in the slums. Upon leaving the camp, all her belongings had been confiscated, including the tattered coat that had once wrapped around her. "Are you cold?" he inquired. The girl shivered and shook her head. It was at this moment that Jiang Chen realized her trembling was not from fear of him, but rather due to the chill in the air. Sighing, he draped his coat over her shoulders, much to Yao Jiayu's astonishment. "Do not catch a cold. It is not easy to treat here." Jiang Chen did not utter any heartwarming words, yet the girl silently lowered her head, her lips concealed by disheveled and greasy strands of hair, revealing a fleeting smile that hinted at happiness. How fortunate she felt. Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly. "No, it's nothing." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled, refraining from probing further. Having performed a good deed, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. Perhaps this was the hallmark of a civilized individual. Yao Jiayu covertly glanced at the corners of Jiang Chen's smiling mouth, then timidly lowered her gaze, pulling her windbreaker collar closer around her. It felt so warm. What she left unspoken was that she had waited far too long. Every day, she would hide in the corner of the slum talent market, secretly observing those who came to purchase slaves. She longed to escape from this place, waiting for a master who was not entirely cruel. There were mercenaries with a vicious demeanor, well-dressed merchants, and individuals who seemed oblivious to the depths of the situation. Yet, she had never dared to act as she did today. Why was that? Why risk death to plead with this man? Perhaps it was the glimpse of a unique sentiment she saw in his eyes as he gazed at the slum, a flicker of compassion, though it was faint and nearly worn away. If she did not take a gamble at this moment, she would be doomed to spend her life in this hell. She understood well that the reason the villains in the slum had yet to lay a hand on her was merely because her body had not fully developed. Once she matures, she will confront a veritable hellscape, a reality she has already gleaned from the elder sister next door, coerced into prostituting her body for a mere pack of cigarettes, or subjected to the wanton indignities of a mob. Her father, who perished valiantly defending her mother, and her mother, abjectly kneeling in supplication, have imprinted upon her a premature maturity far beyond her years. This world has descended into madness. Since ultimate exploitation and a parasitic existence are inevitable, she might as well align herself with someone who might exhibit a modicum of leniency. Leniency, or even a slightly gentler hand during beatings, would be sufficient. As for the eventuality of Jiang Chen not extending his benevolence to purchase her after a lost wager, a demise within the confines of a labor camp would hardly constitute the worst of fates. Chapter 11. An intimate supper. Pray tell, is this your predilection? A disdainful gaze was leveled in his direction. Jiang Chen, sensing the animosity in Sun Jiao's eyes, involuntarily shuddered. "You misconstrue my intentions. She is merely a computer expert I've enlisted," Jiang Chen explained with a wry smile. "Do I truly appear to be a pedophile?" Sun Jiao scrutinized Jiang Chen with suspicion, then turned her attention to the perpetually downcast girl, before leaning in conspiratorially. "Is she secure? Could she have any affiliation with the Grey Goo Mercenary Corps?" Jiang Chen shook his head. "I would surmise not. I find the term surmise unsettling, especially when your safety is at stake." Sun Jiao sighed. Approaching Yao Jiayu and gently lifting her chin with her index finger, scrutinizing her eyes with intensity. "Do you recognize Zhou Guoping?" Abruptly posing the question caught the girl completely off guard. Yet, in those limpid eyes, there was little more than bewilderment, no significant disturbance. "No, I don't recognize him." "Very well. I need to conduct a search. I hope you don't mind." Sun Jiao nodded, a mischievous smile suddenly playing on her lips. Yao Jiayu acquiesced in a soft whisper. With a swift motion, Sun Jiao, unexpectedly, directly unzipped her jumpsuit. Yao Jiayu's face flushed crimson, yet she didn't resist Sun Jiao's actions, merely using trembling hands to gently shield her most intimate areas. Her delicate lips quivered slightly. She was terrified of the woman before her. In her eyes, she couldn't perceive the kindness she saw in the man's gaze. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jiang Chen, his face reddening, instinctively reached out to block the view. "A body search, to prove she's safe." Sun Jiao cast a mocking glance at Jiang Chen. Honestly, why are you still blushing like a virgin? Is it because your big sister hasn't trained you enough? Damn training. Want to give it a try? Jiang Chen glared back fiercely. Yao Jiayu, her face burning, kept her head bowed low, her body trembling slightly. This wasn't due to the temperature. The lavish room was equipped with high-tech air conditioning. Rather, it was because of the humiliation, even though she considered herself to be quite composed. The act of being stripped and searched in front of a man was still too stimulating for her. Okay, no transmitting devices or weapons. With a clap of her hands, Sun Jiao rose to her feet, playfully pinching Yao Jiayu's bosom, eliciting a stifled gasp. Are you truly a girl? I jested, you're so impish. Whether intentional or not. Sun Jiao flaunted her endowments. Yao Jiayu, face flushed crimson, remained silent and demure, hesitant to retrieve her garments from the floor. What's gotten into you? I inquired. Jiang Chen, having relinquished any attempt to restrain Sun Jiao's playfulness, merely sighed. Then, with a slight blush, addressed Yao Jiayu. Hasten to don your attire. Yes, the girl responded, hastily gathering her clothes. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip and gingerly stepped into them. Jiang Chen felt as though he had glimpsed something forbidden and covered his nose. Why are you being so bashful? I asked. She is your thrall, practically your chattel. Even if you were to do something to her, she wouldn't resist. Sun Jiao teased Jiang Chen. Oh, would you not be jealous? Jiang Chen retorted, glaring at Sun Jiao, feeling compelled to chastise the mischievous minx. I would drain you dry. Sun Jiao whispered into Jiang Chen's ear, causing his blood to surge. Ahem, very well. The matter of punishment shall be deferred. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, casting another stern look at the impish enchantress. Enough with the jesting. In summation, this is Sun Jiao, my name is Jiang Chen, and henceforth, you shall be one of us. Jiang Chen endeavored to adopt a friendly tone as he addressed the girl, who was blushing and at a loss for words. Yes, master, she replied, her gaze lowered. You need not call me master, simply address me as Jiang Chen. That electronic ring has always made me feel uneasy. Since you are worthy of my trust, allow me to assist you in removing it. Although it was undeniably gratifying to be referred to as master by such a delicate young lady, Jiang Chen could not shake the feeling of discomfort it evoked within him. Despite Sun Jiao's incredulous gaze, which regarded him as if he were a fool, Jiang Chen chose to disregard it. Please no? To Jiang Chen's astonishment, Yao Jiayu not only failed to express gratitude for his kindness, but also recoiled slightly, her eyes beseeching him. Why? Confounded by her reaction, Jiang Chen inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. I do not dislike having such a kind master. I, Yao, am already quite happy. I hope you will not cast me aside. I never suggested I would abandon anything, Jiang Chen replied with a wry smile. The absence of defenses did not equate to trust, and he chuckled softly, realizing that this little one was quite perceptive. Sun Jiao whispered into Jiang Chen's ear, and upon hearing her murmurs, he suddenly understood. With another bitter smile, he recognized that he was indeed still too young, still attempting to navigate this harsh post-apocalyptic reality with the mindset of the present world. Betrayal is a jarring term, yet in this desolate world, it has become all too commonplace. For the sake of gain, one might turn their weapon against a comrade in arms. To survive, one might forsake their own family. All of this has become tragically ordinary in the aftermath of civilization. Removing the electronic collar would, whether Jiang Chen realized it or not, have instigated a sense of guardedness toward Yao Jiayu. She was not, after all, like Sun Jiao, who had been with him from the start, but a newcomer who joined later. Vigilance breeds distrust, and once suspicion takes root in the heart, everything she does becomes suspect. In any case, he harbored no ulterior motives, nor possessed any combat prowess. Even without the collar, eliminating him would be as simple as a single bullet. Yao Jiayu, though young, was intelligent. She understood that wearing the collar would reassure Jiang Chen, and that was enough. As long as she remained docile and obedient, she wouldn't be abandoned. Yao quietly clenched her small fist, resolving herself. She harbored no grand ambitions, only the desire to survive, and perhaps, to find a modicum of happiness. Subtly comprehending Yao Jiayu's intentions, Jiang Chen smiled and ceased his insistence. In truth, she was overthinking things. Even without the collar, Jiang Chen's perception of her would remain unchanged. Why, you ask? Jiang Chen unconsciously viewed Sun Jiao and Yao through the lens of a modern-day person, while they, in turn, saw Jiang Chen, an outsider, through the lens of the apocalypse. In Jiang Chen's eyes, she was merely a child, barely grown. Even if that child was a computer prodigy, he didn't perceive her as a threat to him. Yao Jieyu pondered the intentions of Jiang Chen with the mindset of a post-apocalyptic survivor. Although Sun Jiao vaguely speculated about Jiang Chen's origins, she remained ensnared in her deeply ingrained thought patterns. They perhaps discerned his distinctive, almost naive kindness and extraordinary values. Yet they failed to uncover Jiang Chen's most genuine sentiments. Fearless, why is that? If one could effortlessly escape from perilous circumstances to a realm of tranquility, would one still harbor dread for the atrocities unfolding in this world? Surely not. While such a notion might dull his vigilance against danger, it is not something that can be altered overnight. After all, he had only been here for a mere week, merely scratching the surface of the apocalypse. It would be unfortunate if a rift were to emerge between Sun Jiao and Yao Yao, especially since Sun Jiao had just playfully teased her. This was also the reason Sun Jiao had voluntarily offered to assist her with bathing, though Yao Yao had been gazing at him with pleading, tearful eyes prior to entering. By the bathtub, Yao Yao exclaimed yes. Yao Jiayu straightened up like a startled rabbit. There's no need to be so tense, Sun Jiao chuckled, embracing Yao Jiayu and gently wiping her back. May I call you Yao Yao from now on? There's no need to be frightened. I am quite kind to my own. Sun Jiao tenderly brushed the bruises from her face and softly inquired, does it still hurt? A little, Yao Jiayu replied. After your bath, I shall apply some medicine for you. Indeed, your skin possesses a remarkable delicacy and smoothness once cleansed. Sun Jiao, with a hint of envy, gently caressed Yao Yao's shoulder. Yao Jiayu, akin to a rabbit ensnared by a tiger, recoiled in trepidation, submitting to Sun Jiao's playful ministrations. It is, in fact, a third-generation hibernation pod, Yao Jiayu murmured softly. It possesses the capability to rejuvenate one's physical condition. Ah, a hibernation pod, Sun Jiao remarked with playful irony. A veritable extravagance. In that case, your chronological age likely surpasses mine, doesn't it? Nay, not at all, she demurred. I entered the hibernation pod at the tender age of 12. Though I remained within for approximately 2 decades, the suppressants effectively curtailed my physical maturation to a mere 2 years, coupled with my subsequent biennium in 6th sector. My corporeal age is a mere 16 years, with a mental age of approximately 14. Such calculations elude my comprehension, Sun Jiao jested, her proclivity for teasing those she deemed endearing resurfacing. 12 plus 20. That equates to 30, does it not? Nay, I am not quite so venerable. Yao Yao protested softly. Ergo, you have reached an age of culinary suitability? Culinary suitability. Yao Yao's countenance paled precipitously, her mind conjuring tales of depraved individuals in the West who indulged in the consumption of juvenile flesh. Perverse thoughts aside, I refer to consumption in a more metaphorical sense. Sun Jiao jested, her hand gliding playfully across Yao Yao's nascent bosom. Yao Yao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze demurely. I shall endeavor to be on my best behavior. Should my master desire to consume me, I shall offer no resistance. You shall not partake. Sun Jiao interjected playfully, cutting Yao Yao short. Yao Yao stammered, taken aback. Your elder sister has consumed her fill, Sun Jiao declared with a triumphant flourish. She found particular amusement in teasing the young lowly. Yao Yao couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling a surge of annoyance as she sensed the soft, ample impact from behind. No one is vying with you, she muttered inwardly, though she herself failed to notice a fleeting hint of disappointment in her heart. Time for a rinse, hi-ho. Ooh-ah. The bathroom echoed with mirthful sounds. It seemed a joyous occasion indeed, a testament to their harmonious camaraderie. Jiang Chen, listening to the commotion from within the bathroom, couldn't help but smile. He opened a can with a can opener, emptied its contents onto a plate, and placed it in the microwave to heat. Thus, a series of sumptuous delicacies were readily prepared with ease. The rice in the rice cooker was also cooked to perfection, and Jiang Chen portioned it out onto the dining table. Gazing upon his culinary creations, Jiang Chen couldn't resist stroking his chin with a touch of self-admiration. Who dares say, I am not a paragon of virtue? He mused. Albeit they are all canned provisions, ahem. Wow, such opulence today, Sun Jiao exclaimed, her gluttonous nature shining through as she emerged from the bathroom, draped only in a towel. She nonchalantly took a seat opposite Jiang Chen, her natural beauty on full display. I implore you, adorn yourself with garments before you partake in the repast, Jiang Chen entreated. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's lament, Sun Jiao, far from being ashamed, provocatively thrust out her bosom, which strained against the confines of her garment. She then crossed her long, shapely legs in a gesture that seemed to say, "I shall not obey. I dare you to take me." The sight caused a dryness in Jiang Chen's throat, but with Yao Yao present, he could not bring himself to ravish Sun Jiao then and there. Instead, he took a swig of his iced beer. Seemingly pleased with Jiang Chen's reaction, Sun Jiao contentedly gulped down her cool cola, emitting a sound of pure satisfaction. Umph, as I suspected, this fellow is indeed fond of ample bosoms. If Jiang Chen were privy to Sun Jiao's smug thoughts, he would likely have spewed his beer across the room. "Yao Yao, why don't you join us?" Ignoring the ravenous Sun Jiao, Jiang Chen turned his gaze to Yao Yao, who stood motionless to the side, staring blankly at the table laden with food. Yao Yao swallowed hard, her mind lost in a daze. Braised pork, chicken curry, sweet and sour cabbage. This must be a dream, Yao Yao thought, as she foolishly raised her small hand and gently bit the back of it. Ouch, it hurts. Delicious, this. Finish chewing before you speak. Yao Yao, if you don't eat soon, she'll devour everything. Jiang Chen chuckled as he beckoned Yao Yao, interrupting her reverie. I too. Yao Yao swallowed several times, her round eyes widening as she fixed Jiang Chen with an incredulous stare. Is there some for me as well? Certainly, one ought to dine together. Take your time, there is no one here competing with you. How embarrassing. Jiang Chen observed Sun Jiao devouring her food with such fervor that he couldn't help but chuckle, genuinely concerned she might choke. Medicinal paste. Sun Jiao mumbled with her cheeks puffed out. This individual, despite her mature appearance, could at times resemble a child. Jiang Chen, both amused and exasperated, watched her voracious eating and joined in with his chopsticks. Yao Yao cautiously settled at the table, grasping her chopsticks yet hesitating to make a move. Not hungry. No, it's not that. Yao Yao lowered her head, her eyes inexplicably brimming with tears. You are so kind to me, yet I am merely a slave. A slave? Jiang Chen had never viewed it that way. Rather than a master of slaves, he aspired to be a boss befitting his own identity. Is not heartfelt respect far more fulfilling than forced submission? Oh, please don't cry. It isn't good for your stomach to weep while eating. Do taste this, haha. It's my braised pork. Although it's from a can, it does not diminish Jiang Chen's pride. However, tears cascaded down even more swiftly, leaving Jiang Chen somewhat at a loss. This sumptuous dinner evoked memories of Yao Yao's once happy home, causing her to feel as if she were caught in a temporal disarray. It seemed as though all of this transpired before the war. In her mind, the man before her transformed into her brother, while the woman appeared as her sister. This rare warmth enveloped them at the dining table, blurring her vision. Coincidentally, in that very moment, Jiang Chen experienced a similar illusion. The illusion of home. Chapter 12. The Battle at the Construction Site, Part 1. And then there is the vault in the bank, containing wealth in the hundreds of millions. What are you thinking? Sun Jiao waved her hand in front of Jiang Chen's eyes. Moreover, you have a girlfriend now. A smile crept onto Jiang Chen's face as he grasped Sun Jiao's hand. Scrutinizing it closely, I was pondering whether I should present you with a ring. Sun Jiao's face flushed, and she hurriedly ran away, somewhat flustered. This girl, while exuding confidence, occasionally revealed a bashful side. With a hearty laugh, Jiang Chen rose from the dining table. Unbeknownst to him, the dishes had been cleaned up. It was his first realization that Sun Jiao could indeed manage household chores, a smile of contentment blossoming on his face. Of course, much credit was due to Yao Yao. Jiang Chen surmised that the obedient Yao Yao must have taken the initiative to carry the dishes into the kitchen, making the boisterous Sun Jiao feel somewhat embarrassed, prompting her to join in the tidying up. What is this? The feeling of being the head of the household? After dinner, it was naturally time for a strategy meeting. For reasons unknown, Sun Jiao insisted on holding the meeting while lying on the bed in the bedroom. This girl is becoming increasingly lazy. Jiang Chen couldn't help but internally scoff. Since donning Jiang Chen's clothes, Yao Yao's face had been perpetually flushed. Though she did not intentionally seek it out, the faint scent of masculinity lingered at Yao Yao's nostrils, making her feel rather giddy, having never encountered such an experience before. First on the agenda was the plan to infiltrate the bank vault. Well then, let me briefly explain it to our little one. Sun Jiao retrieved her holographic computer pen and unfurled the holographic projection. The route from the underground parking garage, through the secure passageway, circumventing the zombie-infested lobby, into the basement, and finally to the vault's main entrance is familiar to me, so there's minimal peril. The pivotal point is the vault door. Are you confident in your ability to crack that combination lock? Sun Jiao inquired, turning her gaze toward Yao Yao. If it's a pre-war security system, I'm highly confident. However, I require 2 days for preparation. Certain auxiliary programs must be prepared in advance, Yao Yao stated with gravity, her eyes fixed on the screen. That's perfectly acceptable. Sun Jiao snapped her fingers. The villa? Yao Yao tilted her head, perplexed. Our base of operations, and also your future home, Sun Jiao clarified with a gentle smile. Home. Regardless of how many times she heard that word, Yao Yao's heart was suffused with a warm sensation. Now, for the next matter, Sun Jiao began, her expression turning somber as she swept her stray hairs behind her ears, regarding the Grey Goo mercenary group. Oh, what actions have those fellows taken? Jiang Chen inquired, furrowing his brow. Yao Yao, on the other hand, appeared bewildered, uncertain of what they were suddenly discussing. Noticing the perplexed look on Yao Yao's face, Sun Jiao slapped her forehead and proceeded to explain the situation to her. In other words, those individuals are coveting the wealth in Master's possession. Ahem. Refrain from calling me Master. You may address me as brother. The term Master sounds awkward to Jiang Chen, especially when uttered by a little lowly. Understood. Brother. Good heavens. Such endearing charm. Jiang Chen averted his gaze, only to meet Sun Jiao's knowing eyes, as if to say, if you dare to act like a beast, beware my wrath. So what are your observations? Reinforcements from the Grey Goo mercenary group have appeared in the vicinity, lingering approximately 5 kilometers from the 6th block. 17 riflemen and 1 vehicle-mounted machine gun. It cannot be ruled out that this is only a fraction of their forces, with business taking precedence. Sun Jiao resumed her professional demeanor. As per your scheme, the stage is set, awaiting only the actors. With a smile and a nod, Jiang Chen reclined upon the bed. Is there anything further to discuss? Let us retire for the night. Ah, but here's a conundrum, Sun Jiao remarked, casting a mischievous glance at Jiang Chen. Where shall you slumber? There is but a single bedchamber, you see, Sun Jiao reminded Jiang Chen. Why, naturally, I shall share it with you, Jiang Chen brazenly declared, embracing Sun Jiao with a grin. I shall retire to the parlor, Yao Yao stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment as she scrambled to leave the bed. Sun Jiao reached out and gently restrained the fleeing Yao Yao, whispering into her ear, Tonight, you shall sleep by my side. There's a big, bad wolf who seeks to devour me. Jiang Chen's face turned ashen. Good heavens, who is devouring whom each night? In the end, the trio slumbered together, passing a tranquil night, albeit one fraught with restless sleep for all. The following morn, Jiang Chen, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, arose from the bed. Gazing at the formidable figure of Miss Sun Jiao, still ensconced in the realm of dreams, and then glancing at the curled-up form of Yao Yao, a smile involuntarily graced Jiang Chen's lips. It was time to rise and prepare breakfast. Though the world had descended into chaos, maintaining a regular routine was paramount. Consistently having breakfast was one of the few commendable habits Jiang Chen had managed to uphold. He slid the plate filled with slices of bread into the microwave and casually stretched, yawning as he turned his gaze toward the sky outside. The dawn had yet to fully break, yet he felt no inclination to sleep. The thought of soon confronting the most vicious bandits in this desolate land stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. How to articulate it? Although he was well prepared, the battlefield offered no guarantees. One could never be entirely sure that it would not be oneself who fell. While Jiang Chen had taken precautions, the adversaries across from him would undoubtedly be equally vigilant. With who lay missing, the man named Zhou Guoping, unless he were utterly daft, would surely deduce that their plans had been compromised. The heavy machine gun they had prepared would likely shift from an ambush to a full-on assault. Unless he intended to hide away for a lifetime, he would eventually have to confront that gang of marauders outside. Is there anything I can assist you with? Came a soft murmur from behind him. Jiang Chen turned around, smiling gently as he asked, Aren't you going to sleep a little longer? The little girl, clad in Jiang Chen's oversized clothing, shook her head and rubbed her sleepy eyes. No, I don't need to. If you continue to be so lazy, you might just get left behind. I told you I wouldn't abandon you. Honestly, what do you think about all day? Jiang Chen chuckled playfully, reaching out to tousle her tousled hair. Perhaps due to her groggy state from insufficient sleep, Yao Yao found herself in a daze, her small head being gently patted, and she emitted an unconscious purring sound that was utterly adorable. Clutching a disposable toothbrush, she stood in a dazed manner before the wash basin. Owing to her anemia, she often awoke in a foggy state in the mornings. Yet, despite her muddled mind, she could distinctly feel her heart racing. What could be the reason for this? Unconsciously, she clutched the toothbrush tightly against her chest and remained in a trance for quite some time. Suddenly, with a silly grin on her face, she chuckled softly. The warmth lingering on the toothbrush felt incredibly comforting. After breakfast, the trio departed from the Tulip Hotel and headed straight to the market in the 6th district. There, specialized shops offered electronic products, where a luxurious holographic pen that would have cost a staggering 100,000 RMB before the war could now be purchased for a mere handful of yajing. Notably, upon witnessing Jiang Chen's purchase of 2 units, the vendor generously included a plethora of electronic components as a bonus. Although Jiang Chen had little interest in those components, Yao Yao eagerly collected them, treating them as treasures to be stored in her backpack. The proprietor enthusiastically touted the hard drive's capacity of 100 terabytes, its ultra-high-performance processor, and remarkably low energy consumption. However, Jiang Chen remained uncertain of their true capabilities. His primary motivation for acquiring the holographic pen was Yao Yao. As for himself, Jiang Chen simply wished to experience the effect of watching films on a holographic computer. Additionally, he spent 2 yajing to purchase an EP for Yao Yao. This artifact possesses remarkable efficacy in combating radiation exposure and assessing physical well-being. However, after receiving such a multitude of gifts, Yao Yao appeared quite bashful. Her face flushed as she kept her head lowered in silence. With everything attended to, the trio of Jiang Chen commenced their journey homeward. As their boots struck the concrete pavement beyond the steel gate, Jiang Chen began to discern an unusual aura. Had they already been marked? Perhaps due to the wondrous effects of the gene therapy, his intuition felt markedly sharper than before. Remember to act as planned, understood? Sun Jiao, serious in hand, led the way and softly reminded Jiang Chen once more. Understood. Jiang Chen shrugged, took a slow, deep breath, and forced a light-hearted smile. Don't forget, this was my idea after all. Yao Yao, with some trepidation, gently squeezed Jiang Chen's hand. This perceptive young girl had readily sensed the unease and bravado within Jiang Chen's heart. Yet at that moment, all she could offer was solace, as she could provide little additional assistance. Indeed, merely avoiding becoming a burden required considerable effort, given that her physical stamina was the weakest among them. Proceeding at a measured pace, they rounded a street corner, advancing towards the location where the Grey Goo mercenary group lay in ambush. Jiang Chen's heart rate gradually quickened. Suddenly, Sun Jiao halted. Something's not right. Jiang Chen immediately became alert, retrieving the PK-200 assault rifle from his back. Yao Yao pressed closely behind Jiang Chen, her expression betraying a composure beyond her years, yet her delicate frame trembled slightly. Sun Jiao inhaled deeply and suddenly yanked the trigger from her waist. Boom! A cloud of smoke erupted, enveloping half the street. This way, follow me. Sun Jiao beckoned to the 2 individuals, swiftly darting towards a nearby building. Damn it! The prey has escaped, cursed the man with a mohawk, adorned with a lip ring, as he slammed his fist against the concrete wall, hoisting a heavy machine gun and preparing to relocate. He was oblivious to how the 3 had sensed the looming danger. All he knew was that if he failed, his boss might very well take his life. Pursue. The 2nd squad followed suit. Received. This is the 2nd squad. The machine gun team is on the move. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Though comprised of rogue elements, this unit had been tempered by years of warfare, and the ragtag group, equipped with varying degrees of weaponry, swiftly responded, surrounding the direction in which Jiang Chen and his companions had fled. Their wolf pack-like combat style was their assurance of success in every engagement. Are we not there yet? Jiang Chen glanced at Yao Yao, who was gritting her teeth to keep pace, and couldn't help but ask Sun Jiao. The genetic serum truly was a remarkable substance. In just a few days, Jiang Chen felt a profound difference in his physical condition. If only this substance were applicable to minors. Administering a dose to Yao Yao might prove advantageous. After running for so long, he felt no trace of fatigue in his muscles. At this rate, she would inevitably fall behind. Jiang Chen slung his rifle over his back, turned, and scooped up the increasingly exhausted Yao Yao, accelerating to catch up with Sun Jiao amidst her startled exclamations. Sun Jiao glanced at Jiang Chen without uttering a word, continuing to sprint ahead with her weapon in hand. Yao Yao gazed up at Jiang Chen's jawline, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek and landing on her arm, silently gripping his sweat-soaked clothing. Yao Yao relaxed and gently rested her small head on his shoulder. She refrained from uttering pleas for him to set her down. fully aware that it would be the most sensible choice. Perhaps such thoughts were somewhat selfish. Yet never before had she yearned for survival as intensely as she did today. She wished to repay him, but no. Everything she possessed already belonged to this man. Observing Jiang Chen's determined profile, Yao Yao felt a warmth in her heart. In this apocalyptic world, falling behind and succumbing to death was tragically commonplace. Yet, Jiang Chen would not allow for such normalcy. He swiftly navigated through a partially collapsed ruin while cradling Yao Yao. Keeping pace with Sun Jiao, Yao Yao was not particularly heavy, her frail figure barely exceeding 40 kilograms. The discomfort stemmed from the cracked concrete ground and the sporadic appearance of zombies. The current generation of zombies was indeed scarce, but any loud disturbances could easily attract a horde. Given the presence of vehicles across the way, Sun Jiao was compelled to choose a more intricate terrain for their passage. Faster! It's the building ahead, rush inside. Sun Jiao gestured, surprisingly managing to converse while running. In contrast, Jiang Chen was gritting his teeth, on the verge of losing his breath. He placed Yao Yao down and leaned heavily against a concrete pillar, propping himself up with his rifle as he gasped for air. Yao Yao knelt beside Jiang Chen, her face etched with regret, as she gently extended her hand, using her sleeve to wipe the beads of sweat from his cheek. The sign of the Guangli building dangled precariously from the rooftop, its darkened windows rendering the structure eerily foreboding. The lack of fresh paint suggested that this edifice had been abandoned before completion. However, this very abandonment meant that the building was devoid of zombies or other malevolent creatures. The walls, marred by numerous cracks, appeared quite unreliable, yet it was precisely this unreliability that led Jiang Chen to select this location as the battlefield. The adversaries, driven by greed, would undoubtedly refrain from demolishing the building, thus sparing Jiang Chen and his companions from entrapment. Given these circumstances, the choice to confront them here was merely to deliver a sudden strike to the vanguard, compelling them to advance with caution. Once they united with the subsequent forces, it would facilitate a comprehensive ambush. Sun Jiao expertly leaned against the window of the derelict building, positioning her SK-10 Sirius on the windowsill. With unwavering focus, she peered through the scope, her finger poised delicately on the trigger as she awaited the pursuers to reveal themselves. Engaging in battle here, was it still feasible? Jiang Chen adjusted his breathing, rose unsteadily from the ground, and leaned against the base of the window beside Sun Jiao, readying his assault rifle and disengaging the safety. The clash was imminent. Chapter 13. The Fierce Battle at the Construction Site. Part 2. Lu Renjiao was filled with frustration. He could not comprehend how the ambushers had managed to alert the enemy to their presence. The sudden flight of those plump targets left him feeling utterly unprepared. Although he made the prompt decision to pursue the brothers, he found himself unable to catch up. It occurred to Lu Renjiao that the two individuals must have been injected with genetic serums, and a glint of avarice flickered across his countenance. Genetic serums were a commodity even the leader could not afford. Not only had this young man purchased it for himself, but he had also administered a dose to his paramour. What use is it to buy it for a woman? Does it make the act more pleasurable? At this thought, Lu Renjiao licked his parched lips, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Whether it was indeed more pleasurable or not, he would soon find out once he apprehended these fellows and took the woman captive for his own amusement. After he had his fill, he would allow his brothers to sample her charms, to discern the difference between a woman injected with genetic serums and those of weaker constitution. The mere thought of Sun Jiao's alluring figure sent a surge of carnal desire through Lu Renjiao's veins. The wasteland was not devoid of beauties. With the advancement of genetic technology, gene reshaping techniques had been developed long before the war. Moreover, the effects of such procedures were heritable. Despite the artificial nature of these enhanced beauties, the universal desire for beauty prevailed, as everyone wished for themselves and their offspring to possess pleasing aesthetics. While this genetic technology possessed a degree of unpredictability, it generally led to a significant increase in the overall attractiveness of the populace. Consequently, in this post-apocalyptic world of the 22nd century, beauties were far from scarce, save for those afflicted by malnutrition. As the leader of a marauding squad, Lu Renjiao kept 2 such women in his den, solely for the purpose of gratifying his lust. Indeed, they could only be referred to as instruments of carnal release. In a post-apocalyptic world where order had collapsed, beauty itself was a transgression without sufficient strength to protect it. It was a matter of possessing a treasure that one was incapable of defending. If Lu Renjiao were to tragically perish during a mission, The two tools he possessed would merely be bestowed upon another by the leader. This seemingly bizarre ethical perspective, however, has unexpectedly gained traction among bandits. In the face of such exhilarating temptation, the ruffians often unleash astonishing fervor for battle. Yet, Lu Renjia is an exceedingly cautious individual. His prudence a stark contrast to the ill-fated connotation of his name. Having ascended to his current position with great difficulty, he harbors no desire for demise. Thus, he exercises utmost caution in every undertaking. Even when hunting too feeble, unsuspecting prey, accompanied by a burdensome lamb, he opts for a conservative formation, placing the most dim-witted member at the forefront, while the remaining four flank either side, with himself positioned at the apex of the triangle. However, it is precisely this caution that has afforded him a few extra moments of life. Buzz! A laser pierced the cranium of the individual leading the charge, leaving behind a ghastly wound upon his forehead. Combat! Combat! Scatter! Momentarily taken aback, Lu Renjia did not anticipate that those two unsuspecting targets would dare to retaliate. Though somewhat caught off guard, he swiftly threw himself behind a battered concrete wall, signaling his teammates to commence their counterattack. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets poured forth as if they were free, sending shards of concrete flying in all directions, and Jiang Chen managed to suppress the 5 mercenaries, bandits, to the point where they could not lift their heads. Damn, they are truly wealthy. Lu Renjia cursed under his breath, pressing his head firmly against the thick section of the concrete wall, fingers poised on the trigger, ready to seize the opportune moment for counteraction. Fool, aim before you shoot. Is there such a thing as indiscriminate firing? Yao Yao cast a furtive glance outside, her anxiety mounting with each bullet that ricocheted overhead, compelling her to clutch her knees tightly and tremble with fear. Driven by unwavering trust and her stubborn acceptance of her status as a slave, she refrained from voicing her inner turmoil. Was it truly meaningful to remain here? Jiang Chen engaged in deep, steady breaths, meticulously aiming through his sights for precise shots. Although he failed to strike anyone, he nonetheless managed to suppress the onslaught from the opposing side. Sun Jiao, displaying remarkable composure, steadily squeezed the trigger, unleashing beams of laser fire accompanied by a resonant hum from her weapon. Including the initial target, she had already claimed 3 lives. Consequently, the enemy's ranks were halved, leading to a corresponding decrease in their firepower. The assailants shifted from aggression to a more cautious approach, sporadically firing shots to gauge the situation on this side. Taking refuge behind cover, Lu Renjia grimaced as he pressed his hand against the bleeding wound on his arm, spitting in frustration. It was evident that the woman's marksmanship far surpassed that of her male counterpart, though this realization came too late, the ghastly injury serving as a harsh lesson. Grateful that the laser-inflicted wound bore no risk of infection, Lu Renjia retrieved a bandage from his waist, performing a rudimentary dressing on himself. The continuous losses among his subordinates forced him to abandon any thoughts of seizing credit for the fight, opting instead to stabilize their position and await reinforcements. Damn, just wait until I get my hands on you. I'll make you call me daddy. A shadow of menace crossed Lu Renjia's face as he gazed in the direction of that woman. Goodness, they truly wasted no time in launching an attack, Jiang Chen thought, eyeing the tattered collar of his shirt, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. If that bullet had veered just 2 inches higher, it is likely that his life would have been forfeit. To perish at the hands of bandits would indeed be a disgrace. You should withdraw. Allow me to handle this. A flicker of concern crossed Sun Jiao's face. Although she usually maintained a demeanor of cold detachment during battle, she could not help but reveal a softer expression upon seeing Jiang Chen's worried countenance. No, one must confront this. Jiang Chen shook his head, resolutely continuing his aim. What would it say about him to be perpetually shielded by a woman? While it was Sun Jiao's duty to ensure his safety, Jiang Chen had no intention of hiding behind her indefinitely. Sun Jiao cast a slightly surprised glance at Jiang Chen, but refrained from further comment. The battlefield allowed no room for distraction. The more enemies they eliminated, the less danger he would face. Sun Jiao silently squeezed the trigger, her pupils glimmering with the flames of slaughter. Soon, the distant roar of an engine announced the arrival of a pickup truck mounted with a heavy machine gun. Finally reaching the battlefield. Rat-a-tat-tat. The unleashed firepower pinned Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao firmly behind their cover, as shouts echoed from outside. Although Yao Yao was nearly overwhelmed by fear from the ferocious gunfire, her well-honed nerves allowed her to suppress her terror. Maintaining her composure, Yao Yao crouched low and moved towards Jiang Chen's direction. Aren't you curious as to why we are counterattacking here? Jiang Chen smiled lightly at Yao Yao, ruffling her hair. Yao Yao shook her head, her large eyes gazing earnestly at Jiang Chen. I believe in you. Jiang Chen chuckled heartily, slinging the rifle over his back before leading Yao Yao down the stairs. This is? Indeed, it was the sewers. The astute Yao Yao instantly grasped the rationale behind Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao's decision to hold their ground here. It wasn't about fleeing, but rather about ensnaring those bandits on the opposite side in one fell swoop, delivering a resounding slap in the face to those scoundrels who dared to covet their wealth. Upon opening the manhole cover, a pungent stench assailed their nostrils. However, Jiang Chen merely furrowed his brow, saying nothing as he jumped straight in. In this parallel world, the drainage system of Wanghai City was relatively spacious, far surpassing the cramped sewers of Jiang Chen's own world. While the odor was equally offensive, it posed no significant impediment. As his feet touched the ground, Jiang Chen promptly switched on his flashlight and retrieved his assault rifle, prepared for any ravenous mutant rats that might appear. The 8-person-wide archway felt reasonably roomy, the foul odor emanating from the central drainage ditch. Aside from a smattering of moss, the solid pavement on either side was generally clean. Automated water treatment facilities, managed by artificial intelligence, were still operational even now, ensuring that the sewage in these sewers continued to flow at a steady pace in a fixed direction. These vital public utilities had undergone repairs shortly after the end of the war. Although they were abandoned not long after, they continued to operate in their original mode. These unmanned devices, governed by artificial intelligence, are abundant in this desolate terrain. Tread cautiously, descend, and I shall receive you. After ascertaining the safety of their surroundings, Jiang Chen beckoned Yao Yao to leap from above. The offensive stench did not elicit even a grimace from Yao Yao, and she promptly jumped. Jiang Chen, waiting below, caught her and gently placed her on the ground. Let us await Sun Jiao here. Exhaling deeply, Jiang Chen wiped the perspiration from his brow, relieved that the peril had subsided. Is Sister Sun Jiao all right? Yao Yao inquired with a hint of concern. That fellow is fine, Jiang Chen responded, his countenance devoid of worry, brimming with assurance in Sun Jiao's capabilities. She is a woman who could restrain me in a single encounter. This, of course, Jiang Chen kept to himself. Deftly evading the hail of bullets, Sun Jiao retreated toward the sewer entrance while engaging in combat. Hark, damsel, where is your consort? Has he abandoned you to entertain us, gentlemen? Ha ha ha. The laughter abruptly ceased as a crimson orifice materialized on the man's neck, and he collapsed to the ground, his expression frozen. Evading the sweeping rifle fire, a sardonic smile graced Sun Jiao's lips as she hurled a concussion grenade. Buzz, accompanied by a blinding flash and high-frequency sonic waves. Nearly all those aiming at Sun Jiao were afflicted, succumbing to the agony. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Jiao wasted no time, darting into the corridor leading to the heart of the construction site. As anticipated, a firm sensation resonated against her back, and a smile played upon Sun Jiao's lips. I say, aren't you afraid of cracking your skull jumping down like that? Jiang Chen chuckled wryly, playfully smacking Sun Jiao's curvaceous dairy. Aren't you here to catch me, my darling? Giggling, Sun Jiao teasingly hooked Jiang Chen's chin with her index finger. Far from showing remorse, she maintained her horizontal posture, her slender legs crossed languidly. Yao Yao, observing their flirtatious banter, blushed crimson and lowered her head. It's up to you to punish them, my boss, Sun Jiao quipped, rolling her eyes at Jiang Chen as she hopped to the ground, deftly placing the remote control into his hand. Gazing at the ceiling, a flicker of hesitation crossed Jiang Chen's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by a cold glint. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen pressed the button without delay. Damn it! Where did the person go? Lu Rinjia roared, grabbing a lackey by the collar. That chick is too nimble, her gun, her marksmanship. The lackey stammered fearfully, his mouth trembling uncontrollably, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Gun my ass, Lu Rinjia retorted, slapping the lackey across the face, sending him sprawling. Spread out, all of you search. Another leader, sporting a thick beard, fixed his malevolent gaze on the corridor where Sun Jiao had last been seen, firing a few shots at the ceiling. Boss, there's something here. Intrigued, the bearded man hurried over. It's a manhole cover. Seems to be locked from the other side. So we can't budge it. He was about to summon his underlings to fetch a welding machine from the vehicle when, suddenly, the man with the bushy beard appeared to have an epiphany, his countenance turning ashen in an instant. Did you capture those two plump sheep? He inquired. Leaning against the car door, a rogue sporting a crew cut engaged in casual banter with his companion, who was perched atop the vehicle, cradling a machine gun. They must have been apprehended, I reckon. Haha, did you hear that gunfire has ceased? The gunner, resting his hands on the mounted machine gun, chuckled as he turned his head to speak. You wouldn't believe it, but that girl has quite the marksmanship, managing to take down 6 of us and injuring about 10 more. You say the individuals were caught, yet the boss still hasn't emerged. Could it be? Haha. The rogue leaning against the car door displayed a sinister grin. The enthusiastic accomplice on the roof mirrored the expression, grinning lewdly. Of course. The boss probably had his fun and might even let us have a turn. TSK. I truly wish to see her face contorted in humiliation, and then, boom, a blaze erupted. The violent explosion momentarily shattered the car windows. Shards of debris shot out of the openings, striking even the street across. All the screams and wails were drowned out by the thunderous roar of crumbling concrete. The unfinished building succumbed to the chaos, slowly collapsing amidst the cacophony of destruction. Damn it, what just happened? Dog. Emerging from the rubble, the disheveled rogue was now smeared in blood, groping around for his comrades, only to encounter a contorted face devoid of a neck. From the very onset of the explosion, the unfortunate soul standing unprotected atop the car had his neck shattered by a flying concrete block. Perhaps this is retribution, the culmination of a life steeped in sin. Chapter 14. The Filthy Sewers. The darkness within is unsettling, and one cannot fathom what might emerge from it. The soles of his boots emit a faint squeak as they tread upon the stained pavement, while Jiang Chen surveys his surroundings. This marks his inaugural venture into the sewers. Initially, the stench was overwhelming, yet one soon acclimatizes to it. Are you afraid? Sun Jiao teased. How could I be? Jiang Chen replied, shaking the PK-200 assault rifle in his hand and flashing a grin. I've never feared those ruffians. Why should I fear these creatures? The beam of his flashlight illuminated a few stout rats, half his height, scuttling into the shadows. In this post-apocalyptic world, the most terrifying entities are not the zombies or aberrations, but rather humanity itself. Jiang Chen had begun to grasp this truth. The recent tremors confirmed that the mercenaries had met their demise. With a building collapsing from a height of over 10 meters, escape was nearly impossible. Surely, no one anticipated that within such an ostensibly abandoned structure lay a perilous trap. The primary support beams of the edifice had been marked and rigged with radio detonators and camouflage. A mere press of a button would reduce the entire building to ruins amidst a cacophony of explosions. Initially, Jiang Chen harbored concerns that the sewers might be jeopardized by the shockwave of the blast. However, it has become evident that such worries were unfounded. Aside from frightening the creatures lurking nearby into retreat, the collapse of the building exerted little additional impact on the sewers. Evidently, the pre-war governmental bodies invested considerable effort in the durability of such public amenities. It's rather mortifying. In the present era, they might have been interred along with everything else. Do you suppose the chieftain of the Grey Goo Mercenary Corps would be incensed to the point of apoplexy upon learning that an entire plunder squad of theirs had been buried? Assuredly, and likely, they would descend upon us with lethal intent the moment we materialized in the 6th block, Sun Jiao remarked, tempering Jiang Chen's elation with a dash of cold water. This does present a slight predicament, Jiang Chen mused, somewhat taken aback by the potential ramifications. Nevertheless, many commodities are procurable elsewhere. Moreover, an opportunity to eliminate this Grey Goo Mercenary Corps might not be entirely unwelcome. Sun Jiao uttered the chilling sentiment with remarkable nonchalance. That violent zealot. Jiang Chen perspired slightly, as he had not genuinely contemplated annihilating their entire faction. Yet, severing any grasping hands was an imperative. Jiang Chen was disinclined to engage in ventures that were perilous and devoid of benefit, even if the Grey Goo Mercenary Corps were irredeemable miscreants. He regarded himself as a merchant, not a wandering vigilante. Yao Yao trailed behind the pair in silence, casting apprehensive glances about. What troubles you, Yao Yao? Fear not. Remain close to your brother, and he shall safeguard you, Jiang Chen proclaimed with audacious bravado, his spirits buoyed by the resolution of their pursuers. Yao Yao's adoring gaze indicated her implicit belief. Pray tell, how many brigands did you dispatch earlier? Sun Jiao inquired, rolling her eyes at Jiang Chen and puncturing his inflated ego with a touch of acerbic humor. I dare say a couple should suffice, Jiang Chen responded, scratching his head sheepishly. Noticing Sun Jiao's incredulous expression, he promptly amended, incapacitated, at least to the point where they can no longer engage. Jiang Chen conceded that his marksmanship was somewhat deficient, as the tactile sensation of live ammunition differed vastly from wielding a gamepad in FPS games. However, he was confident that with sufficient practice, he would eventually evolve into a competent soldier. A suppressed giggle escaped Yao Yao as she discreetly covered her mouth, though seemingly aware that she ought not deride her master. She self-consciously pursed her lips, resulting in a rather comical expression. How much longer? We should be in proximity. There's an egress nearby, Sun Jiao remarked. Her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the holographic imagery in her hand. Abruptly, Jiang Chen sensed a foreboding premonition, his heart palpitating rapidly. Sun Jiao, seemingly sensing something as well, halted in her tracks. Bang, bang, swish, swish. Gunfire erupted without warning. Yet Sun Jiao found herself unable to evade the onslaught. Ugh, she groaned, clutching her shoulder in agony as she collapsed to the ground, her serious rifle skittering away. Sun Jiao. However, Jiang Chen was oblivious to everything. Gazing upon Sun Jiao's closed eyes, a harrowing tremor coursed through him, from his toes to the crown of his head, threatening to consume him entirely. Countless memories flooded his mind. The somewhat brusque woman, the alluring woman, the woman who loved him. She had pushed him out of harm's way. And yet he stared at the bloodied figure before him, gazing at the frail form of Sun Jiao, who had been vibrant just a moment ago. Jiang Chen felt an excruciating pain in his heart, as if it were being rent by 1,000 knives. Her eyes burned like flames. Can you bandage? Yes, yes. At this moment, Yao Yao was nearly brought to tears by the sight of Sun Jiao's bloodied body. Moreover, it was the first time she had witnessed such a grotesque expression on a face that had always worn a gentle smile. I cannot, please. Jiang Chen thrust the medical kit from his backpack into Yao Yao's arms, and then, wielding his assault rifle, moved to the corner. Oh, oh, oh. The unintelligible shouts erupted with violence, and the flash of bullets revealed a multitude of ugly yet jubilant faces. They resembled natives, likely denizens of the sewers, accustomed to the darkness. Even without light, they could see clearly. Any passerby would become their prey, be it mutated rats or humans. Huh, beasts. Jiang Chen roared in fury, peering out from his cover with his rifle raised. Bullets whizzed past his cheek, yet he felt no fear, as if that particular nerve had been severed from his being. What remained was solely the desire for slaughter. Following the flickering light, Jiang Chen pulled the trigger. An unexpected sensation coursed through him, as if every cell in his body was screaming in frenzied agitation. Yet this feeling did not erode his rationality. Rather, it heightened his clarity, allowing him to unleash his firepower with acute awareness. This lucidity existed solely for the purpose of killing. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, a faint yellow glow flickered imperceptibly at his wrist, emanating from the EP. With a sudden motion, Jiang Chen forcefully discarded the emptied magazine and violently slammed a new one into place. He harshly pulled the bolt back and raised his rifle, continuing to unleash a torrent of bullets. Gradually, his vision began to spiral into chaos, everything appearing as if submerged in a turbulent current. This bizarre distortion elicited an enraged roar from Jiang Chen, yet his fury only fueled the spread of this anomaly. As he struggled to contract the muscles around his eyes, striving to focus his pupils, the scene presented to his retina underwent a new mutation. A series of pulsating crimson dots danced within the darkness, throbbing like hearts beside flickering flames. Or perhaps they were hearts. Jiang Chen let out a low growl, aiming his rifle and firing at the clusters of red dots. A cacophony of unrecognizable screams intensified the brutality in his gaze, driving him to abandon his cover and advance towards the target while firing. The blinding beam of his tactical flashlight was undoubtedly a nightmare for the natives, who were accustomed to the shadows. His vision was engulfed in a blinding white glare. Not only could he not aim, but emerging from cover rendered everything nearly invisible, causing the natives to fire wildly. However, those scattered bullets had no effect on Jiang Chen. The penetrating power of the PK-2000 rendered their crude shelters utterly inadequate. Even curled behind cover, the throbbing hearts could not be concealed. Each hit to the crimson heart erupted in a spray of blood before settling into silence. Jiang Chen was oblivious to the number of bullets he had unleashed. His sole desire was to obliterate every one of those infuriating red dots. Gradually, the gunfire from the opposite side subsided. Jiang Chen's brutality and ferocity instilled fear in the hearts of those savages dwelling in the depths below. This man was a demon incarnate, abandoning his antiquated rifle. A man, his mind fractured, charged from his cover with a demented shriek. Alas, before the horrified gazes of his comrades, his heart was pierced, erupting in an intoxicating bloom of blood. The natives concealed behind their barricades were routed, fleeing in disarray, desperately sprinting away, only to be met by Jiang Chen's relentless hail of bullets. "Scum, stand your ground. Your grandpa Jiang Chen is here," he howled, his sanity unhinged, as he brandished his rifle and strode over the barricade. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a heart still pulsating. A boy with ebony skin stared at the leering Jiang Chen with petrified eyes, his pistol jammed, unable to discharge its round. Rat-tat-tat. The rifle in Jiang Chen's grasp spat forth a fiery torrent, tearing apart that vexatious heart with its sweeping barrage. Next? Who's next? A decaying wooden door barred Jiang Chen's path, and with a savage kick, he splintered it open. A nauseating stench assailed his nostrils, entrails, severed limbs, gore, and maggots crawling amidst bones speckled with minced flesh. At the cavern's center stood a massive cauldron, beside which lay a living soul, bereft of limbs, clinging feebly to life. Ugh! Even the maddened Jiang Chen gagged, clutching at his stomach, yet in the next instant, he threw back his head with a malevolent grin, raising his gun and unleashing a sweeping fusillade. He included the cowering, trembling females and the doomed wretch in his merciless onslaught. Aya! A creature of indeterminate gender emitted a piercing, wretched scream, while a blood-soaked figure uttered a lament of death, the corners of its stained mouth revealing a smile of release. The fiery muzzle flash illuminated Jiang Chen's contorted visage. He was consumed by an inexplicable rage, to the extent that even his own name eluded him. All he yearned for was to kill, for he believed only through slaughter could he extinguish the vivid crimson that plagued his mind. Click! The bullet jammed. Jiang Chen violently struck the side of the firearm, attempting to rectify the malfunction. Yet, he remained oblivious to the glint of ferocity that flickered in the eyes of a survivor hidden beneath a corpse. Alala! With a bizarre cry, the bloodied individual toppled Jiang Chen to the ground. Beneath disheveled hair, a pair of eyes, the size of mung beans, glimmered with malice. Straddling Jiang Chen, they summoned all their strength and weight, thrusting a dagger towards his throat with ruthless intent. This blade had dissected countless survivors' bodies. "Ha ha, you little bastard!" Jiang Chen roared with a wicked grin, raising his hand to seize the descending wrist, forcing the dagger to remain elevated, no matter how fiercely the assailant struggled. The repulsive hue with a primal scream, Jiang Chen yearned to rend the heart of his adversary, employing not a rifle, but his bare hands. However, a sudden wave of disorientation swept over his frayed nerves, a sensation of soreness enveloping every muscle in his body, akin to the feeling of lactic acid flooding the limbs after a long run. Elated, the man cackled wildly, exerting all his strength to plunge the dagger into Jiang Chen's throat. Bang! Blood! The man was stunned, gazing at the bloody hole in his abdomen, slowly raising his head to reveal a face racked with sorrow and terror, so hideous, an urge to tear it apart. However, before he could unleash his savage cry, bang! Another gunshot echoed. This time, it pierced his skull. Yao Yao wept, the gun slipping from her grasp. A weapon she had retrieved from a boy. She knew how to fix a jammed firearm. After tending to Sun Jiao's wound, Sun Jiao's first words, after coughing up blood, were, "You, hurry, catch up with Jiang Chen. His condition is perilous." Witnessing the almost pleading look in Sun Jiao's eyes, Yao Yao couldn't help but worry about Jiang Chen. Despite her fear, something ultimately conquered her trepidation. Yao Yao pursued the direction Jiang Chen had taken. When she saw Jiang Chen being tackled, her heart nearly stopped. Picking up the pistol from the ground, clearing the jammed bullet, Yao Yao suppressed her fear and pulled the trigger. This was her first time taking a life, though the creature she slew was unworthy of being called human, merely a beast in human form. Dimly, Jiang Chen felt something warm and soft embrace his head, cradling it in a lap, holding him close. Faintly, he heard the girl's sobs. Water droplets fell upon his cheeks, upon his parched lips. Was it salty? Not the taste of blood. Chapter 16. Monetizing gold. As that familiar scent permeated the air, Jiang Chen nearly wept. Ahem. Naturally, the aroma of smog was hardly pleasant. The clock on the wall indicated 11 o'clock a.m., confirming the synchronicity between the post-apocalyptic timeline and the present day. His departure from that realm had also occurred around 11 o'clock a.m. Jiang Chen massaged his temples, which throbbed with a dull ache, and inhaled deeply. His sanity was teetering precariously close to the brink. He couldn't fathom whether prolonged exposure would have driven him mad. Despite considering himself a man of unwavering resolve, Jiang Chen had overestimated his fortitude. While he hadn't flinched in the face of whistling bullets, the relentless barrage of machine gun fire, and the gruesome carnage, he suspected that the psychological toll on him was no less significant than that on Yao Yao. The familiar cacophony emanating from the highway outside the window reached his ears. Previously, these noises would have merely irritated Jiang Chen, but at this moment, they evoked a profound sense of warmth and connection. Long live world peace. Although Jiang Chen was tempted to bellow this sentiment at the top of his lungs, he refrained due to a multitude of considerations. Instead, he stretched his stiff limbs, resisting the urge to succumb to madness. The constraints of civilized society, the fear of being mistaken for a lunatic or a madman, held him back. As he felt the weighty metallic presence against his back, Jiang Chen's heart swelled with emotion. He hastily cradled the backpack to his chest. Gold. Riches abound. Placing the rucksack laden with gold bars on the digital scales, Jiang Chen's heart palpitated rapidly as he observed the pointer indicating just over 7 kilograms. This was, in effect, more than $1 million. Jiang Chen was not privy to the exact price of gold, but he knew it was roughly between 200 and 300 yuan per gram. Even if he were to dispose of it at 200 yuan per gram for a clean 7 kilograms, that would still amount to a substantial sum of 1.4 million yuan. This windfall was a figure that Jiang Chen, whose monthly income had never exceeded 3,000, could only fantasize about in his dreams. Yet, at this moment, it had materialized into reality. The stark contrast evoked a sense of bewilderment amidst the elation. What should he do with such a fortune? Buying a car was certainly within reach, and perhaps even a house. No. If he were to reside anywhere, it would be in a mansion. Oh, yes, and the entire bank vault of gold. But as he contemplated the bank vault, a shadow of melancholy fell over Jiang Chen's countenance. That apocalyptic world, where even the air was thick with intense oppression. With this in mind, Jiang Chen's heart began to waver. However, as he hesitated, that radiant figure emerged in his mind's eye. I believe in you too, Sun Jiao. Jiang Chen murmured the name, unconsciously reaching up to touch his lips. The warmth of that kiss had not yet dissipated. As he thought of the kiss, another petite figure surfaced in his mind. Also, I am very obedient. Whatever you want me to do, I will not resist. I do not dislike having such a kind master. Yao Yao is already very happy. I hope you will not abandon me. Yao Yao. Jiang Chen murmured another familiar name. That refreshing kiss, though somewhat abrupt, was likewise imprinted upon his heart. Suddenly, Jiang Chen chuckled, casting all his melancholy to the winds. What am I even contemplating? He mused. I'm hardly a lolicon. Jiang Chen laughed heartily and leaped from the bed. In any case, I shall prepare a midday repast first. Afterward, I shall venture out and liquidate the gold. As for procuring a residence and automobile, if I am to reside anywhere, it shall be a mansion, and if I am to acquire any vehicle, it shall be a luxury car. I cannot possibly purchase a dwelling that is more dilapidated than the one I scavenged in the apocalypse, can I? The entire bank vault is mine. Jiang Chen hummed a merry tune as he ambled into the familiar kitchen, grasping the somewhat dust-laden cleaver. For lunch, I shall whip up a simple tomato and egg stir-fry. And in the evening, I shall indulge in a sumptuous feast. Acclimatization requires a process. As for the holographic computer, Jiang Chen merely brought it along for cinematic entertainment. The proprietor of the electronics emporium had guaranteed, with a hand upon his chest, that the 100 terabytes of films loaded within were all of the highest caliber, which piqued Jiang Chen's curiosity as to the experience of watching films on a holographic computer. While pondering this, he pressed the power switch on the holographic computer. The exquisite holographic screen projected from the pin-shaped entity, and the interface, constructed of light particles, appeared even more dazzling than Sun Jiao's contraption. It's essentially a high-spec computer. Unable to contain his eagerness, Jiang Chen promptly clicked on the folder labeled Movies and swiftly selected the first film on the list. However, the image that materialized left him utterly dumbfounded. The intensely passionate scene was projected directly into the room, and the cries, no less intense than those of a real battle, startled Jiang Chen, who hastily shut down his computer. The sounds were so loud that they could likely be heard throughout the building. Jiang Chen chuckled wryly and reopened his computer, scrolling through the progress bar. This time, he could clearly see the titles of the films: Office Affair, 16 Shots, Continuous XX, The Secret Lessons of a Female Teacher, and so on. What the hell is this stuff? He wondered, finding it all utterly pornographic. Jiang Chen finally understood the ambiguous look on the boss's face. In the past, he might have been excited to masturbate to the films, but now, having experienced the exquisite pleasure with Sun Jiao, he was no longer interested in solitary gratification. Tossing the holographic computer pen onto the bed, Jiang Chen slung his 7-kilogram backpack over his shoulder and prepared to leave. Before departing, he hesitated, holding the handgun that Yao Yao had given him, the very one that had saved his life. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered his storage space ability. He slapped his forehead and tossed both the gun and bullets directly into the storage space. Aside from its slow activation and the transaction fees for storage and retrieval, the storage space was quite convenient. Moreover, Jiang Chen was not short on funds, or rather, a crystal. It only required about 10 A crystal to fully charge the bracelet's energy cell. Accessing a handgun of such modest size consumes less than one of the energy reservoir. As for the EP, Jiang Chen did not remove it, concealed within his sleeve. It appeared utterly unremarkable. With its ergonomically designed exterior, it bore no sense of constraint, allowing him to even shower without the need to take it off. After securing the anti-theft door, Jiang Chen stepped out of his modest rental apartment and into the sunlit urban landscape. Everything here exuded a sense of déjà vu, yet it stood in stark contrast to the chaotic world he had briefly inhabited, despite having spent merely a few days in that realm. The vivid imagery of it lingered indelibly in Jiang Chen's mind. In a moment of reverie, the once pristine cobblestone paths seemed supplanted by cracked concrete, and the dappled shadows of trees had dwindled to a mere few gnarled branches. Pressing his palm to his forehead, Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, striving to dispel this unhealthy sensation from his thoughts. It was evident that he needed to unwind. How much longer could he endure this spiraling descent into madness? He chuckled at his own self-deprecation. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a cicada resting on a tree, seeking respite from the summer heat. He had never encountered cicadas in the apocalypse, though he had seen cockroaches as large as wolves. Shaking off these bizarre thoughts, Jiang Chen hailed a taxi and embarked on his journey to liquidate his gold. Naturally, the bank was out of the question. Jiang Chen's gold lacked any official invoices, and he feared that the staff would not only refuse to accept it, but might also promptly notify the authorities. Renowned gold shops indeed present a commendable option, possessing sufficient capacity to absorb the merchandise without the looming concern of legal entanglements. A slight concession on pricing is all that is required. Ultimately, the gold bears no cost, and Jiang Chen remains indifferent to the price. He alighted at the Jindalai gold shop, not for any particular reason, but rather drawn by the melodious name. After all, it was Jiang Chen's inaugural experience in selling gold, making any shop a viable choice. "Good day, sir. Are you here to select a ring for a lady?" Upon his entrance, a sales assistant warmly approached him. Despite Jiang Chen's somewhat unrefined appearance, she speculated he might be a concealed, affluent individual. Years of experience had taught her that those possessing great wealth often exhibit remarkable modesty. Naturally, those who have reached a certain echelon of success would not frequent such establishments for their adornments. "Do you buy gold?" Jiang Chen raised his hand, signaling the sales assistant to pause her rapid-fire dialogue, and candidly articulated his intent. "We do acquire gold, but we only purchase high-purity 24-karat gold. If you require, please summon your manager. This transaction is beyond your authority," Jiang Chen interjected with a serene smile, interrupting the sales assistant. Given the quantity of gold he intended to relinquish, this transaction was far beyond her jurisdiction. The sales assistant's expression flickered with slight displeasure. Yet she feared the repercussions of her colleagues seizing the opportunity to undermine her by claiming she had offended a customer. Thus, she restrained her irritation and proceeded to notify the manager. She found it hard to believe that this somewhat awkward youth, carrying a gym bag, could be here to negotiate any business. She seemed to have foreseen the disheartened expression on the face of that naive villager when the security guard tossed him out. As Jiang Chen unveiled the gold from his backpack, Lu Anshan could not help but gasp in astonishment. Having spent nearly 2 decades in the gold industry, he had encountered individuals selling gold before, yet it was his first experience witnessing someone simply bringing it in a backpack to sell. 7 kilograms of gold bars. Upon receiving a nod from the appraiser, Lu Anshan cleared his throat and offered Jiang Chen a warm smile. The total weight was 7,122 grams, and there was no doubt about its purity being 24 karat. "May I ask, do you have a receipt, sir?" "No," Jiang Chen replied, fixing his gaze on Lu Anshan with unwavering certainty. Lu Anshan was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief contemplation, he signaled for the appraiser to step outside, leaving only the two of them in the room. "Forgive my candor, Mr. Jiang, but your gold appears to have a rather uncommon origin, does it not?" A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Lu Anshan's eyes. The specifications of this gold suggested it was procured through banking channels. However, gold purchased from banks typically comes with receipts. And yet, Jiang Chen could produce none. The origins of this gold were likely complex, prompting Lu Anshan to pose a tentative inquiry. "Rest assured, it simply lacks domestic registration. Its origins are entirely legitimate. It is my remuneration." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, responding nonchalantly. He was not being dishonest. Indeed, it was the fruit of his labor from the apocalypse. Lu Anshan was not a man unfamiliar with the world. Yet the aura emanating from Jiang Chen left him somewhat perplexed. Using gold as payment? Could he be an international mercenary? No, this is a bit too far-fetched. Allowing Lu Anshan to speculate, Jiang Chen offered no further explanation, merely took a sip of the tea on the table and continued, "Mr. Lu, are you interested in this transaction?" "Yes, of course," Lu Anshan said with a smile. "Mr. Jiang, but this gold doesn't have an invoice, so it's not easy for us to." 7,122 grams of gold, calculated at 220 yuan per gram, totals 1,566,840 yuan. I'll round it down and settle for 1.5 million. Consider the extra money your gratuity. How does that sound? The current gold price is 270 yuan per gram. You won't lose out on this deal either way, will you? Jiang Chen toyed with his smartphone and directly presented the proposition. He had just checked the price online, and right in front of Lu Anshan. Jiang Chen didn't believe that this old fox wouldn't have channels for selling black market goods. He was just sharing a bit of the profit with him. "Hee, Mr. Jiang, then I shall accept your kind offer." Lu Anshan was taken aback by the price Jiang Chen offered. This deal would yield a profit of over 100,000 yuan. He hurriedly accepted the proposal. "Would you prefer cash or a transfer?" "Transfer it." Jiang Chen provided the bank card number he used for receiving his salary. Once he received a text message confirming the successful transfer, the transaction was complete. However, Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to the expressions of such a small figure. "Mr. Jiang, this is my business card. If you have business next time, please don't forget about me." Having earned over 100,000 in just a few minutes, Lu Anshan wore a beaming smile on his face. Jiang Chen indeed guessed correctly. Disposing of this amount of gold was not at all challenging for him, given his connections. Furthermore, in comparison to the gold, Lu Anshan placed greater emphasis on long-term benefits, thus maintaining a demeanor of utmost respect towards Jiang Chen, at least on the surface. The exchange of business cards was motivated by this very reason. Jiang Chen did not elaborate further, accepting the card without hesitation. After bidding farewell to Lu Anshan, he hailed a taxi and departed. As he watched Jiang Chen's figure recede, Lu Anshan narrowed his eyes. He found himself in a quandary, contemplating whether to engage someone to keep an eye on Jiang Chen. He had an inkling that the individual who could so nonchalantly part with gold surely possessed more than just this modest amount. There must be more substantial treasures yet to be revealed, if he could ascertain the source of Jiang Chen's wealth. For now, he decided to observe and proceed with caution. Prudence is the key to longevity. Chapter 17. Becoming a tycoon today. Where to, my friend? To buy Lian Shimao. That was the place where he had once worked, albeit as an ordinary sales clerk in a high-end clothing store. Lowering the car window, Jiang Chen allowed the gusting wind to whip against his face. At this moment, it was the only way to cool his exhilarated spirit. The driver, wishing to close the window and turn on the air conditioning, was halted by Jiang Chen's insistence. After casting a glance at Jiang Chen that suggested he was somewhat eccentric, the driver chose to remain silent. Have you encountered some good fortune?" "More or less, just average," Jiang Chen replied with a hearty laugh, his mouth filled with the rushing wind. Upon reaching his destination, he tossed a 100 yuan note onto the seat, his nouveau riche demeanor unmistakably evident. No need for change. Under the astonished gaze of the taxi driver, Jiang Chen stepped down from the vehicle with an air of confidence. His mother had long wanted to utter these words, and today he finally had the means to do so. After parting with his gold, Jiang Chen felt nothing but exhilaration. As the saying goes, a man is judged by his attire and a horse by its saddle. Without a suitable outfit, one might find it challenging to navigate various situations. Had Jiang Chen entered the jewelry store clad in a sharp suit, the saleswoman might have perceived him as a high-profile individual. Indeed, in such sweltering heat, only those of questionable reputation would be seen parading around in formal wear. Nevertheless, the essence remains. First impressions are often formed through appearances, and these impressions frequently dominate subsequent interactions. After all, the notion of a disheveled billionaire is often confined to the realm of fiction. Having experienced the pangs of poverty, Jiang Chen was naturally more inclined towards ostentation than humility. Donning an impressive ensemble would undoubtedly enhance his efficiency, whether in courting women or sealing business deals, far surpassing the effectiveness of casual attire. As he prepared to enter the store, a sly smile crept across his lips. He was eager to witness the expression on the face of the woman who had so dismissively rejected him when she beheld his newfound affluence. If he were to deliver a slap in the face, it would be resounding. Regardless, Jiang Chen was already inclined to acquire a few respectable garments for his endeavors. "Welcome, sir," greeted the attendant at the entrance. The staff had changed, with the end of June marking the beginning of summer break. Many university students had come to take up part-time positions here. The emporiums of haute couture remain a favored destination for many women of striking countenance. Drawn by the refined ambience and absence of arduous labor, with the unspoken aspiration of perhaps securing a benefactor. The vagaries of capitalism. Yet, while affluent patrons frequent these establishments, they seldom venture unaccompanied. Verily, the sartorial needs of men are often less pronounced. The raison d'etre of such luxury boutiques lies, in large part, in affording magnates the opportunity to flaunt their largesse before their female companions, a prelude to the evening's amorous escapades. However, harbored no such vulgar intentions. His purpose was purely confrontational, though perhaps that, too, is a form of vulgarity, as, without so much as a blink, began selecting garments of considerable expense. The eyes of the comely saleswoman who attended him grew ever more luminous. Observing that was becoming encumbered by his choices, the part-time collegiate beauty promptly drew near, solicitously relieving him of his burden while bestowing upon him a saccharine smile, its implications verging on an explicit invitation. However, preoccupied with the search for a familiar face, remained oblivious to the maiden's subtle overtures. Though, were she to extend an invitation, would hardly demur, he mused. While her bosom might not rival that of Miss, she possessed the allure of the urban sophisticate and the effervescence of youth. Doubtless, she was a campus belle of some renown, though the sheer multitude of universities and city rendered her precise provenance a matter of conjecture. With a sharp thud, Jiang Chen placed a garment on the counter. Yet the elusive woman remained absent, causing him to feel increasingly restless. "Where on earth is she?" he muttered in frustration, slapping his palm against the empty space before him. The situation was utterly pointless. His expression darkened, reflecting his growing dissatisfaction. He had initially feared he might have offended the affluent sales associate, and he began to scrutinize his own actions, pondering where he might have erred. "The total is 157,000. We have waived the cents for you, sir. Will you be paying by card or cash?" The question seemed trivial. Who in their right mind would carry such a substantial amount of cash? Jiang Chen retrieved his bank card, casting another glance around the boutique. Familiar faces were noticeably absent. Had there been such rapid changes in personnel? "Card. What is the name of your manager?" he inquired casually as he handed over his card. The sales associate behind him flinched at his words, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Did she inadvertently offend him, prompting a complaint? But that couldn't be right. She had done nothing wrong. Meanwhile, the cashier, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Chen's inquiry, exchanged a glance with the sales associate before offering Jiang Chen a courteous smile. "Su Liping, may I assist you in contacting her?" Such a high-profile complaint was indeed sufficient to warrant the manageress' presence. The cashier, clearly perplexed by Jiang Chen's demeanor, assumed that the sales associate had displeased him, leading him to seek the manager's intervention. Being a formal employee, she felt little obligation to defend the part-time workers she hardly knew. Every year, new faces come to work during the winter and summer breaks. Clearly, she mistakenly assumed that Jiang Chen was dissatisfied with the sales assistant and intended to lodge a complaint with the manager. No need for that. "Do you know Xiaxiyu?" Jiang Chen interjected, completing the transaction by signing the receipt after entering his password. The cashier furrowed her brow in confusion, seemingly unable to recall the name. It appeared she was unaware. Jiang Chen, uncertain of his feelings, prepared to turn away, when suddenly the cashier seemed to remember something. Oh, right, the former store manager's surname was Xia. What was it? Yes, it was Xia Shiyu. And what about her now? Jiang Chen inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. She is unemployed as well. Ha ha ha. That wretched woman merely left 2 steps behind me. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Jiang Chen could scarcely contain his laughter. However, following that fleeting exhilaration, an indescribable sense of loss washed over him. Boredom? Not quite. It was merely a feeling of emptiness, akin to striking at thin air. After discarding a bag full of clothes in the storage area of the restroom, Jiang Chen departed from this place that held many memories for him. Pushing open the exquisite glass door, a refreshing breeze of cool air greeted him. Contemplating that since he had purchased new clothes, he might as well attend to his hair, Jiang Chen stepped into the image design salon. Although he had no appointment, upon seeing his attire worth thousands, the receptionist immediately beamed and ushered him into the VIP room. Merely seeking a haircut, Jiang Chen could have patronized any roadside barbershop. However, in this moment, he desired to spend lavishly, opting for the most exorbitant establishment. Only through extravagant expenditure could he alleviate the intense pressure weighing upon his mind. Jiang Chen began to empathize with the profligate spending habits of corrupt officials. Living in constant trepidation, they squandered money as if to compensate for the lives they knew were perpetually at risk. While he could comprehend their motivations, he certainly could not condone their actions. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen found himself in a similar state of mind. Reclining in a plush armchair, he was approached by a stunning stylist. Her delicately curled Korean-style layered bob perfectly complemented her exquisite features. Her fashionable uniform accentuated her graceful figure. Even with just a fleeting glance, Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire her. Of course, one wouldn't expect any illicit services in such a reputable establishment. However, inhaling the jasmine-scented tendrils of hair that occasionally brushed his nose, allowing delicate hands to massage his scalp, and listening to elegant music, it was still a delightful experience. To elevate a simple hair wash to such an art form was indeed worth the price. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, the beautiful image consultant who was washing his hair was also observing him with interest. As someone involved in the world of fashion, she was keenly aware of the value of his attire. More importantly, while she had encountered wealthy men before, it was rare to find one who was both affluent and handsome. Regarding the clientele she typically served, it was either affluent, balding men with protruding bellies escorting wives 2 decades their junior for hairstyling, or pallid, dissolute heirs seeking to emulate the hairstyles of celebrities. Surreptitiously observing Jiang Chen as he reclined, eyes closed in repose, she noted his robust pectorals. Despite the intervening layer of clothing, she could almost palpably sense their resilient strength. The comely stylist felt a blush creep up her cheeks, her mind drifting into fanciful reveries. What ecstasy might ensue from being beneath him, subjected to his virile prowess. The water is a tad scalding. Ah, apologies, sir. Jiang Chen was somewhat perplexed, as he was on the cusp of dozing off in contentment. He surmised that the staff in such establishments were usually paragons of professionalism. However, Jiang Chen did not dwell on it unduly. Although he was not one to suffer fools gladly, he was not given to nitpicking over trivial matters, seeing no need to quibble over such a minor infraction. Post-shampoo, the winsome stylist delicately draped a towel over Jiang Chen's face, just above the bridge of his nose, and tenderly proceeded to dry his hair, especially when her thigh, exposed by her hot pants, inadvertently brushed against Jiang Chen's fingers resting at his sides. The sensation was cool, yet remarkably supple. After the coiffure, the alluring stylist further treated Jiang Chen to a hair conditioning. The liquid, of indeterminate composition, imbued his scalp with a soothing sensation, particularly when her soft fingertips rhythmically massaged his head, inducing a state of near-orgasmic bliss. Ahem. Having completed his grooming, Jiang Chen gazed admiringly at his reflection in the mirror, striking a few dashing poses with considerable vanity, before settling the bill with alacrity. While the precise transformation in his hairstyle remained elusive, Jiang Chen exuded an entirely different aura compared to when he had first entered. Coupled with his ensemble of costly attire, he now possessed an air of affluence and sophistication, a far cry from his initial nouveau riche appearance. Of course, this could merely be a figment of his imagination. Subsequently, Jiang Chen strolled through the bustling plaza. In times past, he would pass through this locale, devoid of funds, unable to procure anything. Yet now, with his pockets brimming with cash, he stood before the dazzling array of shops, uncertain of what to acquire. If only Sun Jiao were here. However, Jiang Chen chuckled wryly to himself, recognizing the impracticality of such a notion. Aside from the challenge of providing an explanation, he remained uncertain whether it was even feasible to transport a living being across dimensions. Shopping alone proved to be rather lonesome. Though his contacts were replete with numerous phone numbers, he found himself at a loss as to whom to call, even after contemplating for an extended period. Nevertheless, there existed a certain liberation in solitary pursuits. He paused to observe intriguing objects and indulged in delectable snacks as he pleased. Upon passing a women's clothing boutique, Jiang Chen nearly ventured inside, but then retreated with an abashed grin. A man, unaccompanied by a female companion, frequenting such an establishment would undoubtedly appear peculiar. The intention of purchasing garments for Sun Jiao and Yao Yao was thus abandoned. As twilight descended, lunchtime arrived. Seated alone in an opulent restaurant, Jiang Chen perused the menu, deliberately selecting the most exorbitant items. Having ordered a plethora of dishes, including poached catfish, chilled lobster, spicy chicken, and stir-fried beef with river stones, Jiang Chen, undeterred by the sheer quantity, confidently presented his bank card to the dubious waitress, settling the bill in advance. Empowered by the genetic enhancement serum, Jiang Chen's appetite had grown exponentially, and he devoured the majority of the dishes with gusto, much to the amazement of the restaurant staff. Paying no mind to the leftovers, he exited the establishment, leaving the bewildered waitress to clear the table, marveling at how such a trim and well-groomed individual could consume such a vast amount of rich, filling food. Chapter 18. Reunion with an acquaintance. The briny sea breeze offered Jiang Chen a moment of respite. Observing the elderly strolling along the beach, couples walking hand in hand, and tourists frolicking in the surf, he wearily massaged his temples. Feeling somewhat refreshed, albeit fatigued, he hailed a taxi to the coast, drawn by an inexplicable desire to feel the ocean breeze. This place can be considered one of the renowned attractions of Wanhai City, where marble railings gracefully adjoin the golden sands. The founding fathers, with their commanding presence, have inscribed their powerful calligraphy upon the stone stele by the sea, complemented by charming wooden cabins that exude a sense of the era. During his university days, he had often heard his dormitory mates speak of this place. Naturally, the wolves in their midst had little good to say. Jiang Chen vaguely remembered them mentioning the abundance of beautiful women here, particularly those clad in swimsuits. Indeed, upon reflection, this observation holds true. Yet, despite having spent 4 years studying in Wanhai City, this marks his first visit to such a locale. The reasons are quite simple: a lack of funds and the absence of anyone to accompany him. It is somewhat amusing to note that had he possessed wealth, companionship would have been plentiful. Ultimately, it boils down to the former reason. Strolling alone can feel quite lonely, just as visiting the beach alone can evoke a similar sense of solitude. However, standing here now, he is no longer gripped by the hesitations typical of youth. He has acquired wealth. Indeed, 1 million is hardly substantial in Wanhai City. Even the affluent here would find it insufficient to purchase a modest apartment. Yet, his perspective has transformed. It is indeed a matter of perspective. Jiang Chen is not boasting. The fortune he possesses surpasses that of even Bill Gates. The gold held in a bank could easily amount to several billion, and one must consider the entirety of Wanhai City's banks, or even those across the apocalyptic landscape. Of course, the mass sale of gold could attract troubles, and a significant sell-off could lead to a decline in its overall value. For the sake of long-term considerations, Jiang Chen intends to merely establish a vault filled with gold, as there are myriad ways to generate wealth. And what of technology? Take, for instance, that holographic computer pen. Should Jiang Chen choose to launch a company to sell it, its market value could easily surpass 100 billion. Furthermore, consider the virtual reality system used for educational purposes, or the cryogenic chamber. One might surmise that the company's valuation could exceed $1 trillion. Here, we are speaking in terms of US dollars. Naturally, one must approach their endeavors with patience, taking gradual steps to build influence. Should one recklessly unveil advanced technology, it is likely that an influx of not only currency, but also unwanted attention from law enforcement could ensue, particularly from those in the shadows. The act of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs has been perpetrated by many. Once the acquisition of that gold is complete, the accumulation of initial capital can be realized, paving the way for the next phase of development. Each step must be tread with care. Once the established influence grows into a formidable entity, any ill-intentioned individuals will find it difficult to take action against it. As for the sum of over $1 million, it suffices for enjoyment. Thus, at this moment, Jiang Chen stands here, feeling no sense of incongruity. What was once merely a fanciful thought is now within arm's reach. Those youthful and vibrant figures, the opulent villas, the countless luxury cars adorned with innumerable zeros. Burp. Jiang Chen let out a belch, rubbing his aching brow, slightly intoxicated. He discarded the beer can into the trash bin and took a deep breath of the slightly briny sea breeze. Hey there, handsome, care to join the fun? A woman clad in a swimsuit smiled at him, her bright eyes and radiant smile exuding the essence of youth. Accustomed to perusing fashion magazines, she instantly discerned the considerable worth of Jiang Chen's attire. His melancholic yet profound gaze resembled that of a domineering CEO recently afflicted by heartbreak. In moments of romantic despair, one's heart is most susceptible to allure. Sophie, convinced she possessed the secrets of attraction, discreetly dismissed her playful companion and approached Jiang Chen alone. Her smile as sweet as that of an innocent and charming young girl. Sophie was indifferent to the man's romantic history or his current entanglements. She envied her roommate, who enjoyed the perks of a benefactor, showered with endless pocket money and adorned with Louis Vuitton and Hermès bags, indulging in opium and Dior perfumes. Sophie felt a sense of dissatisfaction, believing her beauty rivaled that of her roommate. If she dared to initiate a conversation, surely she could ensnare a wealthy suitor. Moreover, this man was far more handsome than her roommate's benefactor. With this thought, her heart began to race. However, to Sophie's astonishment, the man merely glanced at her before smiling and shaking his head in rejection. Perhaps you should reserve your youth for someone more deserving, he seemed to imply. That girl must think I am insane. Jiang Chen chuckled freely, disregarding the gazes of onlookers as he meandered aimlessly along the roadside. The genetically enhanced body has similarly accelerated the metabolic rate, allowing for a significantly swifter expulsion of alcohol compared to the average individual. Jiang Chen relished this slightly tipsy sensation and, if possible, wished that the alcohol could linger within him a little longer. As for his earlier refusal of the woman, it stemmed purely from his lack of desire at the moment. Though she possessed a commendable beauty, it paled in comparison to Sun Jiao. The pretentious remark he uttered was merely a whimsical thought he wished to express. As night gradually descended, the life of this bustling city was just beginning. The pedestrians, illuminated by the city's lights, flowed continuously, leaving Jiang Chen, who sought a moment of tranquility, feeling rather exasperated. The noise here was simply overwhelming. For the remaining days, he contemplated finding a place to vacation. With this thought in mind, he began to stroll towards a quieter street, unwittingly wandering into a secluded alley. As the effects of the alcohol nearly faded, Jiang Chen meandered aimlessly, glancing at the deepening night sky with a murmured reflection. At that moment, a familiar figure entered his line of sight, causing him to momentarily pause, his face revealing a peculiar expression. Xia Xiyu, a graduate of Wanghai University, majored in economic management. Gifted with both talent and beauty, she naturally spent her 4 years of university amidst the admiration and infatuation of countless individuals, departing the campus with outstanding academic achievements. Her life stood in stark contrast to Jiang Chen's, despite their shared alma mater. Indeed, upon her recent appointment, Xia Xiyu had promptly initiated a series of measures that elevated the sales of the clothing store to a new echelon. It is precisely due to her stern demeanor that she has earned the moniker of an ice queen among her male colleagues, while among her female counterparts, she is derogatorily referred to as a shrew. Ahem, jealousy is a universal sentiment, often more pronounced among peers. Not only is she accomplished in her career, but it is also rumored that she possesses a devoted boyfriend who consistently picks her up from work. However, this high-handed female superior seems to harbor little regard for him. Consequently, Jiang Chen once jested privately with colleagues, speculating whether this perpetually scowling supervisor was suffering from menstrual irregularities. Tragically, misfortune struck, as the saying goes. Calamity often arises from careless words. Rumor has it that, by sheer coincidence, Xia Xiyu overheard the jest, and what began as a trivial matter was escalated to reveal the instigator. Jiang Chen's fate was all too predictable. She seized upon any perceived faults to expel him from the workplace that had been his for a year. Jiang Chen vividly recalls the cold, mocking expression on her face at that moment. Ultimately, one cannot escape their humanity, no matter how steadfastly one upholds fairness and impartiality. Emotions may occasionally provoke actions that deviate from their usual conduct. Of course, Jiang Chen does not deny his own wrongdoing. However, the fact that he was dismissed over a mere jest ignited a sense of indignation within him. Who would obsess over such trivial matters? Yet, Xiaoxiu would not tolerate it. Accustomed to the admiration and flattery of men, she can dismiss the disparaging remarks from women, but cannot abide any disrespect from men. This reveals a flaw in her character, a particular vulnerability. At that time, Jiang Chen harbored extreme thoughts of revenge against her. However, after venting through a bout of drinking, she dismissed the matter with the excuse that it was unworthy of such weakness. After all, life must go on, and this is a society governed by law, where not everyone is a carefree vagabond. In contrast, Xiaoxiu continued to perform her role as a senior executive in the clothing store. Despite the absence of a minor player, continued to function. However, the situation did not conclude there. While capability and academic credentials are important, the intricacies of human nature present another dimension. Jiang Chen, generally well-liked, was dismissed, serving as a catalyst that ignited the resentment within others. An increasing number of individuals found her management style intolerable. Her oppressive and stringent approach yielded short-term efficiency, but fostered long-term negativity. It was impossible for her to stand alongside ordinary employees at all times while demanding that they adhere strictly to her directives. Perhaps her expectations were legitimate, yet they lacked empathy. Despite having high hopes for this talented graduate and admiring the profits she generated for the company in her initial months, the higher-ups ultimately replaced the somewhat immature store manager and a portion of underperforming staff with talent parachuted in from headquarters. The once celebrated powerhouse of the School of Economics at Wanghai University found herself unexpectedly unemployed. In just a year's time, she was in anguish, struggling to comprehend what she had done wrong, or perhaps the astute part of her had already come to realize her missteps, but it was too late for rectification. She retained a faint memory of the man who had been dismissed, as if that moment marked the beginning of a new chapter. The gazes of those around her had shifted significantly. Once filled with reverence, they now bore a hint of disdain, even from male colleagues who had previously shown her kindness. After losing her job, she faced a dual onslaught of setbacks in both her career and personal life. Her boyfriend, who had always been attentive, abruptly left her for a new love, citing, "After all these years, you want to even consent to a kiss? Go find someone else to be your Iron Maiden." Perhaps it was because she could no longer provide him with financial support that he felt no need to conceal his infidelity. It was deeply ironic. Xiaoxiu had always believed he loved her profoundly, unconditionally. After all, he had pursued her for the longest time, never giving up even until after university, which led her to accept his affections. Yet, she did not truly love him. Nor did she have any particular interest in the swarm of men who buzzed around her like flies. She was merely aware that she needed to marry eventually, and so, in the most efficient manner possible, she chose the one who had pursued her the longest. The outcome, however, was a stark betrayal by reality. Truth be told, she had nearly fallen for that man. Was it merely the absence of a kiss? Was it solely the lack of intimacy? Could it be that love could not withstand such trivial trials? Xiaoxiu was perplexed. She had promised him everything on their wedding day. Yet, this was not the most devastating blow she had to bear. Out of vengeance or perhaps for other motives, that man used her identification card as collateral to secure a loan, which in turn explains the true origin of the vehicle that transported her daily. Each month, she would remit a sum to him, half of which was allocated to repay the loan, thus obscuring any signs of trouble. It was not until the day she lost her job that all the issues came to light. A luxury car worth $500,000 was not particularly remarkable in the past. Had she worked for a couple of years, she could have afforded such a vehicle. However, for her, now unemployed, it represented an insurmountable financial burden. Although it was not beyond her capabilities to find another job and clear the debt, the sheer number of graduates each year rendered the job market a veritable nightmare, stripping her of the prestige she once held in her academic environment. Moreover, those willing to employ her invariably imposed conditions that she found humiliating. High salary? Certainly. But at what cost? Acceptable compromises? No. Next, in this densely populated nation, the pool of talent is overwhelmingly vast. Ironically, the individual seated in the passenger seat of that car was not her. She contemplated contacting the authorities, yet the nature of this private loan was far from pristine, and her counterpart was clearly not benevolent, leaving her with little hope of resolution. How could a respectable woman contend with those associated with the underworld? She feared she would be left with nothing but bones. Escaping from her former apartment, she sought refuge in a low-rent housing unit, working various jobs to sustain herself. As she aspired to save enough to pursue legal avenues for resolving her predicament, she clung desperately to the hope of finding suitable employment. However, Her streak of good fortune has come to an abrupt end. A group of visibly unfriendly individuals has blocked the entrance to her workplace, their demeanor clearly indicating they are not there for a cordial discussion. Chapter 19. The Clutch of the Hero Saving the Beauty. It seems she has been faring quite well these past few days. The man with a buzz cut let out a whistle, leaning nonchalantly against the doorframe. Known as Brother Huzi, he is a hired muscle for the Hongi gang. After 6 years of training in Sansho, he caught the attention of the gang's boss during a street brawl, where he managed to take down 5 armed thugs with his remarkable skills, thus earning his current position. While it may be a stretch to call it a position of power, it is certainly gratifying to see a throng of younger followers treating him with deference, addressing him as Big Brother. Yet, when faced with a true leader, he is nothing more than a mere speck. Oh no, not even that. During his idle moments, he enjoys observing the happenings at the Hongi nightclub, occasionally collecting debts for the boss, flanked by a cadre of younger thugs, leading a rather leisurely life. Although the task of collecting debts from a woman bores him slightly, especially when she dares to contemplate calling the police or fleeing, does she not realize what the Hongi gang represents? Nevertheless, considering her beauty, he decides to let this girl off the hook just this once. A sly, lascivious grin crept across Lu Hu's face as his 10 underlings formed a circle around the shop entrance. Customers who had been browsing for flowers hastily set down their selections and exited the flower shop in a flurry. Those who wisely chose to leave were, of course, not hindered by the thugs. In an instant, what had once been a bustling flower shop became desolate and empty. The shopkeeper trembled as he gazed at the group of gangsters outside, too fearful to call the police. He understood that meddling in their affairs would spell the end for his business. However, with a row of men stationed at the entrance, conducting business had become impossible. Shall I come out? Or must I be invited in? Huzi whistled, a mischievous glint in his eye as he observed her. Xiaoxiu bit her lip, her delicate face, akin to a flower on a lofty peak, now shadowed by a veil of fear. Noticing the shopkeeper's pleading gaze directed at her, she sighed. Tremblingly placing the vase she held down, her steps somewhat unsteady as she approached. I didn't expect you to still be working at the flower shop, Huzi remarked, extending his hand as he moved closer, intending to caress her face. So, have you managed to gather enough money? To Huzi's surprise, this stubborn woman dared to evade his grasp. I will repay my debts through work. Please do not harass me any further. Xiaoxiu inhaled deeply, her tone calm yet firm. Work? Is this what you call work? How long must my grandfather wait for you? Huh. Huzi's hand, rebuffed, elicited a chuckle instead of anger, though his gaze turned icy. So what do you want? Xiaoxiu glared at the unscrupulous man, her legs quaking with fear, yet her inherent stubbornness prevented her from yielding. This girl is rather intriguing. Her legs may tremble in fear, but her demeanor remains defiant, Huzi mused, an amused smile gracing his lips. 2 options. 1, money. 2, a person. He leisurely raised 2 fingers. Well then, it's simple. Let us take a person. Huzi smiled as he spread his arms wide, as though a transaction had been consummated. People? Xiaoxiu scoffed. Do you dare to engage in human trafficking? Laughter erupted, including from Huzi's lackeys. Everyone found it amusing. This mockery filled Xiaoxiu with humiliation. She did not find it humorous in the slightest. Yet, devoid of support, she was powerless to retaliate. She had once believed that, despite being a woman, she could rely solely on her own efforts to provide for herself and her parents, thereby realizing her life's worth. However, the harshness of reality proved otherwise. No, 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 that would be too wasteful, especially for a beauty like you. After a sufficient bout of laughter, Huzi lifted his hand from his belly and turned to his followers. At the very least, let us have some fun for a few years before selling her off to someone else as a wife, don't you think? Of course, chimed in his friends. Who knows? We might even chip in to support the little lady. How about selling her to Pai Go as a wife? That rascal has a penchant for worn-out shoes. Get lost. I may enjoy worn-out shoes, but I never said I wanted to marry one. His mother, listening to those crude remarks, Xiaoxiu felt as though she might bite her lips until they bled. The urge to cry overwhelmed her. This was the first time she had wished for someone to rescue her. Even in her most trying moments, she had never entertained such thoughts. Humiliating tears swelled in her eyes as she contemplated death, believing that if she were to be taken away by this group, it would be better to end her life than to endure such a fate. Huzi could be considered someone with experience in debt collection. Observing the expression on Xiaoxiu's face, he could easily discern her thoughts. He raised his hand to signal his subordinates to remain silent, then softened his tone as he spoke. All right, I see you are a pitiful person. However, rules are rules. A debt must be repaid, as is only just. Do not despair too much. Work at Hongi nightclub for a few years, and you will be able to settle your debts and interest, thus securing your freedom. After that, you can leave the city, find a good family to marry into, and refrain from borrowing money you shouldn't. Indeed, it was a clever tactic, offering a stick followed by a carrot. Though it may be a well-worn method, it undeniably proves effective. One could suspect that his subordinates' crude remarks earlier were merely to compliment the forthcoming words of their leader. His acting was superb, and the strategy quite profound. As the saying goes, the true danger lies not in the rogue, but in the organization that supports him. Jiang Chen wished to continue observing, but upon seeing the almost shattered expression on his former superior's face, he felt a twinge of sympathy and sighed. Even though he had once harbored hatred towards her, he found himself devoid of any desire to kick her while she was down. Perhaps he could offer some assistance. In the past, he might have felt intimidated by those who spoke in riddles, but now, excuse me, may I ask how to address you, brother? Huzi was taken aback. He had not noticed that someone was standing beside him, offering a cigarette. With tear-filled eyes, Xia Shiyu gazed in disbelief at the man before her, her face a canvas of astonishment. The one who stood up for her was, surprisingly, him, the man she had once dismissed in a fit of pique. Although she had subsequently felt a tinge of remorse for her impetuous action, she had not anticipated encountering him again, especially under such circumstances. What was the reason for his presence here? Why did he step forward? Shouldn't he have been a mere spectator? Disbelief and trepidation were etched across Xia Shiyu's face, along with a mixture of guilt, gratitude, bewilderment, and utter disarray. Tiger blankly accepted the cigarette, utterly perplexed by the situation. Typically, when the underworld conducts its affairs, no one dares to interfere. A cop? Tiger instantly dismissed that possibility. The boss had connections within the police force. They wouldn't intervene without causing a media frenzy. An idiot? A peculiar expression crept onto Tiger's face. What a coincidence. I happened to see a familiar face, so I came up to take a look. Jiang Chen chuckled, then abruptly shifted his tone. I overheard the conversation. How much does she owe you? Tiger narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Chen. In his estimation, this fellow was far too impudent. Well, aren't you a feisty one? Tiger sneered, tossing the cigarette aside as he reached for Jiang Chen. Standing nearby, Xia Shiyu's heart pounded in her chest. She suddenly found herself concerned for the man who had dared to stand up for her. This outfit of mine must be worth at least 10,000. Can you afford to replace it if you damage it? Jiang Chen sighed, casually intercepting the hand reaching for him. With a reaction speed of 28, he might have been slightly inadequate in the treacherous post-apocalyptic world, but dealing with these mundane thugs was effortlessly simple. Huzi felt as if his hands were ensnared by iron pincers, unable to budge an inch. No matter how hard he exerted himself, this was troublesome. Clearly, this fellow had some training. Realizing he might have kicked an iron plank, a sense of retreat flickered in his heart. Yet, with so many underlings watching, his bravado surged forth. With a flick of his left hand, a small knife appeared and swiftly flew towards Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen slightly tilted his head to evade the sluggish blade, extending his hand to shove the assailant backward. Damn, you actually have some guts? Brothers, grab your weapons. An evidently loyal subordinate of Huzi, sensing that Huzi was at a disadvantage, immediately rallied the others to join the fray, intent on escalating the one-on-one confrontation into a brawl. Observing the raucous display of drawing knives, Jiang Chen sighed. Frankly, had he known this would become such a hassle, he wouldn't have donned such ostentatious attire to show off. How about that alley over there? There's surveillance here. Jiang Chen casually gestured towards a nearby alley. Huzi was taken aback. This reaction seemed a bit off. The man displayed no fear at all, which unsettled Huzi's confidence. Nevertheless, since the other had spoken so boldly, showing fear now would undermine his authority among his underlings. Well, this brother certainly has courage. Please, Huzi adjusted his collar, adopting a commanding demeanor as he gestured towards the alley. What a show-off. Cursing inwardly, Jiang Chen smirked before stepping into the alleyway. As Jiang Chen entered the alley, Huzi could not help but curl his lips into a cold smirk. No matter how skilled you are, can you truly contend with 10 armed opponents? Does he consider himself a superhero? Soon enough, he would come to understand who the true hero was. Leaving behind the seemingly most useless subordinate to keep an eye on Xia Shiyu, Huzi led the remaining 9 brothers into the alley. In a short while, he would discover who the real victor was. Xia Shiyu gazed anxiously at Jiang Chen as he ventured into the alley. Her impulse to call the police thwarted by the leering thug standing beside her, who rendered her immobile with fear. She turned her eyes toward the shop owner, who had always taken care of her. However, he merely pretended not to see, feigning indifference. At that moment, Xia Shiyu felt an overwhelming urge to cry, for reasons she could not fully comprehend. It was not fear that drove her to tears, but a profound sense of helplessness. For over a decade, she had never relied on anyone, and the exhaustion born from her resilience surged within her heart, now compounded by her current powerlessness. Make a move. As Huzi began to utter these words, the bravado on his face froze abruptly. A dark gun barrel was pressed against his forehead. There were no surveillance cameras here. Jiang Chen shrugged, surprised that the pistol picked up by Yao Yao would prove useful in this situation. Of course, had he not been concerned about damaging his attire, he would have preferred to teach these ruffians a lesson with his fists. Impossible, Huzi thought as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Yet he forced a smile, his gaze locked onto Jiang Chen's eyes, desperately searching for any sign of wavering that might embolden him. Without further ado, Jiang Chen redirected the muzzle of his firearm. Bang! The sound of the firing pin striking the bullet and the gunpowder exploding reverberated like a thunderclap next to Huzi's left ear. The proximity was almost enough to rupture his eardrum. Ack! A henchman, clutching his thigh, collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen. The excruciating pain contorted his features. Yet those standing nearby could only stare at Jiang Chen in terror, not daring to assist their fallen comrade. The bullet had pierced the thug's thigh and embedded itself in the concrete. The hapless victim of the gunshot was the very lackey who had been clamoring for weapons outside. You put on an act, and now you think you can run? The silence that enveloped the surroundings was unnerving. In the underworld, those who wielded guns were either madmen or abductors. A seasoned veteran of the streets had once imparted this axiom to Huzi, who had always carried it in his mind. Regardless of which type they were undoubtedly dangerous. The underworld of Wanghai City was not solely controlled by the Hongi gang. If he were to offend some untouchable figure, a small fry like him would die without anyone to bury him. No one would stand up for a dispensable thug like him. "B-boss, can't we talk this over?" "There's no need to draw a gun," Huzi stammered, his face paling. Jiang Chen pressed the still-hot muzzle directly against his forehead, yet he could only endure the pain, not daring to move an inch. His scalp was likely scorched, but Huzi didn't dare utter a single word. "I would like to talk things over." "But you keep interrupting me," Jiang Chen said, shrugging with an innocent expression. This guy must be a lunatic. A lump formed in Huzi's throat as he chuckled nervously, attempting to diffuse the tense atmosphere, unsure of what to say. "Enough wasting time," Jiang Chen said, tapping Huzi's forehead with the gun's muzzle. Noticing that Jiang Chen hadn't disengaged the safety, Huzi was drenched in a cold sweat. Despite his daily claims of being fearless, this was the first time he had felt such terror. "Do you have the IOU?" "Yes, I have it." Huzi trembled as he retrieved the IOU, handing it to Jiang Chen's free hand. "Bank account number?" "Huh." Huzi was stunned, not understanding Jiang Chen's meaning. "To repay the money, are you daft or something?" Jiang Chen said jokingly, his sudden increase in volume startling Huzi so much that his heart nearly leaped out of his chest. "Repay the money?" Huzi asked tremulously, questioning his hearing. He had assumed he would be returning empty-handed. "No, not like that." Huzi dared not say it was like that. Simply tearing up the IOU wouldn't solve the problem. The Hongi gang would certainly not let it go so easily. Jiang Chen wasn't particularly afraid, but Xia Shiyu was just a defenseless woman. Even if she was a bit assertive, what use was that against unreasonable people? Jiang Chen still had matters from the apocalypse to deal with and couldn't spare too much time watching over Xia Shiyu. After all, he had only offered a hand out of seeing an acquaintance in trouble and didn't intend to invest too much energy into it. His time was precious. In a few days, he was planning to visit the legendary resort of Sanya. Finding her a new creditor was the most perfect solution Jiang Chen could devise. Although he was indifferent to the sum of money, Jiang Chen had no intention of directly absolving her of her debts. While the exorbitant interest was indeed illegal, the repayment of the principal fell within the bounds of the law. It seemed a waste not to seize the opportunity to exert a bit of pressure on the former superior who had often regarded him with a frosty demeanor. Moreover, Jiang Chen harbored other intentions beneath the surface. Ecstatic, Huzi quickly bowed and expressed his gratitude. After Jiang Chen settled the remaining debt of 410,000, Huzi signaled to his subordinates to assist their injured comrade and made a hasty retreat. He dared not demand interest from Jiang Chen, certain that his employer would not hold it against him. After all, the man was armed, and merely repaying the principal was already a considerable concession. In their frantic exit, they did not even dare to inquire about Jiang Chen's name. Watching Huzi depart, Jiang Chen disdainfully curled his lip and tossed his handgun into a storage compartment. He touched his cheek, stepping out of the narrow alley. Wait, where did this blood come from? Chapter 20. The Fallen Xiaoxiyu. Are you all right? Upon seeing Jiang Chen approach, Xiaoxiyu bit her lip, unsure of what to say, ultimately managing to utter just this one question. Something happened. Just a minor injury, Jiang Chen replied unabashedly, gesturing to a small cut on his cheek. Had he not pointed it out, it was likely that no one would have noticed such a trivial wound. I can help you with that, Xiaoxiyu said, her head bowed in a twinge of guilt. She never owed favors to anyone, yet at this moment, she felt indebted to this individual in numerous ways. Here, saliva can disinfect, Jiang Chen blurted out almost instinctively, surprising even himself with his own words. Wait, how have I become so loquacious? I have alcohol and gauze at my place. Xiaoxiyu confronted Jiang Chen's teasing with a frosty demeanor. Don't look at me like that, after all. I am your new creditor. Jiang Chen grinned, brandishing the IOU between his fingers. But I'm good in every way, just a bit too benevolent. So I won't charge you interest. Could anyone be more narcissistic than this fellow? Xiaoxiyu gazed speechlessly at the smug Jiang Chen. Simultaneously, she was perplexed. Was this really the same timid fellow who previously couldn't even meet her gaze? What on earth had he taken? I will repay you, along with the interest. Xiaoxiyu inclined her head in gratitude, assuring Jiang Chen with a resolute tone. However, she immediately hesitated and added, at the normal interest rate. At usurious rates? She truly had no confidence in her ability to repay. Jiang Chen shrugged, saying nothing. He was well aware of this career woman's character. Once she set her mind on something, she would never waver. Xiaoxiyu, this is half a month's salary for you. Although I'm very sorry. I really can't afford to offend those people. Please, just do me a favor. You don't need to come to work tomorrow, the boss said with a pained expression, gritting his teeth as he uttered those heartless words, almost pleadingly. Accepting the envelope containing the money, Xiaoxiyu nodded blankly, gazing at the closed and shuttered flower shop, at the pairs of eyes that dodged and speculated. This place where she had worked for half a month. For some reason, she felt like crying. Dismissed? Jiang Chen jested, observing his former superior being dismissed once more. How delightful this sensation was. Although the wounds were likely still fresh, his curiosity regarding the living conditions of this ex-superior prevailed. After all, idleness was rather tedious, was it not? He chuckled to himself, acknowledging his own wickedness, almost rivaling that of Sun Jiao. As he treaded upon the moss-covered staircase, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, astonished that such antiquated buildings still existed in High City. Furthermore, the cracks in the walls undeniably suggested an uninhabitable space. When Xiaoxiyu produced her keys and turned the rusted iron gate, he couldn't help but smile wryly. This girl was remarkably resilient. Any other young woman would likely find it intolerable. Such a lovely visage marred by that foul temper. How ironic. Unique, yet ultimately inconsequential. A faint musty odor lingered at the entrance, but upon crossing the threshold, the air improved considerably. The distinct scent of air freshener was evident, indicating that Xiaoxiyu had doused the space liberally with it. This superficial remedy bore a sense of helplessness. The room was diminutive, far smaller than Jiang Chen's own subsidized housing. The living area and kitchen were adjacent, with only a cramped bedroom to spare. The living room boasted no television, merely an old wooden table that appeared to have seen better days, accompanied by antiquated chairs that might fetch a price if sold as antiques. Mentioning a sofa or coffee table was utterly pointless. The ceiling lacks a ceiling fan, and naturally, there are no air conditioning units adorning the walls. Instead, a single electric fan resides in the corner. The most valuable appliance in this modest abode appears to be the stainless steel kettle, presumably brought from home during a hasty escape from debt. A laptop sits on the table, likely belonging to her, yet the absence of Wi-Fi renders it nearly useless. Jiang Chen noticed the two pairs of women's shoes neatly arranged by the door. It seems improbable for a woman to possess merely two pairs of shoes. Clearly, she must have fled in a rush, not even bringing along several pairs. Though the environment is Spartan, it is evident that it has been tidily maintained. I apologize for the simplicity. Please make yourself comfortable, Xiaoxiyu said somewhat stiffly. This was her first time inviting a man, whom she barely knew, into her home. Even with her ex-boyfriend, she had always insisted he remain at the threshold. The thought of being alone with a man made her feel profoundly uneasy. Perhaps it was this excessive self-protective instinct that left her without a single person to rely on during her misfortunes. After speaking, Xiaoxiyu turned and entered the small bedroom. Jiang Chen casually pulled out a stool and sat down with a flourish, only to nearly topple over. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, noticing one of the legs was uneven. He quickly switched to another stool. Shortly after, Xiaoxiu emerged with a small bottle of alcohol and some cotton swabs. Where? She asked mechanically, her movements and demeanor exuding rigidity. Here, you really intend to? Jiang Chen chuckled wryly. He had merely intended to tease his former female superior. Yet he hadn't anticipated that she would actually retrieve a bottle of alcohol. I said I would tend to your wound. Xiaoxiu inhaled deeply, drawing closer to Jiang Chen's face. Hold still. Xiaoxiu's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she cast a glare at the restless Jiang Chen. All right. Jiang Chen chuckled wryly once more. A delightful fragrance, reminiscent of gardenias, wafted into Jiang Chen's nostrils. Her fair neck was unadorned by any jewelry. Jiang Chen vaguely recalled that a necklace once graced that spot. As she leaned forward, the neckline of her light summer attire subtly revealed a hint of an alluring cleavage. Though likely only a B-cup, hardly comparable to Sun Jiao's ample 36DS, it, combined with her slender waist, possessed a more refreshing and delicate aesthetic. Both her figure and countenance were of a goddess-like caliber. Embarrassingly, Jiang Chen had once fantasized about her in stockings. Ahem. He remembered her dark hair being styled in a bun, but now it was neatly tied into a ponytail, momentarily causing Jiang Chen to feel disoriented. Was this Xiaoxiu? Dressed like a college student fresh out of school, still the same competent urban professional? What are you looking at? Noticing Jiang Chen's somewhat blatant gaze, Xiaoxiu felt a tinge of apprehension, though her face maintained its usual protective, aloof expression. In nothing, Jiang Chen awkwardly touched his nose. The wound was now treated, yet their gazes remained locked. Time seemed to stand still. How awkward. So fragrant. Ha ha. Jiang Chen chuckled somewhat awkwardly, scratching his head to break the silence. Xiaoxiu paused momentarily, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, her previously icy demeanor softening ever so slightly. Yet her gaze quickly hardened once more. My heart races. Suppressing the tumult within, Xiaoxiu stood by the bedside table, breathing lightly. Her expression a complex tapestry as she regarded her reflection in the mirror. She was uncertain about what had come over her, causing such an uncharacteristic display. My heart races. Jiang Chen, taken aback, touched his chest. Surely, I cannot be infatuated with this girl. Yet, he swiftly dismissed the notion, attributing it to a natural hormonal response. In truth, he preferred the vivacious charm of Sun Jiao, whose ample figure oscillated between boldness and femininity. Of course, it would be better if she were less domineering, ahem. Before long, Xiaoxiu emerged from the bedroom, interrupting Jiang Chen's wandering thoughts. She took a seat across from him, yet no words were exchanged between them. Silence enveloped them, the only disruption being the rhythmic ticking of the clock and the heartbeats that only they could hear. Thank you. Xiaoxiu was the first to shatter the stillness. No need for thanks. I merely happened to pass by. Jiang Chen told a small fib, for he had initially sought her out with ulterior motives, but upon learning of her departure, he had left in disinterest. In truth, he mused, I hadn't anticipated gratitude from such a resolute woman. You. Xiaoxiu hesitated, her words catching in her throat. She gently worried her lower lip, and after a moment of deliberation, voiced the question that troubled her. Do you not harbor resentment towards me? The query was not unexpected. Jiang Chen had been grappling with the same introspection. Do I still resent her? He once had. However, after a lengthy internal debate, he simply uttered, no. Jiang Chen gazed at Xiaoxiu, his emotions a tangled web. Then why did you save me? Though unspoken, Jiang Chen discerned the question lingering in her eyes. Jiang Chen had once seethed with animosity. She had terminated his employment, leaving him on the brink of destitution. He had indulged in the most venomous curses, the most vulgar insults. Yet, those days were relegated to the past. Indeed, many grievances dissipate after being vented. Life moved forward, and Jiang Chen now thrived. The basis for his resentment had eroded. There's no profound reason, Jiang Chen sighed, shaking his head. Frankly, upon learning of your dismissal, I felt a pang of schadenfreude. You likely noticed that I acquired this garment from that very boutique. However, I abruptly realized the immaturity of my reaction. Immature, Xiaoxiu murmured, pondering the word. Jiang Chen's words bewildered her, and a sense of bewilderment clouded her usually frigid gaze. Had Jiang Chen subjected her to scathing humiliation or even physical violence, she might have found it easier to bear. However, the man who had once nearly driven her to the brink of despair now did nothing but extend a helping hand in her moment of distress. What? Even if I exact my revenge upon you, What compensation could I possibly attain? Jiang Chen shook his head. To be honest, the thrill of vengeance is indeed exhilarating. Yet, if I were to witness a beautiful woman coerced by a scoundrel into compromising her dignity, and I had the power to intervene, merely standing by and relishing in her misfortune would surely bring forth a considerable sense of guilt afterward. Moreover, she is an acquaintance. There exists no irreconcilable enmity between us. It is merely a job after all. Even if that job were to be returned to me now, I fear I would find it beneath my regard. A mere occupation, when weighed against what I have lost, Jiang Chen pondered. I have already gained so much. Were it not for my descent into alcoholism due to losing my job, I would not have stumbled drunkenly down that path, nor would I have encountered the leap ring that promised me endless wealth. As the saying goes, a loss may indeed be a blessing in disguise. One cannot help but marvel at the capriciousness of fate. After deciding to part ways with you, I contemplated deeply. Xia Xiu gazed at Jiang Chen with a complex expression. Perhaps, as the truth would have it, I am not a competent manager. Your capabilities are commendable, yet you lack an understanding of the human heart, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. The human heart? Are you referring to psychology? No. This is not the kind of matter that could be inscribed in textbooks. The human heart is a mystery that, even over a lifetime, remains elusive to comprehension. The two individuals sat at the table, akin to friends reunited after a long separation, reminiscing about old times. Although there was neither tea nor any scenery worthy of admiration, Jiang Chen found a sense of comfort here that had eluded him throughout the day. Indeed, indulging in lavish consumption and delightful feasts brings a certain thrill, yet a tinge of loneliness lingered. This humble little abode, in fact, offered him a rare touch of tranquility and contentment. Perhaps this is the reward that fate bestows upon kindness? Chapter 21. How about working for me? Casting a glance out the window, Jiang Chen noted that the hour had grown late. A quick look at the clock by the door revealed it to be precisely midnight. However, at that moment, he was struck by an unsettling realization regarding the shoes at the entrance. There were only 3 pairs of women's shoes, alongside the pair he had left behind. This didn't add up. In Jiang Chen's memory, Xia Xiu was in a relationship. Would her boyfriend not feel jealous about her staying out so late with him? Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, yet he couldn't help but notice the cloud of melancholy shadowing Xia Xiu's face. In an instant, he grasped the likely trajectory of the unfolding situation. A woman as astute as Xia Xiu would certainly not borrow money from someone with dubious intentions. Thus, only one possibility remained. That man had abandoned her following her job loss. The debt was likely incurred in her name, borrowed from unscrupulous individuals. This elucidates the circumstances that have led her to reside, forlorn and destitute, within such a dilapidated apartment. Your paramour is truly a scoundrel. Jiang Chen couldn't help but remark on her behalf. This once formidable woman who had been his superior undoubtedly possessed extraordinary qualities. Jiang Chen had once speculated that a high-ranking executive within the company had been captivated by her beauty, but it now seemed that his own thoughts had been impure. To have established a chain of stores throughout the nation, it was conceivable that the company's management would not consist of individuals who made decisions based on base instincts. In truth, I hold you in rather high regard, Jiang Chen expressed with some emotion, gazing into Xia Xiu's eyes. Is that so? She responded with a wry tone, tinged with self-deprecation. For some inexplicable reason, the moment Xia Xiu spoke, Jiang Chen detected a trace of sorrow in her eyes. Nay, perhaps not sorrow, but more precisely, weariness. As a woman, to have persevered after experiencing such a significant reversal of fortune, unyielding in her resolve to bear the weight of it all upon her shoulders. Jiang Chen was at a loss for words with which to console her, as he was not particularly adept at placating women, which perhaps explained his more than 2 decades of bachelorhood. Silence descended once more. Would you care to hear my tale? Xia Xiu inquired, her vermilion lips parted slightly. Jiang Chen nodded in affirmation. Xia Xiu divulged everything that had transpired after she had dismissed Jiang Chen. From the poor performance of the stores and the increasing doubts of her management abilities by the company's headquarters, to the subsequent anonymous letters of complaint, and finally, to the moment when she held a letter of resignation in her hand, she departed from the place where she had worked for a year with complex emotions. Joblessness, a boyfriend's betrayal, intimidation from the underworld, and the desperation of being driven to the wall, ultimately forcing her to flee her rented apartment and relocate here. Finding employment at a nearby flower shop. What grieved her to the point of despair was her inability to confide in her dearest relatives over the phone, who expressed their pride in her. She could only force a smile and utter words against her heart. Everything is fine. Work is going smoothly, Dad, Mom. Don't worry too much. After all, her parents were already getting old. Jiang Chen had also experienced this kind of sorrow when she lost her job. Not to elicit sympathy, but simply because she was too weary. She needed someone to confide in, and that person had only now appeared before her. You're very strong. If there's anything I can do to help, you can call me. Thank you, but I don't need sympathy. Xia Shiyu smiled faintly, reaching out to wipe the moisture from the corner of her eyes. She smiled. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be somewhat stunned. Is there something on my face? Xia Shiyu asked, a little embarrassed by Jiang Chen's direct gaze, touching her face, as if there was nothing dirty. No. It's just that, as I recall. This is the first time I've seen you smile. Jiang Chen nodded blankly. He knew that if he looked in the mirror at this moment, the expression on his face must be foolish. Xia Shiyu couldn't help but giggle. However, she was immediately stunned, because she was surprised to find that she had actually smiled. And smiled so happily. I say, is it that funny? Jiang Chen coughed, scratching his head embarrassedly. You quite. Interesting. Why the interrogative tone? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. Having finished my story, may I inquire about yours? Xia Shiyu gently rubbed the corner of her eye, her expression melting like ice and snow, radiating an extraordinary beauty. It is truly perplexing. With such an adorable visage, why must she maintain an entirely frosty demeanor? Jiang Chen couldn't help but murmur to himself. Me? There's nothing much to narrate. Simply that I've recently made some profit in business. Jiang Chen, feeling quite ashamed, opted not to divulge the truth and instead concocted a rather unrefined excuse. Xia Shiyu's lips curled slightly, casting a discontented glance at Jiang Chen. Unbeknownst to her, this somewhat petulant expression of a small woman had unexpectedly graced her countenance. Oh, I find that hard to believe. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Jiang Chen shrugged. Some secrets are forever shrouded in silence. However, I genuinely believe you could excel as an outstanding manager. What do you think, interested? This was Jiang Chen's ulterior motive. To establish a company and have this young lady, Xia Shiyu, work for him. Relying solely on exchanging gold for money was undoubtedly unsustainable. Eventually, it would raise suspicions about the origins of his wealth. He could not withstand scrutiny, and should the state take notice of him, he would have no choice but to flee to the farthest reaches of the earth. The optimal solution was to launch a company, and he had even conceived a name for it, Future Man Technology, to gather the debris ubiquitous in a post-apocalyptic world and subsequently unveil groundbreaking high-tech products. The contraptions of Apple, Microsoft, and Samsung are rendered utterly obsolete. Can their ingenuity rival the technological prowess of 2 centuries hence? Can they conjure computers with screens formed by holographic projections? The high-end novelties of science fiction, if unveiled, would undoubtedly incite global consumer frenzy. This extends beyond mere electronics. Blizzard, EA, and Sega would be compelled to genuflect. Virtual reality technology alone would eclipse them, rendering the prospect of immersive online gaming a tangible reality. With the advent of mature virtual reality technology, who would still deign to wield a mouse or controller? This extends to home appliances, automobiles, and even military and aerospace applications. Such musings are premature, as progress must be incremental. The selection of Xia Shiyu was not predicated on any profound rationale, but rather on Jiang Chen's dearth of alternatives and his confidence in her capabilities. Despite her past transgressions, Jiang Chen realized that his resentment was not as deep-seated as he had initially believed. Perhaps this stemmed from her inherent goodness, or perhaps it was a feeling of camaraderie born from their shared adversities. Thus, upon witnessing her plight, he extended a helping hand, contemplating the prospect of enlisting her services. Intrigued, Xia Shiyu inquired, perplexed by Jiang Chen's implication. At your current floral shop employment, it would require years to settle your debt. Furthermore, given your recent unemployment, I am merely endeavoring to procure you a position, Jiang Chen elucidated with a dismissive gesture. Your company? Xia Shiyu gazed at Jiang Chen with a hint of skepticism. Did I not mention that I am engaged in business? Jiang Chen shrugged, a look of helplessness adorning his face. Oh, does that mean I shall become your subordinate? Xia Shiyu teased, casting a playful glance at Jiang Chen. What? Is that unacceptable? I rather look forward to witnessing my former superior laboring diligently on my behalf. Jiang Chen said with a grin, though his expression bore a semblance of seriousness. Slightly closing her eyes, Xia Shiyu pondered for a moment. The proposition was undeniably tempting. For someone who had lost her source of income, she found herself at a loss for reasons to decline. I accept your offer. Splendid. Jiang Chen laughed heartily, rising to his feet and extending his right hand. Then I shall depend on you, Manager Xia. You are now employed by Future Technology Company, Limited, with a monthly salary of 10,000. A monthly salary of 10,000. This remuneration was nearly equivalent to what she earned in her previous position. Jiang Chen's generosity left her feeling somewhat conflicted. After such a long separation, had this former subordinate truly grown to such an extent? As she grasped Jiang Chen's outstretched hand, the warmth and roughness of his grip inexplicably sent a shiver through her. Such a high salary? I must clarify, I do not accept any unethical arrangements. In a moment of whimsy, Xia Shiyu surprised even herself with such a jest. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was left utterly astounded, captivated by the sudden allure emanating from her. This icy beauty dared to exchange risque banter with him? Haha, surely not. However, our company does not prohibit the allure of seducing the chairman. When it came to jesting with risque humor, this prim and proper beauty was no match for Jiang Chen. Upon hearing the word seduction from Jiang Chen's mouth, Xia Shiyu's face flushed crimson with mortification. Yet, to her own astonishment, beyond the indignation, there was a prevailing sense of bashfulness. Why was that? Might I inquire about the state of affairs at the company I am about to join? However, befitting Xia Shiyu's reputation for efficiency, she swiftly composed herself, cutting straight to the chase. Future Technology Corporation, judging by its name, it should be a company primarily engaged in high-tech industries, correct? Will I be in charge of sales or research and development management? If it is the latter, although I lack experience in that domain, I am confident that I can familiarize myself with the position within a month and— Hold on, Jiang Chen hastily interjected, raising his hand to halt Xia Shiyu's words. Under her questioning gaze, he cleared his throat and stated succinctly, in essence, you are the CEO. You can handle everything. If there are tasks, the secretary handles them. If there are no tasks, one dallies with the secretary. This, in essence, was the idyllic life of a boss that Jiang Chen envisioned. He simply did not possess the leisure to oversee a large group of people. Xia Shiyu's countenance instantly took on a peculiar cast. No wonder she had never heard of Future Technology. It was likely that this company— Jiang Chen delivered the line with impassioned fervor, having held it in for ages. Finally, he had found an opportunity to utter it. Wait, what are you doing with your phone? Reserving a bed for you. The gaze had already revealed the specific hospital bed that had been reserved. Alas, after much effort, Jiang Chen finally wrested the phone from Xia Shiyu's grasp, striving to persuade her to allow him to finish his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he implored, if you do not join us now, you will certainly regret it more profoundly in 5 years. Just as no one believed in Jack Ma back in the day. Wait. Do not reach for your phone. Let me speak properly, Jiang Chen chuckled, hastily attempting to placate the fuming Xia Shiyu, whose expression was darkening dangerously. Lacking eloquence, he was unsure how to inspire her. He initially intended to mimic the sales techniques of WeChat merchants, only to inadvertently render himself more suspicious. Perhaps it was best to communicate earnestly. Casting a bemused glance at the self-satisfied Jiang Chen, Xia Shiyu sighed. Aren't you afraid I might abscond with the funds? She inquired teasingly. You are not that kind of person, Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head. Moreover, spending 500,000 to truly understand someone is not a loss, especially in comparison to the future market value of my company. Since she had yet to secure employment and was burdened with significant debt, Xia Shiyu resolved to abandon her hesitations, silently nodding in acknowledgement. Sometimes, the distinction between immense wealth and abject poverty truly lies in a single thought. After a moment, Xia Shiyu quietly rose and escorted Jiang Chen to the door. Please remember to send me your bank card number later. I will transfer your July salary in advance, and subsequent payments will be settled at the end of each month. You should find a better place to live. It is not very safe for a girl to stay in such a place, especially a beauty like you. Jiang Chen shrugged teasingly. We have already exchanged phone and QQ numbers, and the specific employment contract will have to wait until the company finalizes it. However, Jiang Chen was not particularly concerned about the contract, as he believed in the principle of trust. One should employ those they trust and not doubt them. He found Xia Shiyu's character worthy of his trust. When Jiang Chen referred to her as a beauty, Xia Shiyu's cheeks flushed slightly. Although many had called her that before, this was the first time her heart raced in such a manner. Yet, she naturally did not exhibit any coyness. She simply nodded calmly, as was her custom. Understood. Let's leave it at that. I will have to step out in a few days, so you might not be able to reach me. With a smile, Jiang Chen turned to leave the humble rental apartment. Wait a moment. Jiang Chen turned back in confusion. Thank you. You were very handsome back then. In the astonished gaze of Jiang Chen, Xiaoxiu quickly shut the door, producing a soft click. This girl. Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? Jiang Chen thought with a hint of self-admiration, chuckling as he rubbed his nose. However, it might just be a simple expression of gratitude. Not dwelling on it further, Jiang Chen made his way downstairs. Leaning against the door, Xiaoxiu gasped softly as she gradually slid down to the floor, the cold porcelain tiles pressing against her cool thighs, providing a slight respite to her tumultuous emotions. She covered her cheeks, attempting to conceal the searing heat that radiated to her hands, her lips quivering faintly. How embarrassing. I wish I could just disappear. With a countenance marked by humiliation, she buried her face in the embrace of her knees, emitting a strange, mournful cry. Chapter 22. The journey to Sanya Sanya, located at the southernmost tip of Hainan Island, is affectionately known as Deer City, often referred to as the Eastern Hawaii. It ranks as the foremost among China's 4 major first-tier tourist cities, boasting the most breathtaking coastal scenery on the island. With its sandy beaches, azure sea, and vibrant swimwear, it is truly a paradise for vacationers. The slightly briny sea breeze carries a hint of coconut fragrance. Here, one need not worry about toxic gases or concerns about PM2.5. One can fully extend their arms to embrace the vast blue sky and inhale the essence of nature. This city is renowned for having the best air quality in all of China, without exception. An impromptu journey awaits. Clad in a floral shirt and sunglasses, and with a suitcase that holds little, Jiang Chen smiled gently, squinting his eyes as he gazed up at the enchanting blue sky. He lingered at the airport entrance for a moment before hailing a taxi. The driver promptly assisted Jiang Chen in placing the suitcase in the trunk, respectfully opening the passenger door for him. Do not question the impeccable service. I have reserved the most opulent beachfront villa at the Hilton. Although the 7-day stay will cost Jiang Chen 220,000 RMB, sufficient for a down payment on a house, this level of extravagance was once unimaginable. However, now, the essence lies in relishing the journey. Jiang Chen began to yearn for his vivacious assistant. Her presence would undoubtedly amplify the pleasure of this sojourn. And Yao Yao? Is she taking adequate care of herself? With his arm resting on the car window, he absorbed the local customs and mores. In contrast to the urban clamor, an aura of tranquility permeated the atmosphere. Should he consider acquiring an island once he amasses wealth? As Jiang Chen admired the scenery and contemplated such matters, the vehicle swiftly arrived at its destination, the Hilton Hotel, a veritable castle nestled on Sanya Yalong Bay, at the southernmost tip of Hainan Island. It is an untamed tropical sanctuary. The pristine, silvery beach stretches along the South Sea, adorned with palm and coconut trees, encompassing all that one anticipates from a beach. And more. Befitting its status as a world-renowned 5-star hotel, the service is exceptionally attentive. Despite the lightness of Jiang Chen's luggage, a staff member inquired whether assistance with its transport was required. Upon Jiang Chen's declining with a shake of his head, he was courteously escorted to his villa. Casting aside his luggage, Jiang Chen inhaled deeply. Exquisite. Casting aside the bothersome shirt and shorts, Jiang Chen exuberantly cheered and leapt into the soothing warmth of the hot spring. With a splash, he joyfully wiped his face and reclined against the edge of the pool, relishing this exquisite moment. How should he spend the next 7 days? Jiang Chen had not devised a plan. To him, travel was about indulgence, not the completion of tasks. After all, he possessed both wealth and time. As for regrets, if any arose, he could simply return again. Money was no object. Neglecting to apply sunscreen, even Jiang Chen's robust physique found the sun's rays a bit overwhelming. Rising from the hot spring in his natural state, he shook off the water and grabbed a towel to dry himself. Clad once more in casual attire, Jiang Chen made his way to the balcony at the rear of the villa, where a sweeping view of the Hilton Hotel's beach awaited. This villa, perched directly upon the sand, offered the most splendid vantage point. The beach was adorned with vibrant figures. However, Jiang Chen's gaze instinctively filtered out the men, having no interest in bronzed, muscular physiques. Instead, he admired the modestly figured Southeast Asian beauties, the golden-haired, blue-eyed foreign friends, and even the exotic Middle Eastern women. Some lounged lazily under the sun, while others frolicked with partners in the water, surfed, or engaged in spirited games of beach volleyball, creating a lively atmosphere. Yet, even an abundance of beauty could lead to aesthetic fatigue, and watching others play began to lose its charm. With a glass of wine in hand, Jiang Chen took a swig as if it were beer, savoring the supposed aristocratic essence for a fleeting moment. Alas, it was tart and uninspiring. One could only imagine the Hilton's manager ejecting this uncouth fellow were he to witness such an appraisal. Perhaps jaded by the urban throngs and ceaseless cacophony, Jiang Chen sought only tranquility upon arriving here. He meticulously applied sunscreen, an endeavor somewhat awkward when performed solo, but the subsequent sensation of basking in the sun's warmth upon the chaise lounge was utterly delightful. It was as though every pore dilated, gradually secreting perspiration, while the sea breeze gently whisked away the accumulated weariness. Far from the madding crowd, he luxuriated on the balcony's sun lounger, reveling in the southern sun and the caress of the sea breeze. Faintly, the distant roar of waves and the joyous shrieks of beach volleyball players reached his ears. These delicate sounds gently stirred his clamorous eardrums, soothing his perpetually taut nerves. The sensation was so pleasurable that it induced drowsiness. Was it true that sunbathing could stimulate the activity of male hormones? No matter, such matters were of little consequence. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, a contented smile playing on his lips, and drifted peacefully into slumber. It was no wonder that the affluent in films favored beaches and the ocean. Hitherto, he had been oblivious to such gratification. Thus, Jiang Chen whiled away a delightful and serene afternoon. As the sun began its descent, Jiang Chen took a moment to relish the breathtaking sunset over the beach before leisurely departing from the balcony. Unbeknownst to him, dinner time had arrived. Possessing an extraordinary physical sensitivity to hunger, Jiang Chen's appetite was notably acute. Although the option to have dinner served in the villa was available, he chose not to indulge in such convenience. After all, it was a rare opportunity to stay at a five-star hotel. How could he remain cooped up indoors without experiencing the world outside? If he were to travel only to order takeout, what would be the point of the journey? Taking out his tablet, Jiang Chen casually browsed through the various facilities offered by the hotel. The device not only featured a detailed map, but also listed the specialties and reviews of the numerous restaurants. However, as he perused the culinary information, the terminal vibrated gently, indicating that he had received a message at the door. A message? Jiang Chen paused momentarily before stepping outside to open a box resembling a mailbox. Inside lay an elegantly crafted invitation. Mr. Naif, the Saudi prince, for his beloved princess, a birthday banquet? What on earth? This evening, the most luxurious restaurant of the Hilton Hotel was hosting a grand banquet, inviting esteemed guests staying at the hotel. It was said to be a birthday celebration for the princess' beloved concubine, and anyone of a certain stature was welcome to attend. Naturally, Jiang Chen, residing in the most opulent suite, received an invitation as well. Well, since an invitation had been bestowed upon him, why not seize the opportunity to experience the event? With this thought, a curious smile graced Jiang Chen's face as he tucked the invitation into his pocket. Certainly, the notion of experiencing the world here equates to indulging in delightful culinary offerings. Chapter 23. High Society, 4th Update. Given that this is a private banquet, the atmosphere is remarkably relaxed, devoid of the ostentation commonly depicted in films. Yet, among the attendees, Jiang Chen stands out as the sole individual clad in casual attire. It is hardly surprising, for Jiang Chen is here on vacation, unburdened by the necessity for formal wear. On the stage at the forefront of the restaurant, the elegant strains of a piano serenade the guests, while the esteemed individuals vacationing here, each with a glass in hand, seek out their preferred circles, engaging in conversation with like-minded companions. In stark contrast, Jiang Chen appears as a true anomaly, wandering along the periphery of the gathering with a plate in hand, meandering around the lavishly adorned banquet tables. It seems that neither the ball nor the social interactions captivate his interest. Ah, this steak is truly delectable. Jiang Chen savors each bite with grace, nodding in contentment, and upon finishing, he mimics the refined practice of wiping the corners of his mouth with a napkin. Ahem. Though a foodie at heart, one must maintain an air of decorum while dining. Otherwise, one risks being deemed uncouth, perhaps even escorted out by security. Holding a glass of red wine, Jiang Chen lifts his gaze towards the position of the evening's guest of honor. No headscarf? She must hail from the Lebanese region. The dazzling diamond adorning the neck of that stunning princess is beyond his estimation. However, judging by its size alone, it surely commands a price in the millions. And in dollars, no less. Standing beside her, the prince also possessed a striking handsomeness. However, Jiang Chen harbored no interest in men and thus did not dwell on observing him. Encircling the two protagonists were magnates of the arms industry and oil tycoons. Alongside a few countenances of Asian descent, though Jiang Chen could not discern their specific nationalities. The remaining luminaries from various echelons of society congregated in clusters of 3 or 5, radiating outward from the epicenter of the venue. Jiang Chen espied numerous familiar visages within the throng, such as that of a certain diva of the music scene, and the bald-headed actor who starred in the Fast and Furious franchise. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback to encounter so many celebrities here. However, he was not one to idolize stars, and therefore harbored no intention of approaching them for autographs. Mr. Naef, I am curious as to why you have chosen this enigmatic land of the East to celebrate this wondrous occasion for your beloved consort? Ah, I harbor a profound fondness for this locale. Previously, it was in Hawaii, but the scenery here is equally delightful, and moreover, it is devoid of so many irksome journalists. Indeed, there are journalists present, but they have been courteously invited by the Public Security Bureau for a discussion, perhaps concerning matters such as passports, formalities, and verification of identity. Regardless of how vehemently those camera-toting foreign devils may protest, they shall not be permitted to depart. Is adherence to legal procedures more paramount, or your trifling piece of news? You wish to leave? Very well. Remain here obediently until the appointed time has elapsed. Or perhaps I shall present you with a certificate of proof after you have substantiated this one. It must be acknowledged that, in this land, the influence of wealth, at times, surpasses even that in capitalist nations. During his time in Hawaii, Naef found himself compelled to spend more than double the amount of money to engage the services of the underworld for certain endeavors, followed by a similar sum to bribe the police into overlooking the matter. This one-stop service greatly pleased him. A Middle Eastern tycoon with an abundance of wealth and nowhere to spend it. It is precisely because Prince Naef meticulously addresses issues of privacy that his sensitive companions feel emboldened to travel from afar to partake in his soirees. Although the hospitable Naef extended invitations to all eligible guests at the hotel, not everyone was a resident. For instance, the oil magnate currently sharing jovial conversation with him. Interestingly, many individuals, eager to join this resource-rich circle, even reserved luxury rooms for several nights. It was indeed a stroke of luck for Jiang Chen to secure the most expensive beachfront villa at this time, as he had not heard of any Middle Eastern tycoon hosting a banquet prior to his arrival. Mr. Aurora, might I inquire whether you have an interest in 5 fully laden oil tankers? Certainly, my little ones burn those things incessantly, he replied with a chuckle. Mr. Zahar, let us converse in private. It is my utmost honor. Transactions, both large and small, were completed almost every minute, prompting Jiang Chen to reflect on the surreal experience of merely standing by, indulging in salmon. Nearby, several wealthy Chinese merchants were engaged in discussions about business, market trends, and even some matters of a more private nature, leading Jiang Chen to overhear a plethora of explosive revelations. For instance, a certain actress, rumored to be on the verge of marriage, spent the night in the suite of a real estate magnate. An idol singer, renowned for her innocent image, attended a debauched party hosted by a coal tycoon. Jiang Chen even has a couple of her songs on his phone. Jiang Chen was quite taken aback, though not entirely surprised. Backstage dealings are commonplace in the entertainment industry, particularly for actresses who rise to fame quickly without powerful connections. It would be disastrous if journalists infiltrated such gatherings. Of course, that is an impossibility. A 5 Kobe beef, exquisite. Indeed, quite remarkable. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, slightly scrutinizing the Caucasian man who had approached him. $300 for such a morsel. Your consumption is rather extravagant, sir. The short-haired, stubbled man chuckled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, betraying no hint of remorse. His flawless Mandarin Chinese gave Jiang Chen the impression that he was speaking to a fellow countryman in disguise. How did you discern my nationality? Jiang Chen asked with a smile, intrigued. Without verbal cues, distinguishing between Chinese, Korean, and Japanese individuals is a challenge, even for someone like Jiang Chen. I have a keen eye for people. My name is Bruce Miller. Bruce offered a smile and extended his hand to Jiang Chen. For it is you who possesses the greatest appetite. Bruce mused internally. Grasping Bruce's outstretched hand, Jiang Chen returned the gesture with a friendly smile. Jiang Chen thought to himself, it is immediately apparent that you harbor no good intentions. An instinctive feeling warned Jiang Chen that this individual named Bruce was far from ordinary. Of course, the term extraordinary here did not imply wealth, for everyone in this place was affluent. Rather, it suggested a different kind of complexity, an imperceptible hint of bloodshed that lingered around him. Only those who have traversed the realms of life and death could exude such an aura, prompting Jiang Chen to feel a tinge of wariness. He was uncertain of Bruce's intentions in approaching him. "Do not be alarmed. I merely perceive a kindred spirit among my peers," Bruce remarked. Noticing the caution in Jiang Chen's gaze and waving his hand dismissively, Jiang Chen felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. Was he truly being mistaken for a fellow insider? "Oh, is it that apparent?" Jiang Chen refrained from exposing the truth, merely raising an eyebrow with a hint of curiosity. "Has Mr. Jiang Chen not observed the security personnel at the entrance watching you?" Bruce took a sip of red wine, his tone casual. "Watching me? What on earth?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but cast a glance at the brawny security guards in sunglasses, who radiated an intimidating presence. He lacked the ability to discern their gazes behind the dark lenses and was baffled by how Bruce knew where their attention lay. He simply lifted his glass of red wine and took a sip. "Me? Mr. Bruce, you jest. I am merely an ordinary individual here to unwind in a vacation paradise." Jiang Chen replied in a tone of unremarkable nonchalance. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Bruce felt a wave of relief wash over him. As a mercenary, he would not ordinarily be entitled to access to such an event. However, his team was entrusted with the security detail for the Saudi Prince Naif, which granted him exceptional admittance. Upon entering the hall, his attention was immediately captured by Jiang Chen, who stood out conspicuously. Moreover, the subtle yet palpable aura of menace that emanated from Jiang Chen instilled a sense of unease within him. "This is undoubtedly a dangerous individual," he mused. Despite Jiang Chen's lack of imposing musculature, Bruce's intuition conjured an improbable notion. In close-quarters combat, I would likely be defeated. Had Jiang Chen overheard his apprehension, he would have undoubtedly chuckled and corrected him. Not likely, certainly. No matter how proficient Bruce was in combat techniques, Jiang Chen possessed the capacity to overwhelm him in terms of raw power and reaction speed, rendering the contest unwinnable. However, upon observing Jiang Chen's preoccupation with the culinary offerings, Bruce began to question his assessment. Perhaps, he mused, he is merely a fellow traveler on holiday. In an attempt to ascertain the true nature of this enigmatic individual, Bruce conferred with his team before approaching him to initiate a conversation. "That is most agreeable. May your dinner be delightful," Bruce said with a slight smile, raising his glass to Jiang Chen. Having acknowledged Jiang Chen, Bruce did not immediately depart, but engaged in casual conversation with him. Jiang Chen, finding himself with time to spare and curious about the lifestyle of mercenaries who operate legally in other countries, was content to converse with Bruce. "On that occasion in Ukraine, we were escorting a high-ranking official of the government forces to the front lines when we encountered an ambush." Bruce, having indulged in drink, became increasingly animated in his recounting. "And I suspected the attackers were Russian. Their firepower was formidable. And ultimately we found ourselves taking refuge in a building until the tanks of the government forces arrived to alleviate the peril." Since it was no secret, Bruce did not shy away from sharing details. From his discourse, Jiang Chen gleaned that they were affiliated with Blackwater International, primarily engaged in overseas operations, essentially functioning as mercenaries. Bruce, a seasoned veteran, had previously been active on the battlegrounds of Iraq before joining Blackwater after the conflict concluded. As the conversation meandered, Bruce inquired about Jiang Chen, expressing curiosity. "Given my salary, I certainly cannot afford the luxury of a beachfront villa costing several $1,000s a day." Jiang Chen chuckled in response, already beginning to dissect his third steak. "Forgive me if this is too intrusive, but if your business is sensitive, there's no need to divulge," Bruce remarked, deftly maneuvering a piece of chicken into his mouth, his actions betraying no hint of a brutish demeanor. "There is nothing inconvenient to share. To put it simply, my dealings are related to gold," Jiang Chen replied, taking a sip of red wine, his expression tinged with a hint of mystery. "Oh, working in that region of South Africa? That is a fine place," Bruce smiled. "No, it is in Asia." Jiang Chen shook his head, which surprised Bruce. "Forgive my bluntness, but Asia doesn't strike me as a particularly lucrative region. Are there really deals to be made there?" Bruce inquired, his brow furrowed slightly. "That's not necessarily the case," Jiang Chen retorted. "There's quite a bit of commerce happening along the border. We typically settle transactions in gold." Bruce chuckled upon hearing this and remained silent. There were many things best left unsaid, especially given his position. It was safe to assume that border trade primarily involved two commodities, armaments and narcotics. Regardless, such matters were hardly suitable for discussion in such a public setting. Consequently, such banquets often included lounges, where merchants who had reached an accord could engage in further negotiations. The attendees included South American drug lords, illicit arms dealers, and even a few furtive FBI agents. Inquiring too deeply in public would be considered impolite. The banquet proceeded smoothly until its conclusion, culminating in the prince's romantic birthday address to the princess. As the affluent and influential began their departure, Jiang Chen also prepared to leave with the crowd. Bruce presented Jiang Chen with his business card before bidding him farewell. His primary reason for engaging in such a lengthy conversation was surveillance. Now that the banquet had concluded, he no longer needed to linger. Examining the card briefly, Jiang Chen casually tucked it into his pocket. The likelihood of future intersections seems rather slim, as Jiang Chen does not intend to create any significant disturbances here. However, adhering to the principle that having one more friend opens additional pathways, Jiang Chen decided to keep the business card. Chapter 24, Lu Yao. Such a high-profile banquet inevitably attracts the attention of other guests, yet they can only gaze from afar, hindered by security personnel. When the muscular Dwayne Johnson made his entrance, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the group of infatuated young women at the door. In contrast, the true magnates merely smiled, accompanied by their partners and bodyguards. As they made their way to their private chambers, those who frequent such elite gatherings are invariably affluent and influential, rendering the esteemed guests prime targets for those who had long been lurking outside. It is no jest, the individuals who gain entry here are indeed international luminaries. And aligning oneself with such wealthy patrons could genuinely transform one's fortunes. Nevertheless, opportunities do still exist, do they not? After all, there are those who find such pursuits appealing. The notorious incident at the Haitian Grand Banquet, which was later debunked, is best left unmentioned. Yet, the widely circulated news that resonated across the nation serves as testament to this reality. The Hilton Hotel, in a manner of speaking, has adapted to local customs, turning a blind eye to the youthful and attractive women who frequently visit, even if they usually reside in other accommodations. Ultimately, who would want to frequent an overly pristine environment? Jiang Chen encountered Lu Yao, and the attempt at a hand-holding moment between the male and female guests was not deemed successful, author's note. Cries. An ensuing contest ensued. Given the circumstances, one ought to savor this rare respite, at least for the duration of these 7 days. Disclaimer: all names of individuals, locales, and cinematic works appearing herein are purely fictitious, set upon a terraformed exoplanet and within imaginations. This disclaimer, though initially absent, has been appended for clarity. Regarding queries from readers concerning the potentially ill-fated nomenclature of Futurian technologies, allow me to elucidate. Consider, for instance, an extraterrestrial computational device, possessing unparalleled specifications and capabilities, yet seldom would one attribute its creation to beings from beyond our world. Similarly, the appellation Futurian technologies might evoke notions of contrivances akin to those crafted by time travelers, yet few would genuinely entertain such a notion. Absent an omniscient perspective affording access to irrefutable and exhaustive evidence, subjective perception invariably prevails. Such a designation merely conjures the impression of resemblance, rather than definitive origin. The intricacies of explicating these nuances are considerable. The overarching ethos of this tome remains firmly rooted in delivering unadulterated gratification. Even with the subsequent exploration of the principal narrative thread concerning the genesis of the quantum translocation wristband, it shall not impinge upon the protagonist's pursuit of amorous conquests, financial prosperity, and the unbridled enjoyment of existence. Chapter 25. Robert's invitation. The subsequent day, as the nascent rays of dawn infiltrated the chamber, Jiang Chen roused from his slumber. Jiang Chen activated his EP, noting that in its unexpanded state, it bore a striking resemblance to an opulent and peculiar timepiece. Username: Jiang Chen. Physical condition: muscle strength, 25. Bone density, 27. Reflexes, 29. Brain cell activity, 14. The three indices have increased by a point or two, indicating that the efficacy of the genetic potion has been fully realized. To further enhance physical capabilities, one must resort to rigorous training or more advanced pharmaceuticals. The astonishing indices of Sun Jiao, which Jiang Chen had only vaguely heard about from her, seem to suggest that merely enduring several life and death trials can partially unlock the latent potential within one's genes. Like Jiang Chen, Sun Jiao consumed an ordinary genetic potion. Yet her metrics could only be achieved by Jiang Chen when he entered a frenzied state. One can only imagine the peril she has faced. Casting aside his thoughts, Jiang Chen turned off the EP and glanced at Lu Yao, who was still peacefully asleep beside him. He refrained from waking her and made his way to the balcony. Leaning against the railing, he inhaled the refreshing sea breeze, holding a glass of red wine as he awaited the dawn. Leisurely, comfortable, indulgent. What more could he desire? Jiang Chen murmured to himself in contemplation. With a sigh, he took a sip of the tart red wine, disregarding its potential unkindness to his stomach in the morning. "Oh, you're awake." Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, turning his head with a smile. Lu Yao gently brushed her wind-tousled hair, clad only in a bathrobe as she had not brought much clothing with her. Standing in the breeze, she exuded a unique charm. Serenely, Lu Yao approached Jiang Chen, subtly nestling beside him as she leaned against the railing. The golden hue of the sunrise upon her cheeks captivated Jiang Chen, who couldn't help but gaze at her with admiration. "Are you observing me, or the sunrise?" she inquired softly. "I am beholding beauty, juxtaposed with the sunrise." Jiang Chen replied with a smile, diverting his gaze towards the horizon. "I find myself somewhat perplexed," she confessed. "You possess both beauty and intellect, yet widespread fame eludes you." Jiang Chen grinned knowingly, having seen the film that year. Though he watched it merely to accompany a female classmate he failed to court, he had followed the movie from beginning to end. The second female lead, with only a fleeting presence, served primarily to underscore the tragic existence of the second male lead, a tragedy later conveyed through his lamentations to the first male lead. Nevertheless, the brief portrayal of Chun Lele, the mathematics representative, had left a certain impression on Jiang Chen. As a supporting character, this was no small feat. Is beauty a transgression, particularly for one as vulnerable as myself? Lu Yao mused, the corners of her lips curving into what might have been a smile of mockery or self-deprecation. Yet, her gaze towards Jiang Chen held a subtle undercurrent of anticipation. Life, in its essence, is merely the pursuit of pleasure, Jiang Chen reflected. Despite his occasional serendipitous encounters, he remained but a commoner amidst the bustling metropolis. Since we are on holiday, let us momentarily cast aside the burdens of everyday life. Ding dong. The chime of an electronic bell interrupted Jiang Chen's leisurely reverie. Removing his sunglasses, he languidly reached for the iPad terminal. This sleek interface manages every amenity of the suite. The television, climate control, even the water temperature in the shower are all regulated by this intuitive and convenient design. Jiang Chen had ordered his breakfast and chilled beverages through this very device. Who was it? Jiang Chen activated the surveillance camera at the entrance. It was Bruce's bearded visage. "My dear friend, have you forgotten me after only one night?" Bruce jested, gesturing expansively. The Caucasian man's Mandarin Chinese was surprisingly articulate, even to Jiang Chen's ears. "Haha, certainly not. I'll buzz you in," Jiang Chen chuckled, switching off the terminal as he ambled out of bed and slipped on his slippers. "A friend of yours?" Lu Yao inquired, glancing curiously at the white man on the tablet screen. "A business acquaintance, perhaps?" Jiang Chen responded noncommittally. Lu Yao wisely remained silent, presuming that Jiang Chen, a man who frequented international galas, was beyond her purview. In reality, however, Bruce was merely a mercenary chieftain, and any prospective business was purely speculative. Jiang Chen possessed a knack for encouraging others to overthink, which spared him from needless explanations. Prudently, Jiang Chen arranged for Lu Yao to leave. Suites of this caliber typically provided spare clothing, catering to affluent individuals who preferred to travel light. However, few guests who could afford such accommodations would actually wear the provided garments. Unexpectedly, a business proposition did indeed materialize. "My old friend, aren't you employed as a security detail for a Saudi prince? Why do you still have the leisure to visit me?" Jiang Chen took a puff from the cigar Bruce had handed him, settling into a chair as they engaged in conversation. Bruce chuckled lightly, hesitating for a moment before swiftly addressing the matter at hand. "My former employer seems to have overheard our discussion yesterday and has taken an interest in you. He wishes for me to introduce you to him." "Oh." Jiang Chen momentarily paused, pondering whether this meant an intention to hire him. He had no desire to wield a rifle in some conflict-ridden region. He had far more lucrative endeavors to pursue. And he certainly did not wish to squander this rare holiday. "You may have misunderstood," Bruce remarked, seemingly perceiving Jiang Chen's skepticism. Exhaling a ring of smoke, he spoke earnestly. "Robert Smith is a renowned intermediary, dealing in both crude oil and gold. I once served as his bodyguard in Iraq. He is quite a decent fellow. He has come specifically to attend a soiree hosted by an old client. He resides in the presidential suite on the 7th floor. Gold." Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with interest. It seemed this individual was worth meeting. Chapter 26. The Intermediary Welcome. You must be Mr. Jiang Chen, the enigmatic friend from the East. As soon as he entered, Jiang Chen was greeted by a smiling Caucasian with golden curls, who approached him with a gesture seemingly borrowed from some obscure Chinese kung fu film, clasping his hands together. Although he was white, Jiang Chen noted that Robert's complexion was not particularly fair. His rough skin appeared as if it had rolled through a sandpit. However, the immaculate appearance and the courteous demeanor still evoke a sense of respect. How fortunate to meet you. You must be Mr. Roberts, as Mr. Bruce has introduced you to me. Jiang Chen's expression was somewhat peculiar, yet he still smiled warmly and offered a polite gesture of friendship. To be candid, observing a foreigner greeting in the manner perceived by foreigners as typical of Chinese individuals strikes me as rather amusing. This may sound a bit convoluted, but that is the gist of it. Bruce is a commendable fellow. He once shielded me from gunfire in the Middle East, and I am delighted to encounter him here once again. Haha, there is a Chinese proverb, a friend of a friend is my friend, am I not correct? Mr. Roberts extended his hand. Indeed, the mastery of Mandarin by Mr. Roberts is astonishing. Jiang Chen grasped Robert's hand, shook it, and sincerely remarked, "It should be correct." Though Jiang Chen was uncertain if that phrase was indeed a proverb. Haha, naturally, I have always been intrigued by this enigmatic Eastern nation. Opportunities abound here. Roberts gazed intently at Jiang Chen, graciously gesturing for him to enter. Please, my friend. I happen to have a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Haha, I have longed to savor such a vintage. Then it would be my honor to oblige. Jiang Chen performed a slight bow. Unlike the newly supplied wine in the villa, this deep crimson liquid exuded a rich aroma. Even Jiang Chen, who was not accustomed to red wine, could not help but secretly marvel at its exquisite quality. Indeed, it is a fine wine. The man, unwavering as a statue, stood resolutely to one side, yet Jiang Chen could sense the primal aura emanating from him. Despite the sunglasses obscuring his eyes, the pronounced brow and high nasal bridge revealed his Slavic features, subtly betraying his bear-like demeanor, indicative of his warrior lineage. My bodyguard, Nick Kaczynski, hails from Belarus. We encountered each other in Ukraine, and he is indeed a commendable companion, tasked with ensuring my safety. Roberts, noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, cheerfully introduced him, asserting that while Bruce is a good man, Blackwater International occasionally operates with questionable ethics, maintaining too close a relationship with the FBI, prompting me to seek a different partner. Even when spoken about, the sculpted bodyguard exhibited no discernible reaction. Is what you do perilous? Jiang Chen inquired casually, reclining in his chair. I hear from Bruce that you are a renowned intermediary in the United States, oil and gold, perhaps? Indeed, Roberts replied. Aside from the relatively secure dealings in crude oil and gold, I sometimes find myself procuring arms for my clients. Once you dabble in such matters, it is inevitable that some may wish to take your life. He lit a cigar, extending one to Jiang Chen with polite generosity. Your country has stringent regulations regarding firearms, rendering this place a veritable paradise for me. However, delightful moments are often fleeting. For instance, I have a flight to South Africa scheduled for 3 o'clock. Does time pose a concern? Jiang Chen glanced at the clock. It was already 11 o'clock. No matter, Robert said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively as he straightened himself in his seat. I am quite intrigued by Mr. Jiang Chen's business. I wonder if there might be any way I could be of assistance? Jiang Chen paused momentarily, flicking the ash from his cigar, and instinctively sat up straighter. Oh? He did not reprimand Roberts for eavesdropping on a private conversation, but instead raised an eyebrow with mild curiosity. For instance? Mr. Jiang, I presume your business transactions are conducted in gold. However, to my knowledge, the stringent laws and regulatory frameworks of your country would undoubtedly draw the government's attention if one were to sell a substantial amount of gold, especially gold without an invoice. It appears that Mr. Roberts is quite informed about our national circumstances. Yet, is there no issue with selling gold in America? Jiang Chen replied with a chuckle, noncommittally. There are indeed issues, but we adhere to the law and evidence rather than politics. I have a highly professional team that manages such complications for me. Even though the FBI and I have had some minor disagreements recently, I remain unscathed, do I not? Roberts shook off the ash from his cigar and smiled mysteriously. As for how to navigate this, allow me to illustrate. I registered a shell company in Saudi Arabia. I procured a shipment of crude oil from Iran, which is, according to the embargo agreements, illegal. However, if I were to route this shipment through my shell company in Saudi Arabia, it would soon reappear on the international market as a legally sold commodity. You have divulged all this to me. Are you not concerned about being overheard? It suddenly dawned on Jiang Chen that with such formidable bodyguards, it was unlikely that anti-eavesdropping measures would be inadequate. Jiang Chen immediately understood Mr. Roberts' intention. Realizing that the intermediary also specialized in handling illicit goods, which he found intriguing. In that case, a collaboration could indeed be feasible, Jiang Chen said with a cheerful smile. I am an honest businessman, Roberts said with a delighted smile, pleased that the transaction was agreed upon. No matter the quantity, I can accommodate it. Your gold can legitimately appear on the international market simply by undergoing a process at my mining company in South Africa. Of course, you don't need to worry about the specifics. You can sell the gold directly to me. I only charge a 9 commission. Jiang Chen paused to contemplate for a moment. The 9 commission wasn't exorbitant, especially considering his gold was essentially free money. While small quantities could perhaps be sold at ordinary jewelry stores. If Jiang Chen were to offload more than 10 tons of gold, it was unlikely any store would dare accept it. Even selling it in batches would carry a high risk of being targeted. Moreover, the individual named Lu Anshan gave him an unsettling feeling. As if he were involved in shady dealings but hadn't made a move against him, yet due to a lack of information. Caution was paramount. Although privately selling large quantities of gold abroad could be considered smuggling, he trusted that Roberts had channels to resolve such issues. Noticing Jiang Chen's silence, Roberts grew uncertain. The 9 commission might seem steep, but there was considerable risk involved in the transaction. Just raising the capital alone would keep him occupied. Should the transaction amount exceed $20 million, even if he liquidates all his assets, he would still be unable to procure the necessary funds. To successfully consummate this deal, he must reach out to acquaintances in search of a private loan, the interest on which is likely to be considerable. However, if Jiang Chen possesses a sufficiently large quantity of gold, there remains a margin of 1% for adjusting the handling fees. Just as Roberts was preparing to tentatively propose a price reduction, Jiang Chen unexpectedly spoke up. That is agreeable, but I have one condition. Jiang Chen's words momentarily stunned Roberts, who then displayed a gleeful expression. I can assure you of the quality of the gold. It is pure gold, commonly referred to as 24K gold. And I trust you have specialists to authenticate this. Of course, how could there be counterfeit in a bank's vault? Counterfeits are only brought out to be sold. He cleared his throat. However, you must take responsibility for the transportation. I shall only ensure the gold is delivered to a designated location within the country. Furthermore, the transaction will be settled in cash on site, and once the gold leaves my possession, I will no longer be liable for its security. Absolutely, my friend, Roberts readily agreed, sensing that the deal was about to be finalized. Indeed, a pleasant collaboration. Jiang Chen confidently extended his right hand. A delightful partnership. Roberts grinned as he clasped Jiang Chen's hand, both rising to their feet. Here is my business card. Should you be ready, Mr. Jiang Chen, feel free to call me to arrange a meeting. Also, it would be prudent to prepare a Swiss bank account for convenience. Of course, I wish you success in your business endeavors. Jiang Chen accepted the business card. I would like to inquire in advance regarding the quantity of merchandise Mr. Jiang Chen possesses, so I may adequately prepare the necessary liquid assets. Roberts, despite his reservations, posed this somewhat presumptuous question. Oh, there's no rush, Jiang Chen replied. I will give you a call around July 15th. As for the quantity of gold, it will be approximately several tons. With that, Jiang Chen departed the room, leaving Roberts in a state of utter astonishment. Roberts' expression became blank, so much so that he failed to notice his expensive cigar had fallen to the floor. Several tons? Just how many tons? Considering the recent market conditions, with an ounce of gold valued at $1,350, a single ton would be worth 43 for 500 US dollars. At a commission of 9, a mere 3 tons of gold would yield him a profit of 10 million USD. 9%. This was an opportunity to amass wealth at an astonishing rate. It was akin to earning money while reclining. Several tons of gold, even at a 7 commission. He would seize the opportunity to possess such wealth that one would not even bother to haggle over the price. Simultaneously, this further solidified Robert's suspicion that this gold was indeed illicit. What manner of enterprise could procure such a vast quantity of gold? Had he plundered the China National Gold Group? Even trading 1 million tons of crude oil would only yield a profit of slightly over 500,000 USD. And that would entail the risk of seizure by the United States Navy and investigation by the FBI. Yet, Jiang Chen casually proposed a transaction worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Nick, do you believe this Oriental acquaintance is reliable? Roberts inquired softly, almost dreamily. Aware that Nick lacked acumen in business matters, at that moment, He merely wished for someone to rouse him from this reverie. "I'm sorry, boss, but I don't quite understand," Nick said, shaking his head as Roberts had anticipated. After a brief pause for contemplation, he continued, "However, this Eastern individual is a perilous character." "Oh, he practices Chinese martial arts?" Roberts chuckled, mimicking a rather comical Bruce Lee pose, dismissive of such notions. Nick observed his boss's antics, shaking his head silently. He was well acquainted with Roberts. Whenever excitement coursed through him, he would resort to peculiar gestures to convey his exhilaration. With the instinct of a soldier, Nick surmised that this man might be fiercer than Bruce. It was his solemn duty to ensure the safety of his employer, and he articulated his intuition with earnestness. Roberts was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. "Is he not a businessman?" "No, I must be discerning in my judgments." After a moment's hesitation, Nick resumed, "Perhaps he is indeed a businessman, but his skills are formidable. My instincts suggest that with firearms, he would not be my match. However, unarmed, my chances would only be 50-50. Roberts paused, recalling Nick's capabilities. He had witnessed them firsthand in Ukraine, when Nick had faced an unexpected assault from local militia while attempting to transfer arms, a deal orchestrated by the U.S. government. At that moment, Nick swiftly drew the handgun from the waist of the deceased government officer, and with merely 9 remaining bullets, he skillfully fought while retreating, successfully escorting Roberts to safety. During this endeavor, he eliminated over a dozen insurgents. Now, Nick audaciously claimed that Jiang Chen's close combat abilities might be on par with his own. Suddenly, Roberts burst into laughter. "The East is indeed a mysterious realm. Perhaps we should consider a trip to Egypt next time? Ha ha ha. It is no wonder that Jiang Chen chose not to hire bodyguards. It turns out his personal strength is formidable. In a nation like China, where firearms are prohibited, being capable is already a significant advantage. However, what does Jiang Chen's prowess have to do with their transaction? Even upon witnessing children in an African refugee camp holding diamonds, he would opt to exchange them for candy rather than bullets. After all, the price of a single bullet far exceeds that of candy." Roberts harbored no doubts regarding whether Jiang Chen possessed several tons of gold to liquidate, nor did he have the means to investigate his background in this unfamiliar territory. Without risk, can it truly be called business? Roberts was willing to take the gamble. Jiang Chen's unwavering demeanor undoubtedly indicated that he had gold backing him. Moreover, deceiving him would bring no advantages to Jiang Chen. Chapter 27. Enjoying life at this moment, Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Although he had been striving to appear composed earlier, it wasn't long after stepping outside that his steps began to feel light and buoyant. One word encapsulates his mood: exhilarating. The Bingyuan Ocean Restaurant, renowned not only within the Hilton Hotel in Sanya but throughout the entire region, boasts a captivating aquatic theme. Surrounded by azure pools and water features, the establishment is lined with rows of palm and coconut trees, harmoniously complementing the breathtaking blue seascape. Upon entering, guests are greeted by an elegant display of fine wines that mesmerize the senses, prompting them to slow their pace and soften their voices in reverence to the restaurant's sophisticated ambience. The private dining area at the center is particularly exquisite, designed akin to an aquarium, immersing diners in an oceanic experience. Here, the absence of excessive neon lights allows the shimmering reflections on the water to evoke a sense of serenity. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Lu Yao find themselves seated in this enchanting setting, while the night view is reputed to be even more stunning. The midday experience holds its own unique charm. Jiang Chen savors the tender flesh of the sea carp and relishes the delectable broth of the Wenchang chicken. An array of culinary delights adorns the table, leaving him momentarily dazzled. "Oh, this Boston lobster is absolutely delicious." Lu Yao playfully sticks out her tongue, skillfully dissecting the lobster with her delicate fingers. "A feast for the eyes," Jiang Chen remarks, as he adds a piece of oyster to his mouth, amused by Lu Yao's determined efforts with the shrimp. Although it is a Western restaurant, the staff typically provide chopsticks. "Isn't it lovely?" he quips. Lu Yao pouts, continuing her battle with the lobster. "I was referring to that lobster," Jiang Chen teases, unable to resist poking fun at her adorable demeanor. "You're incorrigible," she retorts. Lu Yao's stomach may not be large, yet she indulges in exquisite delicacies, never even touching hearty meats like Wenchang chicken. Most of the dishes end up in Jiang Chen's belly, whose appetite now rivals that of 2 grown adults. "You seem particularly cheerful today," Lu Yao remarked, dabbing at the corners of her mouth with a napkin, her eyes glimmering slightly as she gazed at Jiang Chen. "Indeed, I just made a significant deal." Jiang Chen replied without reservation, laughing heartily. Oh, I assumed it was because of me, Lu Yao teased. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously, leaning closer to her. Can you guess the size of the deal? 1 million? In dollars? Lu Yao's lips parted slightly as she sipped a bit of red wine. She was not particularly concerned with how much Jiang Chen earned, as it held no direct relevance to her. However, she was acutely aware of a man's vanity. And seeing Jiang Chen's unreserved demeanor, she feigned coyness and inquired further. 1 million? Just a fraction, Jiang Chen chuckled, reclining in his chair. A fraction? Lu Yao looked at him in surprise. At the very least, it must be 100 million, she asserted. Jiang Chen gave a mock display of modesty, smiling as he replied, perhaps. Author's note. The author weeps. Refer to the original text for more. Chapter 28. Return. In the remaining 5 days, the two enjoyed a delightful time together. Lu Yao took Jiang Chen to explore the renowned attractions of Sanya. They rode a surfboat on Wuzizu Island, basked in the sun at Yalong Bay, and strolled along the romantic shores of Tianya Haijiao. They even engraved their names on a love lock. However, while Lu Yao inscribed Jiang Chen's name, Jiang Chen etched the name Chen Lele on the lock. Fleeting as they are, blissful moments are nonetheless precious. Until the very moment of parting, Jiang Chen detected not a trace of sorrow, not a single tear from Lu Yao. Sir, would you care for some coffee? A flight attendant's gentle voice interrupted Jiang Chen's reverie. Yes, please. Very well, sir. One moment. A steaming cup of coffee was placed before Jiang Chen, and a faint smile graced his lips as he gazed at the rising vapor. This sojourn had been rather pleasant. He merely wondered if he would ever encounter that young lady again. At this thought, Jiang Chen chuckled, not quite knowing why he was suddenly amused. Casting a glance at the pristine clouds beyond the window and the middle-aged white-collar worker resting beside him, Jiang Chen drained the coffee, still warm, in one gulp. Slightly bitter, yet undeniably sweet. The brief sojourn in Sanya concluded, Jiang Chen emerged from Wanghai City Airport, luggage in tow. This bustling metropolis. Jiang Chen took a shallow breath of the turbid air, then hailed a taxi. To Balian, please. Seated in the passenger seat, Jiang Chen retrieved his antiquated Samsung phone, intending to call Xia Shiyu, when he noticed a small icon at the top. Weibo? Opening the seldom-used application, Jiang Chen discovered that someone had mentioned him. A delightful holiday. Grateful for your company, Jiang Chen. The text was accompanied by a photo of an airplane taking off, which Jiang Chen recognized as his flight. The young lady actually saw me off without my knowledge. A smile played across Jiang Chen's face as he recalled parting ways with Lu Yao at the airport, never realizing she had stayed to watch his plane take off. With a touch of self-deprecation, Jiang Chen stroked his chin and scrolled through the comments below the post, most of which speculated about the identity of the elusive Jiang Chen. However, given her status as a minor celebrity, the comments were few and far between. I must commend your prodigious acting skills. Perhaps I shall finance your next film? Wonderful. You said it. Jiang Chen paused, taken aback. Fancy running into you here. Mate. Scrolling through Weibo, are we? Oh, you use Weibo as well? Jiang Chen inquired with a smile. Indeed, came the reply. How did you deduce that? Jiang Chen asked. His curiosity piqued. Jiang Chen offered a cryptic smile, refraining from comment. Just delete it. It happens all the time, the taxi driver remarked with a dismissive air, adopting the persona of an expert. Delete it? This young lady. Jiang Chen sighed, a bemused expression on his face. It's just a film. How much could it possibly cost? Omitted 1,000 words. Synopsis. Lu Yao storyline. Inside the Jade Pavilion restaurant, Jiang Chen sat patiently at the table, awaiting his guest. His eyes lit up as he spotted a graceful figure entering the premises. He waved to her, indicating his location. You've finally arrived. I couldn't reach you by phone. Xia Shiyu chided, casting a glare at Jiang Chen. His nonchalant demeanor inexplicably irritated her. In recent days, Xia Shiyu has been diligently assisting Jiang Chen with the affairs of the company, often covering numerous expenses out of her own pocket. In her quest to fulfill the tasks entrusted to her by Jiang Chen, she sought out lawyers, visited the industrial and commercial bureau, and made trips to the bank. She even conducted on-site inspections of the office locations as per Jiang Chen's requests. Yet, to her dismay, he merely adopted a carefree attitude, offloading all responsibilities onto her while he indulged in leisure. Taking a deep breath, Xia Shiyu ultimately restrained herself from erupting in frustration. Don't be so agitated. I'll take you along next time. The scenery in Sanya is truly delightful, Jiang Chen remarked with an audacious grin. This is your company. You ought to make an appearance, he continued. Join me at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau this afternoon. I have already handled the paperwork, which is all in this file. Please review it carefully. Xia Shiyu placed the file on the table, disregarding Jiang Chen's invitation. You've worked hard. Jiang Chen did not reach for the file, but instead gazed earnestly at Xia Shiyu's expression. At least you possess a modicum of conscience, she scoffed coldly. Although she maintained her stern demeanor, Jiang Chen sensed that her anger was not as pronounced as when they first met. I'll accompany you this afternoon. Let us set work aside for now. Order whatever you desire, it's on me. By the way, you covered those service fees, right? The company will reimburse you. Without hesitation, Xia Shiyu picked up the menu and ordered several dishes in quick succession. She then cast a casual glance at Jiang Chen. Yet she found no trace of discomfort on his smiling face, which irked her further. It is truly disheartening. Xia Shiyu must feel disappointed, as Jiang Chen remains utterly oblivious to her sentiments. There is still over 100,000 yet to be spent, which has completely exceeded Jiang Chen's expectations. What could be on her mind? Although Xia Shiyu's face bore no expression, Jiang Chen still sensed her apparent distraction. I am quite concerned about the prospects of my company, Xia Shiyu stated candidly, without any hint of circumlocution. To be honest, if we focus primarily on high-tech, it is exceedingly difficult for emerging enterprises like ours to gain a competitive edge in the market. Isn't it said that emerging enterprises have vast growth potential? Jiang Chen chuckled in response. That applies to companies with a certain core competitiveness. Xia Shiyu shot Jiang Chen a look of exasperation, devoid of any sense of urgency. Do you truly understand high technology? I suspect you have likely forgotten even the fundamentals of advanced mathematics. Is there really a need to guess? Jiang Chen laughed. Who remembers such things after graduation? Well, just because I do not, does not imply that others share the same ignorance. You need not worry about the research and development for the time being. I can disclose that our company is currently focusing on software development, particularly in the realm of gaming. This will serve as a springboard for our entry into the mobile market. Stop, stop, stop. Xia Shiyu interrupted Jiang Chen, rubbing her temples. Mobile games? Browser games? Or large-scale online games for PC? Considering the current market environment, I recommend we direct our efforts towards the mobile gaming sector. As for the mobile phone market, the chairman's idea is commendable. However, grounded pragmatism is the cornerstone of a company's healthy development. I am fully aware of this, hence we shall proceed step by step. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, adding, moreover, this is not solely my company, it is yours as well. I shall grant you a 5 stake, so do your best. Xia Shiyu was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent. It is not uncommon for executives to hold shares in private enterprises, as it significantly enhances their sense of belonging to the company. Yet, Xia Shiyu did not dwell on it overly much, considering that a 5 stake is merely a standard holding ratio. It was only later that she would come to realize the enviable wealth represented by that 5 share. Of course, that was a matter for another time. In this regard, Xia Shiyu had performed remarkably well, having prepared everything in advance. After leisurely scrolling through Weibo while lying in bed and playfully teasing Lu Yao, Jiang Chen turned his attention to Taobao and commenced serious business. Some preparations were undoubtedly essential. Perusing the dazzling array of food items, Jiang Chen opted for the most popular and reputable online store without the diligence of meticulous selection, proceeding to make his purchases. Canned food remained his preferred choice due to its convenience for storage. He ordered 2 boxes each of beef cans, braised pork cans, and sardine cans, among others. To ensure nutritional balance, he also ordered a substantial quantity of canned vegetables and fruits. Additionally, he stocked up on instant noodles and compressed biscuits. Although he had no intention of consuming them himself, selling them would be a commendable alternative. Furthermore, Jiang Chen procured a substantial quantity of women's apparel from Taobao. Rest assured, this was not due to any peculiar predilections on his part. These items were intended for Sun Jiao and Yao Yao. Within a couple of days, a multitude of parcels were delivered to Jiang Chen's residence. Jiang Chen generously proffered 200 yuan notes, whereupon the courier, with alacrity, transported all the boxes to Jiang Chen's abode. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's dwelling was sparsely furnished, allowing the array of canned goods to occupy nearly the entirety of his living room. After a brief respite, Jiang Chen commenced his labor with sandpaper. He contemplated the possibility of procuring generic, unbranded food products directly from grain companies in the future. The storage space, for reasons unknown, had expanded considerably, accommodating all the canned goods that had previously occupied half the living room. Jiang Chen speculated whether this phenomenon was linked to his ingestion of the genetic enhancement drug, but he dismissed the notion as a fortunate happenstance. The storage of these provisions incurred a cost of approximately 2 crystals, with retrieval incurring a similar expense. Given the hundreds of crystals remaining in his possession, Jiang Chen was unconcerned by this negligible expenditure. Having completed these tasks, Jiang Chen proceeded to the supermarket, where he acquired a plethora of items, including rice, fresh vegetables, eggs, and fresh meat. Once the refrigerator in the post-apocalyptic villa was repaired, it would be capable of storing a substantial quantity of fresh provisions. Furthermore, by acquiring and repairing refrigerators from nearby residences and integrating them into the solar power grid, the villa's food storage capacity would increase exponentially. Alternatively, acquiring a freezer would suffice. Surely, establishments in this post-apocalyptic world possess such devices. With some repair, it could be rendered functional. The items procured were effortlessly stored in his spatial inventory, requiring minimal exertion on his part. Upon returning home, with everything meticulously prepared, Jiang Chen hoisted the familiar hiking backpack but furrowed his brow, ultimately deciding to set it down. Concealing certain matters indefinitely was imprudent, especially since Sun Jiao had already discerned some clues. Upon reaching the 6th district, Jiang Chen refrained from carrying bread, as it was safely tucked away in his storage space. Sun Jiao had undoubtedly sensed something amiss, yet she refrained from inquiring further. Given her ample trust in him, there was no longer a need for constant subterfuge. Moreover, candidly expressing the truth would facilitate his comings and goings, eliminating the necessity for such duplicity. With this resolution in mind, Jiang Chen prepared to selectively disclose part of his secret to Sun Jiao. Holding the oblivious little hamster, blissfully gnawing on a pine cone, Jiang Chen seated himself upon the soft bed and took a deep breath. Chapter 29. The Falcon's Descent. This is Falcon Eye, having arrived at the designated area. Acknowledged. This is Falcon 2. Falcon Eye, activate the radio life detection device. Understood. Activating the radio life detection device. Yunji, 51, an amphibious transport helicopter introduced into service in 2153. Predominantly serving the South China Sea Fleet, renowned for its formidable beach landing and transport capabilities. However, in the post-war era, the act of storming a beach has become obsolete. Two sleek, ebony helicopters maintained a horizontal distance of 1 kilometer, hovering one in front of the other above a towering building. Wang Shiwang gazed at the unknown bacterial density indicators on the exterior of his powered armor, then turned his attention to the building outside the helicopter's window. A shadow of gloom cast upon his face. Indeed, this was the location. The life forms matched. The target lay within the edifice. Falcon Eye requested an assault. Denied. Wang Shiwang cautiously scrutinized the building, then activated the long-range communication module of his powered armor. This is the Black Knight Squad. We have arrived above the target organism. The nature of the entity remains unknown. We request naval gunfire support. The command center acknowledged and approved the bombardment. The cost of a direct assault was far too great. Having yet to even glimpse the target's essence, Wang Shiwang was unwilling to gamble with the lives of his comrades. Thus, he prudently opted for artillery support, aiming to at least reveal the target's true form. Falcon Eye, Falcon 2, the bombardment will commence in 1 minute. Please ascend to a higher altitude. Understood. Understood. The two helicopters began to rise, evading unnecessary collateral damage. The light of dawn cast a dim, yellowish path through the radioactive dust, as nauseating yellow-green particles wafted about the exterior of the building. From an external vantage point, the entire area resembled a murky egg, with the building serving as its yolk. What truly lies hidden within the structure? Wang Shiwang furrowed his brow, fixated upon the opaque orb before him. Why were the elite troops from Luding Town present on the outskirts of the city, a full 30 kilometers away? The answer lies in a strategic meeting that transpired 2 days prior. Aboard the Bohai Sea aircraft carrier, within the command tower's conference room, soldiers in military attire stood in perfect unison. Yes, sir, they exclaimed in unison. Their uniforms bore the insignia of the Pac Marine Corps, though their association with the Corps was merely nominal. Dismissed. Yes, sir. Radio life detection devices were a ubiquitous tool in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. Research had demonstrated that each life form emitted a unique range of life signals. By employing specialized radio waves, these signals could be detected from considerable distances. During wartime, these devices served as reconnaissance tools. In the aftermath, they aided in search and rescue operations, and they became commonplace civilian equipment. These devices detected more than just human life. Any life signal, regardless of its frequency, would be recorded on an electronic screen resembling a radar display. The strength of the life signal was generally proportional to the life energy of the organism. Typically, the life signals of mutated creatures exhibited significantly higher frequencies than those of humans. The technology to estimate the theoretical value of Yakovlev crystals within an organism based on the frequency of its life signal was developed after the war. Most major survivor bases possessed this technology. Upon detecting an anomalous life signal, survivor bases in the vicinity would typically opt for a preemptive strike, as allowing mutated creatures to develop unchecked was an inherently unstable proposition. All mutations were random, and there was no guarantee that something aberrant would not evolve. The evolutionary process of species, which once required millennia to achieve, may now transpire within mere days in the aftermath of a nuclear detonation. It is conceivable that the result of such accelerated evolution could be nothing more than pitiful creatures that are prone to vomiting, or perhaps a highly perilous mutated behemoth. Organisms exhibiting subcrystalline energy levels exceeding 300 are collectively referred to as extreme mutant beings. However, this classification does not inherently denote strength. In contrast to dangerous species possessing combat capabilities within the range of 40 to 300 subcrystalline energy, extreme mutant beings are, in most instances, less formidable. For illustration, consider the analogy of humans. An individual weighing 100 pounds may indeed be outmatched by another weighing 200 pounds, as they inhabit different weight classes. Yet, what of a person weighing 500 pounds, or one who tips the scales at a ton? Such individuals would likely be deemed disabled, struggling to sustain their own vital functions. The same principle applies to mutant beings with subcrystalline energy surpassing 300. They fall within the category of monsters that are, in a sense, impaired. Influenced by radiation and a myriad of other factors, these beings may experience coincidental mutations that lead to an unbounded expansion of their life energy. Nevertheless, an excess of energy does not necessarily equate to an increase in lethality. There exists a threshold, and surpassing it can result in a burdensome liability. In the past, Looting Town has witnessed similar long-range strike operations, targeting an unidentified organism whose subcrystalline energy had surged to over 110,000 points. However, upon the arrival of the Marine Corps, they encountered little more than a horde of ghouls and substantial chunks of flesh, remnants of those devoured by these creatures, which filled half the street. Indeed, these drastically mutated creatures are typically quite inferior. From an economic standpoint, hunting these behemoths is far more straightforward than contending with deathclaws or flesh Goliaths. This is the true impetus driving these avaricious individuals to deploy military force to eradicate mutated organisms, otherwise, who would idly dispatch troops. At present, Wang Shiwu is confronted with precisely such a specimen. The leading Falcon Eye activated its laser rangefinder, furnishing the Looting Township's naval guns with precise firing coordinates. Prepare for bombardment. Elevate the turret. Several individuals clad in work attire busied themselves, manipulating the machinery at hand. The deck on the ship's bow gradually fissured, and a cannon barrel exceeding 10 meters in length steadily ascended. Encased in a streamlined, elongated shell, this oversized cannon bore a resounding appellation, the electromagnetic railgun. Linear distance, 310. 203 meters. Target thickness assessed. Initiate a 10 kilograms mass projectile. Elevation angle 47 degrees. Kinetic energy set. A technician clutching a tablet entered the specifications 10 meters away from the turret. The Bohai's fire control system had been ravaged by the EMP generated by nuclear detonations long before the war. After the survivors repaired these stationary artillery pieces, the fire control circuits were directly connected to nearby terminals, enabling firing through close-range operation. The technician pressed the fire button. A dazzling azure light suffused the cannon barrel, and the high-density current emitted a brief, piercing hum. There was no explosion, only the initial, deafening roar of the projectile breaching the sound barrier, followed by a faint streak arcing towards the horizon. The recoil force exerted on the electromagnetic rail caused the 10-meter-long barrel to shift slightly backward, with scalding steam rising from the liquid cooling system. A faint ripple gently stirred behind the hull, imperceptibly fading into the waves. The blunt-nosed projectile rotated at high velocity through the air. The specialized apparatus within the projectile operated on residual current from the capacitors, creating a fleeting vacuum layer around it, utterly obliterating the sound barrier. This ephemeral vacuum effect dissipated only when approaching the target within a kilometer. The special coating on the surface ignited, and the projectile's forward width began to expand minutely. Leaving a scarlet trail, the cylindrical projectile struck the building's core like an iron fist. The piercing sonic boom and violent explosion expanded simultaneously, the projectile instantaneously piercing the building and embedding itself into the ground, as if toppled by a colossal hand. The entire structure collapsed backward like an avalanche. The projectile carved a channel several meters in diameter through the center of the floating objects. Direct hit. Exquisite marksmanship. Target shell exposed. Hold on. What is that? Crashing. Crashing. Requesting. Assistance. Dial tone. Emerging from the smoke was a gigantic hand. Or rather, more precisely, an enormous cannon. Crimson energy coalesced, then discharged. A beam of red light traced a straight line from the sky, piercing the clouds. The ray did not directly strike any helicopter. Nevertheless, it paralyzed all electronic equipment within the airspace it traversed. Warning: the electromagnetic shielding of the powered armor activated instantaneously, nullifying the frenzied electrical surge. However, due to the passive nature of the activation, nearly all of the armor's instruments and equipment sustained varying degrees of damage. With the electromagnetic shielding engaged, communication signals were naturally blocked as well. Damn it! EMP. Bailout. Wang Shiwu roared, stabilizing himself amidst the violently spinning fuselage. He strode heavily towards the hatch and leapt out. The powered armor's compact structure and concentrated EMP countermeasures allowed its electronic components to hesitantly return to functionality after the brief disruption. The two helicopters, however, were not so fortunate. The high-energy EMP pierced their electromagnetic defenses, incinerating most of their electronic equipment. Wang Shiwu gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the colossal, fleshy red cannon. What in God's name was that thing? Could a biological entity emit an EMP, and one powerful enough to cripple a Z-51 transport helicopter without a direct hit? Deceleration device activated. Wang Shiwu breathed a sigh of relief as the words appeared on his helmet display, passing directly through the viscous sphere. The fully armed powered armor troopers landed heavily on the ground in succession. Mutated bacteria, density index, 97. What in hell are these things? A comrade's voice crackled over the public channel. Stay vigilant. Confirm your equipment is sealed. These floating bacteria give me an ominous feeling. Wang Shiwu inspected the air filtration equipment and discovered an unexpected issue with the microbial presence. Within a short span, a layer of visible microbial mass had formed around the filtration outlet. The bacterial density had escalated to the point of coalescing into a discernible cluster, the yellow-green form proving utterly repulsive. Should they withdraw? Yet, this thought was fleeting. He felt compelled to ascertain the true nature of that dreadful cannon. Moreover, the helicopter had been destroyed, and even if reinforcements were dispatched from Luding town, the threat posed by this perilous entity remained unclear. They needed to remain vigilant, especially around the filtration outlet, and prepare for an offensive. Understood. It was plausible, after all, that the recent beam had emitted an EMP effect. There was reason to believe that these bacteria were linked to that unnatural cannon. No, something was amiss. Typically, such extreme mutations would attract the attention of other predatory aberrations. However, there was not a single mutated rat in the vicinity. This was exceedingly abnormal. Something felt profoundly off. Just as Wang Shiwu was grappling with his alarming discovery, a sudden exclamation from his teammate interrupted him. Above. What the hell is that? Wang Shiwu immediately looked upward, witnessing the flesh-red biological cannon charging with energy. The sky was devoid of anything. What was it aiming to fire upon? Open fire. Quickly. There was no time for deliberation. Wang Shiwu instinctively issued the attack order. Rat-a-tat-tat. 12 powered armor soldiers unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the flesh-red cannon, weaving a dense net of firepower. No one knew whether the bullets would have any effect. But at that moment, there was no better course of action than to release their fury. The distance of 500 meters lay entirely within the effective range of the machine gun module. The leaping flames cast grotesque shadows upon the expressions concealed beneath each mask, while the rapidly rotating triangular barrel unleashed a terrifying torrent of fire. Suddenly, the half-story-high, flesh-red cannon seemed to contract abruptly, as if its momentum had come to an unexpected halt. Wang Shiwu felt a surge of joy. It appeared that the barrage of firepower had indeed affected the monstrous entity. However, the suppression of energy accumulation could imply another possibility, that the energy had reached its full capacity. Amidst the fearful gazes, the flesh-red cannon erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, its spreading crimson light engulfing the entire area, with shockwaves sweeping across several kilometers, silencing all commotion. Several grotesque, fleshy masses were propelled into the distance by the force of the explosion. Falcon Eye, Falcon 2, Black Knight offline. Life signals fluctuating. Target exhibiting division. The expression on the commander's face in the control room was shrouded in gloom, his eagle-like gaze fixated on the holographic screen hovering in the air. The emblem of the 90141 subcrystal had vanished, replaced by 12 energy uneven, divided life forms dispersing in all directions. The mission had failed. What pained the commander was not the loss of those 12 combat personnel and 4 pilots. In the realm of virtual reality training systems, such talents could be produced in abundance. However, the 2 Y-51 transport helicopters and the 12 sets of Max-I-powered armor represented a staggering total cost of 220,000 subcrystals, a veritable catastrophe. The ramifications of that peculiar creature's arrival upon this desolate wasteland remained shrouded in mystery. Chapter 30. Return to the familiar abode. The stale, oppressive atmosphere once again assailed Jiang Chen's nostrils. He inhaled the fetid air deliberately, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, the derelict vehicles, the cracked pavement, the dilapidated windows, and the aimless wanderings of the undead. It was precisely as he had left it. He lifted the cage, peering inside. The adorable hamster lay still, bereft of life. Jiang Chen extended a finger, gently prodding its soft belly, confirming its demise. He sighed. The pine cone had been its final repast. It seemed the notion of transporting a living being through dimensions was indeed impractical, a realization that brought a tinge of disappointment to Jiang Chen's heart. Following the well-trodden streets, Jiang Chen cautiously avoided disturbing the languid zombies, making his way towards the villa. By day, the zombies posed little threat, bordering on innocuous. However, with the advent of night, even the formidable Deathclaws, capable of dominating the post-apocalyptic landscape, dared not traverse the zombie-infested streets with impunity. Unrestrained by sunlight, the zombies would descend into a drug-fueled frenzy, mobilizing every mutated cell in their bodies to pursue the living. The villa remained unchanged, save for the steel gate, which had been reinforced with steel wire. Undoubtedly the handiwork of Sun Jiao. Jiang Chen approached and pressed the doorbell, and soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the distance. The iron gate swung open. A striking figure collided forcefully with his chest. Jiang Chen, having anticipated this, opened his arms wide, yet he still underestimated the impact of the embrace, inadvertently tripping over a stone with his heel and falling to the ground. Ouch, ouch, ouch. What do you mean by this? Am I that heavy? That is not what I intended to imply. Just get off me for now. The soft sensation interrupted his words as it pressed against his lips. Jiang Chen parted his lips. Hurry inside. Sun Jiao clearly had more to say, but recognized that this was not the appropriate setting for conversation. She sprang off Jiang Chen and extended her hand to help him up from the ground. Together, they crossed the threshold of the villa. Sun Jiao swiftly glanced at the street outside, confirming it was clear, before skillfully closing the iron gate and securing it with a steel bar. He observed that, while the exterior appeared unchanged, the interior of the villa had undergone significant alterations. The once aesthetically pleasing grove had been entirely removed, seemingly repurposed to construct a lookout tower against the wall. A series of barbed wire loops and concealed ditches had been installed along the perimeter. The main structure of the villa had also been modified, with many windows reinforced with steel bars. What have you done to my villa? Jiang Chen's brows furrowed in disbelief. This hardly resembles a villa anymore. It has transformed into a crude fortress. It's much safer this way, Sun Jiao declared proudly. The original villa was practically defenseless, so I gathered some materials from the vicinity and fortified it. I believe that without defenses, it would attract less attention. Jiang Chen couldn't help but scoff at her reasoning. But this is our home, is it not? We cannot perpetually pretend that no one resides here. Eventually, passing survivors will take notice, attempt to explore, and the word will spread. I understand now. You were absolutely right. Thank you. Jiang Chen also recognized the gravity of the situation. He had previously underestimated the complexities involved. In this apocalyptic world, zombies are not a natural barrier. Those creatures during the day are merely decorative. Survivors are by no means solely virtuous. Rather, organizations like the one in the 6th District, maintaining a stance of absolute neutrality amidst this wasteland, are already quite benevolent. Should anyone discover that there are people here, with provisions and without defenses, it would be a veritable swarm of flies descending upon us. Even if Sun Jiao possesses formidable combat skills, it would be exceedingly difficult to guard this place without any lapses. In this end times, humanity is far more terrifying than zombies or aberrations. However, why did you smash those marble statues at the entrance? Jiang Chen felt a pang of regret. It was once a rather luxurious villa, now reduced to this sorry state. It occupies too much space. Furthermore, the interior walls do not require fortifications, as they would hinder my ability to eliminate intruders, Sun Jiao argued logically. Very well. Jiang Chen sighed, reluctantly accepting her reasoning. And what of Yao Yao? That little girl must be longing for you terribly. Sun Jiao cast a complex glance at Jiang Chen before reaching out to adjust his collar. You should visit her room. She has been tinkering with various trinkets, hoping to assist you in some way. Nodding in affirmation, Jiang Chen ambled towards Yao Yao's chamber. Gently, he eased the wooden door ajar, eliciting a soft creak. The room was dimly lit, and were it not for the even cadence of her breath, Jiang Chen might have presumed it unoccupied. Is this little darling still abed? A smile touched Jiang Chen's lips. He was well aware that the docile young girl suffered from hypotension due to malnourishment, rendering her somewhat disoriented in the mornings. A faint metallic tang permeated the air, causing Jiang Chen to wrinkle his nose slightly. The delicate wooden desk appeared to have once belonged to a girl of similar charm, though it was now cluttered with electronic devices. Among them was the holographic computer Jiang Chen had procured for Yao Yao, as well as an assortment of peculiar gadgets. A rather futuristic silicon touchpad sat in the corner, its lower portion completely severed, with exposed wires fused to an unidentifiable circuit board. Though intrigued, Jiang Chen refrained from disturbing her belongings, respecting her privacy. As he shifted his weight, Jiang Chen felt a slight obstruction beneath his foot. Bending down, he retrieved what appeared to be a programming manual filled with technical jargon, its margins crammed with an assortment of small notes. This reminded Jiang Chen of the scholarly notes he had encountered in university. Despite having passed the second-level computer examination, Jiang Chen could not decipher the contents of the book. Was it perhaps a more streamlined computer language? At that moment, Yao Yao was cocooned in her blanket, curled up in a peaceful slumber, resembling a small squirrel. Her slightly pouting lips were reminiscent of exquisitely flavored bonbons, and the small hands clutching the quilt to her chest stirred an overwhelming desire to embrace and protect her. It seemed the little darling had been eating well. Jiang Chen knelt down, tenderly stroking her soft hair. Though dim, her gradually plumping cheeks suggested a considerable improvement in Yao Yao's health this past month. Listening to her gentle, contented purrs, Jiang Chen felt a pang of reluctance to wake her. Yet, the yearning to hold her was too strong. Yao Yao, Jiang Chen murmured softly. MMM. Yao Yao drowsily rubbed her eyes, sitting up in bed, her sleepy gaze meeting Jiang Chen's. A hazy smile then bloomed across her face. She clung to Jiang Chen's neck like a koala, her petite, animal-like eyes squinting into adorable crescents. Brother mustn't leave, she mumbled. Yao Yao is working hard. So very hard, and is very capable now. Her weak breaths evened out once more as she mumbled unintelligible words. This little rascal. Jiang Chen chuckled, shaking his head as he prepared to rouse her. But then, catching the faint light filtering through the curtain seam, Jiang Chen noticed the dark circles beneath Yao Yao's delicate eyes. Recalling her earlier mutterings, a wave of emotion washed over him. Yao Yao is such a good girl. Sleep a little longer. Leaning down, Jiang Chen gently kissed her smooth, tender forehead. As if dreaming of a pleasant event, Yao Yao's little nose twitched, and a blissful smile graced her face, with the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, adorned by a glimmering silver line. Have a sweet dream. With this silent wish in her heart, Jiang Chen exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Did you devour her? Sun Jiao teased, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen as he descended the stairs. Am I some kind of beast? Jiang Chen retorted, rolling his eyes at Sun Jiao before taking a seat opposite her. Perhaps at a loss for how to articulate her thoughts, Sun Jiao shrugged, falling silent while directing her gaze toward Jiang Chen. Thank you. Is that all? Just thank you? It's more than that. You are all my family. Jiang Chen steeled himself and spoke earnestly, fixing his gaze on Sun Jiao. Suddenly, she leaped onto the table, grasping Jiang Chen's collar with a swift motion. Then, amidst Jiang Chen's astonishment, she burst into laughter. Are you suggesting that you wish to consume her as well? It's merely a brother's affection for his sister, Jiang Chen replied, his expression tinged with bemusement as he regarded the incredulous Sun Jiao. Her unpredictable antics often left him perplexed. Oh, I can see that her feelings for you extend beyond mere sibling affection. Jiang Chen fell into silence. Don't you wish to say something? Aren't you going to let go of me first? No, what if you suddenly vanish again? Tears welled up in Sun Jiao's eyes, causing Jiang Chen to feel a surge of panic. He could not comprehend why this typically brash and headstrong girl would weep. I shall not vanish without a trace. I pledge you my word. Jiang Chen sighed, reaching out to embrace Sun Jiao's waist, only to be rebuffed. Who knows, perhaps you have other women over there. Do you not? Sun Jiao's gaze pierced Jiang Chen's, causing him to falter. Why do you inquire thus? Jiang Chen's eyes darted evasively. Do you? Sun Jiao pressed, allowing no room for evasion. Yes. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, confessing candidly. Preparing himself for the barbaric maiden's wrath, he was surprised to feel her grip on his collar loosen. You are an honest fellow, Sun Jiao remarked, remaining perched on the table, her eyes fixed upon Jiang Chen. She smiled, a curious expression upon her face. I am generally forthright with the women in my life, Jiang Chen replied, a peculiar look crossing his features. For there is simply no need for deception. So, I am fortunate enough to be considered one of your women, am I? Sun Jiao teased. If you are unwilling, I shall not force the issue. Jiang Chen responded, his expression complex. Sun Jiao's countenance mirrored his complexity. Gently biting her lower lip, she finally spoke. Of course, I am willing. However, being left behind while you cavort with other women does ignite a certain ire within me. I apologize, Jiang Chen murmured, lowering his head. But moments later, he raised his gaze, meeting Sun Jiao's eyes with earnestness. Though I know words are insufficient, if there is anything I can do to atone, I am willing to do anything. Really? Is that so? Sun Jiao, with a teasing smile, gazed at Jiang Chen with an almost predatory intensity. Well then, let us proceed. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Jiang Chen found himself ensnared. With agility akin to that of a wildcat, Sun Jiao swiftly bound him to the chair with ropes seemingly conjured from thin air. She placed one foot upon the armrest beside Jiang Chen's right hand. The scene evoked a vivid sense of déjà vu in Jiang Chen's mind. I wanted to say, oh, what is it you wish to convey? Sun Jiao leaned in, feigning ignorance. It was then that Jiang Chen noticed her attire had changed, during his brief absence upstairs. She had discarded her comfortable athletic wear for a casual, low-cut shirt. Given the post-apocalyptic world, where clothing stores were abundant and free, the issue of attire seemed trivial. Jiang Chen couldn't help but recall the clothes he had purchased for the two women on Taobao, a bitter smile creeping across his face. And nothing. It's just the ropes. I feel as though I've seen them before. Unable to meet her fiery gaze, Jiang Chen awkwardly shifted the conversation to the items on the sofa. They didn't serve their purpose last time. Sun Jiao mischievously grinned, her expression wicked. Let us give you a proper demonstration this time. Chapter 31, Family Meeting? It was decidedly awkward. Why, you may ask? Because at that moment, Yao Yao, who had just descended the stairs, witnessed this most embarrassing scene. At the stairwell, Yao Yao halted, her face flushed crimson, lips slightly parted, caught in a state of awkward suspension. Engaging in such intimacy within the confines of the living room seemed somewhat imprudent, especially considering the villa was no longer occupied by merely the two of them. Yet, in the throes of passion, they had conveniently overlooked the presence of others. Ahem. While undeniably gratifying, Sun Jiao had unchivalrously absconded, leaving Yao Yao to witness such an embarrassing spectacle, prompting her to wish for the earth to swallow her whole, along with Jiang Chen for good measure. However, in her haste, she neglected to release Jiang Chen from his bonds. It must be said, the rope was of exceptional quality, and Sun Jiao's knot-tying artistry was remarkable, as Jiang Chen exerted all his strength to no avail. Hello, brother, Yao Yao stammered, her face aglow with a mixture of delight and embarrassment upon seeing Jiang Chen in such a compromising state. Yao Yao, could you possibly untie me? Jiang Chen implored, swallowing his pride. However, the sight of his trousers around his ankles and his arousal made her want to die of shame. I wish I could vanish. A soft moan escaped her lips. Her face now resembled a ripe apple. She cautiously approached Jiang Chen, her gaze averted, yet piqued with curiosity. Her small hands fumbled nervously with the knots, struggling to loosen them. Almost done? Jiang Chen inquired, his voice laced with awkwardness. The sound of a gulp filled the air. And nothing. Almost there. Yao Yao's voice, amplified by her nervousness, startled Jiang Chen. Though Jiang Chen spoke as if he were nearing freedom, he felt no semblance of relief. Yao Yao, pouting in mild discomfort, had bitten her tongue in surprise when Jiang Chen's voice startled her while she was sneaking a glance, stealing another furtive look at the fearsome object before her. Yao Yao inexplicably felt her heart race. She was well aware of what it was, yet it was her first encounter with such a tangible reality. Could something of that size truly fit? Yao Yao's mind spiraled into chaotic thoughts, and she instinctively swallowed. Her face flushed as she yearned to free herself from the bonds. "Sun Jiao, come out. Spare me," Jiang Chen called out, a mix of amusement and exasperation in his voice. He knew that Sun Jiao was undoubtedly relishing the moment from her hidden vantage point. He was all too familiar with her mischievous nature. If that little hand lingered upon him any longer, he feared he would soon find himself in an even more embarrassing predicament. As Jiang Chen had anticipated, Sun Jiao had indeed donned her clothes and was now concealed behind the door of the dining room, peering through the crack with glee at the rosy-cheeked Yao Yao and the wryly smiling Jiang Chen. How satisfying, she mused. However, satisfaction soon turned to discomfort, for Sun Jiao recognized that their actions had crossed a line. Pouting, she finally pushed the door open and approached Jiang Chen to untie him. Yet, her motivations ran deeper. She had begun to sense the secret that Jiang Chen harbored and surmised that there might be another woman involved. This realization filled Sun Jiao with an acute sense of urgency. To be honest, her concern did not primarily revolve around the number of women Jiang Chen had. Well, she was indeed quite concerned, but it was not her foremost worry. Her greatest fear was that Jiang Chen would simply vanish from her life, leaving her unable to pursue him. After all, on one side lay a desolate world, while the other promised a paradise abundant with sustenance, if given the choice. She would certainly opt for the latter. The thought of Jiang Chen thriving in that realm was too daunting to contemplate. She understood all too well that she had already fallen for him. Thus, she concocted a little scheme to ensnare Yao Yao as well. Although her physical development had been stunted in the cryogenic chamber, she was nonetheless a young girl on the cusp of adolescence. She could hardly believe that Yao Yao, who harbored strong feelings for Jiang Chen, would remain unaffected by such a provocative scene. As long as there were feelings involved, how could there be a lack of future opportunities? Yao Yao was still too naive, thinking that a mere kiss could satiate that big bad wolf. If one's allure was insufficient, then why not employ the charm of two? This was Sun Jiao's plan. She was determined to ensure that Jiang Chen would not leave this place. To that end, she aimed to create some irreplaceable bonds for him. With this thought, a mischievous smile crept across Sun Jiao's face. "Here it comes. Wait a moment, haha. Oh, you rascal, you were indeed hiding over there. You must have been laughing just now, surely. I have something of great importance to share with you all." At this moment, Jiang Chen had already donned his trousers, flexing his somewhat stiff wrists. He gazed at the still blushing Yao Yao and the utterly unrepentant Sun Jiao, forcibly suppressing the embarrassment that welled within him, and solemnly spoke. The playful expression on Sun Jiao's face gradually faded, replaced by a serious yet gentle nod. Such a demeanor was seldom seen on her countenance, which left Jiang Chen slightly taken aback. Yao Yao, whose hand had been grasped, suddenly sprang up like a startled rabbit, her shyness preventing her from meeting Jiang Chen's gaze. This was mortifying. Jiang Chen's expression darkened as he shot a fierce glare at Sun Jiao. Yet she remained unfazed, staring at the ceiling. "No, you are also my family." Jiang Chen tenderly stroked Yao Yao's head, a decision he had made the day she rescued him. Had it not been for Yao Yao's bravery, he and Sun Jiao might have become the next victims of the cannibals. At the very least, he would have. "I'll help you take it off," he said, observing Yao Yao's submissive posture as she buried her head, her eyes squinting in delight at his touch, which melted his heart. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen reached for the electronic ring. He had long wished to remove it. He had never regarded her as a slave. "No." Yao Yao gently placed her hands atop Jiang Chen's larger ones, saying, "I want to be a very special girl to my brother." Special? Jiang Chen was utterly bewildered, failing to grasp the meaning behind Yao Yao's words. Meanwhile, her face transformed into a ripe, red apple once more, her lips quivering yet remaining silent. "Ahem, are you two really putting on such a display in my presence?" Miss Sun Jiao remarked, her eyes narrowed. "And as expected, I'm still quite unwilling to accept this," she added, grinding her teeth almost imperceptibly. Sensing that devilish gaze, Jiang Chen felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. "Yes," Yao Yao exclaimed, startled like a frightened rabbit, shrinking back slightly. Although Sun Jiao had never mistreated her, she had always been intimidated by her. Didn't you have something important to say? Get on with it, Sun Jiao sighed, no longer dwelling on trivial matters. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious as he guided Yao Yao to his seat, then proceeded to the center of the living room. Yao Yao watched his movements with curiosity, while Sun Jiao, as if anticipating what was to come, rested her chin on her hand, awaiting Jiang Chen's explanation. I am from another world. Despite her prior expectations, Sun Jiao couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment as Jiang Chen uttered those words. As for Yao Yao, she was utterly dumbfounded. Perhaps it would be best to demonstrate, Jiang Chen sighed, extending his left hand. The subspace containing food and supplies was opened. There were no special effects, but cans, fruits, vegetables, rice. A multitude of items gradually materialized in the living room, as if transitioning from the ethereal to the tangible. At this point, even Sun Jiao was completely stunned, while Yao Yao had completely short-circuited. Observing the two women's dazed expressions, Jiang Chen scratched the back of his head. I haven't even explained yet. Why are you both so dumbfounded? Frankly, it was rather pleasurable to be gazed upon by the innocent eyes of the young lowly. Ahem, that is beside the point. These items did not materialize from thin air. Rather, in my world, one could acquire them for a pittance in exchange for gold. So, elder brother hails from a parallel universe predating the war? Yao Yao inquired, nodding with a semblance of comprehension. Having spent her formative years before the cataclysm, she retained a vestige of memory of the pre-war prosperity. Precisely, Jiang Chen affirmed, giving Yao Yao a thumbs up. With a single sentence, she had encapsulated the very question he had been struggling to elucidate. This, so much, Sun Jiao, having spent her entire life within the confines of the vault, was utterly flabbergasted, her eyes wide with astonishment. Observing Sun Jiao's naivete, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, rousing Sun Jiao from her stupor. Jiang Chen briefly recounted his origins to the two women, allaying their fears that he might abruptly vanish. However, when Sun Jiao inquired whether it was possible to transport individuals across the dimensional divide, Yao Yao's gaze was filled with anticipation. Alas, Jiang Chen was destined to disappoint them. Without further ado, Jiang Chen produced the cage containing the deceased hamster and placed it upon the table. A brief silence ensued, but ultimately, the two women resigned themselves to the situation. Indeed, the very notion of traversing dimensions is already wondrous enough. To be able to transport living beings would only invite chaos. Sun Jiao lamented with a wry smile, before listlessly collapsing onto the table. Indeed, this place is rife with mutated bacteria. Only humans with a certain degree of inherent resistance can avoid transforming into zombies. If Brother Jiang Chen were to transport goods across dimensions, that bacterium would likely erupt on the other side. Yao Yao pondered the deeper implications, causing Jiang Chen to break out in a cold sweat. Jiang Chen shuddered once more, realizing his oversight. He hadn't considered the possibility of carrying mutated bacteria himself, preoccupied as he was with the notion of making money, to the point of neglecting such a crucial issue. Fortunately, the transdimensional bracelet's ability to suspend all life activity, save for its host, would prevent the chaos that Sun Jiao had alluded to. The precise mechanism remained a mystery to Jiang Chen. Perhaps dissecting the hamster would shed some light on it, but he lacked the expertise for such an endeavor. Sun Jiao nodded in agreement. Yes, a single compressed biscuit could probably fetch about 1 unit of crystal. There's no need to venture to the 6th block. Trade can be conducted in nearby community-level survivor settlements. Although the villa has been fortified, the defenses are still rather inadequate. Acquiring some armaments would be ideal. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen stated, "Very well. Let's compile a shopping list of the essentials and purchase them all at once. Furthermore, I believe it would be more prudent to acquire supplies from the 6th block. Frankly, I don't have much faith in the smaller survivor camps. Although the villa has been fortified, the manpower remains insufficient. To be frank, it would be rather challenging for Sun Jiao to defend this place on her own, if the allure of food were to attract the attention of other survivors. Those desperate souls could swiftly transform into armed marauders. In contrast, the 6th district has yet to witness any scandal of raiding other survivors' bases along trade routes. Its unwavering neutrality has been fundamental to its growth. However, there is a concern that the Grey Goo Mercenary Corps will indeed probe into our whereabouts within the 6th district. Is this truly convenient? Sun Jiao expressed her underlying apprehension. Last time, they nearly decimated an entire raiding team at Jiang Chen's expense, and one fears that the next encounter could lead to a deadly confrontation. Fear not, Jiang Chen responded with a smile, for I can escape danger in but 2 seconds. With that, he vanished from the sight of the two women, only to reappear before them in a bewildering instant. My word, this frequent traversal is rather disorienting. Jiang Chen stumbled a couple of steps, hastily clutching a nearby chair to avoid a fall. It seems that the repeated use of this ability does carry certain side effects, such as a fleeting dizziness. What just happened? Since the truth has been laid bare, he need not conceal his ability to traverse anymore. The trivial fee of a bit of crystalline energy is of no concern to Jiang Chen. After all, it is merely the equivalent of a single compressed biscuit. It's truly astonishing, Yao Yao exclaimed. Sun Jiao nodded in bewildered agreement. I'm a bit concerned, Sun Jiao said, looking at Jiang Chen with some apprehension. What do you take me for, a lecherous fiend? Jiang Chen said with a wry smile, scratching his nose. You can't possibly safeguard such a large villa on your own. Besides, I require individuals with specialized skills. The wasteland is replete with treasures, especially those with mismatched skill sets. Jiang Chen could harness their expertise to generate wealth for his future technology corporation in the modern world. Will I study? Does brother no longer want me? To Jiang Chen's surprise, Yao Yao suddenly approached, her eyes reddening. How could that be? Jiang Chen chuckled, ruffling her fluffy hair, and gently said, But brother doesn't want you to overexert yourself. You're already a great help to me. Oh, and you need to rest. No staying up late at night. Yao Yao hummed contentedly, basking in the moment, her earlier worries forgotten. I swear on my life, Jiang Chen said with a wry smile, raising his index finger. Only then did Sun Jiao release him from her suspicion. In truth, Sun Jiao's concerns were unfounded. Jiang Chen had no such intentions, although he was a rather casual person. It was only because of his extended celibacy. Simply put, though only a month had passed, he had matured considerably since the beginning. He harbored no intention of establishing a brothel in this post-apocalyptic world. Even if he possessed the capability, he lacked the inclination. A multitude of tasks awaited his attention. The villa was severely understaffed in various capacities. For instance, the watchtower adjacent to the wall required a vigilant sentinel. Jiang Chen was loath to assign Sun Jiao to the monotonous task of guarding the gate day in and day out. Furthermore, the diverse array of electrical appliances within the villa necessitated a skilled technician for repairs. Sun Jiao's rudimentary repair skills barely sufficed for tinkering with the solar panels. And the functionality of the refrigerator was purely a matter of luck, as the circuit damage was not extensive. Electricians and construction workers were also in demand. In essence, the villa was critically short-handed. As for the survivors, Jiang Chen was unwilling to take the risk of indiscriminately admitting them, as the integrity of those hardened veterans of the apocalypse was questionable. However, slaves acquired through purchase presented fewer concerns. Equipped with electronic collars capable of detonating their heads, Jiang Chen had no apprehension about their obedience. Indeed, they would likely be overwhelmed with gratitude. After all, Jiang Chen possessed an abundance of food, and even a daily bowl of congee would be a vast improvement over their previous existence. Jiang Chen considered himself a benevolent individual, and he would never engage in the mistreatment of slaves. Such a compassionate master was an anomaly in a world where cannibalism was prevalent. Let me be clear. Yao Yao is not to be included in this. You must not entertain any further thoughts of removing the electronic collars from other slaves. Sun Jiao has already embraced Yao Yao as her own sister, and she is a special case. However, Sun Jiao harbored some trepidation regarding Jiang Chen's magnanimity in removing the collars from all the slaves. Rest assured, I am not so imprudent. Jiang Chen responded with a wry smile. I would like to think I've matured somewhat. I concede that in the past, I occasionally and unconsciously approached the world's problems with the mindset of a more peaceful era. However, I believe that is no longer the case. Sun Jiao nodded in satisfaction, while Yao Yao, who had been hesitant to speak, breathed a sigh of relief. Then I am relieved. Is the family council adjourned? Sun Jiao stretched languidly, her ample bosom nearly escaping her attire. Upon hearing the term family council, Yao Yao blushed crimson, and Jiang Chen chuckled. Ahem, since it is a family council. It is not yet concluded, Jiang Chen said, shaking his head after his mirth subsided. Oh, is there something else? Sun Jiao inquired, leaning back in her chair. Indeed, Jiang Chen affirmed, gazing intently into Sun Jiao's eyes. It concerns you. Can you now confide in me about what must be done? A flicker of emotion crossed Sun Jiao's eyes. You, still remember? Indeed. You are my woman. How could I forget your concerns? Jiang Chen replied with a smile. I had almost given up, Sun Jiao said, her gaze wavering, her expression a mixture of happiness, melancholy, and perhaps even bewilderment. but I still remember. Do I not? Why not share it? How will we know if we do not try? Jiang Chen said earnestly. Sun Jiao sighed and began to speak. Indeed, I've discovered a sense of belonging here with you, and I am content to the degree that I've nearly relinquished that impractical notion. However, since you've inquired, I shall confide in you. After a momentary pause, Sun Jiao unveiled a gentle smile. Do you know? This is, in fact, my ancestral home. Chapter 32. Sun Jiao's history. Sun Jiao's revelation left both Jiang Chen and Yao Yao in a state of bewilderment. Jiang Chen recalled Sun Jiao mentioning that she was born in Shelter 071, so how could she possibly be connected to this villa? However, upon hearing Sun Jiao's explanation, Jiang Chen came to comprehend the circumstances, including the reason why he happened to discover the famished Sun Jiao in this very villa. As it turns out, this villa was, in reality, the pre-war possession of Sun Jiao's father. Unfortunately, due to the abrupt onset of nuclear war, Sun Jiao's father became separated from his original wife and son during their escape. Subsequently, Sun Jiao's father encountered Sun Jiao's mother in Shelter 071, and they fell in love. With the blessings of other survivors, they married and had Sun Jiao and another daughter, Sun Jiao's sister. Regrettably, their happiness was short-lived. On the day when the shelter was forced to open due to resource depletion, marauders, a common scourge in the post-apocalyptic world, attacked the shelter, and Sun Jiao became separated from her family. Fortunately, she managed to escape, and instead of encountering mutants, zombies, or slave traders in the ruins, Sun Jiao encountered an eccentric individual engrossed in some unknown task, or perhaps a mentor, adopted by a woman who identifies herself as a member of the PLA in the year 2139 due to the signing of a new defense agreement. The military forces of the Pan-Asian Cooperative Nations are collectively referred to as PACA, the Pan-Asian Cooperative Alliance. Sun Jiao learned the art of survival in the desolate wasteland. She was instructed in marksmanship and the discernment of right from wrong. However, Sun Jiao's mentor tragically perished during a confrontation with unidentified armed forces, leaving her to wander alone. It was within this very villa that Sun Jiao, having exhausted her supply of nutritional supplements, fainted from hunger. By sheer coincidence, she encountered Jiang Chen, and the subsequent events need not be elaborated upon. Ah, I see. Nevertheless, I shall keep an eye out for your sister. Finding her would surely bring you immense joy, wouldn't it? After listening to Sun Jiao's narrative, Jiang Chen spoke with a smile. Jiang Chen. Sun Jiao's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Were it not for Yao Yao's presence, she would have longed to throw herself into his embrace, to express the profound emotions and affection swelling within her heart. Ahem. Though it may be somewhat inappropriate, Sun Jiao found herself at a loss for other ways to convey her love. And Yao Yao, is there anything I can assist you with? Since we are now a family, do not hesitate to voice any needs you may have. Jiang Chen affectionately ruffled Yao Yao's hair once more. Yao Yao shook her head, gently covering Jiang Chen's large hand resting on her head with her own. I am already quite content. My family now consists solely of brother Jiang Chen and sister Sun Jiao. That smile radiated happiness, yet it brought a slight sting to Jiang Chen's nose. Lunch was prepared by Yao Yao, the sweet little girl who diligently learned the art of cooking, which deeply touched Jiang Chen. This was, after all, the first meal he had ever received from a girl. He felt so moved that tears nearly welled up in his eyes. Cough. Perhaps that was a slight exaggeration. Observing Jiang Chen devour the food with fervor, Yao Yao couldn't help but smile with happiness. As for Sun Jiao, she always ate in a ravenous manner. If she were to suddenly adopt a more refined demeanor one day, it would be truly astonishing. After the meal, the three of them collaborated to tidy up the dishes. Sun Jiao went to organize the supplies in the living room, while Jiang Chen followed Yao Yao into her room, as he had important matters to discuss with her. Yao Yao, have you completed the preparations for the bank vault? Suddenly, Yao Yao burst into laughter. Oh, big brother, you have no idea. Sister Sun Jiao has already emptied that bank vault for you. He chuckled, realizing that his surprise must have made him forget that Sun Jiao was eagerly awaiting his praise. Jiang Chen paused for a moment. Then a glimmer of joy crossed his face. Haha, but sister Sun Jiao isn't like you. She isn't particularly interested in my compliments. Unable to resist, Jiang Chen affectionately ruffled Yao Yao's hair, her adorableness compelling him to do so. Eeh. Yao Yao squinted her eyes like a little squirrel, relishing the moment. However, she suddenly seemed to recall something and looked at Jiang Chen with her big, innocent eyes. Ahem. No, that's not right. Sister Sun Jiao surely wishes to be praised by big brother, just like I do. After speaking, Yao Yao nodded earnestly, seemingly convinced that her analysis held merit. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Indeed, you have a point. He thought he ought to express his gratitude to that little girl. Although she could be quite mischievous at times, she occasionally exhibited surprising thoughtfulness for others. Setting aside the matter of gold, Jiang Chen began to inquire about the creation of mobile games. Mobile games? Those games played on phones. Are they really popular in your brother's world? Yao Yao asked, a hint of confusion evident in her voice. This caught Jiang Chen off guard, as Yao Yao had lived in a pre-war era until the age of 12. Surely, there must have been video games back then. He voiced his doubts to Yao Yao, but her response left him both amused and perplexed. I see. I think I understand what you mean now. While it is true that there were many popular games before the war, they were all played in gaming pods. Gaming pods? Yes. The mainstream games were designed based on virtual reality systems. Many people would lie in these pods, which alleviated physical fatigue, and some even chose to spend their sleeping hours within the games. There were also portable neural interface helmets that provided similar functions, which is why few would install excessive games on communication devices. So it wasn't that games had vanished. Rather, with the advancement of technology, the older forms of gaming had simply become obsolete. As the once popular Little Tyrant game console faded from public view, handheld devices like the PSP struggled under the relentless assault of smartphones. What should be done? Jiang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow, lost in contemplation. Could you let me take a look at that phone? Yao Yao timidly inquired. You're right here. Jiang Chen hastily retrieved his Samsung phone and handed it to Yao Yao, then removed the SIM card for her to examine at her leisure. Upon receiving the phone, Yao Yao wasted no time and brought it to her workstation to begin disassembling it. Why is the CPU performance so low? And why does it only have a few gigabytes of memory? She muttered, fiddling with the device, which left Jiang Chen somewhat embarrassed. In no time, after much tinkering, Yao Yao finally unraveled the mysteries of this antique. How is it? Jiang Chen asked eagerly as Yao Yao removed her anti-glare glasses. Well, it doesn't seem too difficult. If we program using D, we should be able to condense quite a bit into such a compact space, Yao Yao mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. However, I feel that while programming is one aspect, the artistry, music, and gameplay elements, well, I have absolutely no experience in those areas. Jiang Chen paused, realizing this very issue. Not every programming virtuoso can ascend to the heights of legendary game creators like Sid Meier or Will Wright. The essence of a game lies in its playability. Even if Yao Yao can compile the vast content using advanced programming languages to reduce its hardware requirements, the crux remains that it must be enjoyable. Otherwise, who would be interested? At that moment, Yao Yao suddenly tapped her head as if struck by a revelation. Of course. Brother, leave it to me. I assure you that within 5 days, I will deliver exactly what you desire. So soon, Jiang Chen was taken aback. He had initially anticipated that it would take Yao Yao 2 months to accomplish this task, which he would have considered quite impressive. Jiang Chen exited the room and gently closed the door behind him. Phew. Why was his heart racing so? Could it be that he truly was a beast? As he pondered this in silence, he made his way towards Sun Jiao. Upon arriving at the underground warehouse, Jiang Chen found Sun Jiao meticulously inventorying supplies. Canned goods and compressed biscuits were neatly categorized and placed in the corner, while rice and similar items were carefully stored in polyethylene plastic boxes. Such items were common in the wasteland, originally used by the military for airdropping relief supplies, known for their exceptional sealing. The underground warehouse was pleasantly cool, having been the former residence of Sun Jiao's father, who utilized it for wine storage. However, it was evident that survivors had visited long ago, leaving no trace of wine or similar items behind. I have sent a contract consisting of 70,000 words, but Yunda has yet to deliver it. I fear that if the new book period passes, it will be disastrous, truly a calamity. I sincerely hope that fellow readers can understand my predicament. I am truly sorry. Chapter 33. Returned to the 6th district at last, the triumphant Jiang Chen departed the basement alongside the flushed Sun Jiao. Jiang Chen's arrogant demeanor provoked Sun Jiao's ire, leading her to twist his waist with considerable force. However, in her extreme embarrassment and anger, Sun Jiao stumbled and nearly fell. Be careful, don't hurt yourself, Jiang Chen exclaimed, swiftly catching her and feigning ignorance, playfully slapping her on the rear. Sun Jiao, glaring at Jiang Chen, bit her teeth together in frustration, her mortification providing Jiang Chen with a sense of satisfaction. You rascal. After a long pause, The usually foul-mouthed Sun Jiao could only muster this relatively harmless expletive. Despite her eyes brimming with indignation, the deep affection beneath was unmistakable. This fellow. Sun Jiao glared in the direction Jiang Chen had departed, her anger prompting her to stomp her foot in frustration. She considered pursuing him to give him a piece of her mind, but found her legs too weak to follow through, resorting instead to leaning against the wall. It seemed his skills had improved. Her face flushed, and as her legs weakened, she nearly stumbled again, quickly steadying herself against the wall. Fusike. Just you wait for me tonight, sister. Upon reaching the poolside, Jiang Chen inhaled sharply. Wow, so much gold. It must weigh over 10 tons. The volume of 1 ton of gold is merely 0.051 cubic meters. Yet the heap of gold bars in the corner of the swimming pool appears to occupy nearly half a cubic meter. Jiang Chen procured an electronic scale and meticulously weighed the gold in batches. The total amounted to 12.2 tons, equating to no less than $500 million. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel. Although he was mentally prepared, the sight of such a vast fortune stirred his emotions profoundly. If he were to set off now, it would likely be evening by the time he reached the 6th district. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided to embark on his journey early the next morning, using the remaining time today to make some preparations for his departure. The streamlined grip of the firearm offered a reassuring sense of security, coupled with an inexplicable aura of science fiction. He disengaged the safety and pulled back the bolt. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen raised the muzzle, aiming through the scope at a gaunt and menacing countenance, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The barrel belched forth a tongue of fire, a wisp of smoke spreading into the air. The bullet struck the zombie's chest, failing to deliver a fatal blow. The downed creature flailed its limbs as if suddenly roused from slumber, yet it could not rise again. Although he had aimed for the head, it appeared he had indeed hit the chest. Jiang Chen offered a wry smile and once more focused his gaze through the scope. The commotion caused by the struggling zombie drew the attention of its nearby, sluggish counterparts, who gradually approached. However, no living beings were nearby, and the zombies lacked the intelligence to discern the source of the attack, leaving them to wander aimlessly in the vicinity. The crosshairs adjusted upward. Bang! The muzzle erupted once more, and this time Jiang Chen did not miss, shattering the zombie's head and leaving a pool of dark blood and brain matter scattered around. A 4-fold optical scope is suitable for engagements at mid-range. If you must utilize it at such distances, I recommend adjusting the zeroing to 100 meters. Sun Jiao's voice carried a hint of mockery, as she had quietly positioned herself behind Jiang Chen. Where? Jiang Chen suddenly recalled a game he had played previously, titled Arma 3, in which firearms could be adjusted for various combat ranges by modifying the zeroing while aiming down sights. However, in reality, there is no page-up key to press. Here, Sun Jiao said, directing her finger towards the knob on the side of the scope. It turned out that the issue lay therein. Jiang Chen adjusted the zeroing from 0 to 100. After taking another shot, his accuracy significantly improved. At this distance, mechanical sights would suffice. Sun Jiao extended her hand and rotated the scope on top of the PK-2000 to the side, revealing the iron sights. Give this a try. Oh, so that is how it works. Jiang Chen quickly grasped the nuances of firearm handling. However, as the targets were feeble zombies, he could not ascertain the true quality of his marksmanship. Sun Jiao stood quietly beside him, occasionally correcting Jiang Chen's mistakes and guiding him on shooting techniques and the use of cover. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was nearly time for dinner. Let us call it a day. The zombies become more perilous at night, so it's best not to provoke them, Sun Jiao remarked, glancing at the multitude of zombies strewn about. It seemed there was no end to their numbers. Zombies are continually exterminated by various entities, both otherworldly and human, while new zombies incessantly emerge in the city center, subsequently spreading outward. Jiang Chen's performance has been commendable. He has discharged 120 rounds and successfully dispatched 97 zombies. Sun Jiao nodded discreetly. Although this achievement is not particularly remarkable, it is commendable for a novice. She felt a modicum of assurance regarding Jiang Chen's self-preservation skills. After all, even if he cannot defeat them, he is capable of fleeing. Speaking of which, he grinned mischievously and, with an air of reckless abandon, inquired of Sun Jiao, "Are you feeling better?" Jiang Chen switched off the safety, slinging the gun onto his back. Sun Jiao momentarily froze, her cheeks flushing crimson. "Oh," Jiang Chen winced, clutching his leg where Sun Jiao had delivered a fierce kick. "Isn't this just me showing concern for you? Wait for me tonight, sister." Sun Jiao seized Jiang Chen's collar and, with a fierce remark, released him before leaping down from the wooden tower in a huff. Jiang Chen shivered. He wondered if this girl was toying with some SM antics again. The thought caused him to grimace while rubbing his leg. Should he hide from Yao Yao tonight? After a brief pause, Jiang Chen ultimately resolved to confront reality. How is it that I cannot control my own feet? He wished he could give himself a slap. Last night, he had walked right into a trap. After packing his gear, including canned goods and compressed biscuits meant for trade, into his storage space, Jiang Chen approached the doorway of the living room. Are you leaving now, brother? With eyes still heavy with slumber, Yao Yao stood at the stairwell, her voice laced with sleepiness as she inquired. Take this with you. Huffing softly, Yao Yao descended the stairs with languid steps, reaching Jiang Chen and offering him a waist pouch. What's this? Jiang Chen asked, examining the pouch with curiosity. It contains some trinkets I designed. There's a drone I made, which, when connected to your EP, can conduct all-terrain reconnaissance within a 1,000-meter radius. I hope it can be of assistance to you, brother. Finishing her piece, Yao Yao drowsily rubbed her eyes once more, shuffled to the sofa, curled into a ball, and drifted back to sleep. That little rascal, doesn't she worry about catching a cold? Jiang Chen chuckled, shaking his head. He fastened the pouch around his waist, then approached the sofa. Slipping his hands beneath her knees and behind her shoulders, Jiang Chen lifted Yao Yao into his arms. So light and soft, with a faint, natural milky fragrance. The remnants of the zombies Jiang Chen had slain the previous day were reduced to mere bloodstains. It was said that as night fell, the reanimated corpses would devour their fallen brethren, consuming their organic matter. Upon reaching a certain threshold of organic consumption, the zombies would gradually evolve. The flesh mountain encountered at the entrance to 6th Street was an example of such evolution, and these evolved forms were reportedly common in the city center, which was why most survivor bases were established on the outskirts. Unlatching the manhole cover, Jiang Chen retrieved a flashlight and shone it into the opening. After confirming that it was safe, he leaped down without hesitation. As Jiang Chen traversed the cannibal tribe's former domain, a visceral reaction of revulsion crossed his countenance. Fortunately, the cavern had been thoroughly incinerated, leaving no detritus behind. This was of paramount importance, as the stench of cadavers could attract mutated rodents and other such abominations. While a solitary rat or two posed little threat, encountering a swarm could prove perilous. The journey was secure, albeit monotonous. When Jiang Chen heaved open the manhole cover and beheld the sun's resplendence, 5 hours had elapsed. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, and marked his safe passage on the holographic computer pin's electronic map before stowing it away. While the post-apocalyptic sewer system offered a relatively expeditious means of transit, its labyrinthine structure inherently courted danger. Until one drew near, the lurking horrors of the darkened recesses remained an enigma. Could it be a Deathclaw's lair? Or perhaps a cannibalistic enclave? Jiang Chen cautiously retraced his steps along the path he and Sun Jiao had previously forged. His nerves taut as he ventured into the unexplored sector. Upon emerging from the subterranean depths, Jiang Chen warily donned his hood. He remained uncertain whether the Grey Goo mercenary group harbored any lingering malice towards him. Safety would only be assured upon crossing the threshold of that gate. Without delay, Jiang Chen proceeded towards the 6th Street district's entrance. The customary protocol remained unchanged. A soldier clad in black combat attire approached Jiang Chen, gesturing for him to present his identification from the EP. After verifying the absence of any criminal record, the soldier promptly granted Jiang Chen passage. What met Jiang Chen's gaze was still the dilapidated slum, along with the listless refugees. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen refrained from directly purchasing individuals at the entrance. He had already grasped the rules of the population trade here, where the commodities for sale were predominantly criminals or those stripped of their labor value. Yet, Jiang Chen had little desire for either category. He sought a batch of individuals whose hands were relatively clean, at the very least. Those who could exhibit some degree of honesty. Moreover, given his intention for a large-scale transaction, it was inevitable that he would need to devise alternative methods to acquire people. This time, Jiang Chen opted not to visit the market, but rather chose to rent a warehouse on the outskirts of the industrial zone, stacking within it provisions such as canned meat and compressed biscuits. Only then did he proceed directly towards the Inner Circle's inspection station. Chapter 34. Inner Circle, please present your ID, sir. The customary inquiry echoed once more. Beneath the towering concrete walls stood reinforced iron gates. The security in the inner circle was considerably more formidable than that of the outer circle. And Jiang Chen was fortunate enough to witness the grandeur of this city within a city. After paying an ageable point and relinquishing all his weapons at the custody point, Jiang Chen was granted passage through the inspection station. At the entrance awaited a spider tank with a triangular barrel, its block-like limbs, adorned with tracks, exuding a distinctly sci-fi aura. The patrolling squads that occasionally passed by were composed of elite forces, clad in black carbon nanotube armor and wielding streamlined rifles. According to Sun Jiao, the soldiers of the inner circle constituted the core strength of the 6th District, predominantly composed of private troops from the 10 Committee, the actual controllers of the 6th District. The militia on the outer circle, while adequately equipped, are nonetheless regarded as public property of the 6th District, which fundamentally alters their nature. Along the way, Jiang Chen encountered numerous pedestrians. It is said that those privileged enough to reside within the inner circle are either senior technicians from the 6th District, affluent mercenary leaders, or wealthy investors who have established enterprises in the area. In essence, this locale is commonly referred to as the affluent district. It is noteworthy that the mercenary groups stationed in the 6th District differ significantly from the semi-criminal factions that roam the wasteland. The majority collaborate with the local militia to undertake defense duties, thereby earning commissions through defense agreements. Occasionally, they are dispatched to execute specialized tasks or serve as escorts for trade caravans. Mercenary groups registered within the 6th District need not fear betrayal, as their insurance premiums are not paid in vain. Should a guard turn rogue and become a bandit, not only would the guarantor of the mercenary residing in the inner circle face imprisonment, but the 6th District would also deploy armed forces to eliminate the violators. Jiang Chen entered a hotel, evidently converted from a luxurious mansion of a bygone era. Since he was there to conduct business, he understood the necessity of making a respectable impression. Without hesitation, he prepaid for 5 nights at a total of 58 crystals. The hotel owner immediately adopted a demeanor befitting a reverent servant, graciously escorting Jiang Chen to his room. Those who can afford to stay at such establishments are invariably either affluent or distinguished, making them prime targets for the innkeeper's solicitations. Moreover, such extravagant lodgings are generally devoid of guests. When occupied, it is typically by prominent merchants or wealthy individuals hailing from other large survivor bases or even beyond the confines of Wanhai City. According to insider information gathered from Sun Jiao, merely staying at such an inn is a remarkable affair in itself, and Jiang Chen, indeed, seeks to attract attention. Without such allure, who would come to him for business dealings? As for the possibility of trouble arising, Jiang Chen remains unconcerned, for the neutrality of the 6th District has been a long-standing tradition spanning over a decade. The development of this area to its current stature is certainly not the work of myopic individuals intent on short-term gains. Naturally, matters of privacy are of little concern to anyone. Just as Jiang Chen anticipated, upon his entrance into the room, the inn's manager promptly reported this generous guest's details to their superior. Photo, identity, agent of Fishbone Grain Products Company, Jiang Chen. Check-in date, July 9th to 14th. Jiang Chen's lodging information swiftly found its way onto someone's desk. Fishbone Grain Products Company? Jiang Chen? Intriguing. A middle-aged man with a crew cut leaned back in his executive chair, his thick brows framing a pair of hawk-like, penetrating eyes. Does the boss require a meeting with him? A secretary in professional attire adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose. As Zhao Chenwu's secretary, she was not only his invaluable assistant in his professional endeavors and his bodyguard during external excursions, but she also occasionally catered to his personal needs in his private life. Zhao Chenwu, one of the 10 council members, commanded 13 of the private military force within the inner circle of the 6th block. He was also the proprietor of 2 armaments factories and 1 pharmaceutical plant, possessing numerous real estate holdings within the inner circle. His other identity was the president of the renowned Zhao Corporation in the 6th block. Let's observe for a while longer, Zhao Chenwu uttered, a playful smile gracing his countenance. At that moment, he was somewhat uncertain about this young man. A grain products company? He mused. Where in this wasteland could there possibly be arable land? Even with soilless cultivation, the plants would grow into grotesque shapes, perhaps even becoming toxic due to the pervasive radiation. Such organic farms undoubtedly existed in the 6th block, but most of the produce was inedible, and the remaining half consisted of misshapen fruits and deformed jujubes, with a taste that left much to be desired. It was not an exaggeration to say that one might plant a watermelon and end up with a bean. Of course, There were rumors of technologies beyond Hope Harbor City that could enable cultivation in the wasteland, but they were exceedingly rare and prohibitively expensive, such as simulated biospheres. However, these technologies were merely hearsay. While pre-war technology was advanced, the current state was quite different, with everyone's technological advancements taking a peculiar turn. As a major shareholder in the Paradise Island Hotel, he had encountered numerous agents who came to negotiate business in the 6th block. However, this was the first time he had ever heard of a grain products company. Was it a jest? Did the 6th block lack for mutated beef? However, it is merely that the average person cannot afford it. Upon reflecting on this, Jiang Chen shook his head and set the documents aside. Glancing at his watch, he realized he was feeling somewhat peckish and thus inquired of his secretary, "Is lunch prepared?" "Yes, my boss," came the standardized response. "Just to confirm, today's meal is still the curry chicken bites?" The secretary replied in a precise tone. The distinctive aroma of curry stimulated Jiang Chen's salivary glands, compelling him to eagerly grasp his chopsticks and devour the dish with abandon. Observing her employer savoring the meal, the secretary could not help but swallow hard. Yet she understood that this indulgence was not meant for her. Just a few extra bites of curry chicken were valued at a staggering 20 yajing. This was equivalent to the cost of a 2-night stay at a luxurious hotel on Paradise Island. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The main issue lay in the scarcity of such delicacies. Jiang Chen, in his frugality, had divided a single can of food into 3 portions. He had previously investigated the whereabouts of the individuals selling the cans, only to discover that the 2 had been targeted by an organization known as the Grey Goo Mercenary Group as soon as they stepped outside, with their fates remaining unknown. Upon learning this news, Jiang Chen was infuriated, striking the table in rage and cursing the ancestry of the Grey Goo Mercenary Group, nearly dispatching his private soldiers to teach those fools a lesson. However, due to his status, he ultimately refrained from taking action. After all, while the individuals were being monitored inside, it was those outside who had acted, which did not constitute a breach of etiquette. Should he have intervened, it would have indeed transgressed the established norms. Thus, with the last morsel of treasure devoured, Jiang Chen smacked his lips and shook his head, dismissing the delightful curry chicken bites from his mind. Though a curiosity lingered regarding the taste of the braised beef canned goods purchased by his old friend, Boss Ding, he assumed they had long since been consumed. After all, he was a man of significant affairs, and constantly fixating on food was hardly befitting. He retrieved a stack of documents from his desk, as there were operational matters within the company that required his personal attention. It was then that his peripheral vision caught sight of a report detailing check-in information, and an inexplicable sense of déjà vu washed over him. Why does the name Jiang Chen seem so familiar? Where had he encountered it before? If Jiang Chen were aware that the canned goods he sold to the outer exchange were being meticulously divided into 3 portions by the big shots of 6th District, he might find it utterly amusing. In any case, Jiang Chen was currently enjoying a rather pleasant existence, residing alone in the opulent villa. The stifling radiation clouds and distorted sunlight did little to inspire a vacation-like mood, yet he found certain amenities of the villa quite satisfactory. For instance, the so-called wellness chamber. Lying within, it felt as though his entire body was enveloped in a comforting embrace of jelly. While the view here may not rival that of the Hilton in Sanya, it certainly boasted a higher technological sophistication. Indeed, technology is a marvelous thing. Nature can take a back seat. Emerging from the wellness chamber, Jiang Chen felt a refreshing chill sweep across his skin. From a cleanliness standpoint, the effects were exponentially superior to that of a mere shower. Even microscopic impurities, such as bacteria, were eradicated by this device. Jiang Chen promptly donned a bathrobe and proceeded to explore other amenities. He attempted to engage in a game of table tennis with a robot, ostensibly designed for affluent individuals with limited opportunities for physical activity. However, after repeatedly failing to defeat the automaton, he abandoned the game in frustration. Other activities, such as tennis, held little appeal for Jiang Chen. He was most captivated by the holographic cinema. Contemporary so-called 7D films paled in comparison. Upon donning a helmet and reclining in a plush chair, Jiang Chen was immersed in an incredibly realistic experience. To his astonishment, he found himself standing on the streets of New York City, feeling the gentle night breeze, and observing a fierce confrontation between law enforcement and criminals from his preferred vantage point. He could even experience the battle from the protagonist's perspective. Although he could sense the whistling bullets and activate pain receptors, he was unable to control the protagonist's actions. Jiang Chen's current disposition was one of profound disappointment. His elation was akin to discovering that his amorous advances were directed towards a mere inanimate object. Indeed, he realized that the tactile sensation was amiss, as the object was composed of silicone. This revelation elicited a mixture of amusement and exasperation in Jiang Chen. Initially, he believed that the so-called number 410 was merely a formality, and the courteous demeanor of the staff was simply a reflection of their high caliber. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that the enchanting beauty before him was nothing more than a robot. This revelation came only after Jiang Chen exerted every effort to unravel the mystery. How could it be that the water flowed so steadily? Yet, this was merely a trivial episode. A toy is just a toy, and Jiang Chen chose not to dwell on it. Nevertheless, he found himself devoid of any desire in that regard, as he believed that some experiences are far more pleasurable when shared between two individuals. Of course, the cultural divide ensured that mutual understanding would remain elusive. Ahem. In any case, Jiang Chen preferred the warmth of genuine human interaction, leaving the robot to languish in the background. Occasionally, he found enjoyment in using it to massage his legs or shoulders. Declining the dining services offered by the hotel, he reclined comfortably in a magnetic levitation chair, directing the mechanical beauty to pierce a segment of orange from a can of fruit with a toothpick and feed it to him. This life was simply decadent. A day had passed, yet no one had come to visit him, leaving Jiang Chen feeling somewhat uncertain. Logically, that shouldn't be the case. Did it mean he had to reach out on his own? Furrowing his brow, he realized that in this unfamiliar place, he truly had no idea whom he should approach. Since he had filled in the information with the grain products company, it stood to reason that there would be interested parties eager to connect with him. Jiang Chen certainly did not believe that the hotel manager would keep secrets for the guests. He merely wondered how many people had received this information. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen's apprehension proved unwarranted, for even as he fretted, a merchant with a keen sense for the scent of subcrystals was already en route to his doorstep. It was none other than Zhao Chenwu, the same man who portioned his canned goods into 3 separate meals. "Come in, please," Jiang Chen announced as the electric bell chimed, prompting the voice-activated system to unlock the door automatically. Zhao Chenwu visibly swallowed, his gaze lingering on the fruit preserves arrayed upon the table, though his countenance remained composed. Despite his Epicurean inclinations, Zhao Chenwu was, after all, a formidable figure in his own right, and his position demanded a certain level of sophistication. The female secretary in his wake merely glanced at the canned goods, her expression betraying little. Jiang Chen, an astute observer, noted this and was inwardly pleased. Disguise? Disguise implied ulterior motives. The more one feigned indifference, the more one telegraphed their interest. Why? The value of sustenance in the post-apocalyptic world was self-evident, and a display of nonchalance was, without a doubt, a charade. And if it was indeed a charade, it signified that these two harbored a willingness to negotiate. Was not Jiang Chen's very purpose here to find a collaborator? It remained to be seen just how advantageous these negotiations would prove. "Greetings, Mr. Jiang. I am Zhao Chenwu, and this is my secretary, Su Lei," Zhao Chenwu declared, cutting straight to the chase. Upon being introduced by her employer, Su Lei offered a slight bow as a gesture of courtesy. "Mr. Jiang has taken great pains to provide detailed information, no doubt in the hope that someone would seek him out," Zhao Chenwu remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, while there may not have been a stipulation to record one's identity upon check-in, merely registering a name and genetic ID, Jiang Chen insisted on adding agent of Fishbone Food Products Company in that field. Isn't that clearly intended for others to scrutinize? But enough of that. Since we have esteemed guests, I, as the host, cannot be too meager. Jiang Chen gestured to the mechanical beauty standing by, who then proceeded directly into the kitchen. Zhao Chenwu scrutinized Jiang Chen with a puzzled gaze, while Jiang Chen was also covertly observing him. Before long, the mechanical beauty emerged from the kitchen, bearing 2 plates of succulent mandarin orange slices, which she gently placed before the astonished Zhao Chenwu. "Canned fruit, a specialty of our company." Jiang Chen chuckled. "This particular can has already been opened by me, so it would be impolite to offer it to guests. Therefore, I had this temporary made open 2 fresh cans in the kitchen, as I am particularly fond of mandarin oranges. I only brought canned mandarin oranges with me to eat along the way. I hope you two won't find it too humble." Jiang Chen smiled amiably and gestured Zhao Chenwu to partake. "Find it humble? What pretentious behavior!" Zhao Chenwu cursed inwardly. Such succulent mandarin orange slices were only seen in the initial years after the war. Back then, there were still plenty of foods to scavenge from supermarkets. But within a mere 2 years, those resources were depleted. How many years have passed since then? He recalled that the last time he tasted such delicious oranges was a decade ago, chewing on the tender orange segments. A hint of excitement couldn't help but surface on Zhao Chenwu's stern countenance. Upon noticing the ambiguous smile on Jiang Chen's face, he swiftly regained his composure. Offering such delicacies to a guest demonstrated sincerity, and including the entourage underscored his affluence. Observing Su Lei's seemingly calm demeanor, despite her continuous indulgence, Zhao Chenwu thoughtfully stroked his chin, skewering an orange segment with a toothpick, yet refraining from consuming it. Culinary pleasures could wait. Business took precedence. Is it to your liking? Jiang Chen inquired with a smile, also spearing an orange segment and savoring it. Indeed, it is delectable. Truthfully, while the 6th district can produce some fruits, the yield is quite limited, and due to radiation exposure, the variety is significantly inconsistent. Only a fraction can be guaranteed safe for consumption. The remainder is relegated to nutritional extraction. These were hardly secrets. Anyone in the slums or market could attest to them. Zhao Chenwu saw no need for concealment. Candor might even foster goodwill. I have indeed heard tell, and thus, I detected a commercial opportunity, Jiang Chen affirmed with a nod. Presumably, the canned goods that surfaced at the exchange previously were the handiwork of Mr. Jiang? Zhao Chenwu remarked subtly. Indeed. I initially sold them to the exchange at 50 Asian crystals per box. I understand they were subsequently speculated up to 60 Asian crystals per box? Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Then, given Mr. Jiang's presence in the inner circle rather than the outer circle exchange, I surmise you are poised to engage in a substantial transaction? Zhao Chenwu inquired, a hint of fervor in his expression. Indeed. I am confident that my goods will find a market in the 6th district. At long last, a subtle expression of triumph graced Jiang Chen's countenance. It is crucial to determine who raises the issue first, for in negotiations, it is often the party that plays the waiting game that holds the advantage. It seems Zhao Chenwu is also losing his composure. The merchandise is undeniably in demand. As a capitalist, how could Zhao Chenwu possibly let such opportunities slip away? Might I be fortunate enough to become your trading partner? A hint of amusement flickered across Zhao Chenwu's face. Of course, this is contingent upon Mr. Zhao possessing sufficient capabilities. Jiang Chen merely provided an ambiguous response. It appears that Mr. Jiang has yet to conduct an investigation into my background. Zhao Chenwu chuckled and remarked, any qualifying individual or organization may become our trade partner. Thus, thoroughly scrutinizing each gentleman in the inner circle is rather inefficient. I am convinced that my presence here will inevitably attract discerning individuals seeking my partnership. It is merely a matter of time. Jiang Chen shook his head, responding in an unperturbed tone. However, Zhao Chenwu discerned another significant revelation in Jiang Chen's words. You mentioned trade? Wait, could it be that you can provide a stable supply source? Zhao Chenwu sprang to his feet, leaning over the table with an incredulous gaze fixed upon Jiang Chen. It cannot be from Wahai City. It must be an organization from outside that realm? A simulated biosphere device? Regardless of the particulars, this transaction must be secured. Mr. Zhao, you are quite animated. Though inwardly delighted, Jiang Chen maintained an air of composure, speaking with a calm demeanor. Please pardon my lapse in decorum. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Realizing his actions were somewhat unbecoming, Zhao Chenwu cleared his throat, adjusted his collar, and extended his right hand. Zhao Chenwu, member of the Council of 10, President of the Zhao Corporation. On behalf of the Zhao Corporation, I extend a warm welcome to your company for trade negotiations within the 6th block. Good heavens! A member of the Council of 10, Jiang Chen mused inwardly. These individuals were the titans of capital who controlled the neutral 6th block. Moreover, as a faction belonging to the 6th block, Jiang Chen need not overly concern himself with security. The rule of absolute neutrality was not merely a facade, but a discipline rigorously enforced for over 2 decades, the very cornerstone of the 6th block's existence. Rising from the sofa, Jiang Chen grasped Zhao Chenwu's hand, reciprocating the gesture of goodwill. Jiang Chen, an agent here to discuss trade matters. I represent the Fishbone Food Products Company and extend our cordial greetings to the Zhao Corporation of the 6th block. Shall we dispense with the pleasantries and delve into the specifics? Jiang Chen inquired with a smile. Indeed, Mr. Jiang Chen is a man of admirable candor. Precisely to my liking. Zhao Chenwu replied, elated, and readily assented to Jiang Chen's proposal. He had initially presumed Jiang Chen to be a common itinerant merchant from the wasteland, albeit one dealing in valuable goods. While this could yield a decent profit, he could not expect a repeat visit. After all, those merchants who roamed the wasteland led nomadic lives. However, Jiang Chen's proposition of long-term trade held entirely different implications. A dependable trade route with external survivor outposts, coupled with the certainty of readily marketable luxury canned goods. At this moment, Zhao Chenwu was simply grateful that he had acted preemptively. To have allowed such a lucrative opportunity to slip through his fingers would have made him the laughingstock of every merchant within the inner circle. Engaging in commerce within the wastelands presents formidable challenges. Myriad bandits and relentlessly dangerous mutated creatures render trade between survivor outposts exceedingly difficult. Typically, only closely situated outposts can establish stable trade routes. A notable example is the route between Luding Town and the Beer Bottle Company, where both parties have even allocated resources to establish fortified supply stations along the way. These stations are usually garrisoned by a sizable assault force, providing security assistance to caravans joining the trade route. The genesis of such trade routes lies in the extreme imbalances in production capabilities and technological advancement among the various survivor outposts. However, Luding Town's industrial capacity is virtually non-existent. They are even incapable of producing the mass projectiles required for the ship-borne Gauss cannons resting on the deck, let alone anti-aircraft missiles and similar armaments. After all, it is hardly feasible to construct factories on a ship, is it? The factories built on the port road are mostly small workshops, unable to undertake heavy industrial production. Nevertheless, the Beer Bottle Company has addressed this deficiency for Luding Town. Do not misunderstand. The Beer Bottle Company is not a manufacturer of beer bottles, but rather a bastion of survival centered on heavy industry. This base is situated in the industrial park near the port on the outskirts of Wanhai City, where it is capable of producing 10 kg class munitions required for ship-borne electromagnetic cannons, as well as technologically advanced guided missiles. However, the output is relatively modest, and the industrial materials are largely sourced from scrap. That aside, in order to penetrate the market of Wanhai City, I am preparing to establish a supply station. In fact, I have already begun this endeavor, though we are currently facing significant shortages in both manpower and equipment. The directive from the company headquarters is to utilize local resources, with the entirety of the first year's profits being reinvested into the development of the base. We can discuss three key aspects: population, basic infrastructure, and armaments. It is worth noting that I have no need for criminals whose integrity cannot be guaranteed. A supply station? Why not situated directly in the 6th district? We can provide the safest protection for your industry, Zhao Chenwu remarked, slightly furrowing his brow with concern. While the 6th district may possess a commendable reputation in Wanhai City, it remains a realm filled with numerous uncertainties for us. The company's instructions are as such, and I am merely adhering to protocol. Jiang Chen continued to deflect any doubts, attributing all inquiries to that nebulous company beyond Wanhai City. It must be said that this explanation is indeed convenient and sufficiently persuasive. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chenwu responded, "The population is not an issue. Overall, the labor force in the slums remains in a state of surplus. Although, in principle, non-criminals cannot be sold." Zhao Chenwu's face flashed with a hint of a mysterious smile. "If the numbers are not excessive, I could orchestrate a few minor accidents to render them as tradable individuals. The rules are established by humans, thus there are inevitably loopholes to exploit within the framework, provided one does not overstep." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. A modest number would suffice, perhaps around 30 individuals. In comparison to the population exceeding 10,000 in the slums, 30 is but a drop in the ocean. Surely, no one would dare to impeach him over such a trivial matter, and Zhao Chenwu readily acquiesced. "As for the basic equipment, everything I require is detailed on this list." Jiang Chen remarked with a faint smile, producing an electronic card and gently placing it on the table. This card, primarily constructed from graphene, is capable of storing approximately 12 gigabytes of holographic data and can be charged simply by being exposed to sunlight, a remarkably convenient device. It is also quite affordable in the markets of the 6th district. Zhao Chenwu accepted the card without hesitation and pressed the activation button on the lower left corner, causing a list to materialize before him. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. It seems that such matters cannot be rushed. A gradual approach is warranted. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Chen made a concession. While he would forego the arms manufacturing equipment and the nanochip production machinery, given the need for defense at the supply station. I wonder, Mr. Zhao, would you be interested in the arms trade? How could one possibly not be intrigued? Zhao Chenwu immediately assured that he could procure any equipment permitted for sale in the 6th district. Naturally, Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude in response. The appearance of the 2 genetic IDs on the electronic contract signified that the agreement had officially come into effect. However, this was merely a symbolic gesture, as the post-apocalyptic world did not entertain notions of commercial breach. The essence of the agreement lay in the mutual benefits for both parties. The pricing for canned fruit was set at 30 yajing, while various canned meats ranged from 10 to 20 yajing, and compressed biscuits were priced at 1 yajing each. The prices were not exorbitantly high, primarily due to Jiang Chen's intention to sell in large quantities. As the saying goes, rarity enhances value. When Jiang Chen initially offered only 20 cans, each could have commanded a price of 50 yajing. However, with the establishment of a stable trade agreement, a continuous supply of these cans would render such high prices unattainable. Nonetheless, the current pricing remains significant, exceeding the cost of mutated beef cans by more than 5-fold. And there would be an adjustment to the retail prices as well. Should the prices increase further, even the affluent might find them unaffordable. As for the various production equipment Jiang Chen required, the prices varied considerably. For instance, the corrosion-resistant cement synthesis apparatus was priced at 300 yajing, while the graphene synthesis cutting machine commanded a staggering 11,000 yajing. This was already a discounted rate based on market value. The rifles produced in Block 6, known as the Tirer, are priced at 20 yajing each. This exceptional assault rifle, a standard weapon of NATO, utilizes the same 7.62mm ammunition as Jiang Chen's PK-2000, albeit with slightly less power but superior stability, making it suitable for combat against personnel. Jiang Chen made a bulk purchase of 40 units, along with some accessories such as thermal grenades and EMP grenades. Zhao Chenwu offered a price that delighted Jiang Chen at 90 of the market rate. This concession could be seen as compensation for the canned goods pricing Jiang Chen had previously negotiated. However, little did he know that the cost of the merchandise in Jiang Chen's possession was less than a single yajing. All transactions were conducted in a warehouse that Jiang Chen had pre-rented. Zhao Chenwu was secretly astonished at how Jiang Chen managed to stealthily transport these canned goods into the base. Having received no reports from his subordinates regarding the influx of goods similar to those seen previously in the inner circle. Although goods entering Block 6 are exempt from taxation prior to trade, a simple registration is still required. Cautious of Jiang Chen's capabilities, Zhao Chenwu chose to remain silent. As there was no conflict of interest between them, a powerful ally is undoubtedly beneficial. Being able to transport supplies across a wilderness rife with monsters and bandits must entail some unique means of transportation. Little did Zhao Chenwu suspect that the food had been sourced from a parallel world by Jiang Chen. Though the delivery of goods took place in the 6th district, Jiang Chen was reluctant to make the trip himself each time, as that would leave him with no other tasks to attend to. Without hesitation, he traced a line on the holographic map, marking the sewer passage he had discovered to be safe. Indeed, he intended to utilize the sewer as a trade route. This approach was not uncommon in the apocalyptic world. The drainage system of Wanghai City was notably expansive, with platforms on either side of the waterways wide enough for small vehicles to traverse. By merely making slight modifications to the sewer entrance and sealing off the perilous side passages within, the entire sewer could be characterized as a golden trade route. However, due to the fact that the various land segments of the sewer did not connect completely, not all survivor bases could utilize this trade route. When Zhao Chenwu learned that a continuous sewer line could connect directly to Jiang Chen's base, he was overjoyed and generously offered to take on the renovation project for this sewer route. Recognizing that trade is inherently a mutually beneficial endeavor, Jiang Chen, wishing to avoid incurring a debt of gratitude, contributed 1,000 Ajing to support the project. The renovation work was not overly complicated. It merely required sealing the side passages with sheets of ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene and aluminum composite panels. This material was not only lightweight, but also extraordinarily durable, making it difficult for even the most ferocious of mutated creatures, such as the Dead Claw, to breach. The entrances and exits of the sewer system are controlled by both parties. Zhao Chenwu dispatches his private militia to establish a checkpoint at the exit located in Block 6, while Jiang Chen is responsible for setting up a checkpoint on his side. This arrangement ensures the integrity and security of the route. The exits along the way are, as per customary practice, thoroughly sealed to prevent any other bandits from infiltrating and launching surprise attacks. Future trade of goods will take place in the sewer near Jiang Chen's villa. The preliminary agreement stipulates a consolidated transaction at the beginning of each month. Jiang Chen will provide 1,000 cans of meat and 10,000 compressed biscuits, along with an order. In return, Zhao Chenwu will deliver the arms and other supplies required by Jiang Chen, offering a discount of 10% off the market price based on the order's contents. Jiang Chen, in turn, promises to engage exclusively in food trade in Block 6 with Zhao Chenwu, provided he adheres to the terms of the agreement. Furthermore, given that Zhao Chenwu possesses vehicles capable of navigating the sewer and has significant escort capabilities, the responsibility for transportation naturally falls to him. As for concerns that Zhao Chenwu might exploit his armed forces for nefarious purposes, the age-old adage holds true. Those who attain such positions are far from inept. This formidable figure would not engage in self-destructive actions, and Jiang Chen's side merely serves as a supply station. The true production base for food remains an enigma, whether within this province or beyond, and he lacks the capacity to deploy troops across uncharted wilderness. The closer one gets to the city center, the more perilous the zombies become. While the farther one ventures from the urban sprawl, the domain becomes one inhabited by creatures akin to wild beasts. At the risk of being ostracized from the 6th district, gambling with known benefits for an unknown potential is the act of a mere gambler. He was instead concerned that bandits would target Jiang Chen's base, and even offered to sell him a defense agreement, but Jiang Chen politely declined. After the goods were delivered, Jiang Chen not only obtained the supplies he wanted to purchase, but also had a surplus of 210 crystals. Yang Chenwu readily offered to take care of the goods for Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen did not decline further. After all, the capacity of his storage space was limited, and items such as production equipment were quite bulky. Transporting them in multiple trips would be unsafe in various ways. The negotiations that followed proceeded very smoothly. Having signed such a large contract, Zhao Chenwu was naturally very pleased and immediately invited Jiang Chen to visit his industrial facilities in the 6th district. Jiang Chen gladly accepted and, upon invitation, boarded his private car to go there. What kind of power did this tycoon, who owned 1/10 of the 6th district, possess? Jiang Chen was quite curious about this. Since his ally wanted to demonstrate his strength, Jiang Chen had no reason to refuse. Chapter 37, The Industrial District. This is my arms factory, where hundreds of laborers work for me, delivering those little metal trinkets to the hands of both good and bad people. We won't go inside. The temperature in there is simply unbearable. There seems to be a contradiction in this statement, Zhao Chenwu proudly explained to Jiang Chen, pointing at the bustling military factory that appeared to be in full operation. It bore a striking resemblance to the developers of the contemporary world. This particular establishment, however, specialized in producing exquisite items such as the 50 caliber fixed patrol cannon. The equipment adorning the inner perimeter walls essentially originated from my factory. Upon arriving at a factory that was noticeably smaller than the previous building, Zhao Chenwu gestured with his cigarette-clad fingers and continued, stating that in this post-apocalyptic world, cigarettes were far from scarce. Due to the shortage of grain, alcohol could not be produced on a large scale. Thus, tobacco became the means for many to alleviate their mental strain. The scent of burning tobacco here was infused with a strong spiciness, and not everyone had a taste for it. Radiation had induced uncontrollable mutations in all life forms across the globe, yet not all mutations were detrimental. For instance, this particular tobacco could adapt to the soil of the wasteland, much like the ubiquitous mutated plants. It could be cultivated extensively without sophisticated agricultural techniques, which is why cigarettes remained relatively inexpensive in this desolate era. Many survivors would plant a few stalks outside their homes, serving both medicinal purposes and as a smoking indulgence. Jiang Chen, naturally, found the spicy aroma overwhelming, and upon noticing this, Zhao Chenwu laughed heartily, indicating that he was indifferent if he couldn't handle it. He could simply discard it. In truth, this was all relative. Upon receiving the Chinese cigarette that Jiang Chen handed him, Zhao Chenwu similarly found its flavor too mild and unsatisfactory. Oh, I find myself quite intrigued by these automated armaments. I was wondering, Mr. Zhao, if it would be at all feasible for you to sell me a few units? Jiang Chen remarked, observing a technician in a white coat calibrating the semi-autonomous machine with a tablet. The technician manipulated the 360-degree rotating gun mount, directing a fierce barrage of fire at a target within the isolation chamber. Haha, certainly, there's no issue with that, Zhao replied. However, The production volume of these devices is regrettably low. The 6th District is currently upgrading the equipment at the northern checkpoint, and our order books are filled for the next 2 months. I'm afraid Mr. Jiang will have to exercise some patience. No matter, Jiang Chen responded with a nonchalant smile. The two men strolled side by side through the technologically advanced factory, with Zhao Chenwu's female secretary, Su Lei, trailing behind, carrying his briefcase. Employees greeted the trio with bows, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a leadership inspection tour. In truth, the more Jiang Chen observed during his tour of the factory, the more astonished he became. From the disc-sized, magnetically levitating drones to the partially assembled, 2-meter-tall powered armor suits. Although, as Zhao Chenwu had stated, the production of these items was remarkably limited. Military factories were undoubtedly prime targets during the war, while scavenging civilian-grade assembly lines from the wasteland might not be overly challenging. Discovering a complete military-grade production line was virtually impossible. Even the powered armor suit under construction was largely being fabricated by hand. Witnessing a worker meticulously shaping the heated armor plate with what appeared to be a hammer, while others delicately assembled minuscule electronic components within the armor's interior, Jiang Chen mused on the shift from pre-apocalyptic automated production lines to the necessity of handcrafted fabrication in this new world. This manufacturing deficit primarily affected intricate equipment, as ammunition production lines remained relatively straightforward. Nevertheless, the survivors' firepower was undeniable. A single bullet could obliterate even the most resilient zombie cranium. And even the deadly claws of a deathclaw were no match for a tank. A question arose in Jiang Chen's mind. Could humanity, even with such formidable armaments, truly conquer the bloodthirsty mutants and zombies? This contemplation led to a moment of silence as he pondered the nature of the entities lurking in the city center. Zhao Chenwu, oblivious to Jiang Chen's reverie, continued, explaining that while some of the equipment would be incorporated into Jiang Chen's personal forces, the remainder would be sold to the 6th Street Army or other interested parties. However, power armor and heavy weaponry like spider tanks were generally prohibited from external sales unless approved by a 6th Street Council-approved military procurement proposal. This caveat seemed to preempt any potential requests from Jiang Chen for power armor, a situation Zhao found potentially awkward. Does this mean that Boss Zhao can be considered an arms dealer? Jiang Chen cast aside his doubts and, after a brief chuckle, inquired. Well, to some extent. I also own a pharmaceutical company and engage in real estate ventures within the inner circle. Should Mr. Jiang have any interest in purchasing property in that realm, feel free to seek my assistance. Zhao Chenwu replied with a hearty laugh, casually tossing a circular arm guard into Jiang Chen's hands. As you often travel, consider this nitrogen armor as a gift from me. Then I shall graciously accept, Jiang Chen said, not one to refuse, as he donned the armor with a smile, turning his gaze inquisitively towards Zhao Chenwu. How does one use this? Zhao Chenwu beckoned to a soldier testing equipment nearby. The soldier promptly saluted and rushed to the center of the isolation chamber. Before long, the soldier unfurled the nitrogen armor, and high-density gas waves emanated like viscous currents, spreading outward from the circular center of the guard in a bowl-like fashion. At that moment, a heavy machine gun appeared before the soldier, its dark muzzle unleashing a torrent of flames. Due to the excellent soundproofing, Jiang Chen could not hear the sounds from the isolation chamber. Yet he was astonished to see that all the bullets, upon striking the nitrogen barrier, were deflected outward. The soldier behind the shield remained in a half-crouched position, seemingly unaffected by the force of the bullets. Remarkable. It's practically a protective shield, through the phenomenon of inertial atomic vortex effects. Nitrogen gas is drawn into a high-pressure circulation at the center. Ultimately, such theoretical matters are best left to the experts to grapple with. I prefer to observe the results. Is Boss Jiang satisfied with this contraption? Zhao Chenwu waved his hand, signaling the conclusion of the experiment, and the machine gun descended. Satisfied. Immensely satisfied. I wonder if there are any limitations to its use. After fiddling with it for a while, Jiang Chen put the device away. I never expected that Boss Zhao's military factory possessed the capability for weapon development, Jiang Chen remarked with a sigh. Of course. But the market for this device is rather poor. Not many can afford it. However, my scientists are researching the application of this technology in powered armor, to see if localized armor can find a practical use for it. But let us not dwell on such bothersome matters. Those are best left to the experts. As I said, I only care about the results. After leaving the factory, Zhao Chenwu took Jiang Chen for a brief tour of the pharmaceutical plant. However, the facility was quite small, leaving little to explore. It is said that the gene serum produced here captures 30% of the market share in the 6th district, alongside various other medicines that are in high demand in the wasteland, such as adrenaline and hematopoietic injections. After this tour, the two arrived at the entrance of the slums. Once again, they encountered the market administrator named Wang Yi. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the balding, rotund man rushed out as if propelled by the wind, then exaggeratedly bowed in greeting. The obsequious demeanor was indeed somewhat ludicrous, yet surprisingly, it did not evoke any feelings of annoyance. It seems this portly individual is no ordinary character. Thriving in the post-apocalyptic world through flattery is not an achievement that just anyone can attain. With a casual gesture, Zhao Chenwu waved his hand, and Su Lei stepped forward to present the stack of documents to Jiang Chen. An agreement had already been reached between Jiang Chen and Zhao Chenwu regarding these 30 individuals, transferring them to Jiang Chen at the price of 20 yajing each, with settlement completed during the recent cargo exchange. Of this amount, 1 yajing was the official price set for the sale of criminals, while the remaining 19 yajing represented the costs associated with the installation of the latest insurance system, as per Jiang Chen's request. Zhao Chenwu did not profit a single cent from Jiang Chen. He merely sold them at cost as a personal favor. After all, compared to the benefits derived from trade agreements, such trifling gains were hardly worth his attention. The latest insurance system is significantly safer than electronic collars, achieved by implanting microchips at the base of the slave's cervical spine through nanoscopic surgery. Should any sign of betrayal arise, Jiang Chen could directly activate the self-destruct program within the microchip, sending the traitor's head flying several meters away, much like a football. Though undeniably cruel, this surpasses that electronic collar by numerous magnitudes in sophistication, though naturally, the price has escalated exponentially as well. However, Jiang Chen is a remarkably open-minded individual. As long as these people harbor no ulterior motives, he does not mind allowing them to enjoy a life far more comfortable than what they currently experience. Haha. Should you have your eye on anyone, simply inform me, and they shall soon be expelled due to terminal afflictions. Zhao Chenwu merely opened his mouth and sealed the fate of this group. One cannot deny that power is indeed a splendid asset. Jiang Chen swiftly flipped through a stack of documents resembling resumes. These resumes were not laden with superfluous embellishments as in the past. Rather, they offered a direct representation of an individual's worth. To elaborate, after undergoing a specialized assessment process, an artificial intelligence evaluation system would impartially appraise each candidate and provide a clear overview of their capabilities. For instance, if one possesses knowledge of computers, the system can delineate 5 levels of proficiency in applying that knowledge. In the labor-saturated 6th district, fields such as architecture and mechanical engineering demand exceptional skill levels. Otherwise, securing employment becomes exceedingly challenging. Take, for instance, the munitions factory that Zhao Chenwu himself hesitates to enter. The workers assembling bullets on the production line are experts in mechanical engineering. Of course, their ability to work there is not solely attributed to their academic background, but rather to their commendable physical condition. Nevertheless, for Jiang Chen, these talents are invaluable, as he is in dire need of manpower. Individuals specializing in advanced technology account for 1/3 of his requirements, while those skilled in practical fields such as construction, mechanical repair, and chemistry make up the remaining 2/3. Individuals possessing unique proficiencies, such as culinary expertise, will be given preferential consideration. Moreover, those with superior physical attributes will be prioritized, given the labor-intensive nature of the villa renovation. Furthermore, preference will be accorded to individuals with familial commitments, as their strong sense of belonging mitigates concerns regarding their fidelity. Additionally, this obviates the necessity of attending to their personal needs. Jiang Chen relinquished the selected resumes to Su Lei, his capable female secretary, who promptly conveyed the 30 dossiers to the periphery of the shanty town. Evidently, Zhao Chenwu had prearranged matters with the administrators of the impoverished enclave, as the individuals were expeditiously assembled and escorted to an isolation chamber under the pretext of quarantine. In reality, the diagnostic reports had been preordained, with all 30 individuals stigmatized with the X1 influenza epidemic label, preparatory to their consignment to an internment facility for the implantation of servitude chips. Human rights? A preposterous notion. Who espouses the cause of human rights amidst the apocalypse? From the moment they availed themselves of the base's nutritional supplement subsidies, their autonomy was irrevocably forfeited. Irrespective of the trepidation endured by the terrified survivors, Jiang Chen, at that juncture, acceded to Zhao Qinwu's invitation to partake in a repast. During the course of the dinner, the magnate of the sixth block repeatedly toasted him, eliciting a sense of profound contemplation within Jiang Chen. Verily, the potency of capital remains undiminished across eras. Henceforth, the imperative lies in contemplating the means of augmenting one's strength to safeguard the assets at one's disposal. Chapter 38. The placement of slaves. The renovation work at the entrance of the sewer has commenced, with several armed personnel bearing the Zhao Corporation insignia already securing the site. The bustling construction vehicles and workers erecting polyethylene panels clearly indicate Zhao Qinwu's significant investment in this trade route. As Jiang Chen approached, soldiers clad in full combat gear raised their hands, signaling him to halt, while presenting their genetic ID. Upon confirming that Jiang Chen's genetic ID matched that of the esteemed guest as instructed by their superior, the soldier stood at attention and saluted, subsequently allowing Jiang Chen to pass. Although this operation appears to be corporate in nature, these private armed forces exhibit qualities akin to a military unit, granting Jiang Chen a newfound appreciation for the strength of the 6th District. Ostensibly, it is the militia safeguarding the 6th District, yet in reality, the true combat prowess lies with the private soldiers of the affluent capitalists. Thus, one could argue that the militia resembles more of a police force. Had these soldiers confronted the formidable adversary from the last encounter, it is likely they would not have struggled as the militia did. The atmosphere was stifling. Ever since they were escorted into the isolation chamber by the militia, an ominous premonition loomed over everyone's minds. Their fears were soon validated, as all were diagnosed with the X1 strain of influenza. Following this, several individuals clad in white lab coats directed genetically enhanced soldiers to restrain them on fixed beds. Upon regaining consciousness, a peculiar soreness was felt at the nape of their necks by all. You have been implanted with enslavement chips, and I trust one need not elaborate further. Soon, you shall be taken to your new masters, you wretched creatures. Cheng Weigua vividly recalled the cold, disdainful gaze. Indeed, for the inhabitants of Block 6, the unemployed were merely a herd of gluttonous swine. This is a conspiracy, yet no one dared to rise in defiance. They were no longer the newcomers who had just arrived at the survivor base, since accepting the so-called minimum subsistence allowance. They had long been severed from any notion of freedom. Without employment, the daily ration of nutritional supplements barely kept them from starving, though a few had still succumbed to hunger. At this moment, everyone huddled in a circle, squatting, while 6 soldiers clad in black combat uniforms stood nearby. Though some speculated that the Zhao Corporation had purchased them, the sight of the piled supplies only reinforced the notion that they were merely commodities being traded like goods. My dear, they haven't harmed you, have they? Cheng Weigua grasped his wife's hand with concern. No. I lost consciousness after being injected with a sedative. When I awoke, I felt discomfort at the back of my neck. Just like you, Zhou Jieshi replied softly, squeezing his hand to soothe his anxiety. Why not indulge in a moment of intimacy, my dear couple? Perhaps soon we shall be sold off to toil elsewhere. Men are meant to work, and women, well. A middle-aged man squatting nearby smirked, his mouth twisting into a grin. Do you dare utter another word? Sensing the tremor in his wife's hand, Cheng Weigua felt a surge of anger and glared fiercely at the man. What? Looking for a fight? The middle-aged man listlessly curled his lip, pointed to the back of his neck, and sneered, Come on, I won't retaliate. Let's see who dies first. Slaves were the private property of their masters, and any infighting between them was typically punishable by death for both parties. The guards had already taken notice of the commotion and menacingly shifted their gun muzzles in their direction. These people were the valuable assets of their boss's esteemed guests, and any mishap would result in severe repercussions for the guards. Cheng Weigua clenched his fists, but he had no choice but to desist. Seeing that Cheng Weigua did not retaliate, the other slaves around them lost interest and ceased paying attention. Suddenly, the guards standing around moved. 6 of them, holding rifles, stood in a line, saluted a young man, and then boarded a small freight truck used for transportation, driving away in the direction they had come. What does it feel like to be watched by 30 pairs of eyes? In truth, it evokes little emotion, especially when one is aware that they hold the power of life and death over these 30 individuals. With a sigh, Jiang Chen banished the unsettling feeling from his mind. He had no desire to become a callous politician. He merely aspired to be a wealthy hedonist. It was a common aspiration, but undeniably gratifying. However, to amass wealth in this lawless land, one needed commensurate strength. Otherwise, one would be nothing more than a plump sheep ripe for the slaughter. Should one encounter brigands like the Grey Goo Mercenary Corps, they would be left with nothing but the fate of being fleeced. Thus, the elements of force and deterrence are indispensable, and there remains much for adaptation. Steeling himself, Jiang Chen cast a glance at the cowering figures before him, then slowly inhaled deeply. "All right, all eyes on me. I am your future master," Jiang Chen proclaimed, clapping his hands and raising his voice. "I understand the multitude of questions swirling in your minds, such as whether you might be taken to some location as bait, or thrust into the front line with rifles as mere cannon fodder. Fortunately, I can assure you that this will not be the case." Jiang Chen distinctly sensed the collective sigh of relief from the crowd, as the 30 heart rate-related indicators displayed on the EP gradually decreased. A smug smile crept across his face as he took another deep breath and continued, "You are indeed fortunate, for your master is I. I am confident that you will soon come to appreciate this fact. Work for me, and I shall ensure that you do not go hungry. I will even provide you with a life of abundance that you previously dared not dream of." However, at this juncture, Jiang Chen deliberately slowed his pace and lowered his voice, infusing his tone with a chilling gravity. "I am a person of great tolerance and mercy, but the one thing I cannot abide is betrayal. I trust you are aware of the chip embedded in the nape of your neck. To me, you possess no privacy whatsoever. For the traitor, there exists no punishment save for death. That is all." His words resonated with a palpable finality. Yet the silence within the sewer was hauntingly profound. The pairs of timid, terrified, and doubtful pupils widened, beneath which the nostrils dared not exhale even a breath. Fear, doubt. Precisely, this was the desired effect. After the stick, the carrot, he was convinced these individuals would comply. He believed that after they partook of the long-forgotten bowl of gruel, adorned with cauliflower, they would immediately revere him as a deity. After being the first to ascend from the sewer outlet and confirming safety, Jiang Chen lowered the prepared hoist. The individuals below attached the supplies to the hoist, subsequently bringing them up one by one. The production machinery, disassembled and stored in boxes, merely needed to be transported to the villa for reassembly. Navigating through a chaotic street while carrying a multitude of bundles and evading the vacant gazes of the zombies, Jiang Chen finally spotted his villa, or rather, his earthen fortress. He pressed the doorbell, and soon, a warm and vibrant figure leaped into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Have you been unfaithful?" Squinting her eyes like a playful cat, Sun Jiao scrutinized Jiang Chen from below. "Shouldn't the first words be 'I've missed you'?" Jiang Chen chuckled wryly, patting her lower back. This little one was becoming increasingly mischievous. What could be said? The evolution of a barbarian towards a delicate woman? I swear, not at all. Jiang Chen hastily raised his index finger, silently adding in his mind, "Robots don't count as people." Although Sun Jiao's intuition aroused some suspicion, there was indeed no inappropriate scent lingering around Jiang Chen. She was not the type of woman to dwell on things, and she quickly put the matter aside. After another affectionate embrace with Jiang Chen, she began to instruct the neglected slaves to move the supplies into the villa. Then, together with Jiang Chen, she started planning the accommodation of these individuals. Jiang Chen designated the front lawn of the villa's main building for erecting temporary tents to house the refugees. These compact camping tents were included in the supplies acquired from Zhao Chenwu and could barely accommodate 2 people. Due to the limited space, they would have to make do for the time being, as it was still better than sleeping outside the walls. Of course, there were spare rooms in the main building, but Jiang Chen had no intention of being so benevolent as to allow these strangers to sleep inside his home. Even though these individuals were incapable of resistance and were considered honest people with no criminal records in the slums, the thought still caused him unease. Until he had cultivated their loyalty and sense of belonging, he could only treat them as strangers. Yao Yao dutifully followed Jiang Chen's instructions, bringing out a large pot and pouring a small portion of rice into it, then adding an appropriate amount of water. Next, as Jiang Chen directed, she chopped some green leafy vegetables and minced pork, then dumped them all into the pot, adding 2 spoonfuls of salt and a dash of monosodium glutamate. Turning on the gas, she ignited a fire under the pot, which was supported by stone blocks. After diligently stirring the ingredients with a long wooden spoon, Yao Yao stood on her tiptoes and, with a grunt, placed the lid on top of the pot. With a gentle sniffle, Yao Yao adjusted the heat once more, patiently standing by as she awaited the porridge to simmer to perfection. Although she could not fathom why her brother, Jiang Chen, would permit the newly acquired slaves to partake in such splendid fare, her unwavering support for him remained steadfast. Moreover, The tender and kind demeanor of her brother was undeniably handsome. Perhaps it was the warmth emanating from the stove that caused her cheeks to flush ever so slightly. Unbeknownst to her, she had reached that age where fanciful thoughts began to occupy her mind. Chapter 39. Each in their own role as bowls of fragrant rice porridge, adorned with vegetables and minced meat, were brought to the table. A collective swallow echoed among all present. The hungry gazes, reminiscent of ravenous beasts, seemed poised to pounce. Were it not for the restraining influence of the enslavement chips, Jiang Chen observed the expressions of the refugees with great satisfaction, although they were his slaves. He preferred to regard them as employees, provided they demonstrated sufficient honesty. At that moment, he felt content, as none had dared to rush forward and seize the porridge before receiving his consent. Gulping, Jiang Chen cast a wry smile at Sun Jiao, who stood beside him. This glutton had also succumbed to a moment of hunger, her throat betraying her with a swallow. Lowering his voice, he whispered, "Did you not just eat? How can you be hungry again?" "Mind your own business," Sun Jiao retorted, playfully baring her teeth in mock threat, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she averted her gaze. In truth, she was not truly hungry. It was merely an instinctive reaction to the sight of food. In any case, Sun Jiao's predicament was set aside. "Ahem. Why do you linger? Let us eat," Jiang Chen called out amiably, raising his hand to beckon the famished refugees to partake in their meal. The mellifluous sound was akin to celestial music. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's invitation to dine, a wave of gratitude washed over the minds of nearly all the indentured. These refugees were inherently honest and easily managed, their primary desire being sustenance twice a day, even without the constraints of the chips. No one would be foolish enough to harbor treacherous thoughts after witnessing Jiang Chen's generosity, nor would any simpleton be capable of finding others as daft to conspire with. "Aren't you being a bit excessive?" Sun Jiao whispered into Jiang Chen's ear. "Can't let those who've never seen rice wasted, can I?" Jiang Chen shrugged, murmuring in response. "This meal consumed 2 pounds of rice, 2 strips of jerky, and 3 heads of cabbage. You've already bartered away a considerable amount of the seller's provisions for supplies," she said. "Most of the preserved goods are gone. The remaining fresh produce was intended to last us 3 for a month, but with 30 more mouths to feed, the seller's meager stores will surely be depleted. After all, Jiang Chen had purchased them from the supermarket, so the quantities were never substantial. Filing them down with sandpaper each time is such a nuisance." It should be mentioned that the uncivilized Miss Sun Jiao was increasingly resembling a calculating housekeeper. The hint of reproach in her eyes, chiding him for his extravagance, inexplicably ignited a warmth within Jiang Chen's heart. The young lady seems to be evolving towards the direction of civility, becoming increasingly captivating. Jiang Chen gently touched his slightly heated nose, diverting his gaze from secretly observing her profile. The villa, no longer as desolate as before, now buzzed with life. Naturally, one must be mindful of affectionate interactions. Observing the empty bowls, each devoid of even a single grain of rice, and the pairs of eyes that, though timid, were predominantly filled with gratitude, Jiang Chen cleared his throat once more, signaling all who had dined to focus their attention on him. "Have you all had your fill?" Silence ensued. "Indeed," they cautiously responded in unison. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. "Rest assured, I shall ensure you receive 3 meals a day. However, do not rejoice too soon. The slothful shall find no share. I have no desire to act as your master, for that would imply an obligation to care for you. Rather, consider me your employer, and in turn, I shall regard you as my employees. Nonetheless, the cost of dismissal may be rather steep. Hee, I trust one need not elaborate." No dissent was voiced. For Jiang Chen, who provided them sustenance without inflicting cruelty, they harbored only gratitude. As for titles, they were inconsequential. Even if Jiang Chen demanded they address him as father, they would comply. Dignity? That is a pursuit for those who have enough to eat. Yet, as a civilized individual, Jiang Chen still afforded them a measure of dignity, mindful of his own interests. The charming young lady was one thing, but having a group of grown men refer to him as master daily would only send shivers down his spine, especially since the majority of this group consisted of males. More significantly, this was to ensure his own integrity would not be compromised by the constant address of master. Observing that most of the individuals had finished their meal, Jiang Chen adjusted his mindset and continued to speak in a loud voice. In his concluding statement, a hint of iciness crept into Jiang Chen's tone. Scrutinizing the 30 heart rate indicators in the EP-downloaded enslavement program, he nodded with satisfaction. The heart rates fluctuated slightly, but remained generally normal. indicating that they harbored no untoward thoughts. Upon hearing the dismissal, everyone picked up their bowls and chopsticks and, guided by Yao Yao, proceeded to the washing pool. Fortunately, thanks to the fully automated water treatment facility, clean tap water continued to supply the entire city, even after the apocalypse. Those whose names were called nervously approached Jiang Chen, unsure of what their master intended to do with them. Zhou Jieshi. Yes. Zhou Jieshi bit her lip gently, fixed her gaze on the ground, and bowed to Jiang Chen. She had a husband who loved her dearly, and truth be told, she was somewhat concerned that Jiang Chen might harbor some nefarious intentions toward her. If that were the case, she would be unable to resist, and for the sake of her husband's life, she would have no choice but to submit in humiliation. However, these were merely her own overblown thoughts. While she did possess a certain charm, Jiang Chen was not one to indulge in such proclivities, nor did he have any interest in coercion. Moreover, Miss Sun Jiao was standing nearby, observing. "You don't need to be so tense. I'm not going to devour you," Jiang Chen said with a shrug to the 2 men and 2 women. He then turned his gaze toward the young woman. "Can you cook?" "Yes." A rather peculiar inquiry. Yet Zhou Jieshi nodded earnestly. As a competent wife, she certainly possessed the ability to cook. However, since awakening alongside her husband from the refuge's stasis pod, she had not encountered rice for quite some time. "You will be responsible for the meals of the 30 individuals. The specific menu will be provided to you shortly." After uttering this, Jiang Chen paid no heed to the expression on Zhou Jieshi's face and merely turned to the next sheet of paper. Wang Qing. Present. The girl with a smattering of freckles appeared quite timid, startled by Jiang Chen's voice. "This is not a primary school roll call. Simply respond when your name is called." Jiang Chen chuckled amiably under the astonished gazes of the 4 individuals before proceeding directly to the matter at hand. "You are majoring in accounting. Therefore, you will oversee the management of the warehouse's supplies. I will provide you with a key to the cellar. I require meticulous records for every entry and exit of supplies in the warehouse. This task is crucial, and I will not tolerate any errors. Do you understand?" "Understood." The response was somewhat timid, yet the resolve was commendable, and Jiang Chen felt a measure of satisfaction. Particularly, he appreciated her timid demeanor. Lu Huasheng. What a peculiar name, like pickled peanuts. Jiang Chen nearly stifled a laugh. "Yes." The middle-aged man, appearing quite composed, nodded cautiously. "I have heard you are a designer for Huajin real estate development?" "That was all before the war," Lu Huasheng replied with a wry smile. "Regardless of when it was, I need you to redesign this survivor base for me." "Indeed, I intend to establish a survivor base here, even grander than the 6th block. However, we shall proceed gradually. Commencing with the vicinity of the villa, I require you to draft a blueprint, with the villa as its epicenter, extending the base's radius outward by a factor of 2. The placement of the walls, their precise location, the requisite materials, and the residential allocation for the survivors. I trust your expertise in these matters surpasses mine. I expect to see the completed design by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. I shall require a holographic computer and a holographic storage card," Lu Huasheng stated with circumspection, "for the purpose of drafting the design. By all means, avail yourself of them," Jiang Chen responded without hesitation. He had procured over a dozen of these inexpensive, pre-owned items from the electronic goods market in the 6th block and had ample supply. "Very well, that concludes our discussion. The 3 of you may depart." The 3 individuals breathed a collective sigh of relief, cast a sympathetic glance at their companion who had been retained, and hastily departed with their bowls and chopsticks. Ahem. "And what about me, sir?" The individual who remained was a slender, bespectacled middle-aged man who appeared ill-suited for manual labor. Observing Jiang Chen's silence, he scratched his head with some discomfort and inquired tentatively in a low voice. The other 3 had received work assignments. Yet the young proprietor had not issued any instructions to him, causing him a degree of trepidation. He began to ponder anxiously whether he had inadvertently offended the proprietor in some manner. Chapter 40. Software development. Evidently, his apprehension was unwarranted, as Jiang Chen's tone remained amiable. At least, that's how it seemed to Du Yongkang. "I appreciate the title of boss," Jiang Chen remarked with a smile, retrieving Du Yongkang's resume and proceeding directly to the matter at hand. Du Yongkang, 30 years of age, male, computer science major. Formerly the head of the technology department at Walker Technologies, correct? "Yes." Du Yongkang replied cautiously, uncertain of Jiang Chen's intent. "Excellent. I need you to develop an operating system that can be used on this. It shouldn't be too difficult for you, I presume?" Jiang Chen stated frankly, tossing a Huawei smartphone into his hands. Yes. Du Yongkang nodded fervently, devoid of any semblance of a high-ranking executive's demeanor. Any such pride had long been eroded by the brutality of the apocalypse. Jiang Chen held his life in his hands, and serving him was his only recourse. Observing Du Yongkang's timidity, Jiang Chen suddenly grinned, stepping forward to pat him on the shoulder. Ignoring the look of gratitude on his face, Jiang Chen continued, "There's no need to be so reserved. Do well, and I assure you, you will be rewarded." "Understood, boss," Du Yongkang replied, lowering his head knowingly. Jiang Chen nodded before continuing, "I'll briefly outline the requirements. If you encounter any difficulties, voice them, but you must overcome them. Understood?" "Yes." Having spoken, Jiang Chen then tossed an iPhone into his grasp. Both phones were bare, recently acquired by Jiang Chen. Du Yongkang received the phone and fiddled with the screen for a moment before revealing a wry smile. "What's wrong? Is it too difficult for you?" Jiang Chen inquired, raising an eyebrow. No, it's quite the opposite. It's far too simple." Du Yongkang hastily waved his hands, shaking his head. Truthfully, he was afraid his boss would suddenly dismiss him. Such an effortless task was unheard of, even before the war. "Oh, tell me more," Jiang Chen said, a look of interest gracing his features. Du Yongkang adjusted the glasses perched on his nose, professionally presenting the phone as he began to explain. "Firstly, this antiquated operating system appears to be a relic from over 150 years ago. Whether it's the efficiency of the hardware utilization or the cumbersome human-computer interaction, there are numerous aspects that invite criticism." "Oh, you find fault with the iPhone 5's human-computer interaction?" Jiang Chen chuckled. Du Yongkang cautiously assessed Jiang Chen's expression, noting that his words denigrating the operating systems did not seem to elicit any anger or resentment. Gradually emboldened, he delved deeper into his explanation. "Primarily, from the perspective of hardware utilization efficiency, while seemingly logically sound, it is fraught with numerous complexities. In simple terms, it is akin to a statement that could be succinctly encapsulated in 11 words, yet constrained by the limitations of compiled languages and algorithms. The processor is compelled to undertake a series of unnecessary tasks, first defining A1 and B1, then calculating CAB, followed by deriving C2, and ultimately outputting C. Of course, this serves merely as an example. In essence, this antiquated processing method not only consumes memory, but also severely impairs the operational efficiency of the device." "Oh, how do you intend to address this?" Jiang Chen inquired with keen interest. "This is quite solvable. At its core, it stems from the limitations of compiled languages. Although these two operating systems each possess their merits and demerits, they remain ensnared within the framework of inferior compiled languages. By employing D for compilation, with minor adjustments to compatibility, we can rectify this issue. Furthermore, this antiquated artifact known as a phone could witness an enhancement in operational efficiency by more than threefold, while energy consumption would be halved. Additionally, due to the alleviation of the hardware's burden, the lifespan of the hardware would experience a significant extension." Jiang Chen gasped in astonishment. "This is nothing short of extraordinary. An enhancement in hardware efficiency exceeding threefold, and the ability to seamlessly support programs from both software applications? Merely these two capabilities are enough to drive one to madness. Does this not imply that even with a lesser device, one could effortlessly run games that were previously only operable on high-end models? This could potentially ignite a technological revolution within the mobile gaming realm. How many mobile game developers have toiled endlessly to reduce memory usage, optimize performance, and reluctantly trim down powerful features that fail to cater to the masses, sacrificing gameplay quality in exchange for broader user adaptability? However, should this operating system come to fruition, the performance of all users' mobile phones would triple. At that point, every creative idea would be utterly liberated. No matter how fantastical your designs may be, every individual's device would be capable of accommodating them. Is this not a technological revolution? Do iOS and Android possess such capabilities? And what of human-computer interaction? My suggestion would be to maintain the status quo. After all, I have grown accustomed to this minimalist interface." Jiang Chen paused, stating that he had no intention of divulging his identity to this person he had only recently met, even if his very life was in their hands. "Trust me, boss, my design will undoubtedly surpass this archaic mode of human-computer interaction." The moment technology was mentioned, this former tech executive transformed, brimming with fervor. Indeed, while the method of interaction via touchpads remains mainstream even today, There exists a fundamental disparity between this outdated operating system and the ones currently employed in civilian entertainment electronic devices. What is this disparity? Jiang Chen inquired with curiosity. Artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence? Can you actually create it? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, questioning. If it is merely a rudimentary form of artificial intelligence, I can certainly produce it within a month. After all, the relevant data is readily available in the library's database. I merely need to undertake the task of transplantation. Du Yongkong assured with a pat on his chest. I am quite curious. If artificial intelligence is not particularly challenging, then why is it absent from holographic computers? Jiang Chen asked, perplexed. Given its remarkable utility, it stands to reason that it should be utilized on holographic computers. I see. However, regarding the elementary artificial intelligence you mentioned, could there be potential risks? Jiang Chen posed a question that weighed heavily on his mind. What if this artificial intelligence system proliferated uncontrollably within the current networks, evolving towards malicious programs? He recalled a film he had once watched, titled I, Robot, which depicted a world dominated by artificial intelligence. Ultimately, artificial intelligence is merely an advanced form of programming. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a sense of reassurance and nodded. Very well, I shall entrust this matter entirely to you. I will only concern myself with the outcomes, while you are free to explore boldly. By the way, there is one more crucial aspect to consider. The confidentiality of this operating system must be meticulously maintained. I would not want it to fall into the hands of another, only to have them swiftly dismantle the entire system and create a similar product. Ensuring confidentiality is paramount. Jiang Chen was reluctant to see the software he painstakingly developed become open source within mere days. Moreover, if the so-called decompilation method were to be exposed, he would find himself at a loss for an explanation. It would be best to construct the program as securely as a steel box, allowing only data exchange with the outside world while refusing any form of unpacking or similar operations. Du Yongkong was momentarily taken aback, but then chuckled as he patted his chest. Rest assured, boss, the program I create will be anything but easily deciphered. The games of Walker Technology Company have all been meticulously packaged by my own hand. To illustrate, consider the recently launched Star Wars Storm 7. To this day, no international hacking group has managed to crack it. As for such an advanced operating system's packaging, it poses no challenge for me. Indeed, if anyone in this world could breach the work of the former technical director of Walker Technology, who possesses black technology from over 150 years in the future, it could only mean they are a time traveler, and Jiang Chen would undoubtedly see to their demise. Ahem, of course, that is impossible. However, should you succeed, it would be a monumental achievement. Work diligently, and I assure you, you shall have meat at every meal. Jiang Chen chuckled heartily, patting Du Yongkong on the shoulder as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Du Yongkong was naturally elated. The prospect of having meat at every meal was something he had never even dared to dream of. Having tasted the sweetness of this promise, Du Yongkong immediately pledged his utmost commitment, showering Jiang Chen with flattery. Truly, he was a manager of exceptional caliber, not only proficient in technology, but also adept at flattering praises. Jiang Chen held no disdain for those who were clever in their work. Lastly, the logo for Future Man Technology must be designed to be strikingly cool. It should embody a high-tech aesthetic, but not to an exaggerated degree. You understand? Yes, boss. This fellow was nearly on the verge of exclaiming it aloud. Seeing Du Yongkong's unwavering confidence, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand, indicating that he could take his leave. With a heart brimming with elation, Du Yongkong strode away with alacrity, clutching his two phones. Before departing, he meticulously tidied up his dishes and utensils. The prospect of resuming his former profession, rather than toiling like a manual laborer, filled him with a joy he had scarcely dared to imagine in years, yet it had now materialized. Imbued with gratitude towards Jiang Chen, Du Yongkong resolved to channel his utmost vigor into crafting a masterpiece that would leave his employer utterly astonished. Despite the obsolescence of the electronic device, he understood that catering to the predilections of his superior was the surest route to advancement. He was indifferent to Jiang Chen's intended use for the device. His sole objective was to execute his employer's mandate. Chapter 41. The Nascent Fishbone. The Fishbone Grain Products Company. With a crooked fishbone emblem affixed to the main entrance of the villa, the fledgling survivor settlement was hastily established on the desolate landscape of Wahai City. At dawn, the weary survivors were roused from their slumber by an ambrosial fragrance, the aroma of sustenance. Zhou Jieshi, clad in pristine white chef's attire, was simmering a pot of rice porridge adorned with florets of vegetables and morsels of meat. The survivors, each holding a bowl, dutifully formed an orderly queue to receive their breakfast from the female cook. Surprisingly, breakfast was provided, a notion previously beyond their wildest dreams. With bellies full, they would have the energy to work. Jiang Chen was naturally generous with food. Although nutrient supplements could stave off hunger, they were not only acidic but also deficient in calories. Regarding the recipes for these survivors, after consulting with Zhou Jiexin, he formulated a remarkably reasonable plan. Mornings began with a bowl of rice porridge infused with minced cauliflower and pork. Lunchtime offered a bountiful serving of freshly steamed white rice, accompanied by a spoonful of stir-fried vegetables for each individual. Dinner mirrored the midday meal, with occasional variations that included a hearty bowl of noodles. Furthermore, teams demonstrating exceptional progress in their daily tasks would be rewarded with points. This points system, introduced by Jiang Chen after careful consideration, provided material incentives based on the completion rate of projects, thereby encouraging the workers' productivity. Jiang Chen, of course, understood this logic well. With their accumulated points, these survivors could exchange them for luxuries such as instant noodles, biscuits, and even canned goods. The distribution of points was temporarily entrusted to the foreman, Lu Huaxing, who would then report to the warehouse manager, Wang Qing, for confirmation. Both Lu and Wang received a fixed daily point allocation of 1, while Zhou Jiexin, the cook, received points based on the monthly evaluation of the meals provided. As for Du Yongkang's points, they were personally managed by Jiang Chen. To him, these provisions held little monetary value. However, for those who had long endured the pangs of hunger, this generosity could only be described as magnificent. Goodness, this place felt akin to paradise. Almost everyone shared this sentiment. After swiftly finishing their breakfast, all gathered in the central courtyard, excluding those who already had other commitments. The remaining individuals were organized into small teams of 4, as directed by Jiang Chen. Each team was led by a professional in architecture and engaged in the fundamental construction of the base. With dark circles under his eyes, Lu Huaxing meticulously explained the holographic blueprints, which were hastily prepared overnight and approved by Jiang Chen, to the leaders of each team repeatedly. Some teams were tasked specifically with producing corrosion-resistant cement, while others focused on manufacturing and cutting carbon nanotubes, which would serve as the structural framework for the walls. These walls, composed of a composite material integrating carbon nanotubes and cement, were at least twice as robust as the outdated concrete walls. The construction teams quietly slipped outside through the entrance, carrying materials, gradually unfurling the wire isolation barriers without alerting the zombies. As for the zombies lingering within the isolation zone, designated personnel were responsible for neutralizing them and subsequently dragging the corpses to a remote area for incineration. This precaution was taken to prevent the spread of disease and to mitigate the risk of zombies evolving after consuming their own kind. After considering the development plan proposed by Jiang Chen, Lu Huaxing adopted a gradual approach to the expansion of the base. The initial phase involved extending towards the sewer, placing its outlet under control. The construction team used 2 3-story mansions at the entrance of the villa as a reference point, erecting a surrounding wall at the rear and enclosing the shorter buildings in between within the base. Once the defenses are fortified, construct sewer entrances and enclosed corridors connecting to the base's perimeter wall. The overarching design principle is to fully leverage the surrounding abandoned structures, uniting them with carbon nanotube cement composite walls. This transforms derelict mansions into natural bastions for the base. These buildings can serve not only as residences, but also as elevated platforms for weaponry, functioning as watchtowers. After the primary structure is complete, extend the perimeter wall to encompass these residences within the confines of the base. With a blend of skepticism and anticipation, Jiang Chen, under Yao Yao's eager encouragement, initiated the game icon labeled New Era. Subsequently, Jiang Chen was utterly astonished. This is a mobile game. No, it's not to say that the game Yao Yao produced was subpar, but rather, it was exceedingly perfect. Integrating the adventurous elements of RPG games with the nurturing aspects of SLG games, players can opt to become adventurers with resplendent skills, or lords focused on managing their territories, or even merchants whose footprints span the globe, composing their own epic saga in an open world. This is not some third-rate browser game advertisement, but genuine game content. Indeed, it is an open world, a seamless map of immense scale. While this may not be significant on the PC platform, its presence on a mobile device is undoubtedly a marvel in the history of mobile game development. Moreover, it is entirely rendered in 3D. Even when judged by the standards of PC games, this game could be deemed virtually flawless. In Jiang Chen's experience, only the Elder Scrolls V could rival it, though the comparison feels somewhat peculiar. In essence, the game's perfection is so profound that it raises doubts about whether a mobile phone could even run it. Ahem, Yao Yao. You didn't secretly upgrade my Samsung's hardware, did you? Jiang Chen asked with a wry smile. He didn't want a game that was beyond the capabilities of most phones. What good is a phenomenal game if no one's phone can handle it? No, I didn't. Yao Yao's large eyes welled up with a hint of grievance. Seeing Jiang Chen's apparent dissatisfaction, Yao Yao specifically considered your phone's hardware capabilities and used decoding to compress the game content into a mere 256 megabytes package. She also set up a self-processing program so that when users launch the game, the extensive game content is. Stop. I don't understand, Jiang Chen quickly interrupted. Just give me a general idea of the effect. Okay, Yao Yao replied. In short, even with this phone's low-end hardware, it can still run this fast online game. However, the game will require a more robust server because I've incorporated cloud computing, so most of the data processing is done on the main server. This way, the user's CPU doesn't have to bear too much computational burden. Moreover, the confidentiality aspect is entirely acceptable. With a proud shake of her little head, Yao Yao continued, saying that she had already modified a server capable of handling such high-level computations for her brother. The specific setup method has been meticulously documented by Yao Yao. Although she may not fully comprehend it, essentially, it equates to treating the server itself as a large processor, allowing users to simply input information and subsequently retrieve the processed data. However, wouldn't this significantly increase the user's data consumption? Jiang Chen inquired with a hint of confusion. Yao Yao has anticipated this. The data transmitted between the server and the users is encoded with a special code, which not only encapsulates a vast amount of information, but also maintains an exceptionally small data size. Well, it is certainly dozens of times more efficient than other data transmission methods used in the games on Jiang Chen's phone. Running for a day, it would only consume about 10 megabytes of data. Indeed, 10 megabytes is quite minimal. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel. Even playing Do Diju for an entire day wouldn't just consume 10 megabytes of data. So, Yao Yao, have I been of assistance to you? Yao Yao blinked her large eyes, gazing at the astonished Jiang Chen with a hopeful expression. Yao Yao, you have indeed been a tremendous help to me. Jiang Chen suddenly embraced Yao Yao and planted a hearty kiss on the adorable little lowly's face. At that moment, Yao Yao's charming little face turned as red as a ripe apple, her head bowing low in shyness. Yao Yao, if there is anything you desire, just tell your brother, and I shall certainly procure it for you. Can I ask for anything? Yao Yao stammered, her voice laced with uncertainty. Absolutely, Jiang Chen affirmed, kneeling to meet her gaze, his hands gently resting on her shoulders. Anything your heart desires, provided it's within my capabilities. His elation was palpable. He yearned to reward this endearing little girl. Cornered by Jiang Chen's persistent advance, Yao Yao descended into utter disarray. Her wide, innocent eyes fluttered nervously, and her cherubic face flushed crimson, resembling a miniature, incandescent lantern on the verge of releasing steam. I want. Yao Yao's lips parted slightly, her gaze wavering as she looked at Jiang Chen. You want? Jiang Chen leaned closer, his eyes locked intently on hers, eagerly anticipating her request. I want. Alas. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, Yao Yao's head lolled backward, and she fainted. Fortunately, Jiang Chen caught her in time, preventing an unfortunate rendezvous between the back of her head and the floor. Regrettably, he remained ignorant of her desire. Having acquired the technologically enhanced server and the USB drive containing the game's data from Yao Yao, Jiang Chen proceeded to Sun Jiao's location. Off again, are we? Sun Jiao quipped, rolling her eyes as she continued to polish her SK-10 Sirius. How many days will you vanish this time? Could you spare some time this afternoon to instruct the others in marksmanship? It would be beneficial for them to be able to defend themselves if they are in danger. Moreover, it is imperative to swiftly establish a closed road connecting the sewer entrance to the base, as this is crucial for the security of our trade route with the 6th district. Jiang Chen urged Sun Jiao regarding several vital matters pertaining to the development of the base. Although he could traverse between the two locations at any moment, once the construction of the base stabilized, he would need to allocate a portion of his energy towards the development on the earthly side. In light of the base's progression, It is also Jiang Chen's aspiration to cultivate Sun Jiao into a capable manager who could oversee the affairs of the base in his stead. Sun Jiao seemed to sense this expectation, yet she refrained from pressing Jiang Chen to remain. It was not only Jiang Chen who was maturing, Sun Jiao, too, was evolving through her interactions with him. Compared to the wild girl who once relentlessly craved Jiang Chen's attention, she had gradually begun to express her affection in a more composed and mature manner. She believed in Jiang Chen, certain that he would never abandon her. "Yes, I understand," Sun Jiao said, extending her hand to adjust Jiang Chen's collar. "You have changed." Jiang Chen grasped Sun Jiao's hand, his gaze intensely fixed upon her eyes. "Oh, have I grown more beautiful or less?" Sun Jiao shot him a glare, attempting to withdraw her hand, only to find that he held it firmly. A blush crept across her cheeks. "Of course, you have become more beautiful." In the wake of Sun Jiao's astonished exclamation, Jiang Chen unexpectedly pushed her onto the bed. For reasons unknown, the moment she adjusted his collar ignited a sensation within him, leaving him momentarily dazed, as if the person before him were indeed his wife. An unprecedented sensation coursed through him, igniting his very essence. Or perhaps it was merely the result of prolonged suppression. The door slammed shut with resounding force. A palpable sense of vernal allure permeated the sun-drenched morning, gradually intensifying towards the zenith. Chapter 42. Home. It was the same cramped abode. He inhaled deeply, a look of profound contentment on his face, only to be met with a mouthful of dust. The bedclothes were thick with grime, evidence of its long abandonment. Surveying the apartment that had been his residence for 2 years, a wave of nostalgia unexpectedly washed over him. With an amused shake of his head, he banished the sentiment. Perhaps it was time to bid adieu. Jiang Chen retrieved his mobile device and initiated a call to the landlord, preemptively distancing the phone from his ear as if anticipating the impending outburst. "Hello? Jiang Chen. About that apartment, if you intend to renew the lease, you'd best remit the payment for the latter half of the year to me forthwith. Let me tell you, if you don't lease it, countless others will. Were it not for your youth and apparent lack of support in this city, I would have already ejected your belongings. Damn it. I've been trying to reach you for days, and you've disappeared, presumably gallivanting about without funds." Wu Jie ranted and raved over the phone, seemingly convinced that he had Jiang Chen cornered. Indeed, had this been a fortnight prior, he might have held considerable sway over Jiang Chen. However, circumstances had since shifted. "Lease the apartment to someone else," Jiang Chen stated calmly. "What did you say, boy?" The tone on the other end of the line was one of utter disbelief. In all candor, Wu Jie had not anticipated Jiang Chen's resolute stance, flatly refusing to rent the property. "Not rent. Where will you reside if you don't rent my premises? Should you persist in addressing me with such puerile terms, I shall ensure you are rendered permanently speechless." Jiang Chen's tone was even and subdued, such that the landlord could discern no emotional turbulence. Nevertheless, a chilling premonition, akin to a venomous serpent, slithered into Wu Jie's heart, who was poised to unleash a torrent of invective. The words, though poised on the brink of utterance, seemed to be lodged within his throat, yielding not a single sound for an extended moment. Of course, should this cur prove incorrigibly insolent, Jiang Chen would not hesitate to deliver a resounding slap. "Your freedom to castigate is acknowledged, but my freedom to strike remains my prerogative." Upon terminating the call, Jiang Chen's mobile device emitted a rapid succession of notification chimes, the screen inundated with missed call alerts. As he had been in the post-apocalyptic realm until recently, these messages had been unable to reach his phone. His fingers traversed the screen, revealing calls not only from the landlord but also from Xia Shiyu. Presumably, the young lady had grown impatient, her chairman having vanished for numerous days without a single communique. Jiang Chen smiled, but his fingers faltered abruptly. There were over a dozen calls from his family home. Upon this realization, a film of moisture veiled Jiang Chen's eyes. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the pangs of homesickness that had accumulated over years of estrangement, and dialed the familiar number. "Hello? Mother, it is I." "Mother, please refrain from using that appellation. It is excessively effeminate." A smile graced Jiang Chen's countenance as he raised his hand to wipe the corner of his eye. What a peculiar way to speak. Has this lad grown wings? Upon hearing the robust voice of anger emanating from the other end of the line, Jiang Chen felt an inexplicable sense of relief. It appeared that his parents were in good health, although he was aware that, regardless of his own shortcomings, they would warmly embrace him and joyfully welcome him home. He found it difficult to accept this reality openly. However, at this moment, all his apprehensions vanished. "Father, mother, your son has achieved success. There is no need for concern." I have established a company in Wanhai City, and now others work for me. I will take care of housing matters myself, so please do not worry. Take care of your health and stop being so frugal. Spend where it is necessary. If funds are lacking, I will provide. Jiang Chen chuckled as he rubbed the corners of his eyes. You dare to lecture me, young man? Huh, dear, our son has truly made something of himself. The excitement in the voice from the phone was palpable. What? Chenner, you are conducting business out there? Please be cautious and do not let anyone deceive you. I have been watching the news lately. There are so many stories. Concern and worry lingered in the air. Rest assured, my son is far more astute than you think, Jiang Jiangwo replied with a hearty laugh. The joy he felt upon hearing that his son had succeeded was incomparable, surpassing even the thrill of winning the lottery. When dinner time arrived, he looked forward to boasting to the old men at the door about how his child, a university graduate, had opened a company in Wanhai City and had others working for him. This was splendid news. It would certainly ease the matter of finding a daughter-in-law. For who wouldn't he want to marry into a big city? The daughter of the Liu family across the hall remained single. And then there's the old Xia from the front building, along with the old Zhang from the property management. Your son is still my son. Li Xiume shot a fierce glare at her husband, listening to the familiar banter on the other end of the line. Jiang Chen lifted his left hand and discreetly wiped the slightly irritated corner of his eye once more. Regardless of wealth or status, the most unadulterated emotion in this world is that of familial love. With this thought, a smile graced Jiang Chen's face. After finishing the call with his parents, he reclined on the bed, unbothered by the dust swirling around him. He was about to move away from this place. With that thought, a hint of melancholy washed over Jiang Chen as he wished to linger a little longer on the cottony surface. $500 million, which translates to over 3 billion yuan. Jiang Chen was uncertain about the precise exchange rate, yet he estimated it to be roughly that amount. What kind of villa should he purchase? He had never contemplated such a question before. After all, just a month ago, even a modest 50-square-meter apartment seemed beyond his wildest dreams. However, now, these concerns felt trivial. Is it difficult to ponder alone? No matter, two minds can collaborate. He lifted his phone again, yet his fingers hesitated. Who should he call? Suddenly realizing that he appeared to have no friends in this city. A subtle expression crossed his face, leading him to chuckle awkwardly. Never mind. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen sighed and dialed Xia Shiyu's number. After all, he intended to reach out to her anyway, so he might as well seek her advice. As Xia Shiyu anxiously grappled with the sudden disappearance of Jiang Chen, she felt her pocket vibrate. Startled, she quickly retrieved her iPhone 5, which displayed an incoming call from a familiar name. To her surprise, she found herself laughing in anger. Ahem, I've been busy with business lately. Let's not discuss that. Jiang Chen, with an audacious demeanor, chose to divert the conversation. The rapid pace of his speech on the other end made him chuckle softly as he moved the phone slightly away from his ear. It was truly unexpected for him that Xia Shiyu would react so strongly to his absence. Nevertheless, more pressing matters loomed. Could you accompany me to view a property? Xia Shiyu abruptly hung up. Barely 2 seconds had passed before the phone rang again. Suppressing the surge of unnameable anger within her, she took a deep breath, staving off the impulse to terminate the call once more. Ahem, please don't hang up on me. I truly mean it. Let's find another time. What does your property purchase have to do with me? Xia Shiyu replied coldly, her chest heaving tumultuously. Jiang Chen's playful demeanor stirred a sense of humiliation within her, a feeling that had been brewing amidst her worries for his safety. Indeed, it was humiliation. Of course it matters. You could come and visit when you have time. However, Jiang Chen, oblivious to Xia Shiyu's expression through the phone, continued to chuckle. Upon hearing his words, Xia Shiyu was momentarily taken aback. Huh, she muttered, puzzled, as she touched her forehead, sensing an unusual warmth. I'm not feverish. How strange. Hello, are you even listening? I have successfully completed the development of the mobile game. Rather than merely stating it is done, it is more accurate to say that it has reached its final stage. The next step involves recruiting talent for server maintenance. Of course, you are more knowledgeable than I am regarding the specifics of the personnel required, so I leave that in your capable hands. However, should you desire my company at the job fair, I would not object, provided you accompany me to view some properties. Without much hesitation, Xia Shiyu readily agreed. She felt a twinge of surprise at her own promptness in accepting such an illogical request. Surely, it was due to work. If she were to decline his trivial proposition, he would undoubtedly resort to his usual disappearing act. Yes, indeed, it was for the sake of work. After ending the call, Xia Shiyu rubbed her weary temples, justifying her decision to herself, although she found this self-explanation somewhat redundant. Done. Jiang Chen stretched languidly and tossed his phone aside. A meticulous girl would indeed bring a touch of refinement to the house-hunting process. Despite his penchant for pretense and narcissism, he possessed a degree of self-awareness. For instance, he had never placed much faith in his own taste. Listening to the developer's exaggerated claims left him feeling uncertain. As for whether he held any interest in that girl, Xia Shiyu, to be honest, he had not given it much thought. However, upon grasping the phone, the only person in the city with whom he could contemplate discussing the matter was his former female superior, or rather, his current female subordinate. He mused with amusement. Given the necessity of acquiring a residence, currency was undoubtedly required, while Jiang Chen's interdimensional storage was replete with gold, amounting to over 500 million in value. Presenting ingots of gold for a real estate transaction was hardly feasible. Jiang Chen retrieved the discarded phone and initiated an international call. Nevertheless, as he held the device to his ear, a subtle frown furrowed his brow. Chapter 43. Robert's predicament. The ringing persisted for an extended duration. No one answered? Yet, just as Jiang Chen was about to terminate the call, it was answered. Who? A curt, unfamiliar voice emanated from the other end, delivered in English. The voice was deep and somewhat hoarse, indicating that Roberts was not the one speaking. Nick Kaczynski. My employer has encountered some difficulties. Can I confide in you? Nick inquired, pausing for a moment before proceeding in a somber tone. Silence ensued on the other end of the line, but Nick ultimately commenced speaking. As Jiang Chen's proficiency in English was limited, Nick deliberately modulated his pace. After a period of convoluted communication, Jiang Chen managed to decipher the essence of the situation. Upon concluding the call, a wry smile graced Jiang Chen's countenance. This is problematic. Damn it, forsaking a lucrative gold venture to meddle in that forsaken place. Failing at this critical juncture. Regardless of Jiang Chen's internal lamentations, Roberts, in fact, possessed his own compelling reasons. Does that Oriental have genuine business prospects? Having received no communication, Roberts, unable to contain his restlessness, succumbed to the familiar allure of a rendezvous with his old associate, a venture characterized by minimal peril. He thus resolved to embark upon it. Despite his imprecations, Jiang Chen was compelled to devise a solution for the predicament of the gold. However, for the moment, he was unable to conceive of a viable method for realizing such a substantial quantity of gold. To liquidate the gold domestically would be an act of utter folly. Given its value of $500 million USD and the absence of invoices, he was loath to attract the attention of enigmatic authorities, as any discovery on their part would portend dire consequences. Perhaps a sojourn to Iraq? Jiang Chen vacillated momentarily before a playful smile graced his countenance, as he mused that this might prove to be a propitious course of action. Endowed with sophisticated equipment and superhuman physical attributes, he harbored little apprehension regarding potential perils. Furthermore, in the event of insurmountable adversity, he could always abscond. By turning a corner and traversing through time, he could seek refuge in the post-apocalyptic world for a day or two, eluding all pursuers. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen's decision was influenced by an additional consideration. By assisting Roberts in this endeavor, he could not only expedite the resolution of the gold matter, but also secure a contingency plan. Should he one day find himself in an untenable situation domestically, he would have an alternative refuge. He believed that Roberts would reciprocate the favor in due course. Despite their brief acquaintance, he discerned that Roberts possessed a strong sense of contractual obligation, a trait of paramount importance. If one were to encounter a cunning and profit-driven individual, saving them would merely be an exercise in futility. It would be far more convenient to seek a new partner. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Chen wasted no time and promptly booked a flight to Dubai, planning to connect to Baghdad thereafter. He had procured his passport during his school years, yet he had found little opportunity to utilize it over the past few years. Following this, he intended to apply for a tourist visa at the embassy before embarking on his journey. After finalizing the ticket arrangements, Jiang Chen lingered briefly, simply tidying up his belongings before stepping out. With the house no longer rented, he opted for a standard room at a 7-day hotel, intending to contemplate purchasing property only after resolving matters concerning the gold. Although the several tons of gold were cumbersome to liquidate, converting a kilogram or two into cash was certainly feasible. Coincidentally, his funds were nearly depleted, prompting him to retrieve a business card and call Mr. Liu from the jewelry store to schedule an appointment. Once again, he offered 7 kilograms of gold, and Jiang Chen, indifferent to the minor details, agreed to the transaction at the price of 1.5 million. However, he remained oblivious to the almost unabashed greed that flickered across Lu Anshan's face the moment he exited the store. Lu Anshan grew increasingly convinced that this individual possessed a unique means of acquiring substantial quantities of gold. Perhaps it was through tomb raiding, or perhaps through operating an illicit mine. Lu Anshan was uncertain. All he knew was that the young man undoubtedly had access to much more than this. He had conducted a covert investigation into Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen acquired those funds previously, he expended virtually the entire sum without hesitation. Barely a month has elapsed, and he has returned to liquidate more gold at the shop. What does this signify? It suggests his gold reserves are unimaginably vast, were his acquisition of gold merely accidental. How could he possibly deplete it so rapidly? As for whether Jiang Chen poses any danger, Boss Lu has discreetly investigated his background through acquaintances. He was merely a former employee at a clothing store in Bailian-Shermau for a year before being dismissed by his superior. He vehemently doubts that such an insignificant figure could possess any influential connections. It is opportune to contact his elder brother. However, a moment of hesitation flickered across Lu Anshan's countenance as he contemplated reaching out to his sibling. Frankly, he preferred to minimize his association with his brother. Yet this matter necessitated his involvement. After a moment of deliberation, Lu Anshan resolved to dial the phone number. Hello, brother? It's me, Lu Anshan. I'll dispense with the pleasantries. Are you interested in a business proposition? We'll split the profits 50-50, or at the very least 40-60. That's my absolute limit. Lu Changlong, the leader of the Hongyi gang, is a prominent figure in the underworld of Wanhai City. Following the direct disbursement of 1 year's rent, Jiang Chen secured a lease on a small warehouse. Jiang Chen was exceedingly pleased with both the accessibility of the surrounding transportation and the discreet nature of the warehouse's interior space. The rent amounted to 3,000 yuan per month, a reasonable rate for the outskirts of Wanhai City, and Jiang Chen promptly leased it for 2 years. Having secured the warehouse, Jiang Chen wasted no time and promptly sought out the contact information of a local grain wholesaler in Wanhai City. Without indulging in pleasantries, he directly requested 10 tons of rice, 5 tons of flour, 300 boxes of meat canned goods, 200 boxes of fruit canned goods, along with various types of salt, oil, and other essential supplies. Given the magnitude of the transaction, the proprietor of the grain and oil shop readily accepted the order, assuring delivery within 2 hours after confirming the address. His only stipulation was a deposit, as he too was wary of being deceived. Jiang Chen, uninterested in further discussion, transferred the full amount of 160,000 yuan without hesitation. The instant the sum was received, the grain and oil shop owner was taken aback, astonished by his fortuitous encounter with such a generous client. With the money transferred without a flicker of an eye, the proprietor swiftly set about preparations, even personally accompanying the driver to deliver the goods to Jiang Chen's rented warehouse on the outskirts. Jiang Chen noted the proprietor's eagerness to please, yet chose not to engage in lengthy conversation, simply reiterating that should the quality of this shipment meet his expectations, he would return for future purchases. The grain and oil owner, brimming with confidence, assured him that all the rice was freshly produced and that the canned goods were sourced from reputable channels, posing no issues whatsoever. Jiang Chen smiled ambiguously, subtly indicating that for his next order, he would prefer unprinted packaging, but with uncompromised quality. The grain and oil merchant was momentarily taken aback, but soon a knowing smile graced his lips, and he readily acquiesced. Such goods were not difficult for him to procure. A simple call to acquaintances at the factory would suffice, merely bypassing a step in the assembly line. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the merchant noticed that Jiang Chen seemed to have other matters to attend to and wisely took his leave. Gazing at the supplies that filled nearly half the warehouse, Jiang Chen inhaled deeply. It was a veritable pool of provisions. Alas, even if I have not fully disposed of this batch of gold, acquiring another heap will not yield me any currency, he mused. Moreover, this amount of grain would hardly fetch a significant price in our area. With a mix of exasperation and amusement, Jiang Chen remarked, "We can always store what we cannot consume." Sun Jiao's cheeks flushed as she shot him an indignant glare. "Just be careful not to indulge yourself to the point of becoming a pig. Otherwise, I may have to feast on Yao Yao instead," Jiang Chen teased. "You're insufferable," Sun Jiao retorted, playfully striking Jiang Chen's shoulder a few times. Yet, observing his mischievous expression, it was evident that her blows were of little consequence. Of course, Jiang Chen's words were merely jest. He would never stoop so low as to truly consider such an act against Yao Yao. Besides, Sun Jiao's slender waist was hardly the type to accumulate excess weight. By the way, ensure that you enlist a few meticulous and reliable individuals to remove the production dates and any other markings from these items. There can be no negligence in this matter. Alternatively, perhaps you and Yao Yao should handle it yourselves. In the future, I will endeavor to procure goods that are entirely unmarked. Aboard the vehicle. He retrieved his mobile device and initiated a call to Xia Xiyu. At the very least, Jiang Chen furnished details regarding his whereabouts on this occasion, precluding a complete absence of communication. During the previous instance, Xia Xiyu was apprehensive to the point of suspecting he had encountered an unforeseen incident, nearly prompting her to contact law enforcement to initiate a search. What shall transpire concerning the affairs of the corporation? Xia Xiyu lamented with a sigh, her tone tinged with resignation. Naturally, I shall beseech your assistance. Heh, heh. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's facetious tone, Xia Xiyu wryly massaged her temples. You shall treat me to a week's worth of repasts. Xia Xiyu enunciated through gritted teeth with vehement emphasis. Assuredly, a month would be feasible. However, the jovial tone emanating from the opposite end of the communication conduit engendered in her a sensation akin to suppressed ire. Terminating the telephonic exchange, Xia Xiyu positioned her mobile device aside, reclining against the backrest of the divan, exhaling audibly. That confounded individual. Coincidentally, she presently occupied the position of his subordinate. Had the circumstances been otherwise, she might have remorse, unease, self-reproach. The sentiments were ambiguous. Reposing the occiput upon the backrest of the divan, Xia Xiyu gazed vacantly at the ceiling, seemingly immersed in contemplation. She harbored a profound affinity for this contemporary apartment, the duplex structure of which was compact yet replete with a sense of comfort. Although she typically presented an unsmiling countenance in her professional capacity, she paradoxically possessed a refined appreciation for the finer aspects of existence in her personal life. With a monthly remuneration of 10,000, she allocated half of it toward housing expenditures. She experienced no qualms regarding this disbursement, as her consumer philosophy dictated that the acquisition of wealth was intrinsically linked to the enhancement of one's quality of life, whereas excessive accumulation of savings merely constituted a manifestation of a lack of confidence in the future. Furthermore, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to press her for repayment, so she was not in such a rush to save money. However, she herself did not realize that she, who had always paid attention to reasonable budget planning, had not even considered the matter of repaying the deposit in her monthly expenses. Gazing absent-mindedly at the exquisite crystal chandelier, Xia Xiyu suddenly thought of the frugal life she had spent in that low-rent house with a monthly rent of 800. At that time, she had to carefully calculate even a meal. For some reason, a certain man's face suddenly appeared in her mind. It was a face that was always smiling. To be honest, Xia Xiyu, who was always used to being serious, hated the hippie smiling and improper appearance. However, that face made her unable to hate it. Xia Xiyu touched her lips blankly. She couldn't figure out this question, a throbbing she had never felt in her heart. Why is this? Looking at the pattering water under the shower head, letting the crystal clear water droplets wash over her fair skin, Xia Xiyu was once again stunned. Speaking of which, I took a shower after the evening run just now. Chapter 44. Xia Xiyu's apartment. Jiang Chen got off the bus at Xinyuan Community and walked to the apartment rented by Xia Xiyu. The scenery in this community is not bad. I didn't expect this girl to enjoy it quite a bit. Looking at the lush vegetation on both sides of the aisle, an interesting smile appeared on his face. On the basketball court in the center of the community, several high school students were playing a game. In the small plaza adorned with exercise equipment, the elderly practiced Tai Chi and engaged in chess matches beneath the shade of the trees. Families strolled leisurely, while young individuals in athletic attire jogged and exercised. The entire plaza was lively yet tranquil. It's becoming increasingly rare to witness groups of middle-aged women dancing to jarring music in the center of residential plazas, oblivious to their surroundings. Upon entering the apartment building, Jiang Chen pressed the elevator button. The young lady's rented apartment was on the 14th floor, quite a height. Reaching the door, he rang the doorbell, and soon footsteps echoed from within. "You're here? Come in," Xia Xiyu greeted, appearing behind the door with a towel wrapped around her head. Jiang Chen noticed droplets of water clinging to her fair neck, suggesting she had recently emerged from the shower. "Aren't you coming in?" Xia Xiyu asked, slightly frowning at Jiang Chen's hesitation. "Ahem, yes, coming in." Just lost in thought, Jiang Chen replied, clearing his throat, realizing he had been momentarily captivated. Jiang Chen closed the security door behind him and removed his shoes. As he looked up, he caught sight of her graceful figure. The fragrance of bath soap emanated from Xia Shiyu, as if she had just bathed. The loose-fitting nightgown, typical of her home attire, seemed slightly tighter due to the moisture, subtly accentuating her alluring figure, particularly the curve of her hips. Jiang Chen swallowed, his gaze peculiar. Could this young lady be trying to entice me? Were Xia Shiyu privy to the narcissistic notions harbored within Jiang Chen's mind? One could only speculate whether she would indignantly eject him from her presence. A bedchamber is often imbued with the fragrance unique to its occupant. Initially, Jiang Chen remained oblivious to this phenomenon. However, upon entering Xia Shiyu's boudoir, he was greeted by an alluring aroma, which evoked within him a sense of awkwardness. Observing Xia Shiyu's earnest demeanor as she meticulously attended to her computer, Jiang Chen suppressed the peculiar sensation that had arisen. Very well, insert the USB drive, Xia Shiyu instructed, relinquishing the computer chair and departing from the room. Jiang Chen complied, transferring the files to a newly created folder on the E-drive. It was evident that Yao Yao had diligently attended to the tasks entrusted to her by Jiang Chen. Test data pertaining to the game, comprehensive reports detailing its content, and all manner of information relevant to the project had been meticulously compiled. Consequently, the applications required by the State Administration of Press, Publication, Radio, Film, and Television and the Ministry of Culture would soon be ready for submission. Naturally, this undertaking would be entrusted to Xia Shiyu. Is it prepared? Allow me to examine it. Xia Shiyu, now adorned with spectacles, assumed a professional air as she seized the mouse from Jiang Chen's grasp, meticulously scrutinizing the documents he had provided. The delicate fragrance emanating from her freshly cleansed hair and nape stirred within Jiang Chen a sense of aridity. Truthfully, Xia Shiyu possessed an undeniable beauty, akin to that of an unattainable alpine blossom. However, in the past, Jiang Chen had not contemplated this aspect. He merely regarded her as a talent capable of managing the company and one of the few friends with whom he could engage in conversation. Yet, under the intoxicating scent of hormones, he found himself helpless to correct the wandering thoughts of his mind. Moreover, in such an ambiguous environment, the warm-toned lighting and wallpaper not only facilitated sleep, but also stirred desires. To add to the intrigue, a soft bed lay behind them. With a bed, a beautiful woman. In the same room, a closer look revealed that his former superior possessed a truly enchanting profile. Jiang Chen's breath began to quicken. The creators of this game were nothing short of geniuses. Xia Shiyu's exclamation abruptly interrupted Jiang Chen's reverie as she adjusted her glasses. The game was impeccable in every regard, utilizing cloud computing to reduce the demands on users' mobile devices while minimizing data consumption. Although I am not an expert in game development, if the quality of this game is indeed as formidable as the report suggests, I would boldly assert that it could be a groundbreaking masterpiece in the history of mobile gaming. Oh, did you bring the server earlier? Xia Shiyu furrowed her brow, casting a puzzled glance at the device that resembled a desktop computer case, which had inexplicably appeared in her room. Of course, I brought it. It's just that it might be behind the door, and you didn't notice, Jiang Chen hurriedly clarified. Actually, it was only after he entered the room that he remembered he wanted to hand this over to Xia Shiyu as well. So he took it out of the storage space while she went to the living room. Xia Shiyu didn't dwell on such inconsequential matters, nodding before posing a few questions to Jiang Chen regarding the game. To this, Jiang Chen elucidated as much as possible, indicating that any unexplained content could be found in the files. I have faith in your capabilities, Jiang Chen said, waving his hand to interrupt her, a smile gracing his lips. Seeing the trust in Jiang Chen's expression, Xia Shiyu felt a peculiar warmth rise in her cheeks. In truth, just as Jiang Chen caught a whiff of the fragrance emanating from Xia Shiyu, she too detected a scent emanating from Jiang Chen. Let there be no misunderstanding. This was no malodor of perspiration, but rather a distinctive aroma of hormones. Just like the fragrance in her room, she herself might not perceive it, but Jiang Chen, being of the opposite gender, could distinctly discern this ambiguous scent. This sensation of an accelerated heartbeat induced an inexplicable agitation and unease in Xia Shiyu. Although she didn't seem to dislike this feeling entirely, she felt a tinge of shame at her distracted state while working. Indeed, a sense of shame. She had always taken pride in her meticulous and conscientious approach to her work. I shall not disappoint your expectations, she responded in a rather stilted tone. Jiang Chen sensed a certain stiffness in Xia Shiyu's expression, feeling somewhat guilty. Could it be that this young lady had noticed him stealing glances at her earlier? Of course, he was overthinking it. That expression was entirely of Xia Shiyu's own making. Regarding the company's location, I have a few suggestions. To ensure the company's expeditious establishment, it would be prudent to address this matter promptly. Accessed an office rental website, which featured numerous vacant office spaces available for lease. Consider this office on the 12th floor of the Guanglu building in the Pudong New area. It's conveniently located near Metro Line 4, boasts comprehensive amenities, and is moderately priced. Here are some images for your consideration. Adeptly access the images in the comments section below the webpage, presenting them too. The professional atmosphere attenuated the ambiguous undertones, and even adopted a more earnest demeanor. Of course, despite his earnestness, his understanding remained limited. Let's proceed with this one, said while scratching his cheek. He anticipated infrequent visits to the office, so its precise location was of little concern to him. Wouldn't you like to consider other options? There's this one, for example. Although its transportation accessibility is average, it's situated near the university district, which would facilitate our recruitment of recent graduates. After all, nascent enterprises of our scale typically don't attract experienced professionals. What do you mean small enterprise? Do you have so little confidence? Retorted, displeased. Naturally, seeing the chairman's confidence, I'm also filled with hope for the company's prospects. Next, this office is located in. This young lady seems to be growing increasingly adept at handling me, mused. Stroking his chin, I must say, having a secretary is quite advantageous. No, it is the CEO who holds that distinction. Nevertheless, they are essentially the same. Jiang Chen ultimately opted for an office located near the university town. The reason was simple. The building was not excessively tall, merely 6 stories. He harbored a strong aversion to heights. One wonders if he were to voice this reason, whether Xia Shiyu might faint from disbelief. The monthly rent for the office was 2,000 yuan, a sum easily covered by the company's assets. Tomorrow, she could take the necessary documents to secure the lease. Jiang Chen also entrusted her with the entirety of the renovation arrangements. Do not concern yourself with frugality. In a few days, I shall infuse an additional 10 million into the venture. If we are to embark on a grand enterprise, let us do so boldly. When Xia Shiyu inquired about the duration of the office lease and the budget cap for renovations, Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of extravagance. Do not speak of just 10 million. Once we liquidate the gold, how about injecting 100 million? With all due respect, if the game has already been developed, our company would only need to manage its operation and maintenance. In such a scenario, we would be hard-pressed to absorb such a substantial amount of capital in the short term, Xia Shiyu remarked with a wry smile. Who asserts that it cannot be done? Have I not already stated our intention to penetrate the mobile market? Once our future human technology's phone hits the market, all those so-called iPhones and Samsungs will have no choice but to relinquish their share of the pie, Jiang Chen proclaimed with unabashed laughter. In response to the chairman's audacious grin, Xia Shiyu merely rolled her eyes, choosing to remain silent. She harbored considerable skepticism regarding Jiang Chen's capabilities, further questioning the adequacy of a mere 10 million for the development and production of mobile phones. Jiang Chen, however, disregarded her disdainful gaze. Indeed, the iPhone 6 was remarkable. But could its prowess rival the technological advancements of a century hence? A century might prove too astonishing for the common perception. Jiang Chen merely required the assistance of those cutting-edge talents from the post-apocalyptic era, individuals struggling for sustenance, to resurrect those antiquated communication devices, complete with accompanying blueprints. Yes, a lead of approximately a decade over the contemporary mobile phone market would suffice, providing ample impetus for industry magnates to strive relentlessly. Furthermore, it was imperative to ensure that the design defied imitation, thereby preventing unscrupulous individuals, perpetually reliant on unearned gains, from appropriating Jiang Chen's painstakingly developed mobile phone. He was loath to witness the market inundated with counterfeit products bearing names such as Future Man, Future Incursion, or Unrestrained Man. Key technological advancements in hardware must be patented. However, the matter of mobile phones could be addressed later, with an initial focus on software. By the way, might I inquire as to which country you intend to visit during your forthcoming absence? Is it for business purposes? After a moment's hesitation, Xia Shiyu interjected, disrupting Jiang Chen's reverie. Iraq, Jiang Chen inadvertently confessed. Iraq. Xia Shiyu nearly choked on her own saliva. What manner of business necessitated a journey to such a locale? Chapter 45. a sojourn to Iraq food, it is for you. The English was more stilted than that of a certain Oriental. A terroristic figure, veiled and brandishing an AK-47, placed a bowl of murky soup and a piece of charred bread upon the table in the room. With a mocking glance cast towards the despondent white man huddled in the corner, he turned sharply and slammed the door shut. Only after witnessing the departure of this menacing presence did Roberts muster the faintest movement, quickly shuffling to the table to grasp the bread, which was as hard as stone. His golden curls gleamed with a hint of grease, and his complexion had nearly transformed into a waxen shade of pallor. Nevertheless, his eyes remained remarkably lucid. Despite the unpalatable concoction before him and the nearly inedible bread in his hand, he betrayed not a trace of despondency. He chewed with meticulous care, fully aware that this was the only means to maximize his energy intake and conserve strength, preparing for the moment when an opportunity to escape might arise. Roberts maintained a relaxed demeanor, even in the face of the gut-wrenching cries of the unfortunate journalist who had occupied the adjacent cell just the day prior. Fear did not manifest upon his features. This was not Roberts' inaugural encounter with such peril. Previously, in Kuwait, he had been abducted by insurgents and nearly met a grim fate. Fortunately, after receiving payment, Blackwater International had indeed come to his aid, coordinating with the United States Marine Corps to extricate him at a critical juncture. However, the current predicament felt precarious. Although he was an American citizen and his past actions aligned with national interests, his dealings in smuggling oil from Iran over the past 2 years had drawn the scrutiny of the FBI. Allegedly, special agents are amassing evidence in this matter. Though there seems to be no urgency, it's quite plausible that this informant's sudden betrayal is a gambit orchestrated by the FBI. In that case, it's unlikely the U.S. military would dispatch a rescue team. That bald coward Patton is probably cowering, having joined some witness protection program after a mere tap on the wrist from the FBI, readily selling out his old comrades. Roberts smirked with a touch of ferocity. Of course, such speculation is futile, given his slim chances of survival. While Nick is trustworthy and a capable fighter, he is, after all, only one man. To confront a group of heavily armed terrorists is simply unrealistic, especially when it involves a swift hostage rescue. Yet, his intuition tells him he will survive. His intuition has saved him countless times, so he trusts it, refusing to relinquish hope. Having disembarked, Jiang Chen's feet touched the ground of Baghdad International Airport. This city, steeped in religious atmosphere, isn't entirely engulfed in turmoil as depicted in news broadcasts, at least not in the vicinity of the airport. The scars of war on this exotic city have gradually been healed by time, as evidenced by the foreign tourists frequenting the airport. However, he is aware that this prosperity is limited. Having already seized a significant portion of northern Iraq, the specter of conflict looms over even the seemingly tranquil skies of Baghdad, threatening to engulf the city in the not-so-distant future. Donning sunglasses, Jiang Chen paused momentarily at the airport's entrance before consulting Google Maps on his phone to pinpoint the rendezvous location designated by Nick. As he prepared to hail a taxi, an unmarked vehicle drew to a halt before him. "Sir, require transportation?" the driver inquired. The Mandarin, though not entirely polished, was unmistakable. "Indeed, you speak Chinese?" Jiang Chen responded with mild surprise, hesitating briefly before opening the car door. "I often seek employment near your oil wells, such as ferrying employees of CMPC. Over time, I've picked up the language," the young man replied with a smile, revealing a set of immaculate teeth. He then deftly started the engine. "I am called Isa, and you?" "Sir?" "Jiang Chen." "To this location on the map," Jiang Chen instructed, presenting the location on his phone to Isa. "Understood." Observing the shifting scenery, Jiang Chen engaged in casual conversation with the taxi driver, who appeared to be of similar age. He gleaned a number of intriguing insights. "If you're here for leisure, sir, I would suggest a visit to several cities in the south, which are quite captivating. By no means venture north. Haditha has all but fallen. It may not be long before even Baghdad is imperiled," Isa warned. "Oh, you seem quite knowledgeable on the matter. How long have you been in this profession?" Jiang Chen inquired with a smile. "Were you ever a soldier? I perceive you to be no older than myself." "I find myself somewhat perplexed," Jiang Chen remarked with a hint of inquisitiveness. "I enlisted at the tender age of 12, during what you might refer to as the Iraq War." Isa shrugged nonchalantly, dismissing it as a farce where the adversary remained unseen, swiftly drawing to a close. "At that juncture, I felt akin to being handed a rifle by Saddam and promptly dispatched to the front lines to surrender, silently marveling at the youth's experiences. Jiang Chen refrained from dwelling further on the subject. The vehicle soon arrived at their destination, and Jiang Chen generously presented him with $10. Gazing after the departing automobile, Jiang Chen stretched languidly and began his search for Nick. Over here, a foreigner, seated beneath a nearby awning and sipping coffee, beckoned Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen seated himself directly across from Nick. Before he could settle in, Nick hastily initiated the conversation. "Are you alone?" "Indeed." Jiang Chen seized an empty cup and filled it to the brim. The brew possessed a bitter essence, seemingly authentic Turkish coffee. Jiang Chen took a tentative sip before setting it aside, noticing a flicker of disappointment across Nick's countenance. "Oh, you appear disheartened?" Jiang Chen inquired, arching an eyebrow. "Your prowess is likely considerable, but with only the two of us, the task will be arduous," Nick murmured. "My capabilities extend beyond mere physical skill. You shall witness in due course." Jiang Chen shrugged. "Where are your weapons?" "They are in the vehicle. Shall I procure one for you as well?" Nick inquired, noticing Jiang Chen's empty hands. "There's no need. My armament is already prepared," Jiang Chen responded. "I trust you have gathered some clues regarding your employer. Let us proceed to rescue him." "Huh, he still owes me a business deal." Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, his tone remarkably relaxed, as if he were entirely unperturbed by the terrorists. This display of overconfidence by Jiang Chen caused Nick to furrow his brow slightly. However, there was no better course of action at the moment, and delaying further would only heighten the danger. As a soldier, his instincts informed him that this individual possessed considerable skill, yet he remained uncertain of the specifics. "We shall discuss the details in the car. Robert's situation is dire. If you watched the news yesterday, you would have noted that ISIS has executed an American journalist. Should the ransom not be secured by tomorrow, they may indeed carry out their threat." Nick lit a cigarette, offering one to Jiang Chen as they proceeded towards his vehicle. "Is your employer unable to afford such a ransom?" Jiang Chen placed the cigarette between his lips and ignited it with a lighter. "ISIS is demanding it from the U.S. government," Nick replied nonchalantly, the implication clear. The car roared to life as Nick took the wheel, steering towards the outskirts of the city. They passed through 2 security checkpoints, both of which conducted only cursory inspections, allowing them to proceed after confirming there were no explosives. The rifle concealed beneath the seat cushion successfully evaded detection on both occasions. Along the way, Nick elucidated the intricacies of the predicament they had encountered. Approximately 5 days prior, Roberts had traveled to Iraq at the behest of his old friend, Barton. A military arms order valued at $20 million was placed by a Kurdish officer engaged in combat against ISIS on the front lines. It had become customary in this arid terrain to order supplies through American intermediaries and subsequently acquire additional armaments. Although Roberts sensed something amiss, he did not harbor excessive doubts. After all, this was a $20 million contract, from which he could effortlessly earn over $1 million. That old coot, Barton, was indeed generous. Yet, after struggling to deliver the arms to the front lines where government forces clashed with ISIS, he was astonished to find himself confronted by a band of extremists fervently chanting Allahu Akbar. Nick was certainly formidable, having dispatched at least 9 fearless assailants with his M27s. Yet his efforts proved futile. To intercept this shipment of arms, ISIS had deployed at least a company of infantry, equipped with mounted machine guns, RPGs, and other weaponry. In mere moments, Nick found himself in dire straits, nearly losing his life. The arms fell into ISIS's hands, and Roberts was captured. Nick fought valiantly, carving a bloody path to safety. However, this did not imply that he would abandon his boss. Roberts had saved his life. He understood that only by securing his own escape could he hope to rescue Roberts. He lingered in the town of Hardisai, sensing that ISIS had not transported Roberts to the rear. Indeed, the following day, he received an unexpected call from an unfamiliar number. On the other end of the line, a voice claimed to have found a $10 bill, instructing the caller to report the location of the bill for a reward of $100. Nick's initial instinct was that this could be a trap, yet it was the only lead he had. After meeting with the Arab man, Nick handed over $100 and followed him to the spot where the bill was supposedly found. Fortunately, it was not a trap. Roberts, being the cunning fox he was, had concealed a $10 bill in the sole of his shoe. Believing that the first American Secretary of the Treasury could bring him fortune and potentially save his life in a critical moment. Clearly, Hamilton had indeed saved him. Why not contact the embassy? Aren't your American soldiers experts in rescuing hostages? Jiang Chen remarked with a relaxed smile. It was the FBI's doing. Those fools couldn't find evidence. So they decided to eliminate Roberts, this troublesome individual. Nick, with a cigarette between his lips and sunglasses shielding his eyes, concealed his expression from Jiang Chen. "Oh, I thought Roberts represented your government's interests," Jiang Chen shrugged. "In Iraq, yes. In Ukraine, too, but not regarding Iran." Nick succinctly summarized the matter, turning the steering wheel to guide the car off the highway. It was evident that Roberts trusted his bodyguard, confiding even in these sensitive issues. Jiang Chen recalled that Roberts had once mentioned engaging in oil smuggling. It seemed he had inadvertently revealed something that caught the FBI's attention. "Are we not taking the highway? Ahead lies a checkpoint established by the IS, which we cannot pass. Moreover, we are nearing our destination." Roberts calmly steered the vehicle into an alley and then switched off the engine. "It seems that these civilians are quite sensitive to the ravages of war." Jiang Chen chuckled softly, discarding the cigarette but in his hand. From the moment they opened their eyes, they had been engulfed in the tumult of conflict. Nick retrieved a travel bag from beneath the seat and slung it over his shoulder. Upon observing Jiang Chen's composed demeanor, he frowned slightly, asking, "Are you certain this is wise?" "Absolutely. Trust me," Jiang Chen sighed. "In Iraq, Chinese martial arts hold no utility. Is it the case that in your foreign eyes, all Chinese are skilled in martial arts?" Jiang Chen replied with a hint of amusement. "Must I truly demonstrate my prowess?" He reached behind him, activating the concealed compartment, and with a mere flick, a handgun materialized in his grasp. Nick felt a surge of astonishment. Even he, a seasoned veteran, had failed to discern where Jiang Chen had concealed the weapon. Furthermore, the firearm bore no familiarity to him. "What is this?" "Type 11 tactical pistol, custom-made, of no concern." Jiang Chen casually tucked the handgun into his pocket and shrugged. It was only after witnessing this that Nick nodded, refraining from further comments on Jiang Chen's capabilities. Thus, Jiang Chen followed Nick towards the building where Roberts was being held. Chapter 46. Rescue. There was one sentinel on the rooftop, stationed on the second floor, and 5 guarding the entrance to the courtyard. Nick, perched atop a nearby building, surveyed the target structure through his binoculars, confirming Robert's survival. Inside the 3-story dwelling, over a dozen armed militants patrolled the premises, causing Nick to break out in a sweat for Jiang Chen's safety. Even for someone of his caliber, extracting the individual without alerting the nearby guards seemed an insurmountable task. Should they inadvertently alarm the IS forces patrolling the streets, they would face the daunting prospect of an assault by the entire contingent of IS soldiers stationed in the town. "Understood. Just provide cover for my withdrawal." Jiang Chen, feigning interest, stood at a fruit stand, occasionally glancing at the veiled soldiers passing by in vehicles. His face was concealed beneath a sandstorm headscarf, revealing only his eyes. A bit of a thrill indeed. Grinning, Jiang Chen inhaled deeply before disappearing into a nearby alley. After ensuring his surroundings were clear, he retrieved the waist pouch Yao had given him from his inventory and fastened it around his waist. Unmanned aerial vehicles from the future. Who would have thought they'd prove useful here? A wry smile played on his lips as he connected the EP to the palm-sized disc. With a faint electrical hum, the drone's base emitted a nearly imperceptible buzz as it ascended into the sky, guided by the instructions on Jiang Chen's EP. Slinking stealthily past the sentries, Jiang Chen manipulated the drone, guiding it along the edifice to the uppermost story. He pinpointed and flagged all discernible terrorist heat signatures en route, each crimson dot manifesting starkly on the EP's conceptual map. Securing the drone atop the 3rd floor, Jiang Chen directed Nick to eliminate the sentinel stationed there. "Affirmative," Nick responded. Evidently, he had noticed Jiang Chen's drone and was quietly astonished by the prowess Jiang Chen exhibited. He dutifully peered through the 4x magnifying scope affixed to his M27 rifle. A distance of 400 meters posed no significant challenge to him. The silencer emitted a brief, muffled whir. The terrorist, brandishing an AK-47 while standing guard on the rooftop, experienced a splatter of blood blossoming on his forehead. As he began to topple backward, the drone lurking behind him discharged a grappling hook, hauling his corpse to the center of the roof and gently depositing it, all without arousing suspicion. A look of astonishment washed over Nick's face. In Ukraine, he had witnessed the Indigo quadcopter drones employed by the American Special Forces, which he had presumed represented the zenith of drone technology. Yet, upon beholding the palm-sized drone, his understanding underwent a minor upheaval. To silently maneuver behind a target, discharge a potent grappling hook to secure the body, and then discreetly remove it. Such an agile and clandestine drone was unprecedented in his experience. Could China's military technology be this advanced? Or did Jiang Chen represent some unknown entity? Nick found himself perplexed, though it was not incumbent upon him to decipher it. He was solely cognizant that his employer, by all indications, was salvageable. Having assimilated the personnel distribution within the edifice via the EP's imagery, Jiang Chen inhaled deeply and cast his gaze upon the building adjacent. With a sudden surge of force from his legs, he exerted his musculature to its utmost capacity for the first instance in the real world. In a display of athleticism, Jiang Chen propelled himself over 2 meters into the air, seizing the roof of a low-lying dwelling. Executing a swift roll, he sought refuge beside the water tank atop the roof. Such was the potency of musculature and reflexes augmented to twice the norm. He deliberately clenched his fingers into a fist, then surveyed the thoroughfare behind the barricade. 3 meters in breadth, with sparse pedestrian traffic. A horizontal separation of 8 meters from the target's rooftop, with a vertical disparity of 2 meters. What was the proximity of the nearest patrol? Jiang Chen inquired via the communication device affixed to his ear. 2 blocks away, Nick responded, having completed a reconnaissance sweep with his binoculars. I am preparing to ingress. Maintain vigilance on my behalf. Affirmative, Nick acknowledged, setting aside his binoculars and rearming his M27 rifle. Berserk. A constellation of crimson dots materialized upon Jiang Chen's retina, with even the perimeter walls failing to obscure the scarlet variegation, the very hue of hearts pulsating with life, and the ravenous craving to rend those hearts asunder. Every cell in his corporeal form throbbed with agitation. Inhaling deeply, Jiang Chen subdued the malevolence of his inner turmoil, then slightly flexed his legs. Considering a 2-fold amplification in muscular fortitude might prove precarious, yet a 4-fold surge under the influence of berserk is quite another matter. Abruptly, his legs unleashed a torrent of power, propelling him forward in a series of rapid strides before he vaulted across the 8-meter chasm, his hands clamping down vehemently on the precipice of the 3rd-story rooftop. Good heavens, he exclaimed, that smarts. While berserk augmented his musculature, it did not extend to his sternum, which throbbed with discomfort from the impact. Nevertheless, he persevered, activating the tranquilizer affixed to his EP. What's that? A terrorist peered out of the window, his gaze sweeping across the courtyard in search of any anomaly. Uncertain, dispatch Zayev to investigate. Jiang Chen held his breath, adhering closely to the wall. The foreign tongue was unintelligible to him, and he could only hope that the terrorist would not cast his gaze upward. At that moment, Jiang Chen was suspended directly above the turbaned IS soldier. Discovery would necessitate a direct assault, a prospect he did not fear for himself, but for the safety of Roberts. Jiang Chen's sudden maneuver startled Nick, who had not anticipated such a direct leap. A distance of 7 or 8 meters. A height differential of 2 meters? Was this man a superhuman? Seeing Jiang Chen's successful entry into the courtyard, Nick remained vigilant, his rifle trained on the individual peering out of the window. Should the terrorist detect Jiang Chen, Nick would have no choice but to eliminate him preemptively, transforming the infiltration into a full-scale assault. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chen exhaled in relief, leveraging his arms to hoist himself up and roll onto the rooftop. He dared to leap across using brute force, not out of recklessness, but because, upon activating his berserk state, he had perceived the disposition of personnel within the room with near-clairvoyant clarity. Having assessed that the risk of detection was minimal, he employed his augmented strength, amplified 4-fold, to execute the jump. Firstly, the silence device. With a furtive grin, Jiang Chen retrieved a palm-sized disc from Nick's view and affixed it firmly to the ceiling. After launching a drone to reconfirm the lack of aberrant activity among the IS soldiers in the courtyard, he inhaled deeply and rotated the knob atop the disc. Buzz. A faint electrical hum permeated the air, as the surrounding atmosphere stabilized unnaturally under the influence of a specialized force field, and all sound seemed to vanish as if erased. The earthen brick ceiling ruptured violently from the planted explosives. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen drew his pistol and plunged into the room. The technological marvel of the future was evident in how such a violent explosion had gone completely unnoticed. As his feet touched the ground, Jiang Chen noticed Roberts huddled in the corner. He removed his headscarf and grinned at him. "I didn't expect it would be you coming to my rescue, my friend," Roberts remarked with a wry smile. "Oh, am I a disappointment?" Jiang Chen shrugged with feigned nonchalance. "No, I am immensely grateful for your assistance," Roberts replied, standing up and offering a sincere bow. "If ever there is anything I can do for you in the future, do not hesitate to ask. You still owe me a transaction." Roberts paused, then chuckled. "More than just a transaction, my friend." And that peculiar silent detonation, however, Roberts refrained from inquiring. Everyone is entitled to their privacy, and unsolicited inquiries are considered audacious in any circumstance. One capable of saving lives would presumably find little difficulty in taking them. Nick, the hostages have been rescued. Provide cover for my withdrawal, Jiang Chen directed through his Bluetooth earpiece. Understood, Nick responded tersely, a grimace twisting his lips. These sons of bitches. Watch how I obliterate them all. Safety disengaged. Crosshairs fixed on a terrorist appearing to be a chieftain, Nick squeezed the trigger. Bang! A bloody aperture punctured the target's forehead, and he collapsed in response. Ambush! Ambush! It's the Americans. Quickly, quickly, quickly. However, they were oblivious to the fact that the one firing upon them was, in fact, a Belarusian, while the one who rescued them was an Oriental. Vociferous shouts echoed from outside the door, accompanied by the furious discharge of rifles. Jiang Chen monitored the external situation via drone surveillance. Nick, true to his veteran status, suppressed the IS soldiers within the courtyard with a single rifle. The whistling projectiles precisely impacting flesh and blood, extinguishing lives that deserved their demise. It seems Nick has effectively subdued the soldiers in the courtyard. Jiang Chen beckoned to Roberts, signaling their readiness to retreat, and then aimed his pistol at the wooden door. Bang! The wooden door was abruptly thrust open, and a terrorist, clamoring in an unfamiliar language, stormed in with his rifle, only to be met with the dark orifice of a gun muzzle. Bang! With a bloody aperture in his forehead, the man predictably crumpled to the ground. Intuition, do not mind it. Jiang Chen smiled at the astonished Roberts and swiftly dashed out, gripping his pistol tightly. Intuition? The intuition of a drone. The reality was that, although it was merely a handgun, piercing through the earthen wall to strike the enemy behind was utterly devoid of suspense. The principle was simple, wielding firearms against the indigenous. Highly penetrative bullets rendered the IS soldiers stationed at the staircase corner too intimidated to approach the wall. Yet their reluctance to emerge posed a conundrum for Jiang Chen. After all, this was an area under IS control. Stalling for even a moment could prove detrimental. Thus, it was time to employ a thermal grenade. A wicked grin suddenly spread across Jiang Chen's face as he recalled the little gadget acquired from Zhao Chenwu, the arms dealer of the apocalypse, which he had yet to utilize. Pulling the pin, Jiang Chen hurled the grenade with force. As it ascended, the grenade abruptly halted midair, spewing flames from one side, as if it possessed a mind of its own, redirecting itself towards the IS soldiers within the corridor. They had no time to even take cover. The grenade, triggered by proximity to the heat source, detonated immediately. Boom! The shrapnel ravaged the entire corridor, the reverberation of the explosion nearly reaching Jiang Chen's feet. My God, what on earth are these things? Roberts, hiding behind Jiang Chen, asked with a vacant gaze. Just some new toys. Enough chatter. Hurry up and follow me. Jiang Chen grinned, changed the magazine, and charged towards the corridor. The thermal grenade was rather expensive, approximately 5 times the price of a conventional grenade, given its exclusive efficacy against human targets and susceptibility to countermeasures like more economical EMP grenades or thermal decoys. This contrivance remains largely ineffectual in the post-apocalyptic milieu. Abruptly, the adjacent wooden door was violently thrust open. Relax. A man brandishing a rifle burst forth, attempting to strike Jiang Chen's head with the butt of his weapon. However, endowed with a reflexive aptitude of 29 points, he was not to be outwitted by such a crude ambush. A violent gust of air tore at Jiang Chen's sleeve as the nearly solidified nitrogen impacted the man's chest with the force of a sledgehammer, launching him through the air like a projectile into the earthen wall of the room. Presumably, he was deceased. Indeed, this implement can serve as a melee weapon, Jiang Chen remarked with satisfaction, casting a glance at the black metallic circlet affixed to his arm. As for Roberts, who stood behind him with a vacant stare, Jiang Chen merely regarded him and said with a facetious tone, I surmise you will keep my confidence, will you not? Roberts, still in a daze, nodded in affirmation. Good heavens, is this a scene from a Hollywood production? Pleased with Robert's reaction, Jiang Chen beckoned him to follow and descended the staircase. In truth, he was not concerned about Robert's discretion, for some things are simply too incredible to be believed. Moreover, if Roberts possessed any sense, he would choose to remain silent. Jiang Chen, evacuate immediately. IS patrol units have detected the commotion and are dispatching reinforcements to this location. Nick's voice crackled through the Bluetooth earpiece. Understanding the situation, Jiang Chen beckoned to Roberts, urging him with great effort, hurry, run faster. Cursing under his breath, Nick swiftly began to relocate. Damn it, there's a heavy machine gun. His position had been compromised during the exchange of fire. A Toyota pickup truck, mounted with a heavy machine gun, sped through the streets toward the courtyard where the hostages were held. The soldier standing on the truck coarsely cocked the gun, preparing to fire, while vociferously addressing the other soldiers. The bullets rained down, suppressing Nick's position. He was compelled to lie prone on the ground, desperately crawling toward the stairwell. Upon reaching it, he quickly rose and darted downstairs. The IS soldiers, not to be underestimated, charged toward Nick's location with their rifles, attempting to encircle him. However, the polar bear, a veteran of many battlefields, retreated while returning fire with his M27, moving closer to the parked vehicle. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, manipulating the drone via EP, evaded the pursuing IS soldiers and guided Roberts through the combat zone with a few close calls. Quick, get in the car. You drive. Jiang Chen opened the car door, pushed Roberts inside, and then directed the drone toward Nick's location. I'm being held back. You go first, Nick gritted out, glancing at the bloody hole in his left shoulder. He raised his rifle with one hand, fired a few shots, and then dashed into a nearby alley. Despite having previously familiarized himself with the terrain, he was no match for the IS soldiers who regularly patrolled the area. Having resigned himself to his impending demise, or rather, acknowledging that he should have perished long ago in that Ukrainian hamlet, a debt repaid in full. A sardonic grin crept across Nick's face as he leaned heavily against the roadside barricade. He had no intention of fleeing. He would ensure these bloodthirsty hounds bore witness to the might of a true warrior. Bearing 6 o'clock, traversed the alleyway, swiftly. The voice that crackled through his earpiece caused him a moment's hesitation, but with a clenched jaw, he complied with Jiang Chen's directive, sprinting toward the alley. Almost instantaneously, his peripheral vision caught sight of a Toyota pickup, mounted with a heavy machine gun, hurtling through his previous location. A bead of perspiration trickled down his brow as Nick hastened to follow Jiang Chen's instructions. The fruit stand, pass through it. A rear exit awaits within the dwelling. Under the drone's guidance, the movements of the IS patrol were laid bare. Despite it being nearly the opposite direction of the vehicles, Nick elected to trust Jiang Chen's counsel, forcefully kicking open the wooden door of the residence. Disregarding the woman's shriek, the man's terror, and the child's innocent fear, he brandished his rifle menacingly before swiftly advancing toward the rear exit. With a resounding crash, Nick's shoulders splintered the wooden door as he burst onto another street. Cross the thoroughfare directly, then take a left into the alleyway. The distant clamor of IS soldiers' footsteps and their raucous shouts echoed in the air. Nick, enduring the searing pain in his shoulder, hoisted his rifle and dashed across the street. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away, indicating they had lost track of them. Nixon let out a sigh of relief and proceeded to unwrap the bandage from his waist, tending to the wound on his left shoulder as he ran. Under Jiang Chen's guidance, he swiftly made his way to the location of the car. We must hurry. An increasing number of IS soldiers are converging on this area. Upon seeing Nixon, Jiang Chen helped him open the back door of the car, taking his seat in the front passenger side. Roberts, seated in the driver's position, skillfully started the vehicle. In the back seat, Nixon tore off his shirt, donning a pre-prepared garment to conceal his injury. Where shall we flee? Roberts inquired as he navigated the car out of the alley, surveying the surroundings. Drive into the desert. The roads are nearly blocked off. My goodness. I can't believe I am still alive, Roberts exclaimed, exhaling dramatically. IS is significantly more formidable than other extremist organizations. They are far from being a mere rabble. I thought you had a plan, Nixon said hesitantly after a moment's pause. Jiang Chen, taken aback by the comment, revealed a wry smile. I truly have no solution. It seems I have overestimated my capabilities. He indeed had no worries about being captured by the extremists, as he could directly retreat to the end of the world. But it was hardly feasible to take Roberts and Nixon along with him. Noticing the awkwardness on Jiang Chen's face, Roberts chuckled and remarked, well, let us take it one step at a time. They cannot possibly keep their eyes on us forever. With that, Roberts activated the GPS map in the vehicle. The gasoline supply remains ample, allowing us to traverse the desert directly, circumventing the northern outskirts of Salsar Lake to reach Tikrit. With a stroke of fortune, that area should now be under the control of the government forces. A wry smile played across Roberts' face, yet Jiang Chen found no humor in the situation. This statement bore another implication. Should Tikrit currently lie under IS control, we would be compelled to take a gamble. Had I foreseen such complications, I might have reconsidered. Regardless, we have come this far, and the performance of our equipment has proven commendable. Jiang Chen shook his head with a bitter smile, leaning back in his seat to rest his eyes. Surprisingly, he realized that he seemed to have grown indifferent to the notion of taking a life. It was difficult to determine whether this was a positive or negative development. Roberts, on the other hand, appeared quite optimistic, humming a tune as he reached for the car's MP3 player. This fearless individual, likely accustomed to the sight of corpses, was naturally unfazed by such a degree of bloodshed. An exhilarating soundtrack blared as the vehicle stirred up clouds of dust on the sandy terrain, advancing toward the endless sea of sand. Each grain of dust carried an inescapable scent of gunpowder. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiu sat wrapped in a towel on the sofa, a pristine white cloth draped over her head, framing her damp locks. The alluring droplets clung to her fair, long legs, partially concealed beneath the towel. In the midst of summer, with the air conditioning humming, she took her time to change, relishing the refreshing coolness. It was a pity that her strikingly beautiful face, rivaling that of any star, remained devoid of expression even in moments of leisure. Lazily reclining on the sofa, Xiaoxiu casually lifted her fair, elongated leg and raised her hand, holding the remote control to turn on the television. Let us continue to focus on the next piece of news. In the early hours of today, the IS organization launched an offensive on Tikrit. In response, the Iraqi Prime Minister declared that he would spare no effort to defend Tikrit. It was rather astonishing that a person who seldom smiled had an affinity for humor. Is there no news today either? Xiaoxiu sighed in relief. As for the reason, even she could not articulate it. However, the absence of news typically suggested safety. At least no reports had emerged regarding a certain Chinese national being kidnapped in Iraq, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs expressing grave concern and cautioning its citizens. Why should I be worried about him? Xiaoxiu suddenly froze, unconsciously reaching up to gently touch her lips, a flicker of confusion and bewilderment crossing her eyes. Shaking her head, she banished the playful image from her mind and switched the channel with the remote. It must be that she was simply exhausted lately. Watching the host and guests play pranks on each other on the screen, accompanied by the audience's erupting laughter, Xiaoxiu temporarily forgot her troubles. The gentle rise and fall of her chest, stirred by emotion, gradually steadied. As night descended, Jiang Chen leaned back in his seat, a Chinese cigarette dangling from his lips. To avoid attracting too much attention, the headlights of the vehicle were naturally turned off. Traveling without illumination was indeed perilous, prompting Roberts to bring the car to a halt. I say, since you cannot sleep, why don't you take the first watch? Roberts let out a bitter laugh as he leaned against the steering wheel. Meanwhile, Nick behind him was snoring thunderously. How much longer? Jiang Chen exhaled a smoke ring and sighed. We should arrive in about 2 days. We've plenty of food and fresh water, so don't be too anxious, Roberts shrugged. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. I wonder whom we're really trying to save. I'm quite invested in offloading this 10-odd tons of gold, he remarked with a smirk. 10-odd tons. Roberts suddenly sat up with a jolt, only to bang his head against the roof of the vehicle. Ignoring the pain, his eyes burned with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Chen. For heaven's sake, don't look at me like that. Jiang Chen squirmed uncomfortably under the scrutiny, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Forget it. This is all the gold I've accumulated over the years. I'm on the verge of transitioning into another line of business, Jiang Chen sighed. Transitioning? What kind of enterprise are you considering? Roberts, now wide awake, decided to light a cigarette. High technology. High technology? Huh. Even Buffett wouldn't dare venture into that realm. Roberts scoffed, flicking ash from his cigarette. I once attempted to start my own arms company, but I abandoned it shortly after. The risks in R&D are simply too steep. Now I only sell finished products, which yields quicker returns, and is far more perilous. Jiang Chen smiled noncommittally. True, but I thrive on adventure. Roberts chuckled awkwardly, rubbed his nose, and deftly changed the subject. The desert night was tranquil, devoid of any signs of life. As the distance from Haditha gradually increased, even the sporadic sounds of artillery fire became inaudible. However, in the tranquil night sky, a brief and receding roar could occasionally be heard. Raptor F-22S, Roberts remarked, lifting his eyelids slightly, must be conducting reconnaissance missions for the U.S. military. We might have already appeared on thermal imaging. Oh, do you think American soldiers would jump down to rescue you? Jiang Chen jested with a smile. Impossible, Roberts chuckled. On thermal imaging, we're just a white dot, and there are plenty of similar refugees in the desert. Fortunately, we don't have any weapons in the back of the car, or they might have sprayed us with bullets. Jiang Chen gazed towards the horizon, where the clouds were thin and the moon shone clearly. However, with the moonlight, nothing could be discerned. You know, he mused, I don't think these ISIS soldiers are that formidable. How is it that so many countries, with airstrikes and aid, can't eliminate this nuisance? Jiang Chen harbored no goodwill towards this organization, irrespective of politics and nationality, from a purely human perspective. This organization that massacres civilians and abducts women is abhorrent. No justification can ever excuse crimes against humanity. Moreover, this arrogant organization dares to claim the western regions of the Celestial Dynasty as its territory and provide training and assistance to terrorist factions in the Far East. It's laughable. Yet, one cannot find humor in it. Roberts shrugged. ISIS is not merely a terrorist organization, but a formidable terrorist army coupled with an ambitious government. Many among them have received higher education, distributing manuals on how to evade aerial strikes and reconnaissance. Furthermore, their adversaries harbor their own ulterior motives. Take Turkey, for instance, whose stance on ISIS has been ambiguous for quite some time. At this point, Roberts offered a cryptic smile. Moreover, if the war were to conclude so swiftly, how would we arms dealers sustain ourselves? How would the unemployment rate diminish? Jiang Chen paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, acknowledging the truth in Roberts' words. Yet, he dismissed the thought, considering the vast distance between the Middle East and his homeland. However, for reasons unknown, his mind drifted to a world shattered by nuclear war, a land where even the summer sun could not pierce the shroud of radiation, where not a single grain could flourish, and where gaunt, distorted faces instinctively expressed violence. A sudden chill coursed through Jiang Chen. He wrapped his arms tighter around himself. The desert nights were indeed uncomfortably cold. Chapter 48. The Refugees, damn it. The vehicle came to a jarring halt. Roberts cursed vehemently as he pounded the steering wheel, yet it was of no avail. Nick silently exited the car and approached the front, lifting the hood. The engine was burnt out. Damn, this is a disaster. We are all doomed. Roberts lamented with a wry smile. Yet, he merely contemplated this. He would not have resorted to such thoughts unless he had reached utter despair. For such a notion implied, he was ready to abandon the two companions. However, if he were to do so, his plan to liquidate the gold would be in vain, rendering this journey to Iraq utterly pointless. Can it be mended? Jiang Chen inquired. I shall endeavor, Nick responded, retrieving his toolbox from the rear of the carriage, his parched lips cracking into a slight grin as he commenced his work. Yet, after much exertion, the vehicle remained unresponsive. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, Jiang Chen's attention was captured by a truck approaching from the distance. IS pursuers? A stern expression crossed his face as he drew his pistol from his pocket. Roberts, too, had noticed the truck, but his reaction was one of unbridled elation, contrasting sharply with Jiang Chen's apprehension. Put away your weapon. Ha ha, we are saved. Quickly, join me in calling out. Ha ha, stop. Over here. Help. Roberts gesticulated wildly, desperately attempting to attract the vehicle's attention. Seemingly, their efforts were not in vain, as the truck gradually veered toward them. As it came to a halt, Jiang Chen observed that the tarpaulin-covered truck bed was filled with gaunt, emaciated refugees. Clad in tattered garments, they carried meager belongings, their faces etched with weariness and resignation. The driver has consented to give us a ride. Offering assistance in the desert is customary. I pledge to share our vehicle's supply of fresh water with them. As this car is now useless, we should extract the gasoline. Nick, lend a hand. Very well, boss, Nick concurred, nodding in agreement and following Roberts. Jiang Chen and Nick settled themselves beneath the tarpaulin in the truck bed, while Roberts, seizing the opportunity to ingratiate himself with the driver due to his fluency in Arabic, took the passenger seat. As neither Jiang Chen nor Nick possessed the ability to communicate with the refugees, they found themselves exchanging silent glances with their fellow passengers, a mutual assessment passing between them. The women were enveloped in restrictive headscarves, and the men appeared largely dispirited. Even the children seemed to lack the vitality one would expect. Exhaustion was palpable among them, suggesting a history of suffering. The atmosphere was peculiar, and the presence of a Belarusian and a Chinese man seemed particularly incongruous in such a setting. These individuals were likely Syrian refugees, some of whom might be attempting to circumvent the Turkish border closure by detouring through the Kurdish autonomous region and then illegally crossing into Turkey. It was an unexpected coincidence to encounter them here. Fortunately, Jiang Chen possessed some English proficiency, enabling him to converse with Nick. Do you suppose any of them speak English? Jiang Chen inquired casually. Perhaps some do, but they hardly seemed to possess the energy for idle conversation. Nick responded with a shrug. The carriage was cramped and bumpy. Next to Jiang Chen sat a child of indeterminate gender, their grimy face devoid of animation. Matted, unkempt hair exuded a sour, pungent odor that surpassed even Roberts's. Jiang Chen wasn't particularly fastidious, and the entire carriage reeked of a foul, musty smell, so he paid it little mind. Nick, the Belarusian giant, had already begun to snore, a habit honed by years of warfare, allowing him to conserve energy whenever possible. However, his sonorous snores elicited disapproving glances from those around him. He truly can sleep anywhere. Jiang Chen mused with a wry smile. He then crossed his arms and adjusted his posture, preparing to rest for a while. The vehicle continued its journey. Eventually, it seemed to be time for lunch, as many refugees retrieved food from their meager belongings, consuming it with small sips of water. Seated beside Jiang Chen was a child clutching a small, dark object resembling bread, who opened their mouth and took a bite. Perhaps influenced by the phenomenon of social conformity, Jiang Chen began to feel a pang of hunger himself. He discreetly reached behind him, and while the attention of those around him was diverted, he accessed his storage space and retrieved a box of Oreos. After tearing open the packaging, he commenced to consume them as if they were a staple meal. It was precisely for such unforeseen circumstances that Jiang Chen habitually stored emergency food and medicinal supplies in his storage space. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly became aware of a pair of eyes stealthily observing him. More specifically, they were focused on him as he chewed. "Would you like some?" Noticing the gaze, Jiang Chen smiled and extended the box towards the observer. The eyes quickly averted, but seemingly reassured by the absence of malice in Jiang Chen's voice. The individual accepted half a box of cookies he offered. After a brief hesitation, they devoured them ravenously. This individual's eating habits rivaled those of Sun Jiao. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. "Thank you," the person uttered softly in English. Realizing they had consumed all the cookies, a look of guilt crossed their face, and they bowed their head towards Jiang Chen, apologizing. "It's all right. I have plenty more," Jiang Chen replied with a friendly smile. "May I know your name?" "Aisha, 17 years old." It turned out to be a girl, which explained the delicate quality of her voice, perhaps due to her youth. She did not wear a headscarf like the other women in the compartment. "My name is Jiang Chen, and I hail from Huagua. What about your parents?" "They were slain by members of IS, because my mother refused their sinister demands." Aisha's tone was flat, and her face bore little trace of sorrow. Jiang Chen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated such a weighty topic. "I am sorry," Jiang Chen murmured softly, only to be met with a look of surprise. "What is it?" he inquired, puzzled. He was uncertain whether he had inadvertently crossed some unspoken boundary, as his previous life had been confined to the tranquility of urban existence. "It is nothing. I merely did not expect to hear someone apologize to me." Aisha turned her head away. "What plans do you have upon arriving in Turkey?" Jiang Chen offered a wry smile, opting for a less somber conversation. The prospect of a new life after fleeing might bring a glimmer of joy. "Very well. It seems that any topic invariably veers towards heaviness." Jiang Chen chose to remain silent. In the evening, they would still stop for the night. Traveling at night was perilous, and the driver needed rest. During this time, the refugees would disembark to relieve themselves, standing outside for a while to enjoy the fresh air. Jiang Chen also stepped out, casually finding a spot to take care of his business, and indulged himself with a pack of tissues to clean up. Later that night, Jiang Chen felt hunger gnawing at him once more. He had grown weary of Oreos, never one to deprive himself. So he switched things up and pulled out a pack of cranberry cookies, savoring each bite with delight. A faint sound of swallowing reached his ears, causing him to pause momentarily. He then offered a friendly smile and divided the biscuit in his hand, giving half to the young girl. "Try it. It's a delicacy from my hometown," he suggested, referring to the food ordered online. The girl did not respond verbally but devoured the food ravenously, observing her eager consumption. Jiang Chen smiled quietly, choosing not to comment. Once she had satisfied her hunger, it was naturally time to rest. Leaning against the back of the vehicle's canopy, Jiang Chen soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Despite the cacophony of snores surrounding him, fatigue proved to be the most effective sedative. Meanwhile, Nick, who had always fallen asleep swiftly, was already snoring thunderously, awakening abruptly at times. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, however, a pair of eyes was covertly scrutinizing him. Aisha, with her fingers dusted in biscuit crumbs, glanced curiously at Jiang Chen's profile, her gaze filled with confusion and uncertainty. The following morning, Jiang Chen awoke amidst the jostling of the vehicle. "We're almost there," Nick remarked, noticing Jiang Chen's awakening. He glanced at the screen of his smartphone and added, "According to the GPS, we're only about 40 kilometers from Tikrit." The roar of the engine filled his ears, and the vibrations from the motor nearly rendered Jiang Chen's back numb. He wiped his face, only to find his hands coated in dirt and sand, prompting a moment of disbelief followed by a wry smile. "This truly is not a place for humans," he mused. "How wonderful it would be to take a hot shower and then enjoy a good sleep." Stretching languidly, he lamented the dwindling battery life of his phone. Anticipating unforeseen circumstances, he decided to turn it off proactively. "I have a premonition of impending doom." Nick, however, furrowed his brow and patted the black backpack beside him, which contained his M27 automatic rifle. "I hope you're mistaken," he said. "Let's hope so," Jiang Chen replied with a wry smile. "Indeed," Nick echoed with a bitter laugh. Switching off his phone, its battery dwindling, Aisha glanced at the two foreigners beside her, then wearily rested her chin on her arms and closed her eyes. "It seems we won't reach Turkey," she murmured. She was all too familiar with the scent of war, having been born amidst it. Even more so than the vultures in the desert, the scent of death. Chapter 49, Warfare. Back in the States, I own a company, a rather large one, Roberts boasted, spraying saliva as he leaned against the passenger seat. "I'm impressed by your capabilities. If you're willing, you can come work as my driver. Don't worry about the green card. I'm well acquainted with the senator." The driver, sporting a red headscarf, chuckled as he chatted with Roberts, thoroughly enjoying the conversation. Immigrating to America was a dream come true for those born in this hellhole. Bang! Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the windshield's edge, and shards of glass showered into the vehicle like snowflakes. "Shit!" Roberts exclaimed, immediately diving under the seat. He reached out, gripped the steering wheel, and gritted his teeth, enduring the pain of the glass shards slicing his head as he brought the car to a halt. The driver, who had been beaming just moments before, now had gruesome, bloody holes in his head and chest. The truck wobbled and lurched across the sandy terrain for a short while before coming to a stop, thankfully avoiding a rollover. The carriage was a scene of utter pandemonium. Women, cradling their heads, quivered and whimpered softly. Men, having steadied themselves amidst the chaos, wore expressions of stark terror, clutching their scattered belongings to their chests, paralyzed by uncertainty. Without a doubt, it was the work of ISIS. A death sentence, in essence. What in damnation has occurred? "Are you unharmed?" Jiang Chen gasped, gritting his teeth as he helped Aisha to her feet. Aisha, gazing at Jiang Chen, shook her head with placid resignation. A trickle of blood adorned the corner of her mouth, likely the result of a lacerated lip sustained during the fall. However, merely avoiding being ejected was a stroke of extraordinary luck. ISIS slavers. They prowl the desert, occasionally raiding villages. Women are abducted to be made concubines, while men are either slaughtered or forcibly conscripted into their ranks. "Might I trouble you for a bullet? If I can preserve my virtue, I may yet ascend to paradise." "Impossible," Jiang Chen grinned wryly, a smile that gave Aisha pause. "Then I shall offer my prayers for your well-being." The girl lowered her gaze, her oil-streaked black hair veiling her eyes. "Prepare for combat." Nick, a seasoned warrior, had already secured his M27. The bolt snapped back with a decisive click, positioning himself against the freight car door. "I wonder about Roberts's condition," Jiang Chen mused internally, drawing his 1911 tactical pistol, swiftly aligning himself on the opposite side of the door as per Nick's gesture. The refugees within the carriage watched the pair with wide-eyed terror, recoiling backward, clutching their heads, and beseeching that they would not be harmed by stray bullets, and that these two would emerge victorious. In the distance, the rhythmic sound of machine gun fire echoed. Yet the bullets did not find their mark on the vehicle, but rather soared into the void. A Toyota pickup, armed with a machine gun, came to a halt beside the truck, and several masked soldiers leapt from the vehicle, rifles in hand. "I surrender," Roberts exclaimed, expertly clasping his head with both hands as he crawled out from the passenger seat. He was acutely aware of his own fighting capabilities. Merely not being a hindrance was already a considerable challenge. "Search the back, quickly," barked the officer, shouldering an AK, as he approached Roberts with a menacing grin that revealed a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. "Load him up, and let us negotiate for ransom." The officer beckoned to his companions, who seized Roberts and began to drag him towards the Toyota pickup. Upon hearing these words, Roberts silently exhaled with relief. It seemed these individuals were not the ones pursuing him from Haditha. Had they discovered he was an escaped hostage, he might have already faced a gruesome fate. limbs severed for the sake of a video. As long as he lived, there remained a glimmer of hope. Two soldiers, brandishing AKs, approached the rear of the truck. Their expressions relaxed as they chattered and playfully lifted the fabric curtain covering the cargo area. This was a lucrative opportunity. Although the captives they had seized were not technically their property, yet, who would reprimand them for indulging a little beforehand? Outside, they fired 2 shots into the air, satisfied as they listened to the nearly hoarse screams emanating from the truck's interior. The 2 demons exchanged a knowing smile. Then, the man on the right shifted the AK to his left hand, using the other to steady himself as he climbed onto the truck. Within the cargo area, pairs of terrified eyes met his gaze. Nothing incites brutality quite like the emotion of fear. A cruel and ferocious grin spread across the face of the ruthless terrorist. A large hand emerged from the shadows, its polar bear-like strength snapping the fragile neck with a distinct crack. Jiang Chen, even more direct, swung his arm like a hammer, smashing the head of the person in front of him against the ground, extinguishing their life. After all, he possessed twice the strength of an ordinary man. I'll circle from the side of the truck to the front to rescue Roberts. You draw their attention at the rear and watch out for the machine gun. With these words, Nick swiftly leaped out of the truck. Jiang Chen shook his slightly numb right hand. He had initially intended to shatter the man's skull with the pistol grip, but instead, his forearm had struck the back of the man's head. Nevertheless, the effect was the same. It seemed he needed to acquire some combat skills, as relying solely on brute force was somewhat inadequate. Jiang Chen sighed, then picked up the AK lying on the ground and jumped out of the truck. Upon exiting the vehicle, Jiang Chen, AK in hand, rounded the rear of the truck and unleashed a wild burst of gunfire at the pickup, catching the terrorists off guard. Roberts had not yet been dragged onto the truck, and the sound of gunfire startled the terrorists dragging him, prompting them to hastily abandon him and grab their rifles to return fire. The machine gun's muzzle swiveled, and the gunner unhesitatingly unleashed a torrent of firepower at Jiang Chen. A violent burst of nitrogen gas erupted from Jiang Chen's right arm, deflecting the bullets. What is that thing? The officer, scrambling to his feet behind the truck, cautiously peered out from behind cover, a look of astonishment on his face as he glanced at Jiang Chen's position. Unknown. Bullets can't penetrate it. The machine gunner, with a fierce expression, clutched his weapon, attempting to annihilate Jiang Chen with sheer firepower, yet his efforts proved futile. Click. The ammunition was exhausted. The 2 aides hastily drew their AKs to provide cover fire for the gunner to reload. However, at that moment, bullets from the side accurately struck them down. Nick, wielding an M27, initiated his assault. Jiang Chen's nitrogen armor was nearing its limits, yet seizing the element of surprise with Nick's firepower. He raised his AK and unleashed a barrage, indifferent to whether he hit his targets. The recoil was negligible, almost inconsequential given his muscular strength of 25. Damn it. Bring that white man here as a hostage. Get up. The commander, suppressed by the relentless fire from the 2, shouted at his companions. FKU. Roberts snarled as he pulled the trigger, clutching a pistol he had salvaged from the body felled by Nick. Upon noticing Roberts' sudden movement, the commander hurriedly aimed his AK at him, but a forceful blow sent him flying 10 meters away, akin to a projectile. The explosive impact nearly shattered every rib in his body. Jiang Chen retracted his nearly overheated nitrogen armor and turned to the machine gunner at the rear of the vehicle, who was clutching his abdomen and gasping for breath before delivering a finishing shot. Boss, are you all right? Nick approached, extending a hand to help the fallen Roberts to his feet. Shit, that hurts like hell, Roberts grumbled, nursing his bruised face as he stood, tilting his head to Jiang Chen and inquiring, is that guy dead? Presumably, his sternum is fractured, Jiang Chen remarked with a shrug. Whether he lives or dies makes little difference. Well executed, Roberts commended, firing 2 additional shots towards the officer's feet. The man on the ground feebly moved his mouth, lacking the strength even to cry out. What is our course of action now? Nick inquired, after inspecting the Toyota pickup. There's sufficient fuel for approximately 200 kilometers. We could proceed to Tikrit independently. Let's do precisely that, Roberts responded, hobbling towards the truck. He detached the spare fuel tank and water tank, which had belonged to their original vehicle. What about the refugees? Jiang Chen asked, glancing towards the rear of the truck. Roberts and Nick exchanged peculiar glances. What is it? Jiang Chen asked, wryly. Listen, mate, Roberts began, tossing their supplies onto the truck before patting Jiang Chen's shoulder, given that an IS patrol has reached this location. It strongly suggests that Tikrit has already fallen. Let the UN concern themselves with humanitarian matters. We don't belong here. There's no need for us to agonize over their plight. With ample fuel, we can head directly to Baghdad. Alerting them to the impending danger is sufficient. Traveling together would make them far too conspicuous a target. My recommendation aligns with the boss's, Nick added, producing a black marker and sketching peculiar symbols on the hood of the vehicle. Very well, Jiang Chen shrugged. Although he felt sympathy for the refugees, he had long recognized that excessive compassion could be perilous. I shall notify someone. What is depicted in your drawing? He inquired. USA insignia, to prevent the drones from obliterating us, Nick replied flatly, wiping the sweat from his brow. The black surface absorbs heat. Even thermal imaging devices can discern the USA symbol inscribed on the vehicle's roof, thereby averting potential airstrikes. After all, this vehicle belongs to the IS. Jiang Chen lifted the tarp at the back of the vehicle, and a sea of terrified eyes turned towards him. Tikrit is perilous. The IS may have already seized it. Baghdad is secure, for now. Jiang Chen found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the atmosphere here. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. He was confident that someone among them would comprehend English. Indeed, murmurs of anxiety rippled through the group of refugees, revealing their palpable fear regarding the news. Whether they were willing to listen was no longer his concern. Sighing, he turned to leave, only to feel a gentle tug at the hem of his garment. Jiang Chen turned back, momentarily taken aback by the sight of a grimy-faced girl. Perhaps she was hungry? After a brief contemplation, he retrieved a packet of biscuits and extended it toward her. However, the girl shook her head. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke in a voice tinged with hoarseness. Please take me with you. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, a smile creeping onto his face as he prepared to decline, yet he was met with her pleading eyes. Jiang Chen gazed upon the girl's grimy countenance, his lips parting slightly, and remained silent for a protracted moment before emitting a sigh. Come along then, he uttered with a sigh, as he turned and alighted from the vehicle. A rare glimmer of elation graced the girl's otherwise stoic features, and she offered a fervent prayer before trailing Jiang Chen out of the covered wagon. Even the usually impassive Nick, a veritable polar bear of a man, cast an ambiguous glance in Jiang Chen's direction. It's not what you think, Jiang Chen said with a wry smile. So, what are your plans for her? Why don't you just come to America and work with me? Utah supports polygamy. Roberts, seated in the driver's seat, clapped Jiang Chen on the shoulder and chuckled. Join you and become a wanted man by the FBI? Jiang Chen retorted with a dismissive eye roll. Ahem, that won't happen again. Now that I've escaped, many things will be different. Roberts started the car. Jiang Chen discerned in that youthful face a seasoned shrewdness that belied his years. Jiang Chen reclined in the passenger seat, saying nothing further. I'm serious, my friend. Everyone has their moments of misfortune, especially those of us in such a precarious line of work. If things don't work out for you over there, don't hesitate to seek me out. Roberts spoke with an understated sincerity, which Jiang Chen duly noted. I'm a legitimate businessman now, Jiang Chen chuckled, though he silently acknowledged Roberts' offer. Nonsense, haha. Roberts, gripping the steering wheel, laughed in response. Nick and Aisha, those two taciturn souls, remained silent in the back. Nick, adorned with sunglasses, seemed to be in a state of tranquil repose, while Aisha spent an extended period observing the back of Jiang Chen's head, her lips slightly parted, yet devoid of utterance. Roberts, proficient in Arabic, leaned against the armchair when Nick suddenly broke the silence, the corners of his bushy beard curling into a whimsical smile. Roberts, engaged in casual conversation with Jiang Chen, momentarily paused, casting a flirtatious glance in Jiang Chen's direction. What did she just say? Noticing the glint in Robert's eyes, Jiang Chen offered a wry smile and inquired. I beseech the Almighty, should you choose to punish those fiends who exploit his mercy for malevolent deeds, may you return victorious. Even if you adhere to a different faith, I would willingly become your wife, a gift from the desert. I shall serve you and your other wives with the docility of a camel, yearning only for a place by your side. How utterly nauseating. I must translate this into English and then back into Chinese, though there may be discrepancies. Still, this captures the essence. Roberts, stifling laughter to the brink of injury, looked at Jiang Chen with a teasing expression. Goodness, Jiang Chen managed a bitter smile, producing only this line after a lengthy pause. In Utah, USA, is polygamy permitted, and is a green card required? Roberts grinned, saying, You should keep that for yourself. Jiang Chen replied, for he had no immediate plans to seek opportunities abroad. Indeed, a marriage certificate is merely a document. I know a Hong Konger surnamed Chen who supports 10 wives, albeit without any formal registration, Roberts remarked. I don't have even one wife. Jiang Chen replied with a rueful smile. Perhaps another day, once I have dealt with matters concerning gold, I must remain occupied for a while longer. Jiang Chen gazed out the window, lighting a cigarette. Disregarding the boorish remark, Jiang Chen cast a sidelong glance at the lout. As for the matter of accommodating Aisha, the young girl, Jiang Chen was momentarily at a loss. With a sigh, he massaged his temples, which had begun to ache. Since he was financially comfortable, he might as well perform a good deed and accumulate some merit. As to whether he harbored any ulterior motives toward her, looking at her parched, oily hair and grimy face, he genuinely did not, at present. The subsequent journey was uneventful, save for an isolated encounter with a minor sandstorm. The trio alternated at the helm. Although Jiang Chen did not own a vehicle, he had obtained a driver's license and encountered no difficulty operating the pickup truck. Given the likelihood that Tikrit had fallen into the hands of IS, Roberts, after conferring with Nick and Jiang Chen, resolved to deviate slightly from their course, skirting northward along the Salsal Lake before veering east toward Samara, and then proceeding to Baghdad. In essence, they sought to circumvent all active combat zones. The quartet once again spent the night within the confines of the vehicle. The drone of warplanes overhead was unsettling, yet no ordnance was discharged, suggesting that the fluorescent insignia served its intended purpose. Nick, the Russian behemoth, fabricated a pretext to exchange positions with Jiang Chen. Roberts, with a suggestive glance, leaned in and whispered into Jiang Chen's ear, "Rest assured, we are sound sleepers. Should you, I shall avert my gaze." With a jocular expression, Roberts gestured toward Aisha, who was huddled in the corner of the car seat. "Get lost. Do not mention that Jiang Chen currently lacks interest. Even if he did, the flavor would be unpalatable. For refugees fleeing for their lives, there is little leisure to ponder cleanliness. Survival takes precedence above all else." Aisha is acutely aware that she must smell quite unpleasant, and her grimy visage offers little allure, prompting her to shrink into the corner of the car door, hoping to avoid inciting Jiang Chen's distaste. While she may possess a certain odor, it is not of a nature that would repel him. After all, Jiang Chen had been able to slumber undisturbed within the foul confines of the caravan. He would certainly be indifferent to her scent. Moreover, Roberts, who had not bathed for an entire week, was likely even more odorous than she. "I might have a bit of a smell, but I assure you, after a bath, my body will meet your satisfaction," Aisha murmured, biting her lip, her courage nearly exhausted in uttering those words. 2 whistles echoed from ahead, indicating that Roberts and Nick were clearly awake. "These 2 brutes," Jiang Chen muttered under his breath. "Ahem. No, I don't mind." Aisha felt an odd dissonance in her response. A blush crept onto her cheeks, though obscured by the grime. "Is it acceptable for an Islamic woman to marry a Han man? I've heard that Han people follow Confucianism." Robert's teasing voice suddenly interrupted. She remained silent, merely glancing at Jiang Chen. "That is your perception. We too believe that all of you are Christians. Your parlance is replete with profanities, far exceeding any mention of the divine. Furthermore, has your instructor of Mandarin not elucidated that Confucianism is not a religion per se?" Jiang Chen jested in reproof. Though, admittedly, this remains a contentious matter. Roberts merely shrugged, retorting with a smile. "Despite appearances, I do engage in prayer when the occasion warrants it." Jiang Chen turned his gaze towards Aisha, and after a moment of contemplation, articulated with earnestness, "You have heard me profess that I possess no faith, nor do I intend to embrace any religious doctrine in the future. I am given to understand that women of Islam are proscribed from marrying non-believers. Does this pose no impediment?" "It is of no consequence," Aisha demurred, shaking her head gently. "You have purged the demons who perpetrated evil under the guise of the Almighty. You are my hero. Moreover, were it not for your intervention, I might have perished in ignominy. As it is you who rescued me, I am, in essence, your chattel." Jiang Chen's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he beheld the tranquility in her eyes, ultimately refraining from uttering a word. In truth, he found himself somewhat enamored. For what man can claim indifference to beauty? A bachelor for over 2 decades, his virginity was forfeited in another world. Of course, there exist men of unimpeachable virtue. However, Jiang Chen candidly admitted to being a man of the world. Lacking the material means in his former life, he was unable to cultivate such refined sensibilities. If she wishes to accompany him, so be it. It is not as though he will suffer any detriment. He possesses the wealth to provide for her. With a bit of grooming, she might prove to be quite comely, imbued as she is with exotic charm. A beautiful chauffeur and bodyguard? he would endeavor to cultivate her in that vein. Having contemplated this, Jiang Chen felt considerably relieved and ceased to fret over the matter. As for the two fellows up front, they were already snoring thunderously. At dawn, the trio hastily consumed some compressed biscuits and washed them down with a few gulps of water, thus dispatching their breakfast. According to the GPS, their location was in close proximity to Baghdad. Approximately 20 kilometers northwest of Baghdad city center, the group was intercepted by patrolling American soldiers. Following a cursory inspection, the soldiers did not make things difficult for them. Roberts deftly presented his green card to the officer in charge and then borrowed the satellite phone from the Humvee. The fellow squatted to the side and made several consecutive calls before returning the phone to the American soldier. Although the conduct of these American soldiers in the area was, to put it mildly, disreputable, they were quite restrained when dealing with their own citizens, as no one wished to receive a summons from a domestic court. The young man from Ohio standing next to Jiang Chen even struck up a conversation with him, seemingly mistaking Jiang Chen for a CTV reporter, and inquired if Jiang Chen could give him a close-up shot. As for Nick, who was clearly a private bodyguard, he leaned against the Humvee and smoked a cigarette. Aisha huddled in the car, despite the sweltering heat. One could discern from her distrustful gaze just how tarnished the reputation of these American soldiers was in the area. Before long, a dark silhouette appeared in the distance. It was a little bird helicopter, and aboard, Jiang Chen spotted a familiar face. The tumultuous airflow generated by the propeller swept the sand around, enveloping everyone in a cloud of dust. Once the aircraft had steadied, the man seated at the side unfastened his seatbelt and leapt down. "Bruce, haha, my old friend, it is delightful to see you again." Roberts greeted him with a jovial laugh, embracing the mercenary clad in combat attire. "Goodness, you reek. It seems you've been having a rough time lately." Bruce patted Roberts on the back, only to immediately push him aside with a look of distaste. "Ahem, indeed, times have been rather hard for me. But that is all in the past." Roberts brushed off the dust from his clothes, revealing a broad smile filled with bright teeth. "I suspect that matters may not resolve themselves swiftly, Mr. Roberts. It is a pleasure to reunite." Another middle-aged man descended from the helicopter, possessing a hawk-like nose and casting a piercing glance at Jiang Chen, which made him feel slightly uneasy. However, he merely furrowed his brow without uttering a word. "Ahem, Mr. Lawrence, it is a pleasure to meet you," Roberts said with an awkward smile, extending his hand in greeting. "It seems you have narrowly escaped a predicament." Lawrence shrugged casually in response. Bruce approached Jiang Chen, exchanging pleasantries. "I never imagined it would be you assisting that fellow," he remarked with a wry smile as he accepted the cigarette Jiang Chen offered. "Who is that man? Roberts appears quite fearful of him." Jiang Chen exhaled a smoke ring and replied, "Lawrence Alden, an FBI agent. Please refrain from disclosing my personal information to unrelated foreigners, Mr. Bruce, or I will be compelled to question the quality of your work with Blackwater International." Lawrence, having overheard their conversation, discarded Roberts and approached Jiang Chen and his companions. Bruce, turning his back to him, rolled his eyes at Jiang Chen and shrugged, saying, "In any case, he is quite a difficult individual to deal with." Jiang Chen observed as Lawrence approached him, and after enduring the disconcerting gaze for a moment, Lawrence slowly spoke. "Do you represent your esteemed country or yourself?" "I am merely a business associate of Roberts," Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. "Oh, come on, mate," Roberts interjected, rolling his eyes and raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Perhaps we could discuss matters?" "I have no interest in your disputes. Perhaps you should deliberate privately," Jiang Chen chuckled. "Deliberate?" Lawrence spread his hands, smiling at Roberts. "How do you propose to negotiate? 400 tons of crude oil from Iran. You must have lost your mind over the money. Yet, there is no evidence as of now." Roberts retorted with a dismissive smile, placing a hand on Lawrence's shoulder. "Mate, we can strike a deal." "Oh, feel free to elaborate," Lawrence replied with a noncommittal grunt. Yet he did not remove Roberts' hand. "To prevent such peculiar situations, I typically make slight modifications when dealing in sensitive regions. For instance, a certain cherished bullets powder is vacant, supplanted by a GPS beacon. Where might this cache of arms be destined? Allow your imagination to wander." A glint of cunning danced in Roberts' eyes. Lawrence's countenance shifted. "The goods." "Here." Roberts grinned, tossing a smartphone into Lawrence's grasp. "Congratulations, future special agent in charge Lawrence. This is quite the accomplishment." "Understood, Chief," Bruce responded, then shrugged at Jiang Chen before following. "And that Barton, I must have a word with him." Roberts bellowed at the departing aircraft. "Suit yourself." The so-called witness protection program was but a verbal pledge, Its fulfillment hinged entirely on Lawrence's decree. Have you reached an accord? Jiang Chen inquired, approaching Roberts. Indeed. With GPS guidance, a Tomahawk missile shall obliterate those scoundrels. Roberts chuckled with delight. I dare say those natives are presently occupied with conveying the ordnance into their armory. This is quite the coup. Roberts grinned, draping an arm around Jiang Chen's shoulders. Disregarding these politicians, let us adjourn to Baghdad for a drink, my treat. Your composure is remarkable, Jiang Chen remarked with a wry smile. One becomes accustomed to it in this line of work. Perhaps it is time I pondered a career transition. Roberts shook his head, forcing a smile. The Iranian crude oil enterprise is no longer viable. I must venture to Saudi Arabia. That Shell Corporation must be dissolved promptly. Do you have any clues? Jiang Chen casually inquired. A slight inkling, indeed. The movies. Haha, the identity of a Hollywood producer suits you well. Next time you visit Los Angeles, I shall arrange for you to have some delightful company with a few Hollywood starlets, Roberts replied with a smile. Can you handle Hollywood celebrities? Jiang Chen chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Roberts. With his hands on the steering wheel, Roberts grinned. Los Angeles is a land of dreams. As long as you're a producer, those blonde beauties yearning for overnight fame will be eager to pursue you. That damn dream, truly magnificent. It seems that the entertainment industry is the same in every country. Jiang Chen chuckled, suddenly recalling Liu Yao. A mischievous smile flickered across his face. Perhaps he could also adopt the guise of a producer for a while? After all, it merely involves throwing money around. Chapter 52. Returning home the next morning. Jiang Chen awoke with a throbbing headache. Had he gotten drunk last night? With a bitter smile, he rubbed his eyes and attempted to sit up, only to freeze in place. Beside him, a young woman lay peacefully asleep, her tousled hair brushing against her cheek, her soft, rhythmic breathing revealing a hint of fatigue. A stark crimson stain marred the sheets. What have I done? Alarmed, Jiang Chen nearly tumbled out of bed. You're awake? Noticing the commotion, Aisha stirred from her slumber. Meeting Jiang Chen's astonished gaze, she shyly bit her lip and buried her head beneath the covers, although she had mentally prepared herself. When the moment truly arrived, Aisha still felt a pang of fear. The excruciating pain nearly brought her to tears. Yet the subsequent wave of pleasure swept away nearly all sensation of discomfort, lifting her into a state of bliss akin to soaring among the clouds. While the pain was undeniable, she found herself unexpectedly unperturbed by the abruptness of losing her innocence in such a manner. "Oh, sorry," Jiang Chen said with a wry smile. Scratching his head, "There is no need to apologize. I am your wife. The lack of formal recognition does not matter. I can understand the customs of your homeland." Aisha murmured softly, wrapping the blanket around her shoulders. In her culture, her age had long met the standards for marriage. However, for Jiang Chen, it was more about certain implications than mere customs. After a brief pause, Jiang Chen sighed and spoke with a hint of regret. "Last night, I had too much to drink, and, it must have been quite painful, right?" His recollection of the previous night was somewhat hazy. He assumed he had forced himself on Aisha, though that was not the case. It was rather large," he blurted out without thinking, causing Aisha's face to flush crimson as she realized the inappropriateness of her words. Cough, cough. Jiang Chen nearly choked on his own saliva. Observing this, Aisha hurriedly moved closer, intending to pat him on the back. However, the blanket slipped from her grasp, falling away. Her shapely bosom and abdomen were fully exposed before him. "Ah," Aisha exclaimed softly, hastily reaching out her trembling hand to rewrap the quilt around her chest. Although they had already been intimate, she still felt a sense of bashfulness. Jiang Chen scratched his cheek with a wry smile, ultimately sighing. "Learn Chinese," he uttered. Aisha responded, burying her head and avoiding his gaze, nodding slightly. Gazing at the crimson stain on the bedsheets, he smiled wryly once more, patting his somewhat dazed head. However, Aisha's voluntary and docile offering made Jiang Chen feel considerably better. Secretly grateful for her consideration and tenderness, he resolved not to mistreat this young woman. At the very least, he would ensure she lived a life 100 times happier than the one she had here. Somewhat awkwardly declining Aisha's offer to assist him in dressing, a request he deemed too decadent, Jiang Chen hurriedly donned his clothes and fled out the door. Watching Jiang Chen's departing figure, a rare smile suddenly graced Aisha's usually indifferent face. The curve of her lips traced a sentiment known as tenderness, clasped her hands together at her chest. The maiden lowered her brow slightly, and once more devoutly offered a prayer to the deity she worshipped. "It is so wonderful that I met you." At noon, Jiang Chen boarded a flight to Dubai with Aisha. as there were no direct flights from Baghdad to China. The quickest route was to first fly to Dubai and then transfer to Beijing. Regarding Aisha's identity, a brief episode unfolded. Due to the incessant turmoil in southern Syria, Aisha fled without any identification, making it nearly impossible for her to establish contact with her homeland, thereby rendering her a so-called stateless individual. Jiang Chen initially intended to utilize financial means to facilitate connections, aiming to secure for Aisha a permanent resident card or perhaps even direct citizenship documentation. Upon hearing of Jiang Chen's predicament, Roberts eagerly expressed his willingness to assist and promptly contacted an acquaintance at the U.S. Embassy, expending $20,000 to procure a green card and passport for Aisha. Although Jiang Chen had initially planned to reimburse Roberts for this sum, Roberts graciously declined the offer, deeming the amount insignificant compared to the substantial business ventures ahead. This is a mere trifle compared to the large transactions we are about to undertake. Roberts chuckled over the phone. With identification secured, Aisha was finally able to book her flight. As for her passport and permanent residency card for the country of Hua, those could be obtained at the Hua Embassy in Dubai. Upon reaching Dubai, Jiang Chen and Aisha paused for a day to complete the necessary procedures. Although he had long yearned to explore this renowned city of opulence, the current moment was not one for leisure. There remained numerous urgent matters to address, such as the multi-million-dollar gold dealings, purchasing a villa, and acquiring luxury vehicles. Travel could be postponed for another time. After a 9-hour flight, the pair finally landed in Beijing. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening, yet the vibrant nightlife of this metropolis was just beginning to unfold. The night sky was painted with neon and car lights, a symphony of bustling vehicles and teeming streets. Aisha, unaccustomed to such sights, was utterly mesmerized by the spectacle before her. Noticing the awe on her face, Jiang Chen offered her an understanding smile. Her expression mirrored his own when he first left his hometown of Lake City. He too had appeared as a country bumpkin upon beholding the nightscape of Wanhai City. However, now that he was affluent, he no longer needed to dwell on such sentiments. He patted her shoulder and led her into a taxi, en route to a nearby hotel. With their flight to Wanhai scheduled for the following day, Jiang Chen decided to spend the night in Beijing. After showering, he promptly settled into bed, ready to sleep. However, what transpired next immediately plunged him into an awkward predicament. It was a king-size room, a detail Jiang Chen had only just registered. As Aisha, fresh from her shower and draped in a towel, lowered her gaze, gently bit her lip, and tentatively approached the bed, Jiang Chen could only stare at her, unconsciously swallowing. Her exotic beauty, coupled with her budding figure, was captivating. Neither of them spoke. Aisha slipped under the covers. Such matters were invariably easier the second time around. Moreover, there was no hint of reluctance on her countenance. Although a lingering sense of guilt remained, it afforded Jiang Chen a modicum of self-consolation. In any event, coercion was not employed. Ahem, moreover, this is not the first instance. Given my commitment to assume responsibility, the recurrence is of little consequence. He quite naturally placed his hand upon her shoulder, and Aisha, with a hint of bashfulness, lowered her head in taciturn acquiescence. Upon their return to Wanhai, Jiang Chen was immediately immersed in a flurry of activity. Lacking a permanent residence, he opted to extend his lease at the hotel, accommodating Aisha there until the villa's arrangements were finalized. Furthermore, Jiang Chen enrolled her in a language academy to study Mandarin. While their daily exchanges in English had undoubtedly enhanced his conversational skills, he found the situation somewhat awkward. The language classes were conveniently located on the 16th floor of the Guangmao building, affording Jiang Chen peace of mind. The tuition fees, amounting to 1,000 yuan per session, were of little financial concern. Having settled Aisha, Jiang Chen promptly contacted Zhang Xingfei, Robert's appointed representative in Wanhai. Roberts had mentioned that Zhang Xingfei was an associate of a Mr. Chen from Hong Kong, involved in maritime trade. Reportedly, Mr. Chen wielded considerable influence in Hong Kong and had some business dealings with Roberts in Los Angeles. However, Jiang Chen had little interest in inquiring about the specifics of their influence or business ventures, whether out of deference to Roberts or Mr. Chen. Zhang Xingfei treated Jiang Chen with utmost solicitude. Among his entourage was a familiar face, the Slavic-featured Belarusian behemoth, Nick. "It's a pleasure to meet again, my friend." Jiang Chen was naturally delighted to see Nick, giving him a playful punch on the chest. After all, they were comrades who had fought side by side. Despite Nick's reticent nature, their bond remained strong. Nick reciprocated with a smile, delivering a light fist to Jiang Chen's chest before removing his sunglasses. For the time being, I am tasked with acting as this man's bodyguard. While the term bodyguard suggests protection, Jiang Chen was acutely aware that the true purpose was likely to prevent this businessman from discerning the value of the goods and absconding with the money. The gold would be transported out of the country aboard this Chinese merchant's vessel, and once they reached international waters, it would be transferred to a ship dispatched by Roberts, heading directly to South Africa. Everything is here. Follow me, Jiang Chen beckoned, leading the way toward the warehouse he had previously utilized for storing food. Nick paused momentarily, fully aware that the cargo involved in his boss's transaction was gold, and this time he had brought along specialized appraisers. However, he was taken aback to find hundreds of millions of dollars worth of gold casually stored in an unmonitored warehouse. Jiang Chen was certainly not intending to leave the gold here indefinitely. It had merely been placed there prior to Nick's arrival. In our country, there is an ancient saying, "Great concealment lies within the market, while minor concealment dwells in the wild." If I were to hire a bodyguard for this place, it would seem suspicious. By remaining unguarded, thieves are less inclined to take notice. Jiang Chen remarked casually, then pulled back the cloth covering the gold. Here it is. Come inspect the goods. I hope you have prepared the boxes. Nick swallowed hard, nodding somewhat stiffly. After a meticulous examination by the appraisers, it was confirmed that this batch of gold was indeed pure, requiring no refinement before entering the market. The total weight amounted to 11 tons and 240 kilograms. Settling according to the average transaction price of gold over 7 days, after deducting a 9 service fee, Jiang Chen ultimately received a remittance of $510 million. Upon confirming the receipt of the transfer email from the Swiss bank, Jiang Chen nodded. And Nick signaled his subordinates to load the gold into the boxes and then onto the van. As for Zhang Xingfei, he remained a mere bystander outside. He was acutely aware of his role in this transaction and understood that knowing less was, in fact, a safer option. Having already secured a substantial commission, the specifics of the goods were no concern of his. Chapter 53, $510 million. Until we meet again. Jiang Chen extended his right hand. Nick grinned, shaking it vigorously while awkwardly uttering in halting Mandarin, "Until we meet again." Watching the sleek black vans vanish into the distance, Jiang Chen took a slow, deep breath. $510 million. He had little concept of the dollar, but converted into renminbi, it translated to over 1 billion. Jiang Chen gasped, and a wave of uncontainable elation washed over his face. Incredible, he had struck it rich. 1 billion renminbi. This was a figure he had never dared to dream of before. Even if deposited in a bank, the annual interest would yield several tens of millions. Jiang Chen inhaled sharply once more, a bittersweet smile forming on his lips. With an annual interest surpassing 10 million, he contemplated simply depositing the money in the bank and living off the interest, thus embracing a life of affluence for eternity. However, this notion lingered in his mind for but a fleeting moment. He took a deep breath, and one breath proved insufficient. He continued with several profound inhalations until he quelled the tumultuous rhythm of his heart. If he aspired to become a local magnate, then 1 billion yuan would undoubtedly suffice for a lifetime of indulgence. Yet, if he wished to establish an empire spanning 2 worlds, the realization dawned upon him. And the elation in Jiang Chen's eyes gradually cooled, only to ignite a flicker of ambition within. Desire can drive one to madness, yet it can also bestow strength. It was unclear when the ember of ambition had been kindled in his heart. A wealthy man. That is insufficient. I can attain so much more. Insufficient. 1 billion yuan. Even a fraction of the future market value of future technological enterprises would not suffice. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, Jiang Chen laughed heartily as he approached the roadside. I not only intend to be a tycoon, but the greatest among them. To an ordinary individual, 1 billion yuan may seem like an astronomical figure. But am I ordinary? Now that I have earned enough to purchase a mansion, why not acquire a golf course as well? What? You say I cannot play golf? And what of it? Even if I cannot play, I can certainly flaunt my wealth. I choose to be extravagant. Why should I act humble? As for whether I will attract the attention of others, once I unveil groundbreaking innovations such as holographic computers or virtual reality, even if I strive for subtlety, can I truly expect others to overlook me? Regardless, Jiang Chen pondered that he had committed no illegal acts. Thus he harbored no fear of any pertinent authorities summoning him for a casual discussion. It is implausible that a government would entertain such fanciful notions as the existence of time travelers, subsequently allocating budgets to established departments solely to await their arrival, nurturing such an unrealistic fantasy with diligence while anticipating their emergence. This phenomenon is clinically known as persecutory delusion. Furthermore, the notion of being invited for a casual chat pales in comparison to the likelihood that the nation would regard him as a valuable asset. Any entity wielding cutting-edge technology, provided that those in power are not foolish, would refrain from committing the folly of sacrificing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Even if certain technologies might benefit military endeavors, the transition from theoretical development to actual deployment within armed forces typically spans a decade or two. Moreover, even post-deployment, such equipment is often relegated to the realm of demonstration. The risks associated with inciting an arms race and the potential for sensitive information to be leaked abroad by a cadre of incompetent expatriates are considerable. Nevertheless, a technology giant capable of standing on the global stage could yield billions in annual tax revenue for the nation, fundamentally altering its power and stature. Even if, hypothetically, someone were to covet Jiang Chen's enterprises and attempt to leverage systemic forces to expropriate his company or coerce him into equity participation, he remained unfazed. With the leap ring in his possession, Jiang Chen was confident that no one could apprehend him, while he may not be able to contend with the system. Should it become intolerant of his presence, he would not hesitate to seek opportunities elsewhere. Of course, he fervently hoped that such a day would never arrive. Perhaps, when he has burgeoned to a sufficiently immense stature, even the establishment will find itself incapable of contending with him. Such a prospect is decidedly within the realm of possibility. With an air of nonchalant confidence, Jiang Chen hailed a taxi and proceeded directly to Xia Shiyu's domicile. After admitting Jiang Chen into her abode, Xia Shiyu, after a protracted pause, abruptly interjected, encountered a spot of bother. Have we? Indeed, a trifling entanglement, Jiang Chen replied with a wry smile, scratching the back of his head. Observing Jiang Chen's countenance, which betrayed an utter lack of concern, Xia Shiyu emitted a sigh. Her slumber had been fitful in recent days, and only upon beholding Jiang Chen's unharmed state did the apprehension that had gripped her heart begin to dissipate. As to the rationale behind her solicitude, she had not subjected the matter to rigorous contemplation. Henceforth, should exigencies arise, a mere telephone call shall suffice. There is no need to frequent my residence on each occasion, Xia Shiyu remarked with studied nonchalance. Jiang Chen, adopting a facetious mien, arched an eyebrow and inquired, "Pray tell, has a paramour entered the equation?" Xia Shiyu, fixing Jiang Chen with a frigid gaze that belied his jesting tone, responded with equanimity, "Nay. However, your predilection for soliciting my presence during private hours, albeit ostensibly for matters pertaining to our professional endeavors, is, in sundry respects, somewhat untoward. It is presently 8 o'clock in the evening, and the admission of a gentleman into one's abode at such an hour carries with it a certain delicate connotation, viewed from various perspectives. Despite Xia Shiyu's habitual affectation of serene indifference, the young lady is, in truth, acutely sensitive to the opinions of others. Else, she would not have, in a fit of pique, wielded her authority to summarily dismiss Jiang Chen from his post, all on account of a jest. What, pray tell, is the appellation for this phenomenon? 'Tis the legendary repressed passion. Indubitably, the neighbors have been engaging in idle gossip. Jiang Chen, with effortless ease, discerned her intentions. However, recognizing this did not diminish his desire to tease the headstrong young woman. He found a certain satisfaction in it. No matter, he jested. The overtime pay will extend until tomorrow morning. Jiang Chen chuckled heartily, the words tumbling out without much forethought. However, Xia Shiyu's face flushed crimson, her countenance a mixture of indignation and embarrassment, as if she were on the verge of expelling Jiang Chen from the premises. Did I say something amiss? Jiang Chen inquired, scratching his head in bewilderment, a sheepish grin plastered across his face. Evidently, he had overstepped the boundaries of propriety. Despite his irresistible urge to provoke this sensitive lioness, Jiang Chen realized he had genuinely upset her. After all, should she abruptly resign, he, an amateur in such matters, would be overwhelmed by the ensuing complications. Xia Shiyu's chest heaved noticeably as she bit her lower lip, eventually regaining her composure. Overtime pay until tomorrow morning? Do you intend to spend the night here? What overtime are you referring to? The role of a secretary is inherently delicate. Although Xia Shiyu held the position of CEO, she often felt as though she were performing the duties of a secretary. However, Jiang Chen appeared oblivious to the underlying implications of her words. Given her delicate sensibilities, she could not bring herself to voice her concerns directly. Observing his frivolous demeanor, Xia Xiu sighed once more. Retrieving a document she had studied an hour prior from the coffee table, and then casually switched off the television. Indeed, I acknowledge your capabilities. As for launching the product ahead of schedule, there is no need to rush. We must not provide others with an opportunity to find fault. Everything must proceed according to protocol. Jiang Chen nodded with a beaming smile. On the other hand, the company's renovation has been nearly completed. Coupled with the expenses for office equipment procurement and 1 year's rent, the total expenditure amounts to 70,000 yuan. I have submitted the relevant receipts to the accountant. And here is the statistical table for your review. Quite satisfactory. Jiang Chen casually flipped through the documents and nodded in approval. Despite receiving affirmation from her superior, for some reason, Xia Xiu could not muster any joy. Instead, she felt increasingly fatigued. Wait, you can simply show me the table without reading it aloud. Furthermore, focus on the key points, Jiang Chen said with a wry smile. The estimated monthly payroll expenditure is 68,000 yuan, while the projected costs for purchasing related equipment are around 100,000 yuan. If we cannot swiftly develop profitable channels, the company will face the peril of bankruptcy. She took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. Bankruptcy? For some reason, Jiang Chen chuckled. What is there to laugh about? This is your company. Xia Xiu shot Jiang Chen a glare. Yet, in Jiang Chen's eyes, the glare had no lethal impact. Ahem, capital injection. Realizing they were discussing serious matters, Jiang Chen ceased his jesting and, with a grand gesture, declared in a wealthy manner, this is currently the only viable solution to help the company weather the storm. We do not possess assets that can be pledged for loans, and neither banks nor investors will readily lend us money. I wonder how much the chairman intends to inject. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiu also let out a sigh of relief. Even though it concerns Jiang Chen's salary, it equally pertains to her livelihood. Considering she is still indebted to the magnanimous Mr. Jiang Chen for over 400,000. Despite Jiang Chen's forbearance in demanding repayment, the borrowed funds must eventually be restituted. A matter of her own unwavering resolve. Would 10 million suffice? Jiang Chen casually inquired. With a rustle, the documents cascaded to the floor. Xia Xiu stared at Jiang Chen, utterly dumbfounded. What is it? Not enough? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. What about 100 million then? Are you jesting with me? Xia Xiu retorted, glaring at Jiang Chen with fierce intensity. She vehemently refused to believe that Jiang Chen possessed such vast wealth. In a mere half year, what enterprise could possibly amass such a fortune? Only one explanation remained. Jiang Chen was, once again, teasing her. I'm not jesting, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Tomorrow, accompany me to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce to complete the necessary formalities. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiu remained silent for a moment, before finally uttering. Since you possess such an abundance of wealth, why bother establishing a company? Who decreed that affluence precludes the establishment of a company? Jiang Chen paused, then spread his hands in resignation. After another moment of silence, Jiang Chen was taken aback when Xia Xiu suddenly blurted out, Are you attempting to court me? It is worth noting that the crime of unexplained possession of assets of huge amounts only applies to government employees. An increase in money may be suspected, but generally will not be investigated. Regarding the issue of whether or not one might be sliced, it would be prudent to consult the relevant authorities. However, one might be subjected to a few moments of incredulous scrutiny upon making such an inquiry. Ahem, by the way, ever since I was relocated to the science fiction section, I have had to delve into a plethora of materials to refine the outline. Should there still be any technical oversights, I kindly ask for the understanding of all esteemed readers. As I peruse the information and ponder the plot, my writing pace has inevitably slowed. Nonetheless, I assure you that a minimum of 2 updates per day shall remain unchanged. Given that I have diligently refrained from playing League of Legends for an entire month to focus on my writing, I humbly request your support. XD Chapter 54, The Falcon Falls 2, Communication Interruption, damn it. Suppressing his frustration, he lightly struck the swaying steel plate. The orange characters flickering on the precariously tilting display, eliciting a wave of annoyance from Chunan. The malfunctioning electronic device sputtered with feeble sparks, and the slight tremor of the fuselage tightened his chest with a sudden pang. Once the aircraft stabilized, he gritted his teeth and laboriously shifted the steel beam pressing down upon him. A glance at the co-pilot revealed a grim situation. The bent steel framework had impaled his ribcage, blood splattered everywhere. Another look at the steel bar that had pierced under his armpit made Chu Nan gasp in horror. At that moment, apart from feeling fortunate to be alive, he could think of nothing else. They were at an altitude of 200 meters. With all technicalities disregarded, survival was merely a matter of chance. Fortunately, the apparatus was still operational. Switching to manual control, Chu Nan strained every muscle to stabilize the aircraft. With the automatic stabilization system irrevocably damaged, any subsequent roll or impairment to the tail fin would render them beyond salvation. The auxiliary mechanical propeller, propelled by the onrushing airstream, spun with incredible velocity. Auto-rotation served to transform the propeller into a makeshift parachute, arresting the helicopter's descent and gradually inclining the nose downward. As the propeller reached a critical angle, Chu Nan forcefully engaged the control stick, instantaneously augmenting the rotor pitch. By harnessing the passively rotating rotor, he generated a fleeting surge of lift, converting the rotor's kinetic energy into a momentary upward thrust. This manifested as an abrupt upward lurch of the aircraft's nose, momentarily alleviating the precipitous descent in preparation of landing on the edifice they were about to collide with. Subsequently, they impacted the building's apex. Evidently, the execution was flawless. Yet the urban landscape presented a dearth of suitable landing sites. Immediately thereafter, Chu Nan was bespattered with the warm ichor of his comrade, forced to witness the gruesome impalement by a steel rebar. Damnation! That unforeseen electromagnetic pulse. Nay, it could not be merely a simple EMP. The Yunji 51's integrated EMP countermeasures represented the zenith of pre-war military technology. However, they were rendered utterly inoperative without direct exposure to the disruptive emission. What manner of contrivance could have wrought such havoc? Chu Nan gritted his teeth, extracted his combat dagger from its sheath, and severed the jammed safety harness. With a pang of trepidation, he glanced at the dizzying chasm below, gingerly extricating his leg from beneath the mangled console, cautiously maneuvering toward the exterior of the cockpit. What was the current state of the Yunji 51? In essence, the foresection of the cockpit had crashed through the wall of this 12-story edifice, impaled upon the robust steel bars that jutted forth from the concrete. The tail and fuselage dangled precariously outside, with only the cockpit's anterior embedded within the building. One could not but commend the building's resilience, remaining largely intact even after nuclear devastation, its reinforced skeleton evidently constructed with unwavering integrity. Each subtle tremor of the airframe sent shivers down his spine, the grating friction causing him to clench his teeth in trepidation. The coarse iron tag was smeared with viscous blood. Carol Bellman, it read. Upon its reverse, a line of words pricked into the metal. If the opportunity arises, I would like to hang this at Arlington National Cemetery. This co-pilot was an American of Hispanic descent, formerly of NATO Naval Aviation. However, nationality was now a defunct concept. The township of Willowbrook was home to numerous expatriates, predominantly pre-war migrants or former NATO soldiers. From the moment the PAC, NATO, and CCC-dominated World Alliance abandoned this ravaged land, casting all hope toward the cosmos, faith in authority had dissolved. After all, when confronted with zombies and xenomorphs, all humans, in principle, belong to the same species, with the exception of mutants and cannibals, of course. After examining his equipment, Chu Nan raised his hand, placing his index and middle fingers upon the nape of his neck. It is an object known as the dictator chip, however. Due to the incorporation of intricate functions such as visual nerve access imaging and remote communication, while it performs admirably against EMP effects, it pales in comparison to the enslavement chips manufactured in the 6th District. Chu Nan attempted numerous times to establish contact with the Falcon 2 and the Black Knight squad. Yet to no avail. Cursed be it, has it malfunctioned? Upon discovering that the bomb hanging at the nape of his neck was damaged, he found himself at a loss, unable to discern whether to feel joy or sorrow. The joy stemmed from the newfound freedom. The sorrow arose from the realization that freedom in the wasteland is but a hollow concept. In looting town, with food, drink, and company, who truly cares about freedom? Nevertheless, he decided to take things one step at a time. A bitter smile graced his lips as Chu Nan tucked the military badge into his pocket and drew his handgun. Including the one in the chamber, he had 5 additional magazines, 2 doses of blood regeneration serum, a roll of hemostatic bandage, and his EP had returned to normal. He also possessed a dagger and 6 tubes of B-grade nutrient solution. Being in the Air Force, he was fortunate enough to have access to high-quality nutrients. He activated the radiation monitoring system of the EP, deducing from the safe radiation levels that he was in the suburbs, though he could not ascertain which suburb it was. The EP had not downloaded a map of this area. Although he had undergone ground combat training, he had never encountered such a predicament. Generally, who among survivors would take the time to shoot at an aircraft? While anti-aircraft EMP airburst munitions do exist, they are exceedingly rare. Such contraptions would be obliterated during wartime, and few would possess the skills to repair them. As for the anti-air capabilities of the anomalies, it was his first encounter with the notion that aberrant beings could wield EMP or similar pulse weaponry. Perhaps that former NATO aviator had faced such dilemmas, yet regrettably, he did not survive. During this mission, he occupied the position of co-pilot. The corridor was secure, just as in training. Chu Nin silently recited a mantra before gripping his handgun and descending the stairs. Should he encounter a zombie, he would aim for its eyes with a precise thrust. If faced with a screamer, he would utilize a flashbang for cover. As for a flesh mountain or a deathclaw, well, he hoped to avoid such encounters. The elevator, of course, was non-operational. This building had presumably served as an office structure before the war, with zombies predominantly congregating in the lobby. Any that he encountered in the hallways were swiftly dispatched by his deft knife work. For such minor inconveniences, he preferred to avoid gunfire, as his physical prowess, enhanced by a D-class genetic serum, allowed him to manage effortlessly. The sole disappointment was his inability to unlock any hidden genetic codes, relegating him to the ranks of ordinary injectors. As his feet met the ground, Chu Nin exhaled in relief. He gazed upwards. It was likely around 3 in the afternoon. By 5 o'clock, the streets would become increasingly perilous. By 6, when darkness enveloped the city, wandering the streets would be tantamount to suicide. The night in Wanai City belonged to the zombies. He needed to swiftly locate a survivor's base or perhaps find a place to spend the night. Chu Nin stood on the street, surveying his surroundings, casting a glance at the vacant-eyed zombie beside him before making his way to the opposite end of the street. Abandoned vehicles on the streets should retain the appearance they bore at the outbreak of war, with the epicenter of conflict situated from the city center to the coastal regions. Consequently, it follows that the populace must have fled towards the suburbs. Thus, the direction in which most vehicles are oriented should lead towards the outskirts. Casting a fleeting glance at the cars lining the street, Chu Nin ambled away from the city center, heading in whatever direction that would distance him from it. This notion was a consensus shared among all survivors. As twilight gradually descended, the sunlight sinking in the west scattered a ghastly yellow-green hue amidst the swirling dust. It was uncertain how long he had been walking, but the light was dimming. Chu Nin glanced at the zombies nearby. Those creatures had begun to emit low, restless moans. It was likely that in due time, they would erupt into a cacophony of screams and lunge at the living. Should he seek refuge somewhere for the night? Chu Nin pondered silently, quickening his pace. However, upon turning a corner, he was met with a shocking sight. A woman was securely bound with several strands of twine to a telephone pole, suspended in the heart of the street. Her attire was scant, and the surrounding zombies roamed nearby, rendering her too terrified to call for help. With the keen eyesight of a pilot, he could discern the despair etched upon her still attractive face. It was evident that she had been intentionally restrained. Who, in their right mind, would engage in such a despicable prank? Chu Nin cursed under his breath, cautiously surveying his surroundings before making his way towards the woman tethered to the pole. Approaching the woman, whose pleading gaze yearned for salvation, Chu Nin extracted a blade and severed the ropes binding her. As if liberated from the shackles of fear, she collapsed into his embrace, weeping softly and clinging to his back. Thank you, she murmured, her voice melodious. It's all right, you are safe now, he reassured her. Feeling a twinge of awkwardness in this unfamiliar situation, his hand awkwardly patting her back in comfort. Could it be that the survivors of the mainland had sunk to such depths of cruelty? Internally cursing the malevolence of the person who had tied her up, Chu Nin prepared to inquire about the nearest survivor base. However, at that moment, a cylindrical object pressed against the back of his head. Hey, buddy. You're the first catch of the month, a voice declared. Cold sweat trickled down his spine as he felt a knife pressed firmly against his lower back, held by a slender hand. At that moment, several men with mohawk hairstyles and bizarre tattoos emerged from a nearby abandoned shop, brandishing makeshift rifles. One of them wielded merely a baseball bat. The group seemed to be led by a bald man, who, after stepping forward, raised an eyebrow and reached out to pat the woman's face, grinning as he mockingly praised, "Well done, bitch." To his horror, a twisted flush crept across her face, as she gazed at the man who had humiliated her with an obsequious admiration. This grotesque reality sent a chill down Chunan's spine, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his cheek. Is this still humanity? 2 doses of a hematopoietic injection, a roll of hemostatic bandage, valuable items indeed. 6 tubes of Class B nutritional solution. Boss, this is a big catch. The man, who had taken the initiative to step forward and remove the handgun from Chunan's grasp, suddenly exclaimed in delight. The nearby zombies, with vacant expressions, cast a glance in their direction but made no further movement. Darkness was still a couple of hours away. The bald man observed Chunan with a glimmer of interest. What is your name? Chunan. There is nothing to conceal. It is all recorded in the EP. Where are you from? Looting Town. Air Force. What happened to your aircraft? A flicker of greed flashed in the bald man's eyes, devoid of the caution Chunan had hoped for. It crashed. Haha. The bald man chuckled, saying nothing further, and then gestured for his lackey to bind this individual. If your intention is to rob me, you have already achieved your goal. Everything is yours. How about letting me go? Chunan said calmly. The bald man raised an eyebrow at him, then suddenly landed a punch squarely on his face, causing Chunan's head to snap to the side. Suppressing the fury within, enduring the fiery pain on his left cheek, Chunan gazed at the bald man. Observing that despicable Good Samaritan, the bald man disdainfully curled his lip and then kicked the woman crouching at his feet, whose face bore a sickly flush and an ingratiating grin. This woman had no name. She was merely a slave, once seemingly a lone wanderer. He no longer recalled precisely when he had plundered her, nor did he care to concern himself with the methods of her subjugation. However, he remembered quite vividly how she had come into his possession. Last month, Zhou Guoping had stumbled upon a significant opportunity, which indeed proved to be a lucrative venture. The leader dispatched an entire raiding party, only to have it bungled by that imbecile, Lu Rinjia. What hubris it took to lead everyone into a confined structure to seize their target without first examining the map for potential escape routes such as sewers. Fortunately, although the leader was incensed, he did not fault Zhou Guoping for providing the intelligence. Instead, he had Lu Rinjia and the paramour of the other team leader stripped bare and subjected to gang rape as a means of venting his frustration. Subsequently, the assets of those 2 unfortunate souls were distributed among the other subordinates. This served as both a deterrent and an incentive. In rogue organizations like the Grey Goo Mercenary Group, such crude methods were essential for maintaining cohesion. In essence, this creature, conditioned to behave like a dog, was thusly assigned to Zhou Guoping. Although the leader did not punish him, he was nevertheless removed from his lucrative post in the 6th block and reassigned to the task of robbing survivors. It must be said that capturing a survivor in the wasteland was even more challenging than capturing a mutated rat. Those who had managed to survive in the ruins were all cunning individuals. The only exceptions were the naive souls who had rarely ventured beyond the confines of their bases. Consequently, their gains for the month were virtually non-existent. An aviator? That would certainly be a significant boon. Chapter 55. Purchasing a villa. Are you perhaps attempting to court me? A sudden and jarring question hung in the air, leading to several moments of silence between the two. What? Startled, Jiang Chen nearly toppled off the sofa. Staring blankly at Xiaoxiu, he found himself utterly bewildered by the logic of this woman. How did she arrive at the conclusion that I wish to pursue you? The essence of a business is to generate profit. If one already possesses a lucrative channel capable of yielding over 100 million within 6 months, why would one invest hard-earned gains into a technology enterprise fraught with risk? Xiaoxiu paused, then spoke softly. To be candid, while his playful demeanor often vexed her, she did not harbor any genuine dislike for Jiang Chen. Rather, from him, she sensed an unfamiliar feeling, perhaps a sense of security, or perhaps a sense of ease. It was difficult to define. This sensation left her perplexed. The words she uttered, unfiltered and impulsive, were in part a manifestation of this inexplicable feeling gnawing at her. She had once entertained doubts regarding Jiang Chen's motives for founding this company, suspecting it might merely be a facade to pursue her. When did he begin to harbor feelings for me? Was it at the clothing store? And had I inadvertently caused him pain? Was it this suffering that transformed him into the man he is today? Xiaoxiu felt conflicted. She detested the idea of becoming a mere ornamental figure. She yearned to demonstrate her capabilities through her own efforts and to create her own value, rather than being nurtured by a wealthy patron as a mere plaything. During her collegiate years, she was courted by numerous scions and affluent heirs, some even promising her opportunities to study at prestigious enterprises or assume executive positions directly. However, Xiaoxiu haughtily declined them all. She possessed both pride and the merit to justify it. Despite her humble origins, her capabilities were exceptional. Does this era solely value appearances? Certainly not entirely, at least the majority still diligently toil. Yet, when faced with Jiang Chen, she inexplicably hesitated. She had long suspected that Jiang Chen had established this company merely to sequester her, devoid of any grand aspirations. As for those grandiose blueprints, they were merely castles in the air. Was it out of indebtedness? Probably not. Due to something else? Xia Shiyu couldn't fathom it. It must be said that women are inherently obstinate creatures. Once they have identified a viewpoint, they will selectively disregard all factors that are unfavorable to substantiating that viewpoint. For instance, the value of the mobile game that Jiang Chen had presented, and whether investing 100 million solely for her was excessively absurd. In short, all of these doubts were disregarded by her, because she desired to stand atop the summit and behold the vista. Jiang Chen interjected with a smile, interrupting Xia Shiyu's thoughts. 100 million? A pittance compared to the future market capitalization of future technology. I have amassed a considerable fortune, but being a miserly hoarder cannot procure the status I merit. What is the utility of depositing this sum in a bank? A paltry million in annual interest? It would take decades to merely double it. As for whether it is for you, I could squander 100 million on carnal pleasures for several lifetimes. Uttering those unrefined words without reservation, Jiang Chen stood up, headed straight for the door, and departed, leaving Xia Shiyu utterly dumbfounded. Is that so? If that's the case, then there's no issue. Blankly gazing in the direction he left, she was uncertain where the confidence for such delirious pronouncements stemmed from, and even more perplexed as to why she was faintly inclined to believe him. Is it not because of me? For some inexplicable reason. A sense of vague disappointment welled up within her. Closing the door behind him, Jiang Chen glanced wryly at the security door. Were my words perhaps too harsh? But just how self-assured could this young lady be to arrive at such a conclusion? Shaking his head, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and descended the stairs. However, unbeknownst to him, there was a fleeting moment when his heart rate quickened. The following morning, Jiang Chen treated Aisha to a sampling of China's culinary delights, steamed dumplings. Observing the girl's ravenous appetite, Jiang Chen was overcome with a pang of sorrow. He was suddenly reminded of Sun Jiao, wondering how she was faring. And Yao Yao? Had her health improved? Recalling the various events of the apocalypse, an affectionate smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Aisha surreptitiously observed the smile on Jiang Chen's face, and her heart was inexplicably warmed. After breakfast, Aisha proceeded alone to the foreign language crash course located at the Canton Trade Center. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen took a taxi to Xia Shiyu's apartment building. Having arranged to meet her this morning to handle the relevant matters of capital injection at the Administration of Industry and Commerce, his anxieties, however, proved unfounded. Xia Shiyu, exhibiting her usual composure, betrayed no excessive reaction upon seeing him. She simply entered the taxi and quietly took a seat next to Jiang Chen. Did you sleep well last night? Jiang Chen inquired with a smile, uncertain of how to initiate the conversation. There's a recruitment fair next Wednesday at Wanghai University. I've secured a booth for us and would appreciate your presence as the company's chairman. No problem at all. Are you available this afternoon? Jiang Chen readily agreed, seizing the opportunity to pose another question. Yes. Why? Accompany me to look at some properties, Jiang Chen suggested with a shrug and a brazen grin. Would this be considered business or pleasure? Xia Shiyu sighed as she asked. Well, you did promise me. I suppose it would be personal. Xia Shiyu glanced at Jiang Chen's profile, unconsciously nibbling on her lip. The words of refusal were on the verge of escaping, yet she ultimately remained silent. Why this was so, she herself couldn't quite comprehend. An intriguing channel, and quite economical too. Roberts assured me with utmost confidence that there would be no legal complications whatsoever. Gazing at the string of zeros displayed on his mobile banking app, Jiang Chen chuckled foolishly before turning off the screen, ignoring Xia Shiyu's inquisitive gaze. He leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Shall I opt for a Lamborghini, or perhaps a Bentley? It is indeed a conundrum. Xia Shiyu, with her adeptness in handling affairs, is undeniably a natural at being a secretary. Nay, she is fit to be a CEO. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, is more suited to the role of a secretary. The gravity of this task can be emphasized. Xia Shiyu had already prepared the relevant documents the previous night and had familiarized herself with the legalities. Jiang Chen merely glanced at the files before signing, thus augmenting the registered capital of Haisher Future Technology Company, Limited with an additional string of zeros. He noticed that when he filled in the column for the registration amount with 100 million, the eyes of the service window attendant sparkled with astonishment. This wicked society of money is, quite frankly, amusing. What he might have once scorned now elicits only laughter. 100 million in circulating capital, unbelievable. Xia Shiyu's fingers trembled as she gazed at the document, still unable to recover from the shock. Although she had previously served as a store manager and had seen a fair share of the world, she remained too young at heart. She was surprised to discover that Jiang Chen was not as uninformed as she had presumed. With a hint of astonishment, she cast a sidelong glance at him, thinking he would remain aloof and detached. You must understand the difference between an emperor and a general. Your role is to wage battles, while I shall merely guide you on where to strike. Jiang Chen, with an air of pretentiousness, waggled his finger, earning a roll of the eyes from Xia Shiyu. I have the impression that my recent tasks resemble those of a eunuch. Haha, that is merely your misconception. However, it seems you have become considerably more cheerful and even capable of jesting, Jiang Chen remarked, somewhat taken aback by Xia Shiyu's transformation. Where to next? Mr. Chairman. Xia Shiyu inadvertently diverted the conversation. Master, to Wanhua Real Estate, the one in the city center, Jiang Chen addressed the taxi driver, who was observing the two with a peculiar expression. Naturally, to purchase a villa, one ought to visit the headquarters of a reputable company. Residing in a hotel for an extended period felt rather meager. Xia Shiyu cast a glance at Jiang Chen but said nothing, silently acquiescing to his decision. Wanhua Real Estate, a leading company in the real estate sector of Wanhai City, boasts a total market value of 132.7 billion and ranks among the Fortune Global 500. The choice to acquire property from this particular firm stemmed solely from Jiang Chen's unfamiliarity with the real estate industry and his ignorance regarding which companies offered villa developments. He had simply heard the name Wanhua Real Estate mentioned a few times on the evening news, thus opting to purchase here. Upon exiting the taxi, an opulent edifice loomed before him. The marble floor was adorned with a pristine red carpet, and uniquely designed balustrades flanked the staircase, creating an ambience that harmoniously blended classical and modern luxury. Merely gazing at the structure evoked a sense of intimidation. Occasionally, pedestrians would pass by, inadvertently steering clear of the vibrant red carpet, as if it were a palace devoid of any approachable aura. Why was it designed this way? Because this was precisely the effect they desired, to accentuate the exclusivity of those who entered while deterring the uninvited. In simpler terms, it was to ensure that those unable to afford luxury residences would not even entertain the notion of frequenting this place. Coughing slightly, it must be admitted that, just a second before stepping onto the red carpet, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of hesitation. However, upon reflection, I realized that I, too, am a tycoon with hundreds of millions at my disposal. How could I lack such composure? Thus, I strode forward with unrestrained confidence. The CEO of Wanhua Real Estate remained oblivious, unaware that within those fleeting seconds, he nearly let slip a business deal worth millions due to a trivial decoration. This is indeed an era belonging to the newly wealthy. In contrast, Xia Shiyu wore a visage of indifference, naturally trailing behind Jiang Chen. This was not a result of her familiarity with the airs of high society, but simply because the purchase of the property was not her concern. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The two hostesses at the entrance greeted with a bow. Clad in immaculate kipeos and sporting neatly tied ponytails, their fair foreheads and exquisite features rendered them as beauties. It was evident that this real estate company was of a remarkable caliber. One of the hostesses cast a curious glance at Jiang Chen, having noticed he had arrived by taxi. After years in her profession, it was her first encounter with someone coming to purchase property via taxi, which left her somewhat perplexed. Yet, despite her curiosity, the decorum must be upheld. Wanhua's regulations are explicit. Anyone who dares to disrespect a client based on subjective assumptions, even a lobby manager, faces the risk of dismissal. This policy serves to prevent offending those affluent individuals who deliberately choose to dress modestly. It must be acknowledged that there are indeed those who take pleasure in feigning humility while concealing their wealth. The high demands commensurate with the generous salaries reflect the corporate culture of Wanhua Real Estate. She was merely an ordinary receptionist, naturally uninterested in meddling in affairs that did not concern her. Even if she harbored suspicions that Jiang Chen might be a troublemaker, that was a concern for the security personnel, not for her to fret over. Jiang Chen, however, paid no heed to the thoughts of such insignificant figures as he strode confidently into the grand hall. Following closely behind him, Xia Shiyu cast a disinterested glance at the receptionist, who was looking down, and without uttering a word, she continued in Jiang Chen's wake. The marble columns and granite flooring, coupled with gigantic crystal chandeliers that sparkled like diamonds, created an opulent atmosphere. Such magnificent decor filled Jiang Chen with anticipation for the villa he was about to purchase. If the headquarters could be crafted so exquisitely, the properties they sold must surely be of high caliber as well. The building itself served as an exceptional advertisement. However, upon reaching the front desk, he suddenly froze. Chapter 56. An Unexpected Reunion. Good day, esteemed sir. May I inquire about your preferred price range? The youthful and vibrant receptionist behind the counter greeted Jiang Chen courteously, yet as she discerned the identity of her visitor, her eyes widened in astonishment. What a small world this is. Jiang Chen let out a bitter chuckle. Her soft, wavy hair, petite nose, and small mouth, along with her innocent, wide eyes behind round glasses, added to her youthful allure, though it did suggest an attempt to appear younger. Fang Yuan. This was a name that had once caused him profound heartache. During his university years, Jiang Chen had never been in a romantic relationship, to be precise. He had never succeeded in securing one. This was not due to a lack of physical appeal, as he considered himself to possess a certain degree of handsomeness, but rather because his financial situation left much to be desired. Fang Yuan was the girl he once pursued, and she marked the final chapter of his romantic endeavors. He recalled that they had met at a social event. His infatuation with her stemmed from her vivacious and cheerful demeanor, along with the charming dimples that appeared when she smiled. Fang Yuan did not distance herself from Jiang Chen despite his modest means. On the contrary, she greeted him warmly and engaged in conversations with him over WeChat. To someone like Jiang Chen, who had little experience with women, she felt like an angel sent from above. To make matters worse, he harbored a lingering sense that she might reciprocate his feelings. However, reality proved to be a harsh teacher, revealing a common folly that many novices are prone to commit. A girl who is gentle with you may also extend her kindness to others. A girl who is enthusiastic with you might very well be equally so with someone else. This self-deceptive illusion of her affection is often nothing more than naive wishful thinking. Her closeness may simply be a reflection of your perceived utility or her own boredom. Conversely, her rejection likely indicates that from the outset, you were merely a backup option. If she truly cared for you, she would have confessed her feelings or hinted that you should take the initiative. Do not misunderstand. If she gazes at you with her adorable, sparkling eyes, and you are not yet her boyfriend, it is certainly not due to any innocent intentions. Rather, it is because she is parched, and it would be courteous to treat her to a cup of Starbucks, or perhaps a meal at Pizza Hut, or even a luxury item from LV. Such a refreshingly unique girl is often labeled as a green tea bitch. If you do not harbor feelings for me, just tell me to leave. Why engage in such ambiguous closeness? If you truly care for me, then express it openly. What is the point of this push and pull? Of course, Jiang Chen acknowledges that being deceived in matters of the heart makes him rather foolish. A goddess often has several worker bees surrounding her, each with distinct roles. Some carry her bags, others handle payments, some provide warmth at night, and others seek comfort after heartbreak. Perhaps this is what they call youth? Maybe. But initially, he was genuinely unaware of how the city dwellers indulged in such games. One day in his sophomore year, Jiang Chen invited Fang Yuan to watch a film, specifically that year, featuring the talented Liu Yao. And then, nothing more transpired. That year, he finally awakened. Expecting a backup partner to possess the awareness of their role is a manifestation of one-sided yearning. To reject someone, yet still anticipate that they will treat you as a cherished friend, consistently showering you with kindness, is a form of greed. Ultimately, she discarded the facade of purity and mocked his insignificance and incompetence. Stunned and speechless, for the next 2 years, whenever they inadvertently crossed paths, she would hastily walk away, feigning ignorance. However, this was of little significance. Greeting each other would only lead to awkwardness. And he had long since cast aside that unpleasant memory, particularly after hearing his roommate discreetly reveal that she had previously refrained from speaking out for fear of inciting his anger. It became apparent that Fang Yuan maintained ambiguous relationships with several others. Discussing the past and assigning blame was utterly futile, especially after he had acquired substantial financial means, which only intensified the complexities of their situation. Of course, that was all a matter for another time. What he did not anticipate was that nearly a year after graduation, they would encounter each other once more. In Jiang Chen's recollection, Fang Yuan was pursuing a degree in fine arts. He was taken aback to discover that she had ventured into the real estate industry. Yet, this was not entirely surprising, as he himself had graduated with a degree in mechanical engineering, a field known for its promising employment prospects, only to find himself selling clothes afterward. At this moment, Facing an old acquaintance, Jiang Chen felt a peculiar sensation he could not quite articulate. "What brings you here?" The girl glanced around in a slight panic, then bit her lip, lowering her voice to a near-pleading tone as she implored Jiang Chen, "Please, do not pursue me any further. There is no possibility between us." "Is there some misunderstanding?" Jiang Chen replied awkwardly, meeting Fang Yuanyuan's gaze. To be honest, although she had previously heard him, he had no intention of dwelling on the past. After all, those events were bygone, and while Fang Yuanyuan had indeed caused him pain, from her perspective, there was no clear right or wrong at that time. Jiang Chen could not provide her with the life she desired. Moreover, it remains uncertain who truly benefits from her refusal in the present context. "How did you learn about my workplace?" Fang Yuanyuan clenched her teeth, fixating her gaze intently on Jiang Chen's eyes. "Leave. I do not wish to see you. I will not acquiesce to your demands." To her astonishment, she exclaimed, "Do I need your approval to purchase a house? Surely, you've misconstrued the situation." However, Fang Yuanyuan did not grant Jiang Chen the opportunity to explain, adopting an unwavering demeanor. Her intense reaction stemmed from a recent encounter. A 30-something small business owner who had purchased a second-hand home from her had come to propose. The rationale was simple. During the sale, she had employed a touch of cleverness, leading the middle-aged, balding man to believe that this adorable young woman had fallen for him, prompting him to hastily inscribe his name on the purchase agreement. Yet, when that unfortunate man arrived at her workplace bearing 99 roses, the specifics of the ensuing events need not be elaborated upon. Ultimately, he was escorted away by security. The manager had even issued her a warning. While the unspoken rules of the industry are hardly news, one must maintain a semblance of propriety lest matters escalate unfavorably for all involved. She felt a pang of fear, anxious that Jiang Chen might likewise stage a clumsy marriage proposal. Should he stubbornly create a scene, demanding her hand in marriage, though security would eventually intervene, she would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among her colleagues, potentially jeopardizing her bonus for the month. Thus, she selectively ignored the woman standing a few paces behind Jiang Chen, a woman whose beauty rendered her utterly self-conscious. "Do you know her?" murmured Xiaxiyu, who had been disconnected from the conversation, her tone a mixture of amusement and intrigue. "Why is it so cold? Is the air conditioning set too low?" Jiang Chen involuntarily shivered. What a dampener. Perhaps I should simply consider purchasing a home elsewhere. With Fang Yuanyuan's interference, Jiang Chen lost his enthusiasm, even too lazy to offer an explanation, as he prepared to turn away with a distinct lack of interest. Seeing Jiang Chen retreat in defeat, Fang Yuanyuan breathed a sigh of relief, secretly congratulating herself on her cleverness. Thankfully, she had initially exuded an unyielding spirit. Foolish one. Do you now recognize your own limitations? A toad aspires to dine on swan flesh. Jiang Chen halted, for though the remark was uttered in a hushed tone, it did not escape his ears. What do you intend to do?" I'll call security." As Fang Yuanyuan observed Jiang Chen approach with a fierce demeanor, her composure began to waver, and she stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. "What do you want? Does a receptionist have the authority to refuse a customer the right to purchase a property? You want to allow me to buy? I shall buy it regardless. And right before your eyes." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, casually glancing at the security guard making his way towards him. A palpable tension filled the air. Is this fellow harboring a history of violence? The guard felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Though Jiang Chen did not intentionally reveal anything, the scent of blood, inadvertently acquired amidst the carnage of the apocalypse, silently crept along the cold gaze, ascending the back of the security guard. His instincts, honed from a life on the streets, warned him that this young man before him was not one he could easily contend with. Although he had no intention of resorting to violence immediately, he found himself considerably daunted, his steps frozen in place. For a moment, the atmosphere was thick with tension, akin to a drawn sword. Yet, at that instant, a voice imbued with sincerity and regret suddenly emerged, dissipating the charged ambience in an instant. "I certainly do not possess such authority, esteemed sir. I sincerely apologize for the discourtesy exhibited at our company's reception." Chapter 57. Who is the Swan? The melodious and clear voice, reminiscent of a golden aureole, floated in from the back of the lobby. A graceful lady clad in a black uniform stepped forward, offering a slight bow of apology to Jiang Chen. Indeed, even for one who had encountered numerous beauties, Jiang Chen was momentarily enraptured. Her porcelain skin, exquisitely shaped visage, and alluring phoenix-like eyes, framed by elegant yet assertive brows, were complemented by a delicate nose and a small cherry-like mouth. The subtle makeup and vivid lip color did not lend her a hint of vulgarity. Rather, they accentuated the noble yet enchanting allure she exuded. Her sable uniform impeccably accentuated her curvaceous figure, the hem of her pencil skirt clinging perfectly to her silk-clad thighs, a tantalizing blend of mystery and allure. The plunging V-neckline revealed a glimpse of pristine white skin and a deep cleavage, leaving much to the imagination. In terms of pulchritude, she arguably surpassed even Xia Xiyu. However, such a comparison would be somewhat unjust, as Xia Xiyu suffered from a congenital facial paralysis, wore minimal makeup, and donned relatively formal business attire. After all, her primary purpose today was to accompany Jiang Chen to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, with the house hunting being merely a prior engagement. With a beautiful woman mediating, the situation was indeed resolved with greater ease. A sincere apology was all it took to dissipate a significant portion of Jiang Chen's anger. It was not a major issue to begin with, and since her superior had apologized, he lost any desire to pursue the matter further. It's nothing. Moreover, this young lady was quite the beauty. Jiang Chen surreptitiously swallowed. For some reason, he sensed an unnatural gaze fixed upon him from behind, perhaps out of confidence in her own beauty, or perhaps accustomed to men losing their composure in her presence. Xiao Minjing paid it no mind, gracefully steering the conversation toward the main topic. I am Xiao Minjing, the sales manager of this sales office. You may call me Yingying. May I inquire as to the type of residence you are interested in purchasing? I possess extensive experience in this area, so please feel free to consult me. As she spoke, Xiao Minjing was also subtly observing Jiang Chen. Despite Jiang Chen's attire not bearing the hallmarks of haute couture and his demeanor lacking any ostentatious airs, in this epoch of nouveau riche, judging a person's affluence by their comportment is patently absurd. His uninhibited entry into this establishment tacitly suggests a certain level of financial prowess. The playful tone instantly fostered a sense of camaraderie between them, dissipating Jiang Chen's initial inclination towards a display of bravado. Intrinsically, while he is partial to posturing, his temperament is generally affable. I am contemplating the acquisition of a more commodious villa. Might you offer some counsel? Jiang Chen inquired with a smile. Having recovered from his initial enchantment, villas in Seafront City command a minimum of 10 million, she exclaimed. Given the firm's generous commission of 8 per mil, this transaction would eclipse several ordinary deals. A fervent gleam ignited in Xiao Minjing's eyes, her gaze upon Jiang Chen intensifying with allure. My apologies, Xiao Minjing said with a slight curtsy, expressing contrition for her momentary astonishment, while inadvertently revealing a glimpse of her décolletage. She surreptitiously detected the sound of someone swallowing, and a triumphant smile graced the corners of Xiao Minjing's lips, concealed beneath her coiffure. Indeed, every man is susceptible to allure, the only question being whether the enticement is sufficient, and Xiao Minjing possessed unwavering confidence in her own appeal. If you would be so kind as to follow me to the VIP lounge, sir, we can discuss your prospective villa acquisition. For transactions exceeding 5 million yuan, our company conducts them in the VIP lounge to accord you the utmost respect. We trust you find this arrangement agreeable. Not at all. Lead the way. Jiang Chen responded with a smile. This way, please. Xiao Minjing offered a graceful smile and gestured elegantly. Xia Xiyu furrowed her brow slightly. For some inexplicable reason, she found this woman repellent. It wasn't mere envy of her beauty, but rather a vague sense of danger she emanated. The source of this feeling eluded her. Yet it lingered nonetheless. Despite her aversion, Jiang Chen was the one purchasing the property. With a sigh, she remained silent and followed behind him. When she noticed Jiang Chen's gaze inadvertently drifting toward Xiao Minjing's alluring posterior, an unbidden wave of vexation washed over her. Yet, upon reflection, he wasn't her boyfriend. So why should she be upset? The thought process baffled her, and she found herself uncharacteristically troubled. The subtle shifts in Xia Xiyu's expression did not escape Xiao Minjing's keen observation. Having navigated the complexities of society for several years, she had honed her ability to read people with remarkable precision. It seemed opportunities abounded. A faint, knowing smile played on Xiao Minjing's lips. While many of her colleagues were also saleswomen, some had managed to become homeowners themselves by, in essence, selling themselves along with the properties. This was achieved not merely through physical attractiveness, but through a certain degree of cunning. She was inwardly calculating that if this Mr. Jiang were to purchase a property exceeding 50 million, it would be worth her while to make a move. After all, a career as a saleswoman is a young person's game, and no one wants to buy a house from a haggard woman, no matter how well she maintains herself. She will have to retire to the second line when she reaches her 30s. If she doesn't do well, she might even end up working as a cleaner. With her current salary, including commissions, her annual income barely reaches $1 million, but this kind of income cannot be sustained stably. Taking the current real estate market as an example, although house prices are still rising, the trading volume has shrunk by more than half compared to 2008. The company laid off a batch of employees last month. Although such layoffs have nothing to do with her as a top salesperson, the industry trend is there, and she cannot help but think about a way out. Finding a wealthy man to rely on would be a good choice. Thinking of this, Xiao Minjing cast a slightly aggressive glance at Xia Xiu, who had a blank expression. She was ready to snatch the man. Jiang Chen, who was walking beside her, did not notice the change in the beauty's expression, but glanced meaningfully at Fang Yuan, who was stunned in place, and then walked into the VIP room. Who is the swan? Who is the toad? Idiot. He cursed inwardly, and at this moment, Jiang Chen felt extremely happy in his heart. Both his vanity and his sense of revenge were greatly satisfied. The three people, each with their own thoughts, left the lobby, leaving Fang Yuan standing at the front desk in a daze. Regret? Resentment? Confusion? Jealousy? Grievance? Or maybe all of them. In short, a large order worth tens of millions was lost to her. Jiang Chen. How could he possibly afford a villa? A pauper like him, who can't even afford Pizza Hut. It's simply implausible. A myriad of thoughts raced through her mind, causing a momentary wave of surreal dizziness. However, regret was futile at this juncture. As a mere receptionist, how could she possibly snatch the prize that manager Xiao had already set her sights on? Moreover, she had thoroughly offended Jiang Chen just moments ago. A toad lusting after a swan? Who, in fact, is the toad, and who is the swan? Why would someone so affluent even spare her a glance? At this point, Fang Yuan felt nothing but remorse for her impulsive actions. The easy gain that she could have secured based on past acquaintance was forfeited due to her own short-sightedness and biased judgment. Yet, a glimmer of hope remained within her. She was well aware of Jiang Chen's family circumstances and even had some knowledge of his whereabouts after graduation. How could a mere salesperson working at a clothing store afford a villa? He must be lying. This is undoubtedly a ruse designed to humiliate me. A colleague standing nearby cast a glance at her, her face betraying unconcealed mockery. They knew that they could not compete with Xiao Minjing, given her superior resources. However, this little wench managed to let go of the prize within her grasp. What could be more idiotic? At that moment, Fang Yuan was oblivious to the gazes of her colleagues. She was deeply immersed in a vortex of regret and conflict, unable to extricate herself. A part of her lamented how different things would have been if she had accepted Jiang Chen's proposal 3 years ago. On one hand, she cursed, convinced that all of this was a scheme meticulously orchestrated by Jiang Chen to mock her. It must be said that when one descends into madness, their intellect tends to plummet. Moreover, in this world, there aren't that many what-ifs. Otherwise, everyone would be a billionaire. Chapter 58. A romantic interlude in the car, uncertain whether Mr. Jiang purchased the property for investment or for residential purposes. Chapter 59. Opulence. The luxury vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the community. The driver rolled down the window and presented an identification card, which he placed on the card reader at the window, allowing the barrier to slowly lift. Through the window, Jiang Chen observed the robust security personnel stationed at the entrance, each equipped with batons at their sides. While their capabilities remained unknown, their military posture suggested that these individuals were likely retired soldiers or armed police. As Jiang Chen had surmised, the over 50 security guards patrolling this affluent villa community were indeed skilled fighters, each with commendable records and no history of misconduct. After all, with a property management fee of 5 yuan per square meter, it would be unwise to employ a cadre of incompetents. In the 6 years since this community's establishment, there had been no shortage of thieves attempting to infiltrate it. Yet not a single one had managed to breach the sanctity of the residents' homes. Among these guards were undoubtedly seasoned operatives from reconnaissance units. If one could best these individuals, one might as well consider a career with national security instead of continuing down the path of thievery. The opulent vehicle glided effortlessly along the expansive pathway, making its way towards the most secluded part of the residential complex. The entire estate was nestled like a bowl on an elevated, man-made terrain by the riverbank, offering a panoramic vista of the Huangpu River's splendor. Jiang Chen's villa was strategically positioned near the center of the bull's edge. The residents here were individuals of considerable affluence and prestige, and living here was not only a luxurious indulgence, but also an opportunity to connect with intriguing neighbors. Xiao Minjing implied that the potential for professional advancement was also significant. However, Jiang Chen did not dwell on this aspect. He simply smiled without comment. While career prospects were important, he believed that one's quality of life should not be neglected, lest one become a mere corporate drone, albeit with a higher net worth. Since the purpose of purchasing the property was to relish life, the primary consideration was, naturally, the level of comfort it offered. As for the affluent and influential neighbors, Jiang Chen had a premonition that, in less than 2 years, they would be proactively seeking him out. The car came to a smooth halt in front of the villa. Xiao Minjing alighted first and graciously opened the door for Jiang Chen, the affluent magnate. The young woman produced a card and swiped it on the gate, causing the sliding iron doors to open automatically. After registering your occupancy, the security system for the villa's gate will be updated. You can even use the app developed by our company to open the gate. However, I would recommend using the specially designed electronic key to activate it. Xiao Minjing winked playfully before leading Jiang Chen into the villa's interior. Beyond the European-style high walls lay a different world altogether. The meticulously manicured emerald lawn, the straight cobblestone path, and the architectural design that seamlessly intertwines the classic European style with modern minimalism create a harmonious blend of two seemingly contrasting aesthetics. The grand floor-to-ceiling windows form the structure of the villa's first level, while the pristine white cubic blocks elegantly fill the remaining spaces of the residence, exuding both generosity and sophistication. Standing 4 stories tall amidst a surrounding cluster of predominantly 3-story villas, this edifice appears distinctly remarkable. What delights Jiang Chen the most is the oval-shaped swimming pool in the backyard. Just as the caption beside the photograph suggests, Jiang Chen merely pressed a button, and the domed ceiling spiraled gracefully downward, transforming into an open-air pool. The heating apparatus at the bottom swiftly and precisely elevates the water temperature to the desired level. Although these extravagant designs may not be overtly practical, they perfectly satisfy Jiang Chen's curiosity as a nouveau riche. As Xiao Minjing elaborated on the villa's myriad high-end features, she guided him into the interior. The interior of this model villa, designed for advertising purposes, was already tastefully decorated upon completion, complete with appropriate furnishings. Naturally, should the client find the decor unsatisfactory, they could select from various design schemes, and Wanhua Real Estate would refurbish the interior according to the client's preferences. However, Jiang Chen was thoroughly pleased with the existing decor. The monochromatic palette of the living room exudes tranquility, complemented by furnishings of impeccable artistic merit. Designed by luminaries in the field, their appeal is undeniable. While Jiang Chen may not be able to articulate their precise allure, their comfort to the eye and ease of use are beyond reproach, thus meeting with his approval. Adjacent to the living room lies the dining area, followed by the kitchen. Needless to say, both in terms of equipment and decor, they are faultless. Ascending the staircase with Xiao Minjing, the second floor of the villa is primarily designed with comfort as the guiding principle. This level is dominated by bedrooms, each subtly distinct in style, allowing the homeowner to select a room that resonates with their mood. For instance, the previous bedroom embraced a minimalist aesthetic in cool black and white tones, while this one exudes a warm and romantic ambience with its predominant use of soft hues. The design of the third and fourth floors largely mirrors the overall concept of the villa, with each level featuring bathrooms and 2 additional bedrooms. Furthermore, there are several vacant rooms, affording the homeowner the opportunity to transform them into activity rooms tailored to their preferences, such as a gymnasium, study, or art studio. Standing on the rooftop terrace, Jiang Chen gazed out at the river view, savoring the gentle breeze. Despite being the height of summer, the wind carried a refreshing coolness, likely due to the surrounding greenery, which mitigated the sweltering atmosphere of the nearby Wanhai city. Indeed, a delightful place to reside, Jiang Chen remarked with satisfaction, nodding in agreement before Xiao Minjing. The verdant expanse, the elegant ambience, and the luxurious yet comfortable design truly justify its price. It is even more modern than the retro-style villa in the post-apocalyptic world, making it an impeccable sanctuary for lavish living. Moreover, the distance to the warehouse in the suburbs is not considerable. A mere 200 million soft sister coins, after all. Perhaps due to the ease with which this sum was acquired, Jiang Chen felt not a single ripple of emotion. For villas of this caliber, Although our company cannot offer any discounts, according to our collaboration agreement with Maybach Automotive Company, we will provide a newly launched Maybach S600 luxury vehicle to homeowners whose purchase exceeds 100 million yuan. Currently, this model is said to be in high demand but low supply. Xiao Minjing explained to Jiang Chen with a beaming smile. Jiang Chen had heard of the Maybach S600, which is reportedly priced at approximately $465 overseas, equivalent to around 568 million yuan. Naturally, those capable of purchasing a 100 million yuan mansion would not lack such funds. However, the sentiment behind it remains significant. Offering a luxury car is certainly more gratifying than a simple discount. This can be construed as a sales strategy.